The hospital. Rin Jinian and her family rushed to the ward and saw the man on the bed with weak breathing. Their faces turned pale with worry and fear. Lu Jinyuan was lying on the bed with a ventilator, his face pale, lips tinged with blue, and his whole body looked very sick. The moment Rin Jinian saw him, tears couldn't stop flowing from her eyes. What's wrong? What happened? Mother Lu looked at her son and trembled uncontrollably. Wang Xiaomei also felt upset. How could this happen? Dr. Gao approached Rin Jinian and said, when Commander Lu was brought to the hospital, he had already undergone surgery. Rin Jinian clenched her nails into her palms, seemingly unaware of the pain. Dr. Gao, is he going to be okay? She asked, her voice trembling. He has multiple fractures all over his body and a liver injury. Dr. Gao has examined Lu Jinyuan. Ran Jinian's vision went black. Wang Xiaomei, Lu's mother, gasped sharply. Lihua, Lihua. Wang Xiaomei quickly reached out to support the fainting Lu's mother. At this moment, Ran Jinian couldn't care less about Lu's mother. Dr. Gao, will he be disabled? Dr. Gao shook his head. It's hard to say, but don't worry. The hospital will do everything to treat Commander Lu. As she finished speaking, Commissar Yen and Chief Lu arrived quickly. Seeing the patient on the bed in serious condition, both frowned deeply. Dr. Gao, how is Lu Jinyuan? Dr. Gao replied again, he has multiple fractures all over his body, especially his legs, which are in critical condition. He also has a liver injury. Chief Lu asked, will he be disabled? That's uncertain for now. It depends on his recovery. Use the best medicine and make sure to cure Lu Jinyuan, Commissar Yen ordered. Dr. Gao nodded. Yes. Commissar Yen, how did Jinyuan get such serious injuries? Ran Jinian, holding Unan, choked with emotion. Commissar Yen sighed slightly. He had just received the report. Lu Jinyuan was rescuing children caught in a mudslide in the disaster zone. He saved the children but was overwhelmed by the mudslide himself. He didn't go into details, but those few words showed how dangerous it was. Tears streamed down Ran Jinian's face uncontrollably. She couldn't imagine how painful it must have been for Lu Jinyuan to be caught in the mudslide. Chief Lu gently patted Ran Jinian. Comrade Ran, Lu Jinyuan made great contributions during the rescue in the disaster zone. Our country and people will not forget his sacrifice. His words carried weight and also assured her future. Ran Jinian wiped her tears. All for the people. Though she was heartbroken, she knew she couldn't hold Lu Jinyuan back now. Chief Lu admired her greatly. Understanding the bigger picture is important. At this moment, crying sounds reached everyone's ears. Commissar Yen and Chief Lu turned around and saw Wang Xiaomei holding her crying mother, Lu's mother, who was covering her mouth. Who are they? Chief Lu asked. Ran Jinian raised her hand slightly. This is Lu Jinyuan's mother. When Commissar Yen and Chief Lu heard this, they immediately went to Lu's mother. Sister. They looked about the same age as Lu's mother, so calling her sister was appropriate. Mom, this is Commissar Yen and this is Chief Lu, Ran Jinian added. When Mother Lu heard it was her son's leader, she quickly wiped her tears and stood up feeling a bit uneasy. Young lady, you handed your son over to the country. It's our fault for not taking good care of him, and we're sorry to disappoint you. Commissar Yen held Mother Lu's hand, speaking with regret. Mother Lu knew she couldn't afford to lose face at this moment. A man should be loyal to the country and filial to the people. Dying would be no regret. Only with a good mother like you can a son be so outstanding, said Commander Lu, holding Mother Lu's hand. Don't worry, the hospital will do its best to treat him. Commissar Yen could only comfort Mother Lu. She nodded and said, I believe in the country. Then they looked at Wang Xiaomei. This is my mother, Ran Jin said. The two people spoke to Wang Xiaomei. Your daughter is very talented. My son-in-law is also very good. He will recover soon. Wang Xiaomei's eyes were full of hope. After a while, Commander Lu and Commissar Yen left. After feeling sad, Mother Lu remembered her daughter-in-law holding her grandson. Jin Yen, you've been holding an in. Sit down and rest for a while. The ward where Lu Jinyuan was staying was a special class ward with a 1-meter-long sofa. Mom, you stay here. I'll go back and get some things. Ran Jinyan saw her husband's condition and felt heartbroken. He would need to stay in the hospital for a while, so she had to go back to get some items. I'll go back and get them. You stay here, Wang Xiaomei said. Ran Jinyan thought for a moment. Mom, bring some clean clothes, a basin, a toothbrush, and a cloth. You can decide the rest. Her mind was a mess, and she couldn't remember what else to bring. Okay. Wang Xiaomei took the keys and hurriedly left. In the ward, only Ran Jinyan, Anan, and Mother Lu remained. Jinyan, put him on the sofa, Mother Lu said. She wanted to hold him herself, but knew her grandson recognized people, so she just said this. Ran Jinyan placed Anan on the sofa, then went to the bedside to look at her husband's face. He looked much thinner. Ran Jinyan felt a pang in her heart. She gently held his large hand, which was now full of scars and marks. Tears welled up again and fell onto his hand. Lu Jinyuan felt a burning sensation on his hand. He wanted to open his eyes, but was too heavy and weak. Ran Jinyan wiped her tears. Jinyan, Mother Lu saw her daughter-in-law crying and stood up to her. If you want to cry, just cry. Ran Jinyan leaned her head on Mother Lu's shoulder. Mom. With so many of us watching over him, Jinyuan will get better. Mother Lu felt very sad, but she knew her daughter-in-law was also hurting. He was her husband, the father of her children. Ran Jinyan wiped her tears. She should have comforted her mother-in-law, but instead, her mother-in-law comforted her. I will stay with him always. An hour later, Wang Xiaomei arrived carrying 3 large bags. Mom, why did you bring so much? I cooked some food. No matter what, we need to eat well to have the strength to take care of the patient. Wang Xiaomei took out the food, bowls, and chopsticks. Ran Jinyan remembered it was noon. Mom, you thought of everything. The 3 of them ate together. Wang Xiaomei quickly cleared the dishes and then took out a blanket from her bag. Tonight, we will take turns staying here, so I brought a blanket. Tonight, I will stay here with Junyuan. You and Jinyan go back and rest, Mother Lu said. Ran Jinyan refused. Mom, I want to stay here. If you stay here, what about the child? He still needs to nurse. Wang Xiaomei considered the little one. Ran Jinyan looked at her little one playing on the sofa. Mom, Anan doesn't need to nurse tonight. He can sleep until morning. No, that's too tiring for you to run around, Mother Lu disagreed. Her son was already hurt, and she didn't want her daughter-in-law to collapse again. I will stay here tonight. During the day, you can come and take over, she said. In the end, Ran Jinyan had to agree temporarily. In the afternoon, a group of sisters-in-law, including Zhou Hongying, Yao Yurong, Huang Pingping, and Tan Shulan, came to the ward. When they saw Mother Lu and Wang Xiaomei, they greeted, Auntie. There are no seats. Sorry for making you stand, Mother Lu said shyly. Zhou Hongying spoke up. It's okay, Auntie. You don't need to worry about us. Seeing there were too many people in the ward, Wang Xiaomei and Mother Lu left. Is Commander Lu okay? Zhou Hongying looked at Ran Jinyan with concern. She wanted to come earlier but had many things at home, so she arrived now. Ran Jinyan honestly said, he has multiple fractures all over his body, quite serious. Everyone exclaimed, wow. How did Commander Lu get such serious injuries? What did the doctor say? Ran Jinyan didn't know how to answer because the doctor hadn't given specific details yet, just told to rest well. Will he be disabled? Huang Pingping said quickly. Zhou Hongying glared at her. If you don't know what to say, don't say anything. Speaking that was like stabbing someone in the heart. Huang Pingping realized she had said the wrong thing and apologized, sorry. The doctor said, he'll get better, Ran Jinyan said calmly. Zhou Hongying sighed softly. This time, during the disaster relief, 2 of the men from the family compound didn't come back. Ran Jinyan was surprised. They didn't come back? Zhou Hongying gave her a subtle look. Ran Jinyan understood. She looked at Lu Junyuan on the bed, feeling unsure whether to be glad or happy. Jinyan, we don't have much good stuff either. Keep these eggs for Captain Lu to help him recover. Yao Yurong took out 6 eggs. Sister-in-law Yao, I appreciate your kindness, but you can take the eggs back. Your kindness is enough, and you should keep the eggs, Yao Yurong insisted. Seeing Ran Jinian reluctant to accept, she placed the eggs on the bed and hurried to leave. Jinian, take these eggs. Captain Lu has lost some weight this time. Huang Pingping also brought 7 eggs. Sister-in-law Huang. Huang Pingping pretended to be angry. Hurry and take them, or I'll be upset. The other sisters-in-law also brought eggs. Soon, Ran Jinian accepted a large pile of eggs. Jinian, my family has finished all the eggs for the kids, Zhou Hongying said. Ran Jinian breathed a sigh of relief. But then, in the next moment, she heard, I caught an old hen. You can stew it for Captain Lu to help him recover. Zhou Hongying carried a bag from the door. Ran Jinian was stunned. These days, chickens are precious, and her family hardly kills them for food, let alone give them as gifts. Sister-in-law, this isn't right. I can't accept this. Ran Jinian quickly pushed it back. Captain Lu is like my own brother. He's hurt and lying here. As his sister-in-law, I feel sad watching him. I just want him to get better soon. Zhou Hongying spoke honestly. Her husband was close to Lu Junyuan, and Lu Junyuan respected her very much. Sister-in-law, Ran Jinian was very touched. This hen is old and has laid eggs. We have 3 children at home. She had many good things in her space, but she couldn't say it out loud. It's okay if the 3 little ones eat fewer eggs. What's most important now is Captain Lu's recovery. Seeing Ran Jinian still hesitant, Zhou Hongying got angry. Do you not see me as your sister-in-law? Why are you so distant? Ran Jinian didn't pretend to be polite anymore. Thank you, sister-in-law. When Junyuan wakes up, you and brother Zhen will come over for a meal. That's right, Zhou Hongying smiled. Why are so many people here? Everyone, don't stay in the ward. The orderly came in to give Lu Junyuan and 4 and saw everyone in the room. Jinian, we'll be leaving now. Ran Jinian spoke. Sisters-in-law, take your time. I won't see you off. No, we won't. Everyone waved goodbye. Wang Xiaomei watched everyone's departing figures and said, these family members are really kind and warm-hearted. Jin Nian, remember to note down the things everyone gave. You'll need to return them later, Lu's mother reminded Ran Jinian. I know, Ran Jinian nodded. Last time she had a baby, her sisters-in-law also brought eggs and brown sugar. This time, Lu Jinyuan was injured, and her sisters-in-law brought eggs again. She would never forget this kindness. Wow, the little one exclaimed. Ran Jinian knew the little one was hungry. She held in and sat on the sofa. Mom, please close the door, she asked. Wang Xiaomei closed the door. Ran Jinian turned to the side, covered herself with clothes, and then fed the little one. In the family compound, did you go to the hospital? How is Captain Lu? He has a full-body fracture. What? Captain Lu is paralyzed? Oh, this is so serious. Did you hear? Captain Lu has died. Rumors in the compound became more and more exaggerated. When Yu Xiuji learned that Lu Jinyuan had died and thought about Ran Jinian becoming a widow, with no one competing for her husband anymore, she felt very happy. At the hospital, at 9 o'clock in the evening, Jinian, Xiaomei, it's too late. You should take it home first, Lu's mother urged. Although reluctant, Ran Jinian looked at the time and said, Mom, we'll go back now. You take care of yourself tonight. Not hard at all, Lu's mother said, not feeling it was tiring to take care of her son. Ran Jinian held in and Wang Xiaomei took a flashlight. The two left the hospital and returned to the family compound. The compound was very quiet. After washing up at home, mother and daughter went to bed. Ran Jinian couldn't sleep at all. She forced herself to fall asleep because she had to go to the hospital again tomorrow. She tossed and turned until late at night before finally dozing off. The next day, Ran Jinian got up early. She cooked breakfast but had no appetite. She tried to eat more, knowing that only then would she have the energy to care for Lu Jinyuan. She also prepared some things for Lu's mother. I'll hold in. Wang Xiaomei wanted to share the burden. When they left the house, they felt everyone's eyes were strange. Ran Jinian didn't think much about it. Ran Jinian, Yushioji was coming back from fetching water outside and couldn't help but walk over when she saw Ran Jinian. "Please accept my condolences," she said. Ran Jinian looked at her in surprise. "What did you say?" "I know. Captain Lu's death is very sad, but you still have children to take care of. You need to stay strong," Yushioji said nicely, but with a hint of schadenfreude. Suddenly, with a cold look, Ran Jinian slapped her hard. Everyone was still in shock when Yushioji suddenly screamed, "Ah!" She dropped the water bucket and tried to hit back. "Ran Jinian, are you crazy?"
Slap, slap, slap.
Ran Jinian grabbed her hair and hit her several times in the face, making Yushioji see stars. Wang Xiaomei watched in shock, surprised at her daughter's fighting strength. After realizing what was happening, she said nothing. This woman was strange. She started talking about Jin Yuan dying. She wanted to slap her for that. "Shut your mouth and stop talking nonsense," Ran Jinian said angrily. She was already in a bad mood, and when Yushioji cursed her husband, she wouldn't let it go. "Let me go," Yushioji shouted, trying to pull away. Ran Jinian learned a few moves from Lu Jin Yuan. She flipped her over and pressed her down. "You're a rotten person, full of bad ideas. My husband is fine, but you keep saying he's dead. Watch me tear your mouth apart," Ran Jinian said fiercely, grabbing her hair and scratching her face a little. Wang Xiaomei stepped closer within and pretending to call out, "Jinian, stop hitting her, stop hitting her." She secretly stepped on Yushioji's hand to stop her from cursing her son-in-law. "Curse my son-in-law, all you want," Yushioji cried out in pain. She wanted to fight back, but Ran Jinian was sitting on her, making her unable to move. "Stop fighting, everyone," Wang Xiaomei said hurriedly, trying to pull Ran Jinian away. But Ran Jinian was furious and wouldn't let go. "Think before you speak. Don't be so stupid. You don't even have a drop of water," Ran Jinian cursed loudly. "You're the one with a pig brain," Yushioji, who had only finished middle school, retorted. She kicked her legs, but Ran Jinian pressed her down again. Yushioji cried in pain and anger. She wanted to hit back but couldn't, so she started crying loudly. "Jinian, stop fighting, stop fighting." Zhou Honging ran over and quickly pulled Ran Jinian away. Ran Jinian snorted and got up. Yushioji, disheveled, crawled up from the ground, glaring at Ran Jinian with fierce eyes. "Just wait, I will sue you," she said. "Go ahead, I'm not afraid of you," Ran Jinian replied confidently. Yushioji ran away crying. "Are you okay?" Wang Xiaomei asked, worried even though her daughter wasn't hurt. Ran Jinian shook her head.
"I'm fine."
"What happened? Why did you start fighting?"
Zhou Honging asked.
Ran Jinian angrily replied, "Yushioji came and said Lu Jin Yuan had died, telling me to mourn." Zhou Honging gasped, then stomped her foot. "It must be these people spreading rumors. Yushioji doesn't understand the situation and is talking nonsense. She should be punished. Second aunt, I need to go to the hospital, so I won't say more," Ran Jinian said as she hurried off. Zhou Honging nodded. "If you need any help, just ask me." "Okay," Ran Jinian, Wang Xiaomei, and Enin hurried to the hospital. Halfway there, Enin started crying, so Ran Jinian held her herself. At the hospital, Lu's mother gently washed Lu Jinyuan's body with a basin of water, careful not to hurt him. Her eyes turned red as she spoke. "Jinyuan, you must wake up soon. We're all waiting for you." "Mom." Ran Jinian entered, holding Enin. "Lihua, have something to eat." Wang Xiaomei came in afterward. Seeing Ran Jinian's messy hair, Lu's mother thought she was anxious and said, "Jinian, don't worry. I'm here at the hospital." "Mom, did Jinyuan wake up last night?" Ran Jinian looked at her mother expectantly. Lu's mother shook her head.
"No."
Ran Jinian felt very disappointed but quickly cheered herself up, thinking as long as he was alive, everything was fine. "What's wrong with you?" Lu's mother noticed 2 scratches on Ran Jinian's hand. Wang Xiaomei saw and said, "That woman must have done it." Lu's mother's face changed.
Who did it?
Wang Xiaomei briefly explained. This is too much. I want to report her, Lu's mother said. Just as she spoke, there was movement at the door. The women's director, Li Jie, entered, followed by a bruised and swollen Yu Xiuji. Director Li, it's Ran Jinian. She hit me, Yu Xiuji shouted loudly upon seeing Ran Jinian. Li Jie frowned. Quiet, this is a hospital. Seeing Yu Xiuji with a swollen face come to complain, Li Jie had to handle it as the women's director. Reluctantly, Yu Xiuji shut her mouth. At that moment, she saw Lu Jinyuan on the hospital bed. Lu Jinyuan. Wasn't he dead? Why was he still lying in the hospital bed? Wasn't he supposed to be taken away? Yu Xiuji, brought to the hospital by Li Jie, thought Ran Jinian was handling Jinyuan's affairs. Now she realized things were serious. Jinian, come out for a moment, Li Jie called her to the corridor. Lu's mother also came out and Wang Xiaomei wanted to follow. Mom. Watchinin, Ran Jinian said. Li Jie asked, you hit Yu Xiuji?
Yes.
Ran Jinian openly admitted the truth. Director Li, she admitted it, Yu Xiuji said. Director Li looked at Xiuji with some impatience.
Don't speak.
Why did you hit her? She spread rumors, saying Lu Jinyuan died, and asked me to mourn. Ran Jinian was telling the truth. My son was injured, and as soon as he lay down, someone bullied us orphans and widows. Mother Lu slapped her thigh and cried. Yu Xiuji. I didn't do it, I didn't spread the rumors. Yu Xiuji sensed something was wrong. Li Jie's face turned serious. Yu Xiuji, you said that. Yu Xiuji panicked. Director Li, I really didn't do it. Lu Jinyuan was still in the hospital, still receiving treatment. Director Li, my husband used his body to save lives. He finally returned to the military hospital to recover, but in Yu's words, he is dead.
How can she say that?
Ran Jinian also cried, feeling so sad she almost fainted. Yu Xiuji looked at her and said, if you want to cry, just cry. I didn't know that Commander Lu wasn't dead. I heard it from others. Yu Xiuji. Commander Lu dedicated himself to the disaster area. He was willing to sacrifice his small family for the greater good. As a military family member, you didn't help Commander Lu's family and instead spread rumors. Your behavior is truly despicable. Li Jie looked at Yu Xiuji with some disgust. Yu Xiuji, after being beaten and criticized, felt her body hurt even more. Director Li, I don't say anything else. Apologize to Ran Jinian and write 1,000-word self-criticism. I will report this incident to higher authorities. Yu Xiuji thought Ran Jinian would be punished, but in the end, she was severely punished. If this matter was reported upward, it could affect her husband's promotion. She finally regretted deeply.
Directori, please, no.
This matter is serious. I will not tolerate it. Li Jie ignored her pleas. Yu Xiuji could only hold her swollen face, pitifully begging Ran Jinian. Ran Jinian, I'm sorry. I heard others talk nonsense, it was my fault. Please forgive me. Ran Jinian pretended not to hear her. She couldn't just apologize every time she made a mistake. She collapsed into Mother Lu's arms, crying sadly, looking as if she might faint. Xiaomei, Mother Lu was frightened. Wang Xiaomei placed Annan on the sofa and hurried out. Seeing her daughter crying so badly, she quickly supported her. Daughter, don't cry. Your health is the most important, and Annan still needs you to take care of her. Li Jie, hearing this, glared again at Yu Xiuji. Lu Jinyuan is now lying in the hospital bed, and the family is very sad and worried. There is also a young child to take care of. She not only caused trouble at the door but also falsely accused others first, which is really too much. Mother Lu looked at Yu Xiuji with anger in her voice. My son is like this, and you still want to push my daughter-in-law to the limit? Auntie, I didn't do it. Yu Xiuji was very frightened. Li Jie, who had been holding back her anger, burst out. Yu Xiuji, go. You need to reflect in the office. Director Li, I was wrong. Yu Xiuji regretted deeply. She was too quick to speak. Li Jie said to Mother Lu, Big sister, don't worry. We will give you a proper explanation. She took Yu Xiuji away. Li Hua, you did well. Wang Xiumei rarely saw Mother Lu lose her temper. Mother Lu, as a mother, was strong. She won't bully my son or daughter-in-law. Mom, you did very well just now, Ran Jinian wiped her tears. Once people leave, there's no need to cry. Mother Lu felt embarrassed. I'm not stupid. The three returned to the ward, where the little one was lying quietly on the sofa. Mom, we've been busy all morning. You should go back and rest, Ran Jinian said to Mother Lu. Mother Lu didn't sleep well last night either, and saw that her son hadn't woken up. Then I'll come back in the afternoon to change shifts with you. It's okay, come later, Ran Jinian told her not to rush. Mom, why don't you all go back together? Ran Jinian also suggested to Wang Xiumei. Wang Xiumei shook her head. I won't go back. You're alone with the child in the hospital. That's not good. Jinyuan hasn't woken up yet. No matter how many people stay here, it won't help. I'll take it in with me, and I won't be tired. Ran Jinian thought last night that staying in the hospital was useless. The little one doesn't need to be held all the time. Wang Xiumei didn't agree. No, you can't do it alone. What's the point of me going back? Nothing will change. Seeing her mother unwilling to leave, Ran Jinian said no more. After Mother Lu left, Ran Jinian told Wang Xiumei, Mom, watch over Anan. I'll go find Dr. Gao. Go ahead, Wang Xiumei played with the little one. Ran Jinian went to Dr. Gao's office and saw her seeing a patient outside, waiting for a while. After Dr. Gao finished, she went inside. Dr. Gao. What's the matter? Dr. Gao asked. Ran Jinian looked worried. Dr. Gao, why has Jinyuan been unconscious and not waking up? You know, Captain Liu was buried in a mudslide, and his brain was also injured, Dr. Gao said carefully, avoiding saying it was serious. But in her heart, Ran Jinian felt a jolt, and her voice trembled. Yesterday, they only said he had multiple fractures, but didn't mention brain injury. Is it serious? Captain Liu has already undergone surgery in Haishur, and the operation was very successful. He should wake up in the next couple of days. Really? Yes. Ran Jinian breathed a sigh of relief. Don't worry too much. Captain Liu is strong and healthy, so he will recover soon. Dr. Gao isn't lying. Every time he has a checkup at the military district, Lu Jinyuan's reports are always perfect. After leaving the office, Ran Jinian felt much more relaxed. When she returned to the hospital room, she asked, How is he? Wang Xiumei asked. Ran Jinian shared her happiness. Dr. Gao said Jinyuan will wake up soon. That's wonderful. Wang Xiumei was also very happy. Lu's mother returned to the family residence, full of energy. She tidied up the house inside and out. She thought about the old hen sent by Zhou Hongying and decided to slaughter it to make soup for her daughter-in-law, knowing she was working hard. Auntie, you're busy, Zhou Hongying called from outside the yard. Lu's mother recognized Zhou Hongying immediately. She was the one who sent the hen. She quickly wiped her hands and opened the yard gate.
Come in and sit, she said.
Zhou Hongying brought her 3 eggs and said, I saw you Xiuji looking for Director Li. Are you all right? Yes, we're fine. Director Li has already disciplined her, Lu's mother replied. She boiled water and scalded the chicken to remove the feathers properly. Zhou Hongying smiled and said, She deserved it. Who told her to talk nonsense? Lu's mother plucked the feathers while saying, Director Li is very fair. She is our women's director, and she always handles things justly. Zhou Hongying sincerely thought Li Jia was a good person. Lu's mother finished plucking the feathers quickly and said, You're also good. Having you as my daughter-in-law is a blessing for Jinian. Auntie, don't say that. I'm lucky to have such an excellent sister like Jinian. Zhou Hongying told her everything about what Ran Jinian had done at the military district. Lu's mother listened very attentively. She didn't expect Jinian to accomplish so much in such a short time after coming to the military district. She thought it was amazing. Auntie, your daughter-in-law is truly talented and outstanding. That's right, Lu's mother said proudly. They chatted for a while longer before Zhou Hongying left. Lu's mother slaughtered the chicken and found some dried shiitake mushrooms in the kitchen, then put them into a jar to stew. After cooking, she brought a big bowl of soup to Zhou Hongying's yard. Auntie, You're too polite. Zhou Hongying refused to accept it. This chicken was from you. My son and daughter-in-law call you sister-in-law, so we're family, Lu's mother insisted. Zhou Hongying accepted it happily. Auntie, wait a moment. I'll go change the bowl, she said.
No rush.
You can bring it over later, Lu's mother replied, as she needed to go to the hospital to deliver lunch. Ran Jinian saw that Lu Jinyuan's lips were a bit dry. She had just asked the medic for some cotton swabs, planning to dampen them with water to soothe him. Water. Water. A faint voice sounded. Ran Jinian thought she had heard wrongly. Mom, did you hear that?
What?
Wang Shumei didn't hear anything. Ran Jinian looked back at Lu Jinyuan and saw he still had his eyes closed.
Could it be?
She was just hearing things? Water. The man's hoarse voice sounded again. Ran Jinian felt her head throb and was so excited she couldn't speak. He wanted water. She carefully picked up the water cup beside her, lifted his head gently, and poured water into his mouth. Jinian, what are you doing? Wang Shumei saw her daughter's actions. Ran Jinian said excitedly, Mom, Jinyuan said he wants water. Wang Shumei? Did Lu Jinyuan speak? She didn't hear anything. She leaned in to look carefully. Lu Jinyuan's eyes were tightly shut, with no sign of waking up. Maybe her daughter was imagining things. Wang Shumei looked at Ran Jinian with concern. Jinian, do you want to rest for a while? Mom, Jinyuan really did say he wants water. Ran Jinian was sure she hadn't heard wrong. Wang Shumei didn't say anything. She thought her daughter probably didn't sleep well last night. Jinian, I'll stay here with you. You should rest a bit. Wang Shumei felt sad for her daughter. Ran Jinian knew her mother was worried about her. Mom, I'm not tired right now. I can sit here. She brought a chair and sat by the bed, her gaze fixed on the man's thin face, knowing he had suffered greatly. Mom, I'll go get some water to wipe Jinyuan down. Ran Jinian forgot this important thing yesterday. I'll go. Wang Shumei, reluctant to see her daughter do heavy work, picked up a bucket and left. After a while, she returned with a bucket of hot water. Mom, hold it in first and go out. Ran Jinian poured the hot water into a basin. Wang Shumei picked up an. Just wipe him gently. Don't touch his wounds. I know, Ran Jinian said. She threw a cloth into the basin. Wang Shumei left with an. She slowly lifted Lu Jinyuan's shirt and saw his scars. Ran Jinian's nose involuntarily twitched with emotion. She forced back tears and wrung out the cloth to wipe his body carefully, worried about hurting him. She wiped very gently, afraid of causing pain. After finishing, she used a dry cloth to dry him. Then she slowly took off his pants, her fingers stiff when she saw his underwear. Every time they were intimate, she never took the initiative. This time, she slowly took off her clothes, her eyes shy and a little bit evasive. Ran Jinian. The man was already lying here.
What are you thinking about now?
She took a deep breath, feeling a bit embarrassed. We're just a married couple now, we've used everything and had a baby. She picked up a handkerchief and started to rub it nervously. She didn't notice that the man's body was becoming more stiff. Lu Jinyuan slowly opened his eyes. When he realized what his wife was doing, he slightly grimaced, his throat hurting. Wife, be gentle. Ran Jinian was focused on her work, but suddenly heard the man's voice. She quickly looked up and met his resentful gaze. Lu Jinyuan, you're awake. Wife, what are you doing? Ran Jinian lowered her head, blushing, and quickly threw away the handkerchief. She pulled the blanket over herself. Ran Jinian was happy. That's great, you're awake. Lu Jinyuan wanted to reach out and hold her, but his whole body was in pain and he couldn't move. He had to give up, his eyes full of guilt, and his voice was very difficult. Wife, I'm sorry. Don't say that. Ran Jinian shook her head and held his hand firmly. You are our hero. You deserve everything. Lu Jinyuan felt warm inside. His wife was so wonderful. As long as you come back alive, I will be very happy. Ran Jinian tried to smile, not wanting to cry. She was injured now, so she had to be strong. Lu Jinyuan wanted to speak, but his throat was swollen, and he couldn't open his mouth after what he just said. Ran Jinian saw this. Don't talk now, rest well. Lu Junyuan looked at her with passionate eyes. When he fell down, he kept thinking about his wife. That belief kept him going. The first thing he saw when he woke up was his wife. How wonderful! He could still see her. Lu Junyuan, I love you. Ran Jinian lowered her head and kissed his lips. Lu Junyuan's pupils shrank. This was the second time his wife told him she loved him, clearly expressing her feelings. Sunshine streamed in from the window, and their shadows were close together. Gurgle. The man's stomach made a sound, breaking their world. Ran Jinian finally remembered that he had been unconscious for so long and had been receiving nutrients through and for. I'll make you some plain rice porridge, she said, and was about to leave. Lu Junyuan was anxious. He wasn't even wearing pants. Ran Jinian? Lu Junyuan. What's wrong? Ran Jinian saw that he kept looking down. She thought for a moment and then realized, a blush spreading across her face. Don't worry. Ran Jinian clenched her teeth, lifted the blanket, and put a pair of shorts on Lu Junyuan, then dressed him in pants. She finally relaxed and opened the door to go out.
Mom.
What's wrong? Wang Xiaomei was still nearby at the door. Mom, Jinyuan is awake, Ran Jinian said. Wang Xiaomei rushed in and saw Lu Jinyuan opening his eyes, excitedly saying, That's great. Jinyuan, you're finally awake. Mom, Jinyuan can't speak right now. Please go home and cook some light porridge to bring here, Ran Jinian asked. Okay, I'll go now, Wang Xiaomei said, then hugged Anan and rushed out. Ran Jinian quickly followed, calling Mom, Anan. Wang Xiaomei realized she was still holding Anan, so she handed him back to Ran Jinian and hurried back to tell Lu's mother the good news. Ran Jinian held Anan and went to find Dr. Gao. Dr. Gao, my husband is awake. Hearing this, Dr. Gao immediately put down his work and hurried to the ward to check on Lu Jinyuan. He examined carefully and said, Captain Lu is awake, which means he's out of danger. Next, he needs further treatment and rehabilitation. Ran Jinian listened carefully and asked Dr. Gao, he can't speak because of his throat. How long will that last? It's normal. Because Captain Lu's lungs were injured, the gas exchange is affected, which impacts his voice. Usually, it takes about 3 to 5 days to recover, Dr. Gao patiently explained. Meanwhile, Wang Xiaomei ran back quickly and met Lu's mother, who was bringing lunch. Xiaomei, Lu's mother saw her rushing and thought something had happened. Wang Xiaomei told her, Li Hua, Jinyuan is awake, he's awake. Really? That's wonderful, Lu's mother said happily, worried all along that her son wouldn't wake up. Jinyuan is very lucky. After this, he'll have a smooth and peaceful life, Wang Xiaomei said very well. Yes, Lu's mother said happily. Seeing the food she brought, Wang Xiaomei asked, What did you cook? Jinyuan needs to eat some plain rice porridge. I didn't cook porridge. I made some chicken soup and stir-fried vegetables, Lu's mother said, surprised that her son woke up so soon. Wang Xiaomei immediately said, I'll go back and cook. You go see Jinyuan. Okay, there's still food in the pot at home, Lu's mother said, handing her the keys. They parted ways. Ran Jinian carried Anan back to the ward. Lu Jinyuan was asleep again. She was less panicked than before and felt more at ease. Mrs. Lu brought food and quickly walked to her son's bedside. Mom, Jinyuan just woke up earlier and now he's sleeping again. Ran Jinian shared this happy news with Mrs. Lu. I just met your mother and she told me, Mrs. Lu said. Seeing her son asleep again, she felt a little disappointed, but she thought it was good that he had woken up. She became happy again. Jinian, hurry and eat, she said. At this moment, Ran Jinian's appetite improved. She opened the aluminum lunchbox and saw it was full of chicken. Mom, you killed the chicken, she said. Yes, I cooked it to make soup to help you get better. Eat more, Mrs. Lu replied, feeling sorry for her daughter-in-law. Jinyuan sometimes had to do missions, and she was alone at home taking care of Anan. If she and Wang Xiaomei hadn't come to visit, her daughter-in-law would be in trouble. Mom, I want to keep this chicken for Jinyuan, Ran Jinian said, thinking it was a local chicken. Why does it matter? He doesn't know when he can eat it. You should focus on taking care of yourself first, Mrs. Lu said, feeling for her son but knowing he couldn't eat much now. She cared even more for her daughter-in-law, who was alone with the child. Here, this is soup. Mrs. Lu divided the soup and meat into separate containers to make sure her daughter-in-law had enough. Jin Yuan, in a daze, heard his mother's voice. When he opened his eyes, he saw Mrs. Lu giving his wife a big, fat chicken leg. His throat unconsciously swallowed. Here's another chicken leg. Eat more. Mrs. Lu kept serving Ran Jinian. Her bowl was almost full of food. Mom, that's enough. Enough, Ran Jinian said. Suddenly, a loud sound came from their ears. Turning their heads, they saw Jin Yuan opening his eyes and looking at them.
Jin Yuan, Mrs. Lu said.
She knew her son was awake, but seeing him with her own eyes was different.
Her son was alive again.
Ran Jinian had been through this once, so she didn't feel much now. Jin Yuan, are you feeling better? How are you? Mrs. Lu asked, but she noticed Jin Yuan was silent. Mom, he can't speak right now. He needs time to recover, Ran Jinian said. Mrs. Lu straightened up. Jinian, drink some soup. It's fresh, she urged. Jin Yuan made a gurgling sound. His stomach growled loudly. Mrs. Lu looked back at him.
You can't eat that now.
Wait a little, she said. Jin Yuan waited and waited. Finally, he got plain rice porridge. He wanted to cry. Why wasn't it chicken soup? Just being able to eat this is good, Mrs. Lu understood her son's feelings. Jin Yuan had to accept it and drank the porridge. Time passed quickly. It was New Year's Eve. The entire military area is filled with joy. Family courtyards are decorated with red couplets and red lanterns. Even children without new clothes are holding treats, laughing and chatting happily. In the family courtyard, Ran Jinian is busy in the kitchen. Originally, Wang Xiaomei and Lu's mother wanted to come back and cook, but she refused. She came back to prepare food and took some delicious things from the storage space. During the new year, every household is more generous, and the air is filled with the smell of meat. Xiao Ran, this is my family's fried dumplings. Jinian, these are my family's egg dumplings. These are my family's crispy peanut snacks. Soon, many sisters-in-law came by, each bringing their homemade treats. Ran Jinian naturally returned the favor. She made 8 treasure porridge, which is lucky and modest. Jinian, Zhou Hongying brought in a bowl. Sister-in-law Zhou, what delicious food is this? It smells so good. Ran Jinian stepped forward. I made some braised meat.
Try it with the aunties, she said.
Nowadays, families don't eat much meat themselves. Zhou Hongying's braised meat wasn't much, just enough for a taste. Ran Jinian smiled and accepted it. She poured the braised meat into her own bowl, washed her hands, and then scooped a big bowl of spicy pig's trotters soup for Zhou Hongying. Sister-in-law, this is cured pig's trotters brought by my mother and them. They don't have any, she winked. Smells so good. Zhou Hongying immediately understood. Then I'll go back first, she said, hurriedly leaving with her bowl. Ran Jinian cooked a few more dishes, packed them into a lunchbox, and cut 2 apples into pieces. She locked the yard and left with the basket. Along the way, many people greeted her. Xiao Ran, going to the hospital?
Yes.
How is Commander Lu now? Much better. Will he be discharged soon? Depends on the situation. Just as Ran Jinian was talking, Tan Shulan came over with her children and bumped into her. Hello, Sister Tan. Everyone's silent now, call someone. Tan Shulan ruffled her children. The 2 kids called out Aunt Ran. Ran Jinian wasn't carrying any candy, so she just smiled. Next time, come to Aunt Ran's house. I'll make something tasty for you, she said. Tan Shulan leaned in and asked, Did you hear? Hear what? Yu Xiozhi is spreading rumors. After Director Li reported it, her husband was sent back to his hometown when he returned these days. I don't know. Ran Jinian had been busy at the hospital recently. Tan Shulan wanted to say more, but Ran Jinian said, Sister Tan, I still need to go to the hospital. Let's talk next time. She really didn't want to hear about Yu Xiozhi's gossip. Tan Shulan was disappointed, unable to gossip further. Hospital ward. Song Mingyi and Lin Beishao stood in front of the hospital bed, looking at the man lying on it. They had gone to the headquarters military district to study, but encountered a flood. Their training was paused, and they immediately set out with the headquarters to help fight the disaster. The area they went to was different from Lu Jinyuan's. Both of them were injured, but not as badly as Lu Jinyuan. When they returned and heard the news, they immediately came to visit Lu Jinyuan in the hospital. Wow, your hero story during the disaster has spread across the country. You might get a first-class medal. Song Mingyi reached out to pat him, but seeing his condition, he silently pulled back his hand. Lin Beishao glared at him. That first-class medal is almost worth risking their lives for. Ran Jinian arrived at the hospital and saw Wang Xiaomei, Lu's mother, holding Anan outside the corridor. She approached and asked, "Is someone here?" Lu's mother replied, "Lu Jinyuan's comrades have come." "How long have they been here?" Ran Jinian didn't rush inside. "Quite a while," Lu's mother answered. Only then did Ran Jinian push the door open and go in. Hearing the noise, Lin Beishao and Song Mingyi turned around and saw Ran Jinian. "Young lady," they greeted. Ran Jinian saw them and asked, "Did you two go home for the new year?" "We just came back from the disaster zone. We have to stay on duty this new year, so we can't go home," Lin Beishao explained. Ran Jinian looked at Lu Jinyuan and said, "You two have worked hard." "Young lady, earlier Lu Jinyuan asked me to look at the baby stroller. When I arrived at the headquarters military district and went to the department store, I found out the stroller needed foreign exchange vouchers, which are quite expensive. I didn't have any vouchers, so I couldn't buy it," Lin Beishao mentioned. He had planned to buy a stroller for Lu Jinyuan himself. Although getting foreign exchange vouchers was a bit troublesome, he thought he could find a way. But then the flood happened, and he missed the chance to buy the stroller. Ran Jinian forgot about this and said, "It's okay. Thank you for running around." "Young lady, we'll go now." Song Mingyi looked at the time. They had been at the hospital for over an hour. "I cooked some food. You can eat together," Ran Jinian offered. She had prepared quite a lot. Lin Beishao smiled and said, "No need. The cafeteria has holiday subsidies, so we'll eat there." Since the family was having a reunion, they didn't want to be in the way. The two of them left. Wang Xiaomei, Lu's mother, carried Anan back to the ward. "Mom, today is New Year's Eve. Our family is together." Ran Jinian felt a bit sad that her father, brother, and sister-in-law weren't here. But she was also satisfied that Lu Jinyuan had returned from the disaster zone, and her mother and mother-in-law were here to keep her company. "Jinian, you've made so much delicious food," she thought. Mother Lu opened the lunchbox and saw spicy pig's trotters, meatballs, and fried meat pieces. Ran Jinian still wanted to make fish, as it's a symbol of abundance every year. But in the middle of winter, where would she find fish? Even if she had some, she couldn't make it round. "New Year. Our family is happy and joyful together," Ran Jinian said, pouring herself a bowl of 8-treasure porridge. Mother Lu praised Jinian. "This 8-treasure porridge is well cooked. It smells very good. It's very tasty." Wang Xiaomei took a sip. "The porridge is a bit sweet, which people love these days." "Mom, you should try this." Ran Jinian picked a piece of fried meat. She had many other dishes in her space, almost wanting to take them all out, but could only think about it. "Jinian's cooking skills are excellent, better than ours," Mother Lu said happily, unable to stop eating. Wang Xiaomei didn't expect her daughter, after joining the army, to improve her cooking so much. Ran Jinian thought to herself that adding some seasonings would make it even better, but she didn't say it aloud. "This potato stew is made by Sister Zhou." Ran Jinian pointed to another lunchbox. "Sister Zhou is so generous, with so much meat." Wang Xiaomei looked at the full lunchbox and was surprised. Sister Zhou said that during the new year, since there are many children at home, she made extra. Ran Jinian naturally lied, having added some more meat herself. They didn't suspect anything. Once a year, everyone tends to be more generous. Lu Jinyuan couldn't help but make a sound as everyone enjoyed their food, and no one paid attention to the air filled with the aroma of meat and vegetables. Ran Jinian remembered him. "I almost forgot. I made some porridge for Jinyuan." She took out the last lunchbox. Lu Jinyuan heard it was just plain porridge and looked a bit disappointed. Let's not worry about him. Let's eat first. Mother Lu felt sorry for Ran Jinyan's hard work and thought her son could wait a little. As a soldier, he has a steel will. Lu Jinyuan. He must be close to her, right? The little one started to fuss. Mother Lu quickly put down her chopsticks and bowl. You eat, I'll take care of him. Mom, you don't need to worry about him. He'll stop crying after a while. If you hold him all the time, he'll get used to it, Ran Jinyan told Mother Lu. The little one had just finished nursing and changed his diaper. Now he was crying because he wanted to be held. Hearing this, Mother Lu retracted her hand. I see, then I won't hold him. Anin saw that Grandma wouldn't hold him and started crying loudly again. Although Mother Lu felt a bit reluctant, she thought that since Ran Jinyan would be raising him alone in the future, it would be hard if he got used to being held all the time. She turned around and said, Be good, and Grandma is eating now. Sure enough, Anin saw no one holding him, so he fussed for a while and then stopped. He played quietly with his little hands. Should we go back to our hometown during the day and hold a celebration for Anin? Wang Xiumei thought about this. In their hometown, they only hold a 100-day celebration for children born in the family to wish the child a long life. The family just has a simple meal to celebrate the 100 days. No need to invite guests. Ran Jinyan looked at Lu Junyuan. No need to do it. Anin is already 3 months old, and with Lu Junyuan's current condition, it's not suitable to cause trouble. Wang Xiumei considered Lu Junyuan's situation. Then we won't do it. When Junyuan gets better, you can come back later if you have time. Your dad keeps mentioning Anin. Ran Damin, who is Ran Jinyan's father, only has a daughter. After she got married, she followed the army. He doesn't say much, but he always thinks about her. Okay, Ran Jinyan nodded. After the meal, Wang Xiumei held Anin, and Lu's mother tidied up the dishes. Ran Jinyan fed Lu Junyuan. When Lu Junyuan ate porridge, he noticed something was wrong. His deep eyes blinked. Ran Jinyan also winked playfully. This white porridge was not ordinary. She first used fish broth, then picked out the fish meat and slowly cooked the porridge with the fish broth. Lu Junyuan can't eat heavy foods now, but he still needs nutrition. He can't eat plain porridge every day. Under the watchful eyes of his mother and mother-in-law, she couldn't take anything out of the space, so she used this method. Lu Junyuan finished a big bowl of plain porridge and even ate 2 eggs. Junyuan's appetite is better than yesterday, Wang Xiumei said. Lu's mother smiled happily, and her health seemed to be improving from his eating. Jinyan is taking good care of him, she added. Ran Jinyan wiped Lu Junyuan's mouth. Mom, without you and everyone, I couldn't take care of him alone. That naughty boy, I hope he gets better soon. Lu's mother gently patted Lu Junyuan. On New Year's Eve, everyone stayed up at the hospital. The little guy didn't understand these traditions and played for a while before falling asleep. Ran Jinyan placed the little one on the sofa and covered Anin with a small blanket. Mom, are you cold? She asked. Wang Xiumei shook her head. Not cold, not cold. The cotton gloves and shoes you bought are very warm. And the scarf you bought is also very thick and feels very good. Lu's mother touched the red scarf around her neck. Wang Xiumei also touched her own red scarf. The things sold here are different from our place. Why don't we have such good ones back home? Ran Jinyan thought to herself that this was already the worst in her space. She knew they were coming, so she bought these supplies at the supply and marketing cooperative beforehand. You and Mom go back. I'll stay here. Mother Lu replied.
Mom, you and Dad go rest.
I'll stay here. Ran Jinyan wanted to stay with Lu Jinyuan on New Year's Eve because it was their first New Year together. Mother Lu became assertive this time. Jinyan, you still have to feed the baby during the day. It's too tiring. She and Wang Xiumei could take care of the baby, hold him, cook, and do laundry. But there was one thing they couldn't share. Mom, since you came, I haven't done much besides feeding Anin. Ran Jinyan told the truth. Her mother and mother-in-law took on all the household chores. If they could hold Anin, they did. She didn't feel tired at all. Wang Xiaomei understood her daughter's personality. Li Hua, let Jinian stay on duty. We'll come earlier tomorrow. Mother Lu saw this and asked, Jinian, what do you want to eat tomorrow morning? I'm fine with anything. Ran Jinian was not picky. Whatever she wanted, the space had it. I'll feed Anan first. Ran Jinian picked up Anan. Usually, the little guy wouldn't drink night milk after sleeping, but tonight, because of a night watch, he woke up, so she had to feed him. She fed him milk. Then we'll take Anan and go. Wang Xiaomei picked up Anan, put a hat on him, and dressed him warmly. After they left, Ran Jinian took out hot milk from the space. Here, have some milk. Lu Jinyuan was much better now. As soon as his wife called him, he woke up. He drank a large box of hot milk. That night, he also ate porridge and soon needed to go to the bathroom. Ran Jinian had gotten used to taking care of him these days and quickly tidied him up. The man, from being awkward at first, now was calm. Although the couple didn't speak much, their hearts grew closer. Eat some beef. I cooked it very soft. Ran Jinian knew porridge wasn't enough to satisfy him, so she took out beef from the space. Lu Jinyuan was in recovery, so he needed soft or well-cooked food. Otherwise, he couldn't chew. The beef was cooked very tender in the space today. She fed him slowly and gently, not feeling any trouble at all. Outside, the moonlight was beautiful. Inside, the two were very warm and cozy. Ran Jinian put everything back into the space and looked at the man sleeping on the bed. She was half lying on the sofa and soon felt sleepy. The next morning, Mother Lu arrived at the hospital, while Wang Xiaomei was at home taking care of and seeing that Ran Jinian was still asleep. She didn't wake her up immediately. She thought about waking her son first to let him eat breakfast. Junyuan. Mom, you're here. Ran Jinian woke up first. I didn't mean to disturb you. Mother Lu didn't expect her son to still be asleep while the daughter-in-law was awake. No, it's okay, Ran Jinian spoke. Mother Lu urged her to eat. You should eat breakfast first. I'll wash up, Ran Jinian said, holding a basin and leaving the ward. The hospital has a shared area for washing up, and now there are few patients, so she didn't see many people. When she returned to the ward, she saw a stranger standing inside. The man was about 40, dressed in a military uniform, with a rank slightly lower than Lu Junyuan's. His face was average, but as a soldier, he had a commanding presence. As soon as he saw Ran Jinian, he greeted her warmly. You must be my sister-in-law. I'm Li Pingxing. My wife is Yu Xiuji. Although his rank was lower than Lu Junyuan's, his military service and age were older, so it was fine for him to address Ran Jinian this way. Ran Jinian suddenly realized he was Yu Xiuji's husband. Your deputy, Colonel Li. What's going on? She asked, understanding his purpose. A hint of coldness flickered in Li Pingxing's eyes, but his expression remained calm. Sorry, sister-in-law. My wife tends to talk nonsense, and I've already scolded her. I hope you can forgive her and not take it to heart. Look at how he's talking. If she kept arguing, she'd be considered petty, which wouldn't help family harmony. Ran Jinian calmly replied, I'm not arguing with Sister Yu. The mistakes she made have already been punished by the military district. Li Pingxing responded smoothly, Yes, the matter has been handled. I just came to visit Junyuan because I care. Ran Jinian saw through his intentions and knew he was just being polite. That's right. That's what should be done, Li Pingxing said, handing her a net bag. Captain Lu has suffered so much. This is some food. It's good for him to regain strength. No, we can't accept this, Ran Jinian firmly refused. Li Pingxing sighed softly, sister-in-law. If you don't accept it, you're still blaming your sister-in-law. Ran Jinian refused to fall for his trick. Deputy Commander Li, what are you talking about? It's not that I won't accept it, but right now, Jinyuan can't eat anything. Li Pingxing hesitated, then said with a twitch of his mouth, Can't eat? Yes, Jinyuan can only drink porridge now. He can't eat anything else, or it will hurt his stomach. Ran Jinian deliberately said the last part. Li Pingxing could only reply, It's my fault. I thought Commander Lu could eat a little. Thank you, Deputy Commander Li. We appreciate your kindness. Then I won't bother you anymore. I'll come to see Commander Lu later. Deputy Commander Li, take care. Ran Jinian didn't even see him off. As he left, Lu's mother finally spoke. Jinian, hurry up and eat breakfast. The food will get cold soon. Jinian opened her lunchbox and saw that Lu's mother had made her an egg pancake, each one very solid. Mom, you should eat too. Jinian handed her a piece. I've already eaten. There are so many pancakes. I can't finish them all myself. Knowing her mother and mother-in-law were frugal, Jinian was sure the pancake was made just for her. Lu's mother tried to put the pancake back in the box. Mom, what did you put in this pancake? It has a strange smell. Jinian pretended to look puzzled. What smell?
Try it.
Lu's mother took a bite. It doesn't have any smell. Try it yourself. Lu's mother took a few more bites. I can't taste anything. After eating, she saw Jinian giggling and finally realized, Jinian, why are you lying? Mom, I haven't finished. This pancake tastes really good. Jinian's eyes sparkled, her eyelashes like butterfly wings. Lu's mother smiled. Your little mouth is getting better and better. After breakfast, Jinian took the opportunity while Lu's mother went to the bathroom. She took out yesterday's fish porridge from her space and exchanged it with the plain rice porridge Lu's mother brought. Lu Jinyuan ate happily. Jinian, let me feed him. You should go home and rest. Lu's mother said. Mom, it's okay. I'll finish feeding him soon. Jinian fed the last half bowl and gave Lu Jinyuan 2 eggs before tidying up the dishes and going home. As she left, Lu's mother sat by the bed, massaging Lu Jinyuan's leg. Son, Jinian has been working hard lately. You need to get better soon. Lu Jinyuan naturally wanted to recover quickly. Although his wife appeared happy in front of him every day, he could see the worry in her eyes. She was very concerned about his health. Jinian walked out of the hospital and, passing by the training ground, saw many soldiers gathering with their bags. They looked pale and thin, clearly having suffered a lot. These soldiers were returning from earthquake relief work, arriving in groups over time. Commander Lu was speaking on stage. Comrades, you have worked hard. Not hard at all. Comrades, you have dedicated yourselves to the country and the people. The country and the people see your efforts. Thank you for what you've done. Commander Lu bowed deeply. Jinian watched the scene from afar, tears filling her eyes unknowingly. She didn't stay long because her little one was waiting at home to be fed. Sure enough, as soon as she arrived home, she heard Anan crying loudly. Wang Xiaomei was already unable to soothe him. Seeing her daughter return, she sighed in relief. The little guy is hungry. Hurry and feed him. Jinian quickly wiped herself and picked up Anan. The little one immediately pressed against her chest, restless. Don't worry, Jinian patted his bottom gently. Anan shouted anxiously, but finally quieted down after eating. Wang Xiaomei wiped her sweat and said, such a small child, causing so much fuss. Just like you when you were little. That's not true, Jinian disagreed. When I was that small, I cried so much when I was hungry, I almost turned the house upside down. This little one is the same. After speaking, Wang Xiaomei took a bucket of diapers and clothes from inside the house. I'm going to wash the clothes by the river. Jinian held Anan and said, Mom, I'll go wash them later. Since becoming a mother, she realized how hard her own mother worked. I can handle washing these small clothes myself. Today's windy, so don't go out with Anan, Wang Xiaomei said as she carried the bucket and left. She had been living in the family compound for over a week and was familiar with the area. Although it was the first day of the Lunar New Year, many people were washing clothes by the river. When they saw Wang Xiaomei, they greeted her warmly. Uncle Wang, there's a spot here. Ma'am, this spot is good. Ma'am, over here. Wang Xiaomei found a spot casually and squatted down. As soon as she sat, someone approached. Annie, how is Commander Lu doing? Is he out of bed yet? Wang Xiaomei didn't look up and replied, recovering well. Commander Lu is really capable and outstanding. His contributions during this disaster relief are huge. The military district will surely reward him generously. Wang Xiaomei didn't answer, but continued rubbing the clothes. Seeing she didn't respond, the person kept talking. Commander Liu is so talented, and your daughter is so excellent. People really envy you. Wang Xiumei? She just listened to a lot of chatter, but didn't say much. Auntie, I have a younger brother who is 25 years old. He is honest and well-behaved. She said a lot more, finally expressing what she wanted to say. Wang Xiumei pretended not to understand her intentions. Why are you telling me this?
She asked.
My brother isn't married yet. I was thinking if your family has a suitable girl, I could introduce her. The woman's face was full of smiles. She thought how excellent Ran Jinian was, and it would be great if she had a sister. No. Wang Xiumei replied directly. Even if she had a daughter, she wouldn't marry her to someone she didn't know well. She didn't know this person's background or family situation, and he was just talking about introducing a girl. She wasn't a fool. The woman didn't give up. Does your family have any nieces or relatives? Wang Xiumei looked at her with suspicion and a bit of displeasure, but she kept her temper. All my nieces and nephews are married, she said. Even if they weren't, she would say they were. Is that so? The woman looked disappointed and wanted to say more. Wang Xiumei brushed her clothes and said, "Ah." The woman got splashed with water. Sorry, I wasn't paying attention, Wang Xiumei said, though she didn't really feel sorry. It's okay. The woman quickly went home to change her clothes. While Wang Xiumei was washing clothes halfway through, someone came over. Annie, do you need help? No. Wang Xiumei waved her hand. Auntie, I have a brother who is 28, a driver for the brigade. The other woman started talking. Wang Xiumei was startled and quickly interrupted her. I only have Jinian, a daughter. My nieces and nephews are all married. The woman looked disappointed too. After finishing the laundry, Wang Xiumei was on her way home when she met another woman. After a few words, she was asked to introduce a girl from her family. Wang Xiumei? What's going on with these military wives in the compound? Why are they all staring at her family? Auntie, what's wrong? Zhou Hongying saw Wang Xiumei muttering to herself. Wang Xiumei told her about several people asking her to introduce someone. Auntie, Commander Liu has a bright future in the military. His great achievements in this disaster relief will surely lead to a promotion. Jinian is good-looking and talented. Everyone wants to marry into your family, Zhou Hongying said. Wang Xiumei understood what was happening. She patted her thigh and said, all these families are very clever. Auntie, have you agreed? Zhou Hongying asked. The people in the compound usually weren't that close, but they all cared about benefits. No, Wang Xiumei replied. She was here to visit family, not to matchmake. She only cares about her daughter's matters. The two of them chatted for a few more words. Wang Xiumei returned to the yard, seeing her daughter resting without disturbing her. She hung her clothes in the yard and loosened the soil in the vegetable garden. The 4 little chicks had grown a bit and were pecking at green vegetable leaves in the yard. Wang Xiumei chased them back into the fence and tore some leaves for them to eat. After finishing these tasks, she went to the kitchen to start preparing lunch. Ran Jinian took a short nap and then woke up, hearing sounds from the kitchen. Mom, what are you doing? Ran Jinian walked into the kitchen.
Just steaming some rice.
There are leftovers from yesterday's dishes. Just reheat them, Wang Xiumei said as she rinsed rice. Mom, can you stir-fry 2 fresh vegetables? Ran Jinian suggested. Yesterday there was a lot of meat, and with the cold weather, it could be stored. Even if it couldn't, it was okay. Ran Jinian had space. All right, Wang Xiumei replied without complaining this time. She took a few potatoes, washed and peeled them, and then mentioned the laundry from earlier. Those people keep asking me to introduce girls from our family. Mom, you didn't introduce anyone, right? Ran Jinian didn't expect her mother to encounter such a situation. I'm not stupid. I don't know them well. Do you think I should introduce your cousin or sister to them? Wang Xiumei snorted. Ran Jinian didn't have a biological sister, but she had some cousins. She wouldn't casually act as a matchmaker, mainly because she didn't know much about the other families. Mom, have you bought the tickets for your trip home? Ran Jinian brought up the matter proactively. Wang Xiumei skillfully cut the potatoes. Your grandma and I have discussed it. We plan to take a 2-month leave. Really? When did you decide that? Ranjinian was surprised she didn't know about this.
Don't worry about it.
We've already made our decision, Wang Xiaomei said as she finished slicing the potatoes and put them in water to prevent sticking. Mom, 2 months is a long time for leave. The factory probably won't agree. Ranjinian worried about her mother and mother-in-law's jobs. They were close to retirement, and any impact would be problematic. After the new year, in January or February, our factory is slow. I won't be working then, so I won't need my salary, and the factory is happy about that, Wang Xiaomei explained. Missing 2 months of work wasn't a big deal. Her daughter needed her. Mom, you don't need to take such a long leave. Ranjinian thought 2 months was too long. Jinian, with the current situation in Jinyuan, we really need people. Can you take care of him alone? Wang Xiaomei put down the kitchen knife and looked seriously at Ranjinian. Could she really take care of everything alone? Ranjinian thought for a moment. Without Anan, she could manage alone. But with the little one, she could take care of her, though it would be very tiring. And Jinyuan has suffered so much. Your mother-in-law can't feel at ease going back, Wang Xiaomei sighed. Children are like parts of oneself. Since Mother Lu's husband died early, she raised her children alone. Now that her son is like this, she can't feel comfortable going back. Ranjinian didn't say anything further. Mom, how will you ask for leave? In a couple of days, I'll call your dad and ask him to help us request leave for me and your mother-in-law. But your mother-in-law will need to call herself. Wang Xiaomei finished washing the greens and prepared to start cooking. At noon, after eating, Wang Xiaomei took food to Mother Lu. I'll deliver the food, so you don't need to go to the hospital today.
You can go tomorrow.
Okay. Ranjinian thought about making something else for Jinyuan. After Wang Xiaomei left, Ranjinian closed the courtyard gate and took Anan into the space. She chose some bone marrow to make soup, waiting until the broth was thick and white. Ranjinian scooped out the bones, added chopped pig liver, then poured in rice and millet to cook a thick porridge. She looked at the nutritional meal recipe again, thinking if there was other food she could make. Ginseng chicken, to boost energy and blood, she saw and brightened up. She quickly found ginseng and chicken and started making soup for Jinyuan. After the chicken soup was ready, she looked in the space, which had many medicines. She checked the various calcium tablets and picked a few bottles to examine, planning to ask Dr. Gao later. When the little one woke up, he started fussing. Ranjinian changed his diaper and realized she had been in the space for 3 hours. She hurriedly took Anan out. Wang Xiaomei returned from the hospital and found something strange at the family compound. The men were all gathered together smoking, then leaving one by one. At first, she didn't think much of it, but seeing this scene every day felt odd. Auntie, you have to deliver meals every day. Huang Pingping, carrying her child, came out to play and greeted Wang Xiaomei. That's just how it is. Wang Xiaomei had seen Huang Pingping before. She had brought eggs to the hospital. Thanks to you all visiting. Otherwise, Jinan would have been alone dealing with this, Huang Pingping sighed.
Yes.
Wang Xiaomei didn't expect to encounter this on her first visit. Luckily, she came. She couldn't help but ask about the men smoking. Well, it's because your daughter did a good deed, Huang Pingping smiled.
Huh.
Wang Xiaomei didn't expect it to be related to her daughter. Now, the men in the family compound only smoke outside. If they smoke at home, they will get scolded. When she heard Huang Pingping finish speaking, she felt a bit dizzy, surprised that her daughter had done such a big thing. Her daughter has grown up and is no longer a little girl. 1 week later, Dr. Gao held Lu Jinyuan's medical report and kept praising, Captain Lu is recovering very well. The shadows on his lungs have decreased a lot. He can try moving his hands and feet these days. Ranjinian was very happy. Dr. Gao, does that mean he doesn't have to eat soft food anymore? It shouldn't be too hard. The food should be soft. Does that mean he needs more calcium? Ranjinian asked, making Dr. Gao look at her differently. You even know about that? I read it in a book before. Ranjinian gave a reason. Dr. Gao thought she read many books. It's good that you like reading. Captain Lu needs more calcium. Milk and eggs can help, and sunlight also promotes calcium absorption.
But
But what? Ran Jinian's heart tightened. Food absorbs calcium slowly. It's better to take medication. I can prescribe calcium zinc solution. However, this medicine is in short supply now. I will request more from above.
Dr. Gao did his best. Thank you, Dr. Gao.
Ran Jinian thought about the calcium tablets in the space. She returned to the ward. Lu Jinyuan could now speak, though his voice was soft.
Wife.
Jinyuan, the doctor said you're recovering well, Ran Jinian said. Lu Jinyuan's eyes stayed on her. He knew it was because his wife took good care of him. During this time, she fed him every day, and he could tell. It looked like porridge, but it was made from good ingredients. Do your hands and feet have strength now? Try moving them. Ran Jinian gently squeezed his hands and feet. Lu Jinyuan had already tried to move them earlier. At first, his limbs were weak, but in the past 2 days, he started to feel a little. During the day, he seemed fine, but at night, he was secretly trying harder. At night, Ran Jinian noticed several times but pretended not to see. She and Lu Jinyuan grew up together, knowing he seemed indifferent, but was actually very strong-willed. Now, lying still like this was almost like paralysis to him. Men's hearts feel the same pain. Jinyuan, try moving your hands like this. Ran Jinian demonstrated a grasping motion. Lu Jinyuan tried, and it wasn't too tiring. He could do it several times. He relied on strong willpower and worked for a few minutes before gradually stopping. Ran Jinian saw that he was exhausted and sweating on his forehead, so she took a handkerchief and wiped his body. Take some calcium tablets. Ran Jinian took calcium tablets from her space. She had chosen them carefully because they supplement vitamins and are very good for people with weak bones. Lu Jinyuan now has weak bones, so this is very suitable for him. The man listened obediently. Whatever his wife said to eat, he ate. In the afternoon, Wang Xiaomei came to the hospital to deliver food. Thinking about the many things missing at home, she said, "Tomorrow, Redding, and I have plans to go to the town for shopping." Although Ran Jinian had a space, she couldn't take things out in front of her mother and mother-in-law. "Mom, go to the town and be careful. I'm not alone. Redding and others are with me. Do you need to buy anything?" Wang Xiaomei asked. "I don't need anything." Ran Jinian took some money from her pocket, which was actually from her space. "Mom, here's 20 yuan. You can buy whatever you need. I have money here. If it's not enough, I'll ask you for more." Wang Xiaomei didn't take the money. Ran Jinian wasn't in a hurry to give it to her since her mother would be staying for a while. The next day, Wang Xiaomei carried a large basket and followed Zhou Hongying and others to take the military district's bus. She used Ran Jinian's family card. The driver asked a few questions, and Zhou Hongying and others confirmed. Wang Xiaomei got on the bus, feeling a bit excited. The military district is really convenient. They think of everything. Having easy access to the military district meant her daughter could live more comfortably. When they arrived in town, Wang Xiaomei looked around at the supply and marketing cooperative. She found it was the same as the one in her hometown. Clothes and shoes were similar. She specifically asked about the cotton shoes her daughter wore. "Do you have shoes like these?" "No," the clerk replied after a glance. Wang Xiaomei was a bit surprised, but didn't ask further. She bought some salt, 2 bottles of soy sauce and vinegar, and some miscellaneous items. Thinking that Lu Jinyuan needed to strengthen his health, she bought a gene of fatty pork. Since it was the new year, everyone was generous. If there hadn't been restrictions on meat, she would have bought more. But now it was hard to find such pork. After shopping, since there was nothing else to see in town, they took the bus back home. Once home, Wang Xiaomei unpacked everything and tidied up. After cooking, she hurried to the hospital. When Ran Jinian saw her, she asked, "Mom, you went shopping in town today and came back so quickly." "I didn't do much. I bought some things and took the bus home," Wang Xiaomei said, pulling out a paper bag and handing it to Ran Jinian. Ran Jinian saw that it was peach pastry. Her eyes slightly glowed with warmth. Her mother knew she liked peach pastry, so she bought some while shopping. "Mom, you should try some too." Ran Jinian took a piece and put it in her mother's mouth. Wang Xiaomei asked, "Where's your grandmother?" "She went make a phone call to ask for leave." Ranjinian took a bite of the peach pastry, but the snacks in the space were much tastier. Still, her mother's kindness was even more delicious. The 5th day of the Lunar New Year. The military district came to visit. This time it was Commander Lin Xiao, followed by many people. Some Ranjinian recognized, others she had never seen before. When Lu Jinyuan saw Commander Lin Xiao, he wanted to sit up. No, lie down properly. Lin Xiao quickly pressed him back. Lu Jinyuan just remembered, but he couldn't get up. Dr. Gao, how is Commander Lu's condition? Lin Xiao asked Dr. Gao about Lu Jinyuan. Commander Lu is recovering very well. Dr. Gao had examined Lu Jinyuan again in the past 2 days and was very surprised by his strong body. Lin Xiao was very satisfied. Use the best medicine to cure our hero.
Yes.
Dr. Gao nodded. With Lu Jinyuan's strong foundation, even without the best medicine, he would recover quickly. Lin Xiao reached out and held Lu Jinyuan's hand, his words full of gratitude. Commander Lu, you saved the people from danger and hardship. You have made great contributions during this earthquake relief effort. It's what soldiers are supposed to do. Lu Jinyuan's voice was still a bit hoarse. Once you're better, the military district will award you and other heroes who dedicated themselves to the people, giving you the honors you deserve. After gently patting his hand, Lin Xiao released it and looked at Ranjinian with admiration in his eyes. A person's name suited her well, confident and poised. Ranjinian. This was the first time Ranjinian spoke to the commander. When he called her name, she asked, Commander Lin, do you know my name? Your name is well known in the military district. I know, so it's not surprising. Lin Xiao said with a playful smile. Ranjinian felt a bit shy. Commander Lin, you're flattering me. Commander Lu's recovery is so good, and you have half the credit. Lin Xiao looked at Lu Jinyuan lying on the bed, noticing he was clean and odorless. It was clear he was well cared for. This wasn't his first time visiting such a patient. Before, he could smell a foul odor when near. A couple shares everything, both honor and shame. Only then can they walk together. Ranjinian spoke sincerely. In her life, her heart belonged only to him. As long as he was alive, no matter how he changed, she would never leave him. Captain Lu, in this life, marrying someone like you is truly his good fortune. Lin Xiao looked into Ranjinian's eyes. She showed no complaints or tears. In the past, when he visited injured soldiers, their family members would cry and ask many questions. He clearly told them that the military district would take responsibility. But the family members still wanted more. Ranjinian's eyes only reflected her strength in facing life. She firmly believed her man would recover. Commander Yen watched this scene and wondered, if his daughter married Lu Jinyuan, who is lying here now, what would happen? She would probably cry and make a fuss, maybe even regret it. She wouldn't be as calm as Ranjinian. Lu Jinyuan has good taste. Every time Ranjinian heard others say that Lu Jinyuan marrying her was his good fortune, she wanted to say it was her good luck for many lifetimes. Everyone smiled. Few have seen someone protect their man like she does. Lin Xiao still needed to visit other soldiers. Many soldiers injured in the disaster zone had been hospitalized, though none as seriously as Lu Jinyuan. Ranjinian saw Lin Xiao to the door. Commander Lin, take care. Lin Xiao raised his hand. Go back quickly, go back. Ranjinian stood at the door, without moving. Only after Lin Xiao left did she return to the ward. As soon as she entered, she heard noises outside. She instinctively looked back and saw Bai Qian's figure appear. Bai Qian, you're back. I just arrived. I saw Commander Lin visiting in the ward, so I didn't come in. Bai Qian spoke while handing Ranjinian a bag. What is this? Ranjinian opened it and saw a glass jar filled with more than half of a powder. I heard that Captain Lu was seriously injured, so I asked someone to buy ginseng powder for him. Bai Qian didn't mention that she went to great lengths to get this ginseng powder. When Ranjinian heard it was ginseng powder, she knew how precious ginseng is now, especially in such a large jar. Bai Qian, how much did this cost? Bai Qian was unhappy. This is a gift for Captain Lu to help him recover. Why are you asking about the price? Qian, I would accept other things, but this ginseng powder isn't cheap. It's not just a few eggs. Bai Qian snorted. If you give me money, it means you don't see me as a friend. How could that be? You're the first good friend I made in the military district. Ran Jinian wasn't lying. Zhou Hongying and the others are sisters-in-law, so their relationship is different. Since you are good friends, why are you acting so distant? White Qian said angrily. Okay, it's my fault, Ran Jinian quickly apologized. Good friends shouldn't argue too much. White Qian then smiled and said, this ginseng powder is good. In the future, when you make soup or cook for Commander Lu, add some. You can also brew it in water to drink. Okay, I'll remember that, Ran Jinian said, putting it away. She took out some peach cookies and offered them. Why did you go back to the military district on the 5th day? How was the performance at the headquarters this time? White Qian ate a peach cookie and replied, there was no performance.
No?
There was a big flood this time, and the soldiers all went to help with the disaster. The headquarters performance was cancelled. We, the artists, went home to visit family. I was so silly to ask such a stupid question. With such a big event happening, there wouldn't be a performance. White Qian looked at her with concern. Commander Lu went through so much. You're taking care of the kids alone and also supporting him physically and emotionally. Ran Jinian just said one word. Just then, Lu's mother, Wang Xiumei, came in holding an mom. Ran Jinian went forward and hugged the little one. Who is this? Lu's mother asked. Mom, this is my good friend Bai Qian from the military district. She's in the art troupe, Ran Jinian introduced. When Wang Xiumei and Lu's mother heard she was in the art troupe, their eyes lit up. Wang Xiumei praised her. You're really pretty. Girls like to hear that, and Bai Qian smiled happily. Thank you, Auntie. How old are you this year?
I'm 20.
Then you're the same age as Jinian. What month were you born? October. Then you're a bit younger than Jinian. She was born in June. Wang Xiumei looked at Bai Qian as if she were her own daughter. It's so lively here. Just then, Xiao Haili came in carrying a net bag. Haili, why are you here? Wang Xiumei looked surprised to see her. Xiao Haili's personality had changed a bit. Auntie, I'm a teacher at the military district elementary school. It was Jinian who introduced me. Then why haven't I seen you at the military district before? Wang Xiumei knew Xiao Haili had a tough life, and now that she was a teacher, it was a sign of her hard work paying off. Xiao Haili explained, I had never been a teacher before. This time, I came to the military district as an elementary school teacher, but I didn't have enough experience. After the school holiday, Director Qin asked me to go out and learn. Director Qin Chuanrong is a very good director who cares a lot about the military district elementary school.
No wonder, Wang Xiumei suddenly understood.
When Xiao Haili returned, she immediately looked for Ran Jinian. When she learned that Commander Lu was injured and hospitalized, she hurried to the hospital. Haili, why are you like Qian, just coming and bringing things? Ran Jinian saw she was carrying a bag of apples. It's winter now, so fruit is rare. Apples are hard to come by. Captain Lu needs to rest and recover. Xiao Haili always remembers how kind Ran Jinian is to her, so these apples are nothing. How is Captain Lu doing now? He's much better now, he can talk and move. Ran Jinian said casually, but everyone knows it must have been very difficult. Tonight, both of you come home for dinner. It's the new year, and we haven't gathered together yet. Ran Jinian invited Xiao Haili and Bai Qian. Sure. Both agreed without hesitation. Lu's mother saw guests arriving at home. I'll be at the hospital this afternoon. Mom, Junyuan doesn't need to be watched all the time now. Ran Jinian thought about the new year. Their family hasn't sat down together for a proper meal. Junyuan's condition is much better now. There's no problem being alone at the hospital. Yunyuan. That's good too. Lu's mother thought for a moment and felt it was okay not to watch over him for a while. Yunyuan. In the afternoon, they returned to the family housing. Jinian, what should we do tonight? Lu's mother asked. Ran Jinian thought for a moment. Stew radish with pork ribs, steam some buns, and stir-fry some vegetables. Their family actually prefers rice, but Bai Qian likes buns, so she needs to make some. There are eggs at home. I'll scramble some eggs, too. Lu's mother remembered the ginseng powder Bai Qian gave her, which is a good thing. Sounds good. Ran Jin Mian nodded. You go out and chat with them. I'll cook. Lu's mother pushed Jin Mian out. Ran Jin Mian washed and cut 2 apples, then brought them out. Hi Li Qian, eat some apples. Jin Mian, the chicks have grown quite a bit, Bai Qian said, holding a leaf to feed the chicks. When spring comes, I'll catch a few ducks to raise. Ran Jin Mian also thought about raising ducks together, but there are very few in the family housing. She would have to visit nearby villages. Bai Qian washed her hands, walked over to Ran Jin Mian, picked up a piece of apple, and sighed softly. What's wrong? Bai Qian's tone was a bit melancholic. When I went home this time, my parents didn't want me to stay at the art troupe anymore. What do they want you to do? Ran Jin Mian didn't know what Bai Qian's parents did, but seeing her well-dressed and well-off, her family seemed quite good. Bai Qian said angrily, they just want me to listen to them and do everything their way. And what about you? I like the art troupe. I want to stay. Bai Qian looked determined. Ran Jinian encouraged with a gentle tone, do what you love, and you won't regret it later. Bai Qian nodded firmly. Jinian. Mother Lu called out from the kitchen. Ran Jinian quickly went to the kitchen. Mom, what's wrong? Where did this come from? I haven't seen it before, Mother Lu asked suspiciously, pointing at a white jar. Ran Jinian looked and felt a sudden jolt. Oh no! Yesterday, when making sugar pancakes, she forgot to put honey into the space. Mother Lu was surprised to see such a large jar of honey. Honey is hard to buy now, especially such rich-colored, high-quality honey. What's wrong? Wang Xiaomei entered, pulling out a few radishes. She also paused when she saw the honey jar. Ran Jinian quickly thought, Mom, I kept it in the back of the bed. It's from a nearby village, bought from an old hunter. I hadn't taken it out before. Is that so? Mother Lu looked at the large jar of honey. It was a good thing, so of course it needed to be kept safe. Kept under the bed? I haven't seen it before, Wang Xiaomei said. She had been cleaning the house these days and hadn't noticed the jar. Ran Jinian hesitated. Mom, I put it in the very back. You didn't notice. Wang Xiaomei thought she must have seen everything, but such a big jar shouldn't just appear out of nowhere. She didn't think much more about it. That evening, Wang Xiaomei and Mother Lu cooked many delicious dishes. Ran Jinian even made honey water for everyone to drink. Bai Qian exclaimed happily, so many good foods. I'm so lucky today. The table wasn't very full of dishes, but she enjoyed the warm atmosphere. Eat more. Highly you too eat more, Wang Xiaomei said, serving 2 people. Finally, she gave her daughter a big piece of meat. Everyone raised their glasses. Happy New Year. Happy New Year, Ran Jinian smiled happily. In the family compound, life was simple but fulfilling. Ran Jinian and Mother Lu took turns watching over Lu Jinyuan at the hospital. Wang Xiaomei was responsible for delivering meals, doing chores, and washing clothes. At night, Ran Jinian would go into her space to prepare food for Lu Jinyuan. Of course, she also occasionally added extra meals for her mother and mother-in-law. Under everyone's careful care, Lu Jinyuan gained some weight, and his spirit improved a lot. The hospital ward was lively every day. Whenever Lu Jinyuan had free time or finished work, a small group of friends would come to visit him. The squad leader, today we did special training, someone said. Squad leader, let me show you something, another added. Come, let me show the leader. Everyone was just joking. This small ward isn't big enough for them to move around. Sometimes Ran Jinian specially made cakes for these young men. The cakes were both salty and sweet, since everyone came from different places and had different tastes.
Thank you, sister-in-law.
Sister-in-law, you're so kind.
Thanks, sister-in-law.
Everyone wore satisfied smiles, and when they left, they boasted to others that their sister-in-law had made the cakes and that her skills were excellent. Ran Jinian also liked these young men very much. They were cheerful and generous, and every time they visited, they helped Lu Jinyuan exercise. Xiao Haili, and Bai Qian also occasionally came to the hospital. Ran Jinian never felt bored at the hospital. 1 month later, although Lu Jinyuan couldn't move normally, he no longer needed help to stand and could barely walk a few steps on his own. Early one morning, Ran Jinian dressed him in his military uniform, making him look spirited. She also borrowed a wheelchair from the hospital and pushed him to the military district. Today, the military district was awarding medals to soldiers who participated in earthquake relief efforts. Naturally, Lu Jinyuan had to be there. He really wanted to walk there himself, but his body didn't allow it. Sitting in the wheelchair was already very good. Ran Jinian looked at the stairs, worried about how to get down, when a group of soldiers rushed over. "Leader, leader." Seeing their energetic faces, Lu Jinyuan's blood started to boil. "Sister-in-law, we're here." These young men each lifted a part of the wheelchair and easily carried Lu Jinyuan down. "Thank you, everyone," Ran Jinian said with a smile. Everyone who saw her smile felt a bit dazed. "Sister-in-law, let us push him," they offered. "All right," she agreed. A young soldier pushed Lu Jinyuan, and everyone walked beside Ran Jinian, heading toward the military district hall. The sun was rising from the east, shining warmly on everyone. At the hall, as soon as they reached the door, people naturally moved aside. "Sister-in-law, you're here," they said. Ran Jinian pushed Lu Jinyuan inside. By then, the hall was already full of people, except for the leaders who hadn't arrived yet. Today, not only soldiers but also the military wives from the family compound came. As soon as Ran Jinian entered, everyone's eyes focused on the young couple. "Isn't it said that Commander Lu's health is good? Why is he still in a wheelchair?" "He's much better now." Before, Commander Lu couldn't move at all from his hospital bed. Commander Lu did the most this time. "I wonder if he'll get a promotion."
Promotion?
"The biggest issue now is whether he can stand up at all," people whispered. Ran Jinian pushed Lu Jinyuan to sit in the front row, as Lu Jinyuan's health required special arrangement. After a while, the leaders arrived one after another. Everyone approached Lu Jinyuan and exchanged a few words before returning to their seats. When Lin Xiao entered, the audience erupted into enthusiastic applause. Lin Xiao stood on stage, raised his hand, and spoke with a heavy voice. "Today, we especially want to honor the brave martyrs who sacrificed their lives in earthquake relief efforts and to mourn our fellow citizens who tragically lost their lives in the earthquake disaster. Everyone, please stand for a moment of silence." The crowd stood up and bowed their heads to observe a moment of silence. With Ran Jinian's support, Lu Jinyuan stood strong and unyielding. After 3 minutes, Lin Xiao finally spoke again. "All right, everyone, please sit down." Once everyone was seated, Lin Xiao continued. "Today, we are holding a grand earthquake relief summary and commendation meeting to honor the heroes of the earthquake rescue. Comrade Lu Jinyuan, he is brave and persistent, unafraid of sacrifice. He took on the most difficult and dangerous tasks in earthquake relief. He courageously entered the disaster zone and saved 12 children from mudslides. He repeatedly rescued people from water and fire. To promote righteousness and recognize outstanding individuals, the organization has decided to commend Comrade Lu Jinyuan with a first-class merit and promote him to command the 2nd Army Battalion." The crowd was surprised upon hearing this honor. Was it a promotion or not? But those quick to notice understood immediately. This is paving the way for Lu Jinyuan. How do you know? He is currently the commander of the 3rd Army Battalion and now also commands the 2nd Army Battalion. Can't you tell? The deputy commander of the 2nd Army Battalion responded. "Ah." He was still hoping to be promoted to battalion commander. Don't think about it. Lu Jinyuan commanding the 2nd Battalion means he is now the battalion commander. That's not proper. How can one person command 2 battalions? Why not? The leader said he can. Go talk to the leader. Why not promote him directly? This question was asked by a military spouse. Lu Jinyuan is only 23 years old, too young for a higher position and lacks enough experience. We can only do this for now. Everyone's thoughts were swirling, and they felt very envious of Lu Jinyuan. He rose so quickly at such a young age. Once his experience catches up, he will probably advance further. Ran Jinian pushed Lu Jinyuan, and suddenly someone came up to lift him onto the stage. Lin Xiao handed over a medal and a certificate. Comrade Lu Jinyuan, I hope you can stand up soon and continue to work hard for our country and people. I will not let down the expectations of my country and the people. Lu Jinyuan raised his hand to salute. Next came the awards for the other soldiers. Although their achievements were not as great as Lu Jinyuan's, they still earned what they deserved. Lin Xiao awarded all the soldiers and looked at the military wives in the audience. This time, I want to give special praise to the military wives of the Southern Military District. Military wives? Why praise them? This time, your active donations from the rear not only represent yourselves, but also the Southern Military District. Your silent efforts are like stars lighting up the night, leaving a lasting mark. Everyone, let's applaud our military wives. Lin Xiao raised his hand. Clap, clap, clap. The crowd clapped enthusiastically. It was the first time the military wives faced such praise. They didn't expect that one day they would be praised by Commander Lin. Everyone was excited and very moved. After the award ceremony, many wives gathered around Ran Jinian. Xiao Ran, if you hadn't suggested donating, we wouldn't have been praised. I've been in the family compound for so long, and this is the first time I've been praised by Commander Lin. It's worth it for my whole life. My husband hasn't been praised by the commander yet. He's still got a lot to learn.
Ha ha ha.
Everyone laughed. Wives, I still need to take Jinyuan back to the hospital for a checkup. Ran Jinian knew Lu Jinyuan had been sitting for a long time, and his back couldn't handle it. The others were very enthusiastic. Do you want us to help? No need, no need. Ran Jinian didn't need their help. Lu Jinyuan's soldiers were still waiting. As she pushed him out, the young men gathered around. They didn't say congratulations to the captain, because he had paid with his life. When they arrived at the hospital, everyone helped Ran Jinian push Lu Jinyuan for the checkup. It's my turn to push now. You keep pushing, she said. No, it's my turn. Last time, you pushed when we went, they argued. Finally, they argued again. All right, your captain has finished his checkup. You can go back now, Ran Jinian said. Wives, we're on leave today, so we're not tired. No one wanted to leave. Ran Jinian didn't say anything more. After Dr. Gao reviewed the report, he was used to Lu Jinyuan's physical condition. Captain Lu is recovering very well, and his bone density is normal. He can be discharged, but needs to come for checkups once a week. That's great. Ran Jinian was very happy. She had been in the hospital for nearly a month and a half, and now she could finally leave. Dr. Gao reminded her, after you go home, rest more and avoid overexertion. Every time she visited, she saw Lu Jinyuan restless, eager to recover. Yes, I will remind him. Ran Jin nodded. She then said, Dr. Gao, can I rent this wheelchair? This time, all the expenses for Lu Jinyuan's hospitalization were covered by the military district. They didn't spend a single cent rent. Jinyuan is still a bit unsteady on his feet. Having a wheelchair makes things easier for him. Dr. Gao didn't hesitate. Take it first. The hospital doesn't need it right now. Although the hospital has many patients every day, there are currently no patients like Commander Lu. Thank you, Dr. Gao. If needed, I will come back anytime, Ran Jin said. Dr. Gao prescribed some more medicine. After collecting the medication, Ran Jin looked around the ward, noticing there were still many things left. Watch him for me. I'm going back to pack my things, she said. Sister-in-law, you don't need to do this. Xiao He Nyo. Go upstairs and pack, a tall man called out. Two young men immediately went upstairs. Soon, each of them came down carrying a bag. Sister-in-law, everything is packed, they said. Let's go. We're leaving the hospital, Ran Jin announced. Commander Lu is discharged, someone said happily. Everyone cheered. Hearing the cheers outside, Dr. Gao couldn't help but smile. Dr. Gao, you let Commander Lu leave so quickly? Isn't he recovering very well? Another doctor asked with a frown. Commander Lu's condition was serious. He would need at least 3 months of rest, not just a few days. How could he be discharged so soon? Dr. Gao, who is usually very responsible, seemed reckless this time. This is his checkup report. You can see for yourself, he said, handing over the report without further explanation. Dr. Wang looked at the report in silence. Is Commander Lu human? His injuries were severe, yet he recovered so fast. Dr. Wang, do you think Commander Lu still needs to stay in the hospital? Dr. Gao asked with a smile. At the family residence, Wang Xiaomei, Lu's mother, was weeding the yard while the little one was sleeping inside. The weather was good, and they planned to plant some vegetables. Mom, Ranjin called from outside the yard. They saw a large group of people pushing Lu Jinyuan and immediately put down their work. Isn't today the award ceremony? Why are they back? The award was given out. Jinyuan had a checkup. Dr. Gao said he doesn't need to stay in the hospital, Ranjin replied. Lu's mother was happy. That's great. She thought that if her son could leave the hospital, his condition had improved a lot. Hospitals are never as good as home.
Sit down.
I'll pour you some water, Ranjin said, offering water to the young men. Sister-in-law, we're leaving, they said, not intending to stay longer. After saying goodbye, they quickly ran off. Hey, you're drinking water before leaving? Ranjin called out from the gate. Sister-in-law, we won't drink anymore. Everyone responded briefly, and then ran away. Ranjinian returned to the courtyard, pushed Lu Jinyuan into the room, and said, You rest for a while.
Okay.
Lu Jinyuan had been sitting all morning, and now his back was sore. Lu's mother, Wang Xiaomei, came in to help, and the three of them helped Lu Jinyuan onto the bed. The little one woke up. Ranjinian carried An over to Lu Jinyuan's side and said, An, play with Dad. During the time Lu Jinyuan was hospitalized, he didn't let the little one play with him much. The little one called out when he saw his dad. Lu Jinyuan gently held the chubby hand of the little one and slowly placed it on his face, smiling happily. The whole family was together. It was really nice. Ranjinian took out a metal box, opened it, and inside were medals and certificates Lu Jinyuan had earned over the years. The box was almost full. She carefully placed the recent medals and certificates inside, gently touching them with her hand, feeling full of mixed emotions. These were earned with Lu Jinyuan's life. In the kitchen, Lu's mother saw Ranjinian come in and asked, What award did Jinyuan get? Mom, he received first-class merit and was promoted to commander of the 2nd Regiment of the Army team. Ranjinian was chopping vegetables. Lu's mother was surprised. Commander? He's already a commander. Why another promotion? Mom, Jinyuan is still very young and lacks experience. This is laying the groundwork for him. Ranjinian was clever and understood her intention immediately. Really? Lu's mother looked a bit confused. Ranjinian lowered her voice and explained a few words. Jinyuan's military achievements look impressive now, but he hasn't yet met the absolute requirements for promotion. There are other regiment commanders in the military district, as well as battalion leaders, company commanders, and platoon leaders. Lu Jinyuan is only 23. If he were promoted now, given the precedent, everyone who performs great in missions might all become brigade or division commanders. So, promoting him now wouldn't be good. His experience needs to grow over time. Lu's mother finally understood. As long as Jinyuan is doing well, everything else doesn't matter. Wang Xiaomei came back after washing clothes. Ranjinian quickly poured her a cup of hot water. Mom, warm your hands. I'll hang the clothes. Wang Xiaomei took the cup. It's already February, and the weather is still cold. Spring cold. That's normal, Lu's mother said. Ranjinian was hanging clothes in the courtyard, feeling sad that she had space, but couldn't let her family enjoy it. She quickly realized her thoughts were wrong. Having space was already a blessing from heaven. I have already helped the people around me live well, but now I want more. I feel like I have become greedy. She quickly adjusts her attitude. Auntie, Zhou Hongying's eldest daughter runs over. Big sister, what's wrong? Big sister replies, Mom asked me to borrow some vinegar. Okay, I'll get it for you. Ranjinian puts the clothes in her hand aside, walks into the kitchen, and brings out the vinegar. Be careful not to drop it.
Thank you, Auntie.
Big sister runs off with the vinegar. At noon, Mother Lu makes a soup with bones, which Wang Xiaomei bought early in the morning from the town. She also serves herself a bowl, adding some ginseng powder. Junyuan, you should drink some soup first. Mother Lu hands a bowl of soup to Junyuan, letting him drink it first. Junyuan takes a sip and says, Mom, next time don't add ginseng powder. The ginseng powder makes the soup taste strange. This is good for your health, you should stick with it. Mother Lu thinks about her son's condition. Junyuan doesn't say anything else. During lunch, Ranjinian takes the opportunity while her mom and mother-in-law are outside eating to change all the dishes inside. She has cooked plenty of soup in the space, along with beef, fish, and shrimp. While watching him eat, she keeps an eye outside. Eat more beef and also the pig liver. You need to eat more vegetables too. After Junyuan finishes eating, Ranjinian carries the bowls and chopsticks out. Mother Lu sees all the bowls are empty and is a bit surprised. Junyuan finished everything. Ranjinian thinks she forgot to leave some. In the afternoon, Junyuan begins rehabilitation exercises, with Ranjinian holding Anin nearby to keep him company. Mother Lu and Wang Xiumei are planting vegetables in the yard. Don't worry, take it slow, Ranjinian says. Dear, I want to increase the intensity of my training, Junyuan slowly says. He wants to return to the military zone and the battlefield as soon as possible. Ranjinian thinks for a moment. We'll go into the space tonight. She doesn't refuse because he will take care of his own health. If Junyuan increases his training, Mother Lu will surely notice. Junyuan nods. At night, Anin sleeps with Mother Lu and Wang Xiumei. The little one sleeps soundly until dawn, so there's no worry about him looking for Ranjinian in the middle of the night. Ranjinian and Junyuan share a room. She locks the door and takes Junyuan into the space. Inside the space, there are various training equipment. Junyuan's eyes are full of longing, but he can't use these tools yet. He begins his rehabilitation exercises. Ranjinian is cooking in the kitchen. The space has a preservation function, so she makes extra food and stores it. The young couple is busy with their own things. Half an hour later, Junyuan, take a break, Ranjinian says when she sees him slowly lifting and lowering his legs, as if he doesn't feel pain. Okay. Lu Junyuan looked a bit disappointed. He had only been trying for half an hour and already reached his limit. Ranjinian noticed his feelings. You can do half an hour of rehab training now. You're doing very well. It's been less than 2 months and you can move now. Don't rush, stay calm. Lu Junyuan took a deep breath. I was the one who got anxious. He was just afraid he wouldn't be able to stand up again and would have to sit in a wheelchair forever. He still wanted to protect his wife and this family. Ranjinian understood his feelings and gently hugged him. Lu Junyuan, I will always be with you. You're so kind, wife. Lu Junyuan's voice lowered a bit. Ranjinian's voice was soft. Lu Junyuan, what did you say, wife? He didn't hear her clearly earlier. Ranjinian looked into his eyes. Husband, you are the best person in the world. Lu Junyuan couldn't help but laugh. The couple teased each other a little. Ranjinian went to get water to wipe his body and then warmed a glass of milk for him. Drink it and rest early. I can't sleep. Lu Junyuan had been lying in bed for over a month, and now he really didn't want to sleep. Ranjinian went to the bookshelf. Then read a book? What would you like to read? Before he could answer, she took out a military strategy book for him. Your favorite. Lu Junyuan reclined on the sofa, reading. Ranjinian also washed some fruit, which wasn't available outside now. Eat more fruit. She handed him a bunch of grapes. Lu Junyuan read and ate fruit at the same time. The couple enjoyed a rare leisurely day together. The next day, Lin Beixiao and Song Mingyi came to visit Lu Junyuan. Junyuan, you've become the leader of the 2nd Battalion again. With a bright future, Song Mingyi said. Though he looked casual, he wasn't stupid. Lin Beixiao glanced at him. You're doing well too, earning a 2nd-class merit. Lin Beixiao, shut up, Song Mingyi replied. He had always wanted to surpass Lu Junyuan's military achievements but never could. Lu Junyuan listened quietly to their conversation. After a few teasing remarks, they told him, Today, we received a notice that the headquarters military district has transferred a battalion commander here. Lu Junyuan saw their strange expressions and asked, Who is it? Zhiding, Lin Beixiao replied. Lu Juanyuan's eyes narrowed slightly. Why was he transferred to the Southern Military District? He had been recovering from his injury and didn't know much about military affairs. He made a big mistake during the recent flood disaster. It looks like he was demoted, but in fact, it's to protect his position. Song Mingyi slightly pursed his lips. If it weren't for the powerful Hu family member, Hu Zhiding's mistake this time would have been enough for him to be demoted. What mistake did he make? Lu Junyuan asked with a slight raise of his eyebrows. He made a wrong judgment, which caused the loss of many soldiers. Lin Beixiao didn't elaborate, but in just a few words, it was clear the mistake was serious. Song Mingyi was very dissatisfied. Why talk about demotion? Why not just dismiss him? Those kinds of things are not for us to discuss, Lu Junyuan said. Song Mingyi snorted in response. Lin Beixiao's eyes flashed with a hint of dark light. It's been a few years. I wonder if this guy has changed. Lu Juanyuan's expression remained unchanged, unreadable. Ran Jinian brought 2 cups of sweet water and some sunflower seeds and peanuts. Eat something first. Lunch will be here. Sister-in-law, you don't need to worry about us. We'll just sit for a while. Lin Beixiao took the sweet water. Ran Jinian naturally wanted to persuade them. You are Juanyuan's good brothers, and you call me sister-in-law. Why won't you eat a meal at home? Then it's a lot of trouble for sister-in-law, Lin Beixiao said. After Ran Jinian left, Song Mingyi couldn't help but say, the Hu family wanted to promote that kid through this flood, but he messed up. Old Master, who was so angry he had a health attack, and in the end, the Hu family's ancestor had to step in to settle things. Song Mingyi, your mouth can't even stop eating, Lin Beixiao said, stuffing some peanuts into his hand. At noon, Lu Junyuan sat in a wheelchair and ate with everyone. He tried not to let others serve him, instead serving himself to exercise his arms. With great willpower, Lu Junyuan finished his bowl of rice. Lu's mother felt distressed and deliberately got up to go to the kitchen to serve rice. When she reached the kitchen, she wiped away tears. Ran Jinian glanced at the figure in the kitchen, understanding her thoughts perfectly. She didn't say anything but felt deep sympathy for her son's health. In the afternoon, Lin Beixiao and Song Mingyi accompanied Lu Junyuan for rehabilitation training. They couldn't help but comment, Lu Junyuan, you really aren't human. I remember Dr. Gao said you had multiple fractures all over your body and you should have been lying down for at least half a year. Now you can move, and your rehab sessions are at least half an hour, they said. You're not human at all, they added. Lu Junyuan. He still thought his recovery was too slow. Today I won't stay with you. I'll come again next time, Lin Beixiao said, raising his wrist to show his Shanghai brand watch. Song Mingyi stood up. Let's go. As they left the room, Ran Jinian was teaching in Daddy, Daddy, Daddy. Wang Xiaomei smiled and said, he's so young. He can't speak yet. Jin Mian gently touched Anen's nose, making the little one cry out. Talk more with Anen. It's good for his brain development, Jin Mian said. After speaking, she saw the 2 people coming out. Sister-in-law, we'll leave first, Lin Beixiao said casually. Take care, Jin Mian replied, then reached out to hold Anne's small hand. And say goodbye to Uncle, and Uncle, she said. After Lin Beixiao and Song Mingyi left the yard, they couldn't help but look back. They used to think Lu Junyuan was young, but promising. He married early, and his wife was pretty, but didn't seem to help him much. Now they saw he had good judgment. As soon as they left, Lu's mother brought back 5 little ducks. Mom, where did these ducks come from? Jin Mian asked in surprise. They hatched at Niu Chunhua's house. I saw them and took a few, Lu's mother said. She put the ducklings into the chicken coop and gave them water. Mom, did you pay for them? Jin Mian asked. Not yet. She doesn't want money, just some other things, Lu's mother replied. What does she want? Jin Mian asked. Ginseng powder, Lu's mother said. Jin Mian was surprised. How does she know we have ginseng powder? I didn't tell anyone about our family stuff. She saw me using ginseng powder when she came to borrow some sewing needles last time, Lu's mother explained. Her husband has been soaking in water during the recent flood relief work, and he keeps saying he feels cold. She wants some ginseng powder to brew for him. Jean Mien thought for a moment. Mom, give Nio's wife some money and also some ginseng powder, she said. I was thinking the same. They have 6 kids. If something happens to her husband, what will they do? Lu's mother said as she went inside. She filled a bowl with a lot of ginseng powder and covered it. Lu's mother carried the items to Nio's house.
Chunhua, she called.
Auntie, you're here. Nio Chunhua hurried out. There's ginseng powder and a yuan Chinese dollar inside. Please take it, Lu's mother said, handing her the items. Annie, what are you doing? We agreed to exchange just some ginseng powder, Nio Chunhua said, refusing the money. If you don't take it, I won't take the ducks either, Lu's mother said. Hearing this, Nio Chunhua felt a bit embarrassed. Thank you, Andy, she said. After accepting the ginseng powder, Nio Chunhua told her husband, Lu's team leader recovered so quickly, probably because of this ginseng powder. It's such good stuff, and Annie has given us a lot. We should be grateful. Exactly, wife. Whatever you say, Wang Dafu said, holding a porcelain cup with ginseng brew. Nio Chunhua pinched his ear. Lu's team leader is now the captain of our 2nd Army Group. Whatever he says, we follow. Yes, yes, yes. Wang Dafu nodded repeatedly. Perhaps because he had taken ginseng powder, he gradually felt much better. The couple felt increasingly grateful to the Lu family. 1 week later, a few kilometers outside the Southern Military District, a jeep was driving along the road. On the vehicle, a man about 27 or 28 years old looked tense and in a bad mood. Has the old man said how long I need to stay here? Ho Zedong rubbed his forehead. Don't think about returning to the headquarters military district for now. Focus on gaining experience in the Southern Military District, said the middle-aged man beside him. Ho Zedong became more irritable. I don't want to stay in this broken place. Zedong, the Southern Military District is the strongest of the 4 main military districts. Your father put in a lot of effort to get you here, the middle-aged man patiently explained. Thinking about his rival in the area made Ho Zedong feel annoyed. A few minutes later, Ho Zedong arrived at the gate of the Southern Military District. As the new commander of the artillery regiment, someone was there to greet him. Commander Ho, I am Captain Li Hai of Artillery Group 1. The man stepped forward and looked at the new commander. Captain Li, I have a question for you, Ho Zedong said. Which regiment is Lu Junyuan in now? Li Hai didn't expect him to ask that. Lu is in the 2nd Army Group, 3rd Regiment, Ho Zedong replied. What does that mean? Ho Zedong didn't quite understand. Which regiment is he in exactly? Lu was originally the commander of the 3rd Regiment. During the earthquake relief efforts, he performed exceptionally well and was promoted to commander of the 2nd Regiment, Li Hai explained. Ho Zedong's pupils shrank slightly. As a member of the Ho family, he naturally understood what this meant. The higher-ups were paving the way for Lu Junyuan. If he wanted to climb higher, he needed to ask for his approval first. Commander Ho, the political commissar and others are waiting for you. Li Hai saw Ho Zedong standing still and reminded him. Let's go, Ho Zedong said calmly. In the family compound, spring was slowly arriving. The vegetable seedlings in the yard had sprouted. The chicks and ducklings gathered together, chirping non-stop. The yard was full of lively scenes. Lu's mother and Wang Xiaomei sat under the eaves. One was making shoes for Anan and the other was sewing clothes. Time really flies. We've been in the family compound for almost 2 months, Wang Xiaomei sighed, while sewing clothes for Lu Junyuan. Yes, in half a month, we'll be leaving. Lu's mother looked worried. She thought about her son's health not being good, her daughter-in-law having to take care of the children alone, and also look after him. Mother Lu felt very heavy-hearted. She opened her mouth and said, I'm thinking about quitting my job and staying home to help Jin Yan take care of the children. Wang Xiaomei had also been thinking about this. When she heard this, she said, if you quit your job now, it would be a bad idea. Mother Lu had worked at a textile factory for most of her life and was about to retire soon. After retirement, she would receive a pension every month. If she quit now, she would lose her pension for the rest of her life. But I worry about them, Mother Lu sighed. She didn't want to neglect her son and daughter-in-law just for a job. Wang Xiumei quickly said, "Don't worry, I have an idea, but I haven't told you yet." "What idea?" "Let the family take turns visiting." Wang Xiumei said this because, right now, they couldn't ask others to take care of the children without risking being seen as showing off. Mother Lu's eyes brightened, then dimmed again. "But I don't have many relatives." Her father was adopted. He was separated from his family when he was young and was taken in by a couple. After her adoptive parents died, the Lu family had no one left. Mother Lu did have her maternal family, but she had several brothers. Once she married out, she was considered gone. After her husband died, her maternal family was afraid she would bring her children back to live with them and rely on them, so they cut ties. Wang Xiumei saw her remembering sad things and said, "I have plenty of relatives. Look at Jin Mian's eldest brother and sister-in-law, second brother and sister-in-law. They can come visit. And Jin Mian's cousins and relatives can also visit. But wouldn't that delay them?" Mother Lu felt a bit embarrassed. Wang Xiumei waved her hand. "Take turns coming. One person stays for half a month, and with so many people, it would add up to a year or so. By then, her son-in-law's health would surely be better." In the house, Ran Jinyan and Lu Junyuan were talking. "Jinyan, come out for a moment," Wang Xiumei called. Ran Jinyan stood up. "Coming." She went outside. "Mom, what's the matter? Come here, we have something to discuss with you." Wang Xiumei brought over a small stool. Ran Jinyan obediently sat down. "What are we discussing?" "It's like this, your mother-in-law and I will go back to our hometown in half a month. Junyuan's health hasn't fully recovered. I want the family to take turns visiting the family compound." Ran Jinyan? "Mom, I don't quite understand what you mean." She seemed to understand, but also didn't. Wang Xiumei poked her on the head. "This kid, pregnant and confused for 3 years. We're leaving, and you'll be the only one to take care of the children and Junyuan. You can't do it alone. If our family members help take care of you, we would feel more at ease." Jingyan was very surprised. He hadn't expected his mother to think of this solution.
"Mom, it's not necessary.
Jingyuan's health has improved a lot.
He can take care of himself now."
She didn't want all her siblings to come to the family apartment. When her mother and mother-in-law came, she had less time to go into her space. Every time she changed Jingyuan's food, she was very nervous. If she took food from her space, she had to think about how to explain it. This time, after her mother and mother-in-law left, the three of them closed the door at home and did whatever they wanted. Wang Xiumei was angry. "Why are you so stubborn? Do you want her mother-in-law to quit her job and stay home to take care of you?" Ran Jinian was silent. She knew that if it was just her mother and mother-in-law wouldn't be at ease. But older brother, sister-in-law, second brother, and second sister-in-law are all working. Just ask for half a month off. "Okay, all this has been considered. Then it's settled. I'll call your father tomorrow and ask him to discuss it at home." Seeing her daughter silent, Wang Xiumei couldn't say anything else, so she just vaguely agreed. She went back to her room and told Jingyan about this. Jingyan. He felt ashamed when he thought about his wife's siblings coming to take care of him. No, it was impossible. Absolutely not. "Sweetheart, I don't want that." He looked up at Ran Jinian with a sad look in his eyes. "Maybe you can pretend a little." She guessed his thoughts, but didn't expose him. She felt that her mother and mother-in-law were worried because of Jingyuan's health. Jingyan suddenly understood her meaning. So, in the following days, Jingyuan's health gradually improved a lot. Jingyan's mother was very happy to see this. "Mom, Jingyuan's health has improved a lot. He doesn't need us to support him anymore. He can walk by himself now." Ran Jinian took the opportunity to speak to both of them. "I think there's no need to call family members over. Jinian, don't be afraid to trouble your family." "They are your family," Wang Xiumei said. Jingyan's mother didn't speak. "Mom, look at Jingyuan. His health has improved so much. He doesn't need much care from us now. What can family members do when they come?" Ran Jinian asked. Wang Xiumei choked. "You see, this is Jingyuan's medical report. Dr. Gao said he's recovering very well and will be able to move freely soon. Ran Jinian took out the report again. Wang Xiaomei and Jingyan's mother couldn't read much. They could only see the word healthy written on the report, which they learned during their recent hospital visit. Jinyuan's health has improved so much. I think there's no need for family members to come, Mother Lu said. Wang Xiaomei asked, really no need?
No, Mom.
Jinyuan's health is clear to see. There are no big problems now. Plus, I don't have a job right now, so I just cook and do laundry all day, Ran Jinian added, trying to lighten the mood. Under the persuasion of the young couple, Wang Xiaomei and Mother Lu decided not to let their family members come to take care of them. Ran Jinian felt relieved. Jinyuan also let out a deep breath. Half a month later, Mother Lu and Wang Xiaomei had to go back home. The day before they left, Ran Jinian packed many things for her mother and mother-in-law. Jinian, you don't need this. Keep it for yourself. Wang Xiaomei saw her daughter packing clothes, shoes, and scarves. Mom, these are for Dad, for my older brother and sister-in-law, and for my second brother and his wife. These are also for my nephews, Ran Jinian explained, having prepared these gifts for her family in advance. Wang Xiaomei secretly glanced at Mother Lu, who was talking with Jinyuan in the room. She lowered her voice and said, Jinian, you've prepared so much for your family. What did you prepare for your mother-in-law? Although her daughter had given so many things to her family, Mother Lu wouldn't say anything or mind. But since her daughter was now married, she was her daughter-in-law of the Lu family. Mom, don't worry, everything is prepared. Ran Jinian understood her mother's meaning. Wang Xiaomei thought her daughter was becoming more responsible, so she felt reassured. The next day, before dawn, everyone in the yard was busy. Ran Jinian cooked a big bowl of noodles with 2 eggs for her mother and mother-in-law. Mother Lu and Wang Xiaomei ate without much taste. Mom, take your time eating. It's still early. Ran Jinian turned away, wiping her tears. Although her mother and mother-in-law had stayed in the residential compound for over 2 months, she felt like only 2 days had passed. She didn't want them to leave, but she knew it was impossible. Little one didn't know that Grandma and Grandma-in-law were leaving. The little one was still sleeping soundly. Mom, be careful when you take the bus, and don't show off your valuables, Ran Jinian kept reminding them. Wang Xiaomei smiled. We're not children. When we leave, you stay here and live well with Jinyuan. If you face any difficulties, tell the family, don't hide it. As she spoke, she started crying. Mother Lu also talked to Jinyuan, saying, if there's anything at home, discuss it with Jinian. Don't make decisions alone. To listen to Jinyan's words, don't make her angry. Now that you're also a father, you should spend more time with your children. Okay. Lu Jinyuan simply nodded. Did you hear what I said? Lu's mother saw he only said okay and couldn't help but give him a light tap. I heard you, Lu Jinyuan replied. Outside, Ran Jinyan's eyes were red and her nose was sore. When Jinyuan has a holiday, we will come back. Come back, but call us in advance so we can meet you at the station, Wang Xiaomei said, feeling sad but a little better than Lu's mother. After all, there is still Ran's father, her son, daughter-in-law, grandson, and granddaughter. Okay, Ran Jinyan was so upset she could hardly speak. All right, we have to go now or we'll be late, Wang Xiaomei said, carrying her bag and a shopping bag. Lu's mother was even more reluctant and kept urging, and is drooling a lot now. Wipe his mouth often so he doesn't get cold from wet clothes. Also, change his diaper frequently to prevent redness. And Wang Xiaomei had to interrupt her. Li Hua, we need to leave now. Lu's mother packed her bag and picked up a shopping bag. Ran Jinyan pushed Lu Jinyuan, who was holding it in. The young couple saw Wang Xiaomei and Lu's mother off to the jeep. Mom, take care and be careful, Ran Jinyan said. She couldn't help but walk to the front of the car to look at her mother and mother-in-law's faces. Wang Xiaomei waved her hand. Hurry back, it's still cold today. Don't let them catch a cold. Go back quickly, Lu's mother urged. When the car started, Wang Xiaomei and Lu's mother couldn't help but lean out the windows, tears flowing continuously. The car was a military vehicle, directly taking Lu's mother and Wang Xiaomei to the county station. At the station, Wang Xiaomei and Lu's mother got on the train, found our seats, and sat for a while before calming down. Why does my backpack feel so heavy? Wang Xiaomei suddenly realized. Lu's mother also noticed. Mine is very heavy too. They looked at each other, then opened their backpacks. When they saw what was inside, they almost shouted. Wang Xiaomei quickly closed her bag and looked around, lowering her voice. What do you have in your bag? Lu's mother muttered. These things weren't here yesterday. Jean Yen must have put them in when we weren't paying attention. Wang Xiaomei spoke. When did she buy these? I didn't notice. A few days ago, she went to town and came back with 2 bags, Wang Xiaomei remembered. Lu's mother felt warm inside. This girl, buying us these snacks. It must have cost a lot. She could have saved that money to buy clothes for her children. Ranjin Yen wanted to give good things, but she was afraid to give them randomly, so she only packed some food. Wang Xiaomei and Mother Lu traveled for 3 days and finally arrived home. Wang Xiaomei's eldest son, Ran Siyuan, and his wife, Li Wan, came to pick them up. Mom, what did you bring? Why is it so heavy? Wang Xiaomei glared at him. We'll talk at home. Everyone returned to the apartment building. Ran Siyuan helped Mother Lu upstairs. When he got home, he saw his wife, Li Wan, wearing a new scarf. When did you buy this? Ran Siyuan was surprised.
Li Juan Lucas Paclas.
My little sister gave it to me, brought back by Mom. And yours? Hearing that he also had one, Ran Siyuan quickly went into the room. He saw many clothes, shoes, and scarves on the sofa. Big brother, this is from your sister, Wang Xiaomei said, handing him a coat. Ran Siyuan's eyes lit up. It was the military coat he had wanted for a long time. My little sister is so kind. The whole Ran family received gifts, and everyone was very happy. Mother Lu rested for a while at home, then started packing her things. She took out all the food from her backpack and arranged it. Then she opened the bag and found several wool sweaters, a coat, and a pair of small leather shoes. Mother Lu was stunned. Where did Jean Yen buy such good things? At the family courtyard, Ran Jean Yen fed the chickens and ducks, then cleaned the weeds in the yard again. Inside, Lu Junyuan was making handmade toys for Anan. He polished the wood until it was very smooth, worried the little one might hurt himself. After working all morning, he finally made a wooden pinwheel.
Wow!
And it was almost 6 months old, a little bigger and chubbier. He grabbed the small pinwheel and looked very happy. Lu Junyuan, why don't you make a baby stroller for Anan? Ran Jean Yen thought Lu Junyuan was too focused on recovering his health, but rushing wouldn't help. She needed to find something for him to do.
Wow!
Lu Junyuan opened his mouth wide.
Lu Yunyuan coughed slightly.
Wife, about this baby stroller. And I'll be very happy if he sits in the stroller you made for him, Ran Jean Yen said before he finished speaking. I'll make it, Lu Junyuan immediately replied. A smile appeared at the corner of Ran Jean Yen's mouth. Since he started making the stroller, his days had become busier. This busy time gradually eased his worries and fears. Recently, Ran Jean Yen also kept helping Lu Junyuan improve his health, preparing nutritious meals for him every day. Commander Lu truly is a soldier. His physical strength is impressive. Zhou Hongying saw that Lu Junyuan's health was better than before and thought his body was really strong. Ran Jean Yen lowered her eyes and said, soldiers train every day, so it's natural their bodies are strong. Yeah, right? He eats all kinds of meat, drinks milk, and takes calcium tablets every day. If he's not healthy, that's on him. Military District. After Hua Zhiding arrived at the Southern Military District and learned that Lu Junyuan was badly injured and might never stand again in his life, he felt a lot better. Today, after finishing training, Commissar Yan called him to the office. When Hua Zhiding entered, he saw a young girl in the room. She looked gentle and graceful, giving a pure and lovely feeling. His eyes lit up. There was such a pretty girl in the Southern Military District. Dad, you chat, I'll go first, Yan Qingxue said as she stood up. When Hua Zhiding heard her call Commissar Yan dad, he realized she was Commissar Yan's daughter. Seeing Hua Zhiding staring at her, Yan Qingxue snorted coldly and strode out. Hua Zhiding had always been highly regarded at the headquarters, and now, seeing Yan Qingxue ignoring him, He became more interested. Captain Hua, Commissar Yen spoke. Hua Jiding finally looked away and replied, Commissar. After talking with Commissar Yen, Hua Jiding headed toward the art troupe. He clearly saw the outfit Yen Qingxue was wearing. It's the costume of the art troupe. Yen Qingxue was practicing dance. After her dance, applause rang out behind her. She turned around and saw Hua Jiding clapping as he walked over. As expected of Commissar Yan's daughter. Beautiful and a great dancer, he said. Girls love to hear nice words, especially since Hua Jiding was very handsome. Is this how you usually talk to girls? Yen Qingxue said with a bit of pride. Hua Jiding scoffed. I ignore ordinary girls. Yen Qingxue smiled. Lin Beixiao and Song Mingyi came to find Yen Qingxue. When they saw this scene, their faces darkened. Are you free this weekend? A new movie just came out. Want to go see it? Hua Jiding raised an eyebrow. No time. Yen Qingxue knew his intentions. If he could easily get something, he wouldn't cherish it. Hua Jiding shrugged. Next time, then. As he left the rehearsal room, he saw Song Mingyi and Lin Beixiao looking at him with unfriendly eyes. He had seen that look many times. Clearly, they liked Yen Qingxue. They were from the Lin and Song families, not as high-ranking as the Hua family but still from influential families. A mischievous glint appeared in Hua Jiding's eyes. As he left, Song Mingyi approached Yen Qingxue. Why are you talking to him? That guy isn't a good person. I decide who I talk to. That's my private matter, Yen Qingxue replied, not liking to be lectured. Hua Jilin is a famous. He has had many girlfriends at the headquarters military district, but he always ends up breaking up with them. The Hua family's ancestor was a founding hero. The family is well respected, and Hua Jilin, as the grandson, is especially favored at home. Although the Hua family keeps his actions at the headquarters military district secret, nothing stays hidden forever. The girls he dates are countless. Lin Beixiao genuinely likes Yen Qingxue and truly cares about her. Yen Qingxue smiled faintly. It has nothing to do with me. They both sighed in relief, thinking she had taken their words to heart. But soon, news spread throughout the military district that Hua Jilin and Yen Qingxue were dating. At the family compound, Lu Jinyuan had worked hard for a week and finally finished the baby stroller. It was simple in design, but the wood was polished very smoothly. You're really talented, Ran Jinian said, admiring the stroller. Lu Jinyuan looked a bit regretful. It's too simple. Anin can't use it after he turns 1. He wasn't a carpenter, just figured it out and made it himself. It's okay, we can use it for now, Ran Jinian said happily. She added a thick cushion inside so Anin would be comfortable lying down, then wrapped the frame with cloth strips. She also placed a small windmill in front. When she pushed the stroller outside, everyone immediately marveled. Did you make this stroller yourself? Captain Lu is so talented. Auntie, I want to push it, said Zhou Hongying's eldest daughter, Dia. Be careful, Ran Jinian said, letting her try. Dia pushed the stroller with some effort, because the wheels were made of wood. If they hit bumps or stones, she had to lift it carefully. Since the little ones started riding in the stroller, they went out several times a day, or he would cry and fuss. Suddenly, as night fell, the little ones started crying again. Ran Jinian patted Anin's bottom. You little troublemaker, it's dark now. Mom will tell you a story at home, okay? No, the little one refused. Seeing him fussing non-stop, Ran Jinian said to her husband, Husband, I'll take Anin out to play for a bit. He's a boy, don't spoil him too much. Lu Jinyuan thought his wife was indulging Anin a little. He is so young, we should spoil him now, or we won't be able to later. Ran Jinian thought that when he grows up, she will set strict rules, so she should enjoy spoiling him now. Spoiling him now will make him used to it. No, I will just take him for a quick walk. Ran Jinian pushed Anin out the door. Under the light from the residential area, she unknowingly walked to the small playground. Just as she was about to turn back, she heard rustling sounds on her right. She looked carefully and saw a couple hugging closely. The man said, Give me a kiss. No, the woman replied. Ran Jinian immediately recognized the voice as familiar. Ah, she gasped. The next second, Yan Qingxue saw someone standing not far behind and screamed in fright. Yan Qingxue. Ran Jinian recognized her instantly. What's wrong? Hua Zhiding frowned. Yan Qingxue turned her face away, not seeing clearly who it was. Someone is there. Hua Zhiding looked back and saw a blurry figure standing nearby. The woman's appearance was faint in the night, as if she was draped in a light veil, making people curious to see more. Ran Jinian quickly turned around and pushed the stroller away. Yan Qingxue was so angry she hit Hua Zhiding. It's all your fault, insisting on coming to this place for a date. If the other person saw her face, she wouldn't know where to hide it. Hua Zhiding was too focused on the blurry figure to comfort her. Seeing he didn't respond, Yan Qingxue was so angry she left angrily. When Ran Jinian returned home, Lu Junyuan saw she was a bit out of breath. Wife, what's wrong? I just saw Yan Qingxue at the small playground. She was hugging a man. Ran Jinian didn't hide anything. Did you see who that man was? Not clearly, but I recognized Yan Qingxue by her voice. Ran Jinian shook her head. Lu Junyuan had no expression, just thinking whether it was Lin Beixiao or Song Mingyi. Neither of them had spoken last time they came. Lu Junyuan, what are you thinking? Nothing, Lu Junyuan said, unsure if it was them, so he didn't say more. Ran Jinian knew Lu Junyuan wouldn't hide anything if something was wrong. Besides, Yan Qingxue wasn't married, so dating was normal. The family of three went into the space. Ran Jinian bathed Enan, fed him milk, and put the little one in his crib. Enan is over 5 months now. I plan to wean him when he's 1 year old, Ran Jinian said, realizing how fast time had passed. Just follow your decision. Lu Junyuan respected her choice. The next morning, it started to rain heavily. Ran Jinian originally planned to go to town to buy some things, but heavy rain made going out difficult. She decided to wait a couple of days before leaving. At noon, the young couple was eating hot pot in their space. Ran Jinian made a spicy and mild hot pot, and Lu Junyuan ate the non-spicy side. They were eating when suddenly, loud knocking came from outside the yard. Ran Jinian quickly came out of the space. As soon as she stepped out, Lu Junyuan and Enan also came out. Ran Jinian opened an umbrella and went outside, seeing the visitor at the door. Xiao Zhang, do you have my phone number? Yes, someone from your family called. You should answer it. Hearing this, Ran Jinian had no choice but to go inside and tell Lu Junyuan, I need to answer a call. She changed into rain boots, held her umbrella, and went to the communication room. When she arrived, she dialed back directly. The call connected, and she said, This is Ran Jinian. Jinian, your grandfather has passed away, came the voice of Ran Demon. Wang Xiaomei didn't want to tell her daughter, knowing that Lu Junyuan was not feeling well. But Ran Jinian had a very close relationship with her grandfather. Ran Demon thought not telling her about this big news might cause her to blame them. Rand Demon secretly made the call himself. Suddenly, a flash of lightning lit up the sky and Ran Jinian, feeling distracted, returned to the residential area. Lu Junyuan had placed Enan in the stroller and was pacing back and forth at home. Seeing Ran Jinian's distressed expression, he asked, Wife, is something wrong? Wow. Ran Jinian suddenly threw herself into Lu Junyuan's arms and cried loudly, Grandpa. Grandpa has passed away. Seeing her so sad, Lu Junyuan also felt sorrowful. I'll go back with you, he said. Ran Jinian wiped her tears and looked up. No, you're not feeling well now, you shouldn't travel. Grandpa passed away, how can I not go back? Lu Junyuan's voice was firm. Lu Junyuan, if you don't cherish your health, then we shouldn't be together, Ran Jinian said with a heavy heart. She was very upset, and now seeing Lu Junyuan insist on going back with her, disregarding his own health, made her even angrier. Hearing her say this, Lu Junyuan suddenly felt afraid. Wife, don't be angry. Whatever you say, I will do. I'll take Enan back, and you stay at home to recover, she said, thinking that he was unwell and she needed to take Enan with her. Enan should stay here. I can take care of him. Lu Junyuan thought about how hard it would be for his wife to go back alone with Enan. No, your health is the most important now. Ran Jinian refused to listen. She wiped her tears and started packing her things. I have to leave tomorrow. Lu Jinyuan felt very sad inside. Why couldn't he get better faster? Then he could go home with his wife. Ran Jinian packed her things and went to the neighbor's yard to find Zhou Hongying. Sister-in-law, I need your help with something, she said, her eyes red and voice choked with emotion. What's wrong? Did you have a fight with Captain Liu? Zhou Hongying asked, noticing her tearful eyes. She thought it was rare to see such a happy couple, as they never argued. My grandfather passed away. I need to go home tomorrow. But I don't feel comfortable leaving Lu Jinyuan alone at home. I hope you can take care of him. Ran Jinian thought about going back, worried that Lu Jinyuan would be alone and uncomfortable. Oh, how old was your grandfather? How did he pass away so suddenly? Zhou Hongying asked, feeling sorry. He was 85. His health had been poor these past 2 years, Ran Jinian said, feeling even more sad when talking about her grandfather. Since she got married, she hadn't seen her grandfather even once. She never expected to return for his funeral. Are you taking it in with you? Be careful now, there are many bad people around, Zhou Hongying warned, frowning. Ran Jinian was worried, but also confident. She had nothing in her space, and if she encountered trouble, she could just use her electric baton. Don't worry, Captain Liu and your brother-in-law will take good care of you, Zhou Hongying assured her.
Thank you, sister-in-law.
You're welcome. The next morning, Ran Jinian held an N and carried only a backpack. Wife, be careful and don't be brave outside, Lu Jinyuan said, wanting to go with her, but feeling worried by her words. Take good care of yourself at home. When I return, you can come to the station to pick us up, Ran Jinian said, knowing he hadn't slept all night because he couldn't accompany them. I will. Lu Jinyuan nodded heavily. Ran Jinian got into the jeep with N and went straight to the county train station. She bought a train ticket and waited until the afternoon to board. On the train, she had a soft sleeper. She held her child and was soon noticed by others. After placing N on the bed, a train inspector came over for checks. Are you Ran Jinian? Yes, I am. How do you know my name? Ran Jinian asked, surprised. We received a call from the Southern Military District. They said a military wife named Ran Jinian with a child was on this train, and we need to take extra care of you. Ran Jinian felt a warm feeling in her heart, knowing it was definitely Lu Jinyuan calling. Just come to us if you need anything, the train attendant told Ran Jinian a few words of reassurance. Ran Jinian nodded, okay. The person who had been eyeing her earlier, seeing the train attendant's concern, didn't dare to cause trouble anymore. Suddenly, Annan started fussing. Ran Jinian knew the little one was hungry. Since the soft sleeper had no cover, feeding was inconvenient. She took the child to the bathroom. She locked the door and entered her space. Inside, she fed the baby quickly and then hurried out. After leaving the bathroom, she carried Annan back to the soft sleeper. At this moment, another passenger entered the compartment, a young woman with a delicate appearance. Seeing Ran Jinian with her baby, she asked, "Are you taking care of the baby alone?" Ran Jinian glanced at her and responded casually. Seeing her indifferent attitude, the woman didn't say anything further. Ran Jinian took a blanket from her bag and changed the bedding in the compartment. Since she was caring for a child, she paid extra attention to hygiene. After finishing, she was also hungry. It was still early before the train station started selling boxed meals. She took out some food from her backpack, actually from her space, to fill her stomach. She ate a packet of cream biscuits and drank from her water cup, which actually contained milk. The young woman sat on her bed, tilting her head to look out the window at the scenery. Once Ran Jinian finished eating, she held Annan and lay down to sleep. She didn't actually sleep, just kept her eyes half closed. The woman next to her left the compartment, but she didn't go to the bathroom. Instead, she quietly observed through the other cars. Half an hour later, she arrived at another compartment with 4 men inside. They were of different ages, but all quite large. Seeing her, they greeted Sister Yen. She raised her hand slightly, and everyone sat down. "We've checked everything. Don't miss any of the single-occupancy compartments. There are a few older women in cars 1, 2, and 3, and they're quite overweight, she said. Everyone nodded in agreement. Action is scheduled for 1 a.m. tonight. Don't oversleep, she reminded. Sister Yen, this isn't our first time. We know what to do, they replied. Just relax, she said, giving a few more instructions before returning to her own compartment. She saw Ranjinian still sleeping and examined her carefully from head to toe. This beautiful woman had little on, but she carried an air of pride. Her clothes looked ordinary, but were made of high-quality fabric. She paid close attention to hygiene, which suggested she was from a well-off family. The little one she brought looks healthy and chubby, clearly well-fed. This woman must have plenty of money, Li Yan thought silently. At 8 p.m., boxed meals, they're selling boxed meals now. The train attendant pushed a small cart and started selling meals. What kinds of meals do you have? Ran Jinan asked, holding in. She had food in her space, but since there were many people and it was crowded on the train, she couldn't take it out. We have braised potatoes with pork, stir-fried cucumber with sliced meat, and shredded carrots with meat, the attendant replied. Ran Jinan asked, how much do they cost? Braised potatoes with pork are 3 mao each, and stir-fried cucumber with meat and shredded carrots with meat are 2 mao each. I'll take a shredded carrot with meat, Ran Jinan said, pulling out 2 mao and handing it to the attendant. Here you go. I'll come back later to collect the dishes. The attendant took the money and handed her the box. I want a box of braised potatoes with pork, Li Yan said, pulling out 3 mao. After eating, she felt strong enough to do things. Ran Jinan took her meal box, sat down, and opened it. It was a full box of food, with generous portions. All natural ingredients. Ran Jinan wasn't picky. She finished everything. She placed the box on the windowsill and wiped her hands with a tissue. Miss, can I borrow some tissue? I've run out, Li Yan asked. Ran Jinan gave her 2 tissues. Thanks, Li Yan said, but Ran Jinan didn't reply. Miss, I see you're alone with your child. Your man isn't with you? Li Yan said this casually, but she was actually fishing for information. My man is waiting for me at Xinqiao, Ran Jinan replied deliberately, since the train's final stop was Xinqiao. She didn't want to reveal too much to this woman she didn't know well. Oh, Li Yan said, then made a few more small talk. Seeing that Ran Jinan wasn't interested in talking, she pouted. Around 10 p.m., and started fussing again. Ran Jinan took the little one to the bathroom and then entered her space. Facing the large bed inside, she really didn't want to leave. But she only thought about it. She returned to the soft sleeper and held in, trying to sleep. That night, she didn't sleep peacefully. Any small noise would wake her. When Li Yan got up and left, Ran Jinan sensed it, but didn't open her eyes. Li Yan walked through several cars to the compartment. Seeing everyone still sleeping soundly, she was so angry she slapped one of them. Get up, time to do your work, she said. The 4 of them suddenly woke up, hurriedly wiped their faces, and took out several large bundles from under the bed. They opened the bundles and pulled out rifles, exchanging glances and giggling softly. It was around 1 a.m. The train station was quiet, everyone asleep. Get up, what are you sleeping for? Everyone, get up. Listen up, get up. Move it. Each of the 4 men, holding rifles and looking fierce, patted the others one by one. Seeing their angry faces and guns, everyone was suddenly wide awake. What do you want? Hand over the money, gold, and jewelry. The tallest man spoke in a rough voice. An older woman shook her head. I don't have any money. If you don't want to die, hand over the money quickly. Another man took out a bag and pointed a gun at a man. Here, take it, the man stammered, reaching into his bag for a wallet. Before he could open it, the other snatched it away. Poor fool, Li Chom cursed, then hit him hard with the of his gun. Ow! The man shouted as blood started to flow from his forehead, feeling sharp pain. Don't take my money, please. An elderly woman clutched her purse tightly. Bang! The attacker shot her directly. Everyone in the carriage was terrified. Hearing the noise, the others in nearby carriages woke up one after another. Did you hear that? Was that gunfire? No, you must be mistaken. How could there be gunfire here? I think I heard it too. People looked up and toward the front. Stay here. We'll go ahead. Li Yan led the remaining 3 people toward the next carriage. The 4 robbers, looking fierce, shouted, "Everyone, hand over your gold and jewelry."
Who are you?
You're just lawless. Someone stood up angrily pointing at them.
Bang!
The other immediately shot him dead. The carriage was in chaos. Ranjinian opened her eyes. She thought she heard gunfire just now. As she sat up, she heard hurried footsteps outside.
Run!
Someone's armed robbery in progress. There's a group with guns robbing the carriage.
Run!
What do we do? Where do we run? Everyone frantically rushed forward. Ranjinian widened her eyes, and just then, more gunfire sounded outside, causing everyone to scream sharply. They ran even faster. Seeing no one at the door, she hugged an N and entered the space. Hurry! Those people ran ahead. Li Yan quickly caught up with her group and passed by her sleeper. Li Yan looked inside and saw Ranjinian holding her child gone. She saw Ranjinian's bag still on the bed, opened it, and found it filled with snacks. This woman probably hid the money on herself and ran forward, but where could she go on a moving train? Chase after her, Li Yan shouted. Ranjinian's heart pounded loudly inside her space. She didn't expect to encounter such a frightening situation. If she didn't have her space, she wouldn't even dare to imagine what might happen. There are 5 of them, all armed. You need to think of a way quickly, someone said. Everyone ran to the last carriage and saw the police officer rushing out, surrounded by the others. The police officer was also very anxious. He was alone on this train. How could he fight against these armed criminals? Someone spoke up, "Hurry, make the driver stop and open the door. That might be our only chance." Yes, 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 everyone agreed quickly. Run! Where are you running to? Li Yan and her group chased after them. Everyone trembled with fear. The police officer was furious. You're committing a crime. Drop your guns now, and it might still be okay. Stop talking, one of them raised his gun. Li Yan stopped him, he's a police officer. Killing him would cause trouble. Tie him up. The police officer's hands and feet were tied, and his mouth was gagged. Put all the jewelry and money into the bag. Anyone who tries anything funny, I won't recognize what's mine, the tall, fierce man said. The others tremblingly started taking money from their pockets, women removing their jewelry. Strange, Li Yan turned around and looked everywhere but couldn't find Ranjinian and her son. Where had they gone? Search here, I'll go check. Li Yan thought Ranjinian might have a lot of money on her, so she wanted to find her. She searched a big area but still couldn't find the mother and son. Li Yan was stunned. Had they flown away? Inside her space, Ranjinian heard gunfire from outside, making her very nervous and scared. But she thought if these criminals escaped, it would be a huge disaster. No, she couldn't let them run away. Ranjinian looked around her space. Smoke bombs. These were good, but one wasn't enough. The criminals had guns and were shooting wildly. They would be doomed if they kept firing. She looked again and saw many good items she dared not use. If she used them in front of so many people, she wouldn't be able to explain. Her gaze fell on something in front of her, and her eyes slightly narrowed. Ranjinian carried an on her back and took him out of her space. There was no other way once she came out, and it had to come out too. Right now, she was in a soft sleeper carriage. Outside was silent. Everyone had moved to the front car. Ranjinian didn't go forward but instead moved backward, her path marked with bloodstains along the way. She also saw 2 gunshot victims lying on the ground, already dead. Ranjinian's face turned pale, but luckily the little one was very sleepy and was sleeping soundly on her back. She walked while dropping some jewelry, pearls, gold, and silver onto the ground. She had plenty of these treasures in her space. Ranjinian dropped quite a few and then slipped into the bathroom to enter her space. She entered and exited through the same place where she had entered. The bathroom could hide her figure, making it easier for her to do things. Inside the bathroom, she went back into her space again. After Li Yan and the others searched everyone, She still felt a bit uneasy. "You stay here and guard. I'll go see what's ahead," she said. She didn't check the back carriage earlier. Maybe she was hiding there. After running past 2 carriages, Li Yan saw many pieces of gold and silver jewelry on the ground, and her eyes widened in surprise. When she passed by earlier, she didn't notice these items. Maybe she was in such a hurry that she missed them. Li Yan didn't think much and bent down to pick up the jewelry, but there was too much. She had to call out, "Li Er, Li San, Li Si, come quickly." The 3 heard her call and told Li Wu, "Big sister is calling us. You stay here and watch them." The 3 ran over and saw the jewelry in Li Yan's hand, all of them stunned. "Why are there so many good things? Big sister, where did you find these? They're all over the ground. Didn't you see them just now?" Li Yan glared at them. Li San thought for a moment, these people are really clever, throwing out the stuff, planning to come back for it later. If Big Sister hadn't come to check earlier, how could we have found these treasures? Ran Jinian listened to the noise outside, took 2 smoke bombs from her space, and threw them at the group. After throwing, she re-entered her space at the door. "Hiss, who's there?" Li Yan turned around at the sound and saw a sudden burst of white fog appear before her. Li Er, Li San, and Li Si raised their guns, ready to shoot. But their vision went dark, and tears uncontrollably flowed down their faces. "Ah, what is this ghostly thing? My eyes hurt so much. Who's messing around?" Li Er's eyes burned with pain, and he fired several shots wildly. Ran Jinian heard the commotion outside, but didn't rush out immediately. Li Wu was guarding everyone in the first carriage when suddenly loud gunfire came from ahead. "Oh, something's wrong." He quickly ran over. "Ah, my eyes." Li Yan and the others cried loudly. Li Wu hurried over and saw them covering their faces and shouting. "What are you doing?" Li Wu was stunned.
Wu.
Li Yan opened her mouth, but Ran Jinian appeared again from her space, this time holding several firecrackers. Ran Jinian lit the firecracker and threw it out. As soon as it was thrown, it made a loud crackling sound. Ran Jinian was holding the most powerful firecracker, and the noise was very loud. What's that?" "The police are coming." Li Yan and the other 3 couldn't see at this moment, but when they heard this loud noise, they thought the police had arrived. Because they couldn't see, they were scared and ran in all directions. "It's not the police, it's not." Li Wu saw the firecracker on the ground, but the 4 of them were shouting, and since the firecracker was so loud, they didn't hear what he was saying. Ran Jinian came out of the space again and threw a radio onto the ground. "Raise your hands, don't move. Drop your weapons and raise your hands," a stern male voice ordered.
Li Wu.
He looked at the radio on the ground, kicked it away, but it was kicked under a seat and kept making noise. Li Wu's fierce eyes then looked at the bathroom. Who's pretending to be ghosts? He kicked open the bathroom door and drew his gun. The bathroom was empty, no one inside.
Li Wu.
He was stunned. He clearly saw the radio being thrown out of the bathroom just now. How could the bathroom be empty? He was confused. "Put your hands up quickly." The voice from the radio continued. Li Yan and the others sneered. "You want to catch us?"
Dream on.
They raised their guns and started shooting. In the front carriage, everyone first heard the crackling sounds, then the intense gunfire. Everyone was so scared they didn't dare to move. Some clever ones quickly let go of the police officers. "What should we do? They will definitely come back. Jump out the window." Everyone started climbing out the window. The police officer's face turned pale, and he trembled as he ran into the driver's seat. They had just forced the train driver to stop the train and knocked him out. The police officer tremblingly picked up the dispatch radio and dialed. There was no one-touch emergency call feature, so he could only call the railway headquarters first. "This is train K135. There's a gunpoint robbery on the train, with serious injuries and casualties. Please alert the police."
What?
The railway headquarters was stunned but kept a clear head. "Where exactly are you now?" The police officer had worked on this train for 6 or 7 years. Although it was late at night, he knew the route well. "We are near Changfushan." The railway headquarters hung up and immediately called the police. Hearing about the major robbery on the train, they quickly contacted nearby towns along the road near Changfushan to look for the train's whereabouts. Inside the carriage,
Oh.
Liwu didn't expect them to suddenly open fire. He was so scared that he almost lost his soul. Before he could dodge, he was shot in the forehead and died. Li Yan and the other 3 were all shot too. Their guns fell to the ground, and they all fell down, crying out in pain. Ran Jinian came out of the space and saw one person dead at the bathroom door. She looked very scared, but now was a good chance. The bad guys couldn't see and were lying on the ground, unable to move. Ran Jinian quickly ran out and took back the gold and silver jewelry they had stored in the space. She also took back the smoke grenade shells and the radio. Just as she finished, the police officer ran over. He clearly smelled a strong, unpleasant odor in the air. When he saw the 4 people crying and wailing on the ground and the one person dead, he looked at Ran Jinian in shock. Ran Jinian hesitated. The police officer was stunned for just a second, then quickly picked up the guns on the ground and shouted loudly, "Help! Someone come quickly!" The people in the front carriage heard his shout but didn't come. The police officer had no choice but to say to Ran Jinian, "Comrade Ran, go call some men."
Okay.
Ran Jinian ran to the front carriage with an on her back. Everyone heard the noise and thought the bad guys had returned. They were very anxious and started pushing those climbing through the window, shouting, "Hurry up! Everyone stay calm, the bad guys are down." When Ran Jinian spoke, everyone turned to look at her. "You're lying. They all have guns. You want to hurt us, right?" No one believed her. Hearing the commotion, the police officer had to run over with his gun. "They're all down. Help me tie them up." The crowd stared in disbelief, unsure if it was real or just a dream. But they could see clearly the police officer was holding 5 guns. "Rope? Does anyone have rope?" he shouted. A woman pushed her way out of the crowd. "I have some rope, but it's in the front carriage." "Then go get it quickly. Bring some men with you," the police officer said. Soon a few men came out. The rest looked at each other and went over to see what was happening. When they saw the bad guys lying there, they were all stunned. "Who hurt them?" "Oh, this one is dead." "What's going on?" "Hey, why are there so many firecrackers on the ground?" Everyone was very surprised and couldn't figure out what had happened to these 5 people. The train officer looked at Ran Jinian without saying a word. "Quickly, tie them up." Everyone stepped forward and bound the 4 people, kicking and hitting them. "Money, so much money." Someone noticed the bags they dropped. "This is my wallet. This one is mine." "Mine. Don't take my stuff." People rushed to grab their own money back. "Everyone, don't panic. The most important thing now is to get off the train quickly." The train officer shouted loudly. "My money! You took my money!" "This is my money. Go away." "I clearly had over 50 yuan, but here there are only a few." "Who knows how much you had? If you dare to take my things, you're asking for trouble." Soon many people were fighting. The train officer called out for a long time, but no one listened. He had to say to Ran Jinian, "Comrade Ran, please go to the driver's cabin and wake up the driver so he can open the train door."
Okay.
Ran Jinian ran to the driver's cabin again. The driver was lying on the ground, unconscious. Ran Jinian pushed him hard. Brother. The man groggily woke up, scared by what just happened, and shouted, "Don't hurt me. Don't hurt me. Brother, please open the door quickly." Ran Jinian didn't have time to say more. Seeing that he wasn't the bad person from before, the driver got up, opened the train door, and turned on all the emergency lights. Ran Jinian left the driver's cabin and got off the train. It was a moonlit night. The sky was dark and silent, with only the sounds of insects and rustling leaves. The weather in March was still a bit cold. Ran Jinian, carrying an in, gathered some branches and started a fire, sitting on a stone to warm himself. "If you don't get off soon, another train might crash into us, and no one will survive," the train officer said angrily. Because a serious incident had happened on the train, and there were casualties, they had to wait for the police. The railway headquarters needed to notify other trains one by one. If they missed one, and another train crashed into them, everyone on board would die. So, they had to get off and wait. Everyone hurriedly left the train. Seeing Ranjinian light a fire, they gathered in small groups and started fires themselves. Everyone sat together and started discussing. Strange, what happened to these people? Why did they suddenly start fighting? Maybe because they didn't share the loot evenly. If they were going to share, they would do it after running away, not now. Could it be that these people are possessed? Aren't you afraid of dying to say such things? Did you hear that crackling sound just now? Yes, I heard it. It seems like firecrackers. Someone threw firecrackers. But firecrackers shouldn't cause people to fight each other. Everyone was talking about how strange the situation was. The police pulled the 4 people out of the car and threw them into the nearby grass. He looked at everyone starting fires and scanned the group, finally focusing on Ranjinian. The police officer quickly approached, full of respect. Comrade Ran, you truly are a brave wife. If it weren't for you, these wicked people might have done something terrible. Ranjinian had long developed a thick skin. She wanted to say something but was caught on the spot and couldn't explain. I was just lucky. The police officer wanted to say more but saw Annan crying and fussing and noticed a group of people climbing onto the train. He said, I'll go check.
He left.
Ranjinian knew and hadn't slept well that night and was now fussing. She held Annan gently, patting him and humming a song. The little boy slowly fell asleep again. The police officer ran onto the train. What are you all doing up here? There's no one sitting outside, and it's more comfortable on the train, someone replied. The police officer said, it's not safe now. Please get off quickly. Why isn't it safe? The bad guys are. Why should we get off? Exactly. Waiting inside for the police is just the same. These people refuse to get off no matter what. On a mountain road, 7 or 8 police officers squeezed into a car. They were from the nearest town to Chongfu Mountain and rushed over after hearing the news. There are 5 of them, and they all have guns. It's likely everyone on the train has been taken hostage. Not necessarily. Maybe everyone has escaped. This is a big incident. Others from nearby towns are probably coming too. We need to act carefully, without alarming them first. A few officers discussed their plan inside the car. Look, there's a light over there, said the driver. It's the train. Let's get off quickly, someone else said. The car couldn't go further, so everyone hurriedly got out and ran toward the train. They ran for a while before approaching it. When they saw many people outside the train roasting food over fires, some even eating because they were hungry, everyone was stunned. Could it be that the bad guys had already run away? They emerged from the woods. We are police from Qingping town. Who was the police officer on the train? Seeing the police arrive, everyone was excited. Police officers, you've finally come. It's terrible. 5 bad guys with guns robbed us and killed quite a few people. Comrade Public Security Officer. Everyone gathered around. I am a trained security officer on this trip. The security officer stepped forward. A sturdy man asked, what's the situation now? 5 bad guys. 1 is dead. The remaining 4 are over there. The security officer pointed to 4 people in the bushes. The police officers were shocked.
What?
Did they hear wrong? What did you say? Hu Ping'an swallowed hard, thinking the security officer might be crazy. All 5 had guns. How could the train people have taken them down? Old Hu, look over there, another person patted his shoulder. Hu Ping'an turned his head and saw 4 people in the bushes, their hands and feet tied. The security officer pulled out 5 guns. These are their guns. The police officers. Silence. They paused for a moment. All 4 of them are wounded. They are unconscious now, the security officer said, having checked their injuries. The wounds were on their legs and hands, not fatal. The police officers. Hu Ping'an looked around but saw no other police. The security officer looked confused. No, you arrived first. How did you catch them? They had guns. The police weren't doubting, but the situation was too unbelievable. It was done by a military wife. The security officer lowered his voice. The police officers. A military wife? Could she be a special forces soldier? That's how she managed to handle 5 men alone. Where is she? Hu Ping'an asked. The security officer pointed. That's her. Her name is Ranjinian. The police all turned around quickly. expecting to see a cool, brave military wife. Instead, they saw a young woman holding a small baby. "Are you joking?" the security officer said. "No, it's her. You two, go check the situation on the train and see if you can cuff those four." Hu Ping'an knew he couldn't judge by appearances. As soon as he spoke, everyone started to act. Hu Ping'an approached Ranjinian. "Hello, my name is Hu Ping'an. I am a police officer from Qingping Town." Ranjinian sighed inwardly. The inevitable had come. "Hello, I am Ranjinian." She had already prepared what to say, so she was calm. Hu Ping'an knelt in front of her, noticing her beauty and finding it hard to believe she alone had defeated 5 bad guys. "I heard from the security officer that you are a military wife?" "Yes, here is my ID," she said, pulling out her family certificate from inside her clothes. Hu Ping'an looked carefully. "Your husband is in the Southern Military District?" "Yes, he is in the Southern Military District Army Unit." Ranjinian did not reveal Liu Jinyuan's identity. Hu Ping'an no longer kept his guard up around her, but he was still suspicious. "I heard from the train police that these 5 people were taken down by you." Ranjinian was about to speak. A police officer approached and looked at her deeply, then whispered a few words into Hu Ping'an's ear. Hu Ping'an looked sharply at Ranjinian. Their eyes were affected. "Did you use something?" Ranjinian knew she couldn't hide it. "I used a kind of chemical gas." "Chemical gas?" Hu Ping'an had heard the term, but didn't understand. "It can irritate the eyes and temporarily blind people," Ranjinian explained. "Are you a researcher?" "No, I developed it myself," she replied. At this point, she could only say that. Fortunately, making this chemical gas wasn't very difficult. Hu Ping'an became more curious. "Comrade Ran, do you still have this chemical gas with you? Can I see it?" Ranjinian shook her head. "I only brought 2 bottles, and I used them all earlier. The smoke bomb definitely couldn't be brought out. This thing exists, but isn't that advanced. First, I used this gas to make their eyes blind, then threw firecrackers to scare them. They thought the police had arrived. In the chaos, they started fighting each other." Ranjinian told the truth. The more truthful she was, the more convincing it seemed. Hu Ping'an was surprised, so that's how it was. He momentarily felt something was off but couldn't find a problem. The police brought the casualties from the vehicle down and checked the scene. A total of 16 people were injured, 5 died. This group of people only fought back when threatened. They were shot on sight. This was a major case. "Everyone give a statement," Hu Ping'an ordered. The police hurried to comply. After a while, Hu Ping'an remembered a key question. "Where did you hide and throw the items? Didn't they find you?" "At first, I heard gunfire, so I hid under a chair. Many people ran forward, and they didn't notice me," Ranjinian said. She had hidden in a space. "After these people reached the first carriage, I came out from under the chair and hid in the bathroom." She hid in the bathroom, but it was a way to access the space. "I didn't expect them to come back and continue searching. I was afraid they'd find me, so I came up with this plan." Ranjinian remembered the scene earlier and felt genuinely scared. If she hadn't had the space, she didn't know if she would be alive or dead. Hu Ping'an glanced at the child in her arms. "Has the little one been crying?" "No," Ranjinian replied, feeling very relieved. If Anan had cried, she could only hide in the space and wouldn't be able to catch these bad guys. Hu Ping'an analyzed Ranjinian's words and found no problem. If the child made a fuss, these bad guys wouldn't be able to catch her, and she might even be in danger. "Why do you have firecrackers?" Hu Ping'an asked, a bit surprised. Ranjinian had already thought of a good answer. "My grandfather passed away. These firecrackers are leftovers from the residential area. I brought them home to send my grandfather off. He wouldn't check when she bought the firecrackers, and even if he did, she wouldn't be afraid." She just made up a reason. Now that there's no security check at the station, she could say whatever she wanted about what she was carrying. Hu Ping'an paused for a moment. "My condolences." He didn't ask more and called the train security officer over. "Is the train driver okay?" "The driver was hit and knocked out, but he's fine now," the officer replied. "Once you've finished your statements, everyone can get on the train and leave," Hu Ping'an said. The officer nodded. "Xiao Zhang, Tanji, Lao Wang, take these people back to the station." They then escorted the suspects away. Using the light from the fire, Ran Jinian looked at Li Yan. She didn't expect that this delicate-looking young woman was actually a fierce criminal. Truly, you can't judge a book by its cover. Li Yan had spoken to her, probably trying to gather information. Luckily, she was alone with Enin and very cautious. Otherwise, if she had revealed anything, Li Yan might have targeted her. What Ran Jinian didn't know was that Li Yan had already set her sights on her long ago. Li Yan's 4 brothers had gathered first, and since they didn't know about her space, they thought she couldn't escape and temporarily let her go. Now, Li Yan's 4 eyes were clearer, able to see things more clearly. Though injured, they could still move. How can you be so stupid hitting your own people? Li Yan cursed. This was such bad luck, such a good opportunity, and it ended like this. Li Er was furious. Who fired the first shot just now? I couldn't see anything. Didn't you hear someone tell us to put down our guns and raise our hands? Li San said guiltily. Li Si felt something was wrong. He thought he heard a scream earlier. Where's Lao Wu? Lao Wang shouted loudly. Shut up, don't talk. Their hands were cuffed, their guns taken away, and they were injured. They could only keep quiet and endure the pain as they moved forward. Li Yan suddenly saw a figure. She looked carefully and recognized it as the woman. Her eyes widened in surprise because she had searched the train but couldn't find her earlier. Where did this woman come from? It was strange. Lao Wang and the others were escorting them through the woods, and after a while, they reached the front of the train. Since they needed to catch someone, they specially used a pickup truck so they could have space to hold the person if caught. Lao Wang was driving, and the other 3 were behind, holding guns to guard. Hu Ping'an stayed behind with another person to take statements, but giving statements took time because there were many people on the train. Halfway through the statements, the police from another town arrived. Seeing the person being taken away, they felt annoyed for arriving too late and losing such a big achievement to the Qingping town police. Since everyone was there, they naturally wanted to help. When they learned the bad guys had been caught and one was dead, the police found it hard to believe. They found out it was done by a military wife, and they all looked at Ran Jinian. Ran Jinian. With more help, giving statements went quickly. Because the bad guys were taken by the Qingping town police, Hu Ping'an also took the statements. The seriously injured on the train would be taken away first by the police. Those with minor injuries would be treated on the spot. As for the dead, the police only notified the family. Hu Ping'an approached Ran Jinian. This matter is unusual. I will report it to my superiors. Ran Jinian nodded. When she was catching the bad guys, she already thought this might happen. She didn't regret it. The train started moving again. Ran Jinian returned to her soft sleeper bed, just thinking about going home quickly. Pingping Town. The train station. Wang Xiaomei and Ran Demon knew their daughter was coming back, so they rushed to the station early in the morning to meet her. Since Wang Xiaomei learned that Ran Demon had called their daughter, she had been complaining. You knew Lu Jinyuan was not in good health, so why did you call Jinian? She didn't want her daughter to suffer too much. Her grandfather passed away. If I didn't call Jinian, she would be sad for the rest of her life. Ran Demon understood his daughter's temper. Wang Xiaomei knew this too, but she worried about her daughter taking care of Enin alone. She sighed heavily. When the train arrived, the couple hurried to the front. Seeing Ran Jinian's figure, they called out, Girl, girl. Wang Xiaomei and Ran Demon rushed forward. Come, I'll hold the child, Ran Demon said, about to pick up his grandson. Ran Jinian, tired from holding the child, handed Enin to Ran Demon. Ran Demon was experienced with children. He had taken care of his 3 kids and several grandchildren at home. Ran Demon hugged En and gently touched his face.
Such a cute little guy.
Wang Xiaomei took Ran Jinian's bag and asked, Are you tired? I'm not tired, Ran Jinian replied, not mentioning the big event that happened in the car, as she knew it would only worry her parents. Let's go home first and rest, Wang Xiaomei suggested, thinking about how tired her daughter must be after several days of traveling and planning to return to the countryside tomorrow. Ran Jinian said she wasn't tired and wanted to see her grandfather quickly. Okay, Wang Xiaomei agreed. Seeing her daughter's determination, They took a bullock cart from the town to Fengsho village. The ride took over half an hour, plus some walking afterward. Demon kept holding in, who was fascinated and didn't cause trouble. Are you tired? Do you want to rest for a while? Wang Xiaomei asked with concern. Ran Jinian felt a little tired, but wanted to see her grandfather soon. I'm not tired. An hour later, they arrived at Fengsho village. As soon as everyone saw Ran Jinian, they greeted her warmly. Isn't this Jinian? It's been a long time. Jinian, I heard you went to the military district with the army. Jinian's back. Ran Jinian was familiar with these people. Second aunt, third aunt, uncle. She didn't have time for small talk and hurried toward her grandfather's house. Seeing her back, everyone started chatting about her. Ran's youngest daughter married a military officer. Her family is simple but lucky. She went to the army right after marriage. She looks so radiant. Life in the military compound must be good. Didn't you want to find a son-in-law in the military? Why don't Xiaomei introduce someone to you? They all talked excitedly. Ran Jinian strode forward and soon saw a courtyard. The sound of a suona, a traditional horn instrument, floated in the air. The gate was decorated with white flowers and flower wreaths. When she saw this scene, her eyes immediately reddened. She hurried into the courtyard. Many people wore mourning cloth, some burning paper, some distributing offerings, and others chatting together. Jinian called Ran Siyuan and Ran Shuesong, who were cleaning the yard. Seeing her return, they immediately went to greet her. Big brother, second brother, Jinian called out. She didn't see her eldest or second sister-in-law. Where are your eldest and second sisters-in-law? She asked. Your eldest sister-in-law is at home taking care of the children. Your second sister-in-law's mother fell and injured herself, so she went back home, Ran Siyuan replied. He then asked, and Enan? Papa is holding him in the back. I'll check inside first, Jinian answered, and went into the house. As soon as she entered, she saw a coffin. It was the last day. Tomorrow morning, she would be taken up the mountain for burial. Ran Jinian's tears suddenly fell. Grandpa, she thought about her grandpa's face, about his kindness to her, and her heart was full of longing and sadness. Jin girl. At this moment, a woman came out from inside and saw Ran Jinian, pausing in surprise. Big sister-in-law, Ran Jinian called out. Li Hongxia also called from inside. Wang Dajuan, Jin girl, is back. Wang Dajuan is Ran Jinian's eldest uncle. When she called, everyone inside came out. Jin girl, you came back alone, Wang Dajuan said. The last time he saw Ran Jinian was when she was married. Uncle, she replied. Jin girl, how is Lu Juanyuan's health? Second uncle Wang Xiaojun asked. He's better now, but he can't move around easily, she answered. As long as he can stand up, it's not a big problem, Wang Xiaojun said optimistically. Jin Yan, Ran Jinian called out cousin sister. Wang Xiaomei came in, thinking her daughter hadn't eaten well on the train. Jin Yan, you've been on the train for days. I'll cook her a bowl of noodles. There was a robbery on the train, and Ran Jinian saw someone die. She didn't eat well afterward. Ran Demon was outside holding Enan, sitting because the little one was too young to come inside. Wang Xiaomei cooked a bowl of noodles. Jin Yan, Wang Xiaomei called from the kitchen. Ran Jin Yan went in, picked up the noodles, and was about to leave. Eat here in the kitchen, Wang Xiaomei said. She had put 2 eggs in the bowl. It wouldn't be good if her second sister-in-law saw her taking it out. Ran Jin Yan sat on a stool eating the noodles. Her appetite wasn't very good now, but it was her mother's kindness, so she tried to eat most of it. Mom, I can't eat any more, she said, genuinely full. Wang Xiaomei saw there was some left and took it away, feeling a bit annoyed with herself for eating so much. Do you want to rest for a while? She asked. I haven't burned paper for Grandpa yet. I'll go do that first, Ran Jinian said, walking outside to burn paper at the memorial hall for her grandpa. She knelt there for a long time, but finally, she couldn't hold on anymore and stood up. Jie, a girl ran over. She was Wang Kaiwe, the daughter of Ran Jinian's little uncle, 2 years younger than her, and they had always been close. 姐姐，姐夫呢? He's still recovering, So he hasn't come back, Ran Jinyan yawned.
姐姐，你困了，要不要来我床上睡一会儿？
Although the Wang brothers had split up their household, their houses were still in the same yard. Okay, I'll take a quick nap, Ran Jinyan said, feeling very tired after not sleeping well on the train. Dad, I'll sleep in Sayua's room for a while, she told Ran Demon. The little one really loves Grandpa and has never cried when held by him. Ran Demon waved his hand and said, go ahead. Ran Jinian followed Wang Kaiwa to her room. Wang Sayua's room was small but very tidy. Sister, you should sleep now, Wang Kaiwa said, closing the door. Listening to the outside Suona music, Ran Jinian thought she wouldn't be able to sleep, but in the end, it was Wang Xiaomei who woke her up. Girl, Anan is hungry. You feed him some milk and then go to sleep. Wang Xiaomei also wanted her daughter to rest a bit longer, but Anan was hungry. After eating some porridge, he started fussing again. How long have I slept? Ran Jinian looked outside. It was almost dark. About 3 hours, Wang Xiaomei roughly said. Ran Jinian didn't expect she had slept so long. No wonder Anan kept crying and fussing. She fed Anan some milk, and the little guy happily burped. You rest a bit more, I'll take care of Anan. Anan now recognized Wang Xiaomei since she had been caring for him in the courtyard for over 2 months. They hadn't been apart long. I won't sleep anymore. Ran Jinian stood up, dressed, and tidied the quilt. She went out and burned some paper for Grandpa. Sister, I left some food in the pot for you to heat up, Wang Kaiwa said, running over and sitting beside Ran Jinian. Ran Jinian ate a big bowl of noodles, but wasn't hungry anymore. I'm not hungry now. If you get hungry later, just tell me, and I'll bring it to you, Wang Kaiwa said. Wang Kaiwa, you're so caring to Ran Jinian, like a loyal little follower, a sarcastic voice sounded from above. Ran Jinian recognized the voice and looked up faintly. Kaiwa was scared by a dog when she was little. Don't yell, she said softly. Huh, Wang Kaiwa burst out laughing. Her cousin's words were still sharp. Yu Xiaoli's face darkened. Ran Jinian, who are you calling a dog? Whoever was barking first, that's who it is, Ran Jinian shrugged. Yu Xiaoli was furious and snapped. Ran Jinian, your man is lying in bed unable to move. Looks like your future won't be easy. Snap. Ran Jinian raised her hand and slapped her. Ah, you hit me. Why are you hitting me? Yu Xiaoli rushed at Ran Jinian. Yu Xiaoli, what are you doing? Ran Shuesong saw Yu Xiaoli bullying his sister and quickly ran over to pull her back. Yu Xiaoli started crying loudly. Ran Jinian hit me. She hit me. Wang Xiangju, hearing her daughters crying, immediately ran over. Xiaoli, what's wrong?
Who hit you?
Ran Jinian hit me. Yu Xiaoli pointed at Ran Jinian. Wang Xiangju was immediately displeased. Jin girl, how can you hit your cousin just because you're the older sister? Wang Xiangju is the 5th in line and the youngest daughter of the Wang family. Yu Xiaoli is her daughter, 18 years old this year. Ran Jinian is 2 years older than her, and they have never gotten along since childhood. Auntie, you say I am the older sister, so it's okay if she doesn't call me that. But she also said that my man is lying in bed unable to move. Does she think I won't have a good life in the future? Is that something a sister should say? Ran Jinian said coldly. Wang Xiaomei came over and heard her daughter's words, her face looking upset. Xiaoli, how can you say such things to your cousin? You're so unreasonable, said Ran Shuesong, also very unhappy. Wang Xiangju's face changed. I didn't say that. Yu Xiaoli naturally wouldn't admit it now. She said it. She's clearly cursing her brother-in-law, Wang Kaiwa said. Yu Xiaoli gritted her teeth. Wang Kaiwa, you're talking nonsense. I didn't say that. They are both in cahoots. We were just sitting here, and you came over to scold Kaiwa for being a dog. Ran Jinian saw her aunt-in-law approaching. She didn't mean to say it that way. Yu Xiaoli had already scolded her. Zhang Guilin came over and heard her daughter being called a dog. She was fiery by nature. Yu Xiaoli, Kaiwa is your cousin. If you call her a dog, then what are you? Seeing everyone looking at her, Yu Xiaoli felt very wronged. She hadn't said anything wrong. Ran Jinian's man was lying in bed unable to move, probably going to be disabled. Wang Xiumei looked angry. Wang Xiangju silently cursed. They are all sisters. How can Xiaoli say such things? Auntie, this is the funeral of Grandpa. Yu Xiaoli is clearly causing trouble. She's disrespecting Grandpa. Ran Jinian didn't want to make a big fuss, but Yu Xiaoli was too much. Hearing her words, Wang Xiangju realized that if this matter was confirmed, it would harm her daughter's reputation. Jean girl, it's just a small disagreement among sisters. Your words are too harsh, she said with a hint of coldness in her eyes. Grandpa hasn't even been buried yet, and Yu Xiaoli is causing trouble here. Not only is she disrespecting Grandpa, but she's also making everyone laugh. Ran Jinian raised her voice slightly. Xiaoli isn't a child anymore. How can she be so unreasonable? Wang Xiumei said. Zhang Guilin was very dissatisfied. Even family members should not be scolding each other. Is this still a family? Oh, why are we so petty among family members? Wang Xiangju quickly said, seeing Ran Jinian holding on tightly. She had no choice but to push Yu Xiaoli. Xiaoli, you better apologize to your cousin. Yu Xiaoli refused. Hurry up, Wang Xiangju hit her again. Yu Xiaoli nearly started crying. Seeing Wang Xiangju's unhappy face, she had to speak reluctantly. Cousin, I'm sorry. Ran Jinian reminded her. There's also Kaiwe. Cousin, I'm sorry, Yu Xiaoli said, and then ran away. Wang Xiangju also left with a dark face. Zhang Guilin pulled Wang Kaiwe aside to ask a few questions, then went back to her chores. Wang Kaiwe jumped over happily, saying, Sister, tonight you take in and sleep in my room. Her bed was big enough for 4 people. Okay. Ran Jinian took the children, as she couldn't stay up all night. Zhang Guilin brought over 2 blankets, saying, Jiner, these blankets are for Anan.
Thank you, Auntie, she replied.
We're family, no need to thank me. After setting down the blankets, Zhang Guilin left. Kaiwe, watch over Anan. I'll go boil water and take a bath, Ran Jinian said. She had been rushing on the train for days and smelled bad. Sister, you go ahead. I'll watch Anan, Wang Kaiwe, the oldest in the family, said. She had grown up taking care of her younger brothers. Ran Jinian took a set of clothes from her backpack and packed them in a bag. Just as she stepped out, she bumped into Ran Siyuan. Where are you going? He asked. To boil water and take a bath. Go back to your room. I'll boil water, and when it's ready, I'll call you, Ran Siyuan told his sister. He went to the kitchen to boil water. Ran Jinian returned to the room. Sister, why are you back? Is there no firewood in the kitchen? No, my eldest brother went to get water for me. Big cousin is so kind, Wang Kaiwe, the oldest girl, said, feeling jealous that Ran Jinian had 2 brothers. Sister, is brother-in-law really okay now? Wang Kaiwe was worried after hearing Yu Xiaoli's words. Ran Jinian smiled. It's not serious. He just needs some time to recover. Yu Xiaoli was so mean. She said those things just to make brother-in-law unable to get up. Wang Kaiwe, only 17, said, feeling a bit upset. Don't worry about what she said, Ran Jinian replied. Jinian, Ran Siyuan called outside. Coming, Ran Jinian said, carrying her bag and going out. The water is boiled. Ran Siyuan carried a big bucket of water to the outhouse. If the water isn't enough, call me. It's enough, Ran Jinian said, closing the wooden door and rinsing herself. After her bath, she folded her dirty clothes into a bag. At that moment, Anan started crying. Ran Jinian fed him milk, and Wang Kaiwe played with him for a while until he fell asleep. Sister, you haven't had dinner yet. I'll heat some for you, Wang Kaiwe suggested. No need, I have some food in my bag, Ran Jinian replied. Ran Jinian took out peach cookies and canned food from her bag. Actually, she had taken them from her space. Wang Kaiwe swallowed her saliva. Come, Kaiwe, Ran Jinian shared the peach cookies and canned food with her. Sis, I don't want it. Wang Kaiwe knew these treats were expensive. This has already been opened. If you don't eat it, it will go bad, Ran Jinian said. Hearing this, Wang Kaiwe took the food. She took a sip of the canned sweet syrup. It was very sweet. Sis, is your brother-in-law nice to you? Wang Kaiwe ate the canned food. She had seen Lu Junyuan once at the wedding. Her brother-in-law looked very handsome, but seemed very cold. He is the best man in the world, Ran Jin Mian said confidently. Cough, cough, Wang Kaiwa choked. In the future, when you find a man, you should look for someone like your brother-in-law, Ran Jin Mian said proudly. Sis, what are you talking about? Wang Kaiwa blushed. I'm telling the truth, Ran Jin Mian replied. Wang Kaiwa thought, I shouldn't have asked that question just now. I feel like I was shown up. Sis, how is life at the military district? Wang Kaiwa quickly changed the subject to avoid more praise about her brother-in-law. The family quarters are great. The sister-in-laws are very friendly and easy to get along with. Ran Jin Mian genuinely liked the family quarters. Then, when your brother-in-law is working, aren't you bored alone? Wang Kaiwa felt that besides the military wives, there weren't many family or friends, so it might be lonely. Ran Jin Mian looked down at him and with tenderness in her eyes. Kaiwa, you're not married yet. Even if I tell you too much, you might not understand. As long as the family is happy, living anywhere is joyful, she said. Wang Kaiwa seemed to understand, but also didn't quite get it. Then, sis, do you always take care of the kids? Will you find a job in the future? Wang Kaiwa simply thought her cousin was the only high school student in the family. It would be a pity if she stayed at home taking care of the children forever. The kids are a bit older now. I will find a job at the military district, Ran Jin Yen said. She had lived in the family quarters for a while and could do many jobs at the military district. After telling you all this, what about you now? Ran Jin Yen clapped her hands after finishing the peach cookies. I'm just earning work points every day. In a couple of years, I plan to get married, Wang Kaiwa said. She wasn't from the town, in the village. She could only earn work points daily. Don't rush to get married. Ran Jin Yen thought about the upcoming major reforms, where the work point system would be abolished. Wang Kaiwa misunderstood and asked sis, are you going to introduce me to a soldier? Ran Jin Yen didn't expect her to say that. You want to marry a soldier? Not exactly. I just think marrying a soldier wouldn't be bad. Wang Kaiwa does not want to stay in the countryside. She wants to go out and see the world. To leave her rural household registration, she needs to marry someone with an urban household registration or marry a soldier to follow the army. Ran Jinian thought about the upcoming college entrance exam recovery in a few years. Since Wang Kaiwa only has a middle school education and didn't get into high school, she suggested, there is a primary school in the village. Would you like to become a teacher? A teacher? Wang Kaiwa had never thought of that. Being a teacher is a good job now, with a bright future. You should try. Ran Jinian didn't dare mention the college entrance exam recovery to avoid her revealing it. She could start as a primary school teacher in the village with her middle school diploma. When the exam is restored, she could continue studying and go to university, which would help her leave the village. Even if she didn't pass, her role as a teacher might help her find a better family partner. Ran Jinian wasn't unwilling to introduce her to a soldier, but the distance was too far, and they wouldn't get to know each other well. It's better to find someone herself. Hearing Ran Jinian say there was a good future ahead, Wang Kaiwa decided, the village is recruiting teachers now.
I'll sign up and try.
That's great. You can do it, Ran Jinian encouraged her. In another room, Yuxiali tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Wang Xiangju was very annoyed. What are you doing? Tossing around all night. Mom, today Ran Jinian hit me. I can't sleep, Yuxiali said, recalling the slap she received, feeling her chest hurt with anger. You're just stupid. You deserve it, Wang Xiangju said, poking her. Mom, Yuxiali was about to cry. Cry all you want. I only regret giving birth to such a useless child, Wang Xiangju said irritably, hitting her again. She had married before Wang Xiumei, marrying the only carpenter in 10 villages, and it was a very glamorous match at the time. Carpenters were highly respected then, and she married well in Wangjia village. But later, Wang Xiumei caught the eye of Ran Demon from the town, who worked at the steel factory. Everyone in the area envied her. Wang Xiumei quickly rose in status and became more powerful. She even got a job with her mother-in-law at a textile factory. Both she and her husband were dual-income workers in the town, which made others envious. Not long after marrying, Wang Xiaomei became pregnant. However, she had struggled for years without conceiving, which caused dissatisfaction in her husband's family. When Wang Xiaomei finally gave birth to Ran Xuesong, she was pregnant again but had a miscarriage after slipping on the icy road in winter. It took her 3 more years to conceive again, by which time Wang Xiaomei had already given birth to Ran Jinian. Wang Xiangju had always envied Wang Xiaomei, feeling she had stolen her luck. She disliked her older sister Wang Xiaomei and her family. Yu Xiaoli was afraid to cry anymore. She thought angrily, why is Ran Jinian from the town, while she is from the countryside? It's only fair that Ran Jinian's man got hurt. Thinking about her own man becoming disabled made Yu Xiaoli feel a bit better. Ran Jinian and Wang Kaiwa talked until late at night before falling into a deep sleep. The next morning at 5 o'clock, everyone started packing to go up the mountain. Ran Jinian also wanted to go, but Enin was too young to come along. She had to stay in the yard. Luckily, she was able to visit her grandfather for the last time, which made Ran Jinian feel less regretful. At 9 in the morning, everyone returned. The villagers ate their last breakfast and then went their separate ways. Jinian, Ran Siyuan, and Ran Xuesong came over. Big brother, second brother, what's wrong? Ran Jinian thought something was wrong. The 2 brothers were holding their clothes and said, look at this. Mulberry fruit, Ran Jinian cheered. You loved to eat this when you were little. Every time you came back, you'd beg us to pick some for you. When Ran Siyuan went down the mountain and saw wild mulberry fruits by the roadside, he picked quite a few because he remembered his sister liked them. Ran Xuesong saw his brother picking and joined in. Thank you, big brother and second brother, Ran Jinian said happily, grabbing a handful and eating it, feeling sweet inside. Girl, finally Ran Demon came back, also holding his clothes. Seeing his daughter eating mulberry fruit, he asked, did your big brother and second brother pick these for you? Dad, you picked some too. Ran Jinian saw several in his clothes. These 2 boys are quick, Ran Demon muttered. Dad, you should try some. Ran Jinian fed him a piece. Sweet, Ran Demon smiled. Big sister, Wang Kaiwa ran over. Kaiwa, come eat some mulberry fruit. Ran Jinian grabbed a handful for her and Hutu. Big sister, can you go with me to sign up? Wang Kaiwa asked shyly. Sure. Ran Jinian wasn't in a hurry to leave. She turned to Wang Xiaomei and said, Mom, I'll go out with Kaiwa, and then you watch over the house. Wang Xiaomei held Anin and asked, where are you going? We'll be returning to town soon. We're going out to take care of some things. We'll be back soon, Ran Jinian replied. She then went into Wang Tsayue's room, packed her bag, and handed a bag to Ran Demon. Dad, these are my clothes. Can you carry them? Wang Xiaomei said nearby, we'll wait for you at the parasol tree at the village entrance. Okay. Ran Jinian held Wang Tsayue's hand, and the 2 sisters stepped out of the yard. Big sister, do you think I can do it? Wang Kaiwa looked a bit regretful as she left the yard. She had acted on impulse. Ran Jinian encouraged her. If you can't do it, who can? You are a middle school student in our village. The village isn't only made up of middle school students. Those educated youths are also middle school students. Wang Kaiwa mentioned the educated youths in the village. Seeing that she lacked confidence, Ran Jinian reassured her. Those educated youths will leave after a few years. You are one of us in the village. Oh, really? Wang Kaiwa smiled and then asked, Sister, will those educated youths go back to the city in the future? Ran Jinian's heart skipped a beat. She had accidentally let slip earlier. I think these educated youths are not from the village, so they will definitely find a way to go back to the city, she said. Her words were correct. Wang Kaiwa also knew this well. She was good friends with Wang Xiaolian, the village chief's daughter, and sometimes she would hear her talk. Those educated youths wanted to go back to the city, but it was impossible. The 2 sisters walked toward the village primary school, chatting along the way. As they passed the fields, villagers were plowing, weeding, and fertilizing, preparing for this year's rice planting. Several educated youths bent over, too tired to speak. At this moment, an aunt looked up and said, Isn't that Jin's girl from the Wang Shumei family? Yes, she's really grown up beautiful, someone replied. That girl is really lucky. Her parents and brother are workers in the town, and she's the only daughter in the family. As soon as she finished speaking, a young male educated youth stared intently at Ranjinian. She was from the town, from a family with dual workers. If he could be with her, maybe he could go back to the city. Team leader, I'm thirsty. I'll go back and drink some water, Li Kaijun said with a flicker of his eyes. The team leader looked at him impatiently. Where's your water bottle? I left in a hurry this morning and didn't bring water, Li Kaijun said. Just enough of an excuse. Go ahead. There's still a lot of work in the fields. Come back early, the leader replied. Okay. Li Kaijun threw down his and quickly headed up the field. I heard she married a military officer. She's really lucky, someone said. Didn't they say Jin's girl's husband was paralyzed? Li Kaijun didn't hear the rest of the conversation and chased after Ranjinian. At the village committee, Ranjinian and Wang Kaiwe entered. Kaiwe, what are you doing here? Is something wrong at home? The village chief asked, thinking Wang's family had some issue, since most of Fengshu village's residents had the surname Wang. Wang Kaiwe was speechless upon seeing the village chief. Village chief, she stammered. Third uncle, Ranjinian spoke. She was addressing him by her generation's term. The village chief hadn't recognized Ranjinian yet. The village had been busy these days, and he had only attended a funeral for the Wang family briefly, so he hadn't seen Ranjinian recently. Yes, Jin's girl, you're back. The village chief smiled warmly and said, Ranjinian, I haven't seen you in a long time. How is your health lately? Ranjinian took out a pack of cigarettes and a bag of white sugar from her bag and said, Uncle, I haven't visited in a while. I wanted to see how you were doing. The village chief looked outside and saw no one around. What are you doing, Jinyan? He asked. Uncle, when I was little, you and Annie treated me so well. I haven't come back often, so I brought you these as a small gift. The village chief waved his hand. No need, no need. We are family. Uncle, since I rarely come back, can I show my appreciation? Ranjinian pretended to be sad. All right, you are such a girl. I can't argue with you, the village chief said, taking the cigarettes and sugar. Then he looked at Wang Kaiyu. What do you want to talk to me about? Ranjinian didn't speak. She wanted Wang Kaiyu to speak for herself. She gave her an encouraging look. Wang Kaiyu took a deep breath. Village chief, I want to be a teacher at our village primary school. The village chief opened his mouth in surprise. He didn't expect Wang Kaiyu to want to be a teacher. 10 minutes later, they left the village committee office. Wang Kaiyu looked excited. Sister, I didn't expect the village chief to agree. Ranjinian smiled. I told you you could do it. It's because you gave the village chief those things, Wang Kaiyu said. She wasn't a silly girl. If her cousin hadn't given her cigarettes and sugar, the village chief might not have agreed so easily. That's different, Ranjinian said. Giving gifts was just to help Wang Kaiyu get her foot in the door, but she still had to do her part. Sister, when are you leaving this time? When will you come back? Wang Kaiyu didn't want Ranjinian to leave. They had just met, and now she was leaving again. Ranjinian couldn't give a definite date, just in case she couldn't make it. When I come back, I'll write you a letter in advance. Sister, I can also write you letters, Wang Kaiyu said with regret. She had forgotten to write letters before. Of course, just send them to Ranjinian at the Southern Military District Family Compound. Ranjinian provided her address. Okay, they said as they headed toward the village entrance. Suddenly, a man rushed out and bumped straight into Ranjinian. She reacted quickly, dodging him. Li Kaijun looked disappointed. Sorry, are you okay? He secretly lamented that he had hoped to bump into Ranjinian on purpose and help her, thinking that might develop into something more. After all, he was the best-looking young man among the educated youths and the most handsome in the village. But it was a pity. Ranjinian saw his unfamiliar face and guessed he was probably a local educated youth. I'm fine. Sorry, I was lost in thought and was in a hurry, he said. Li Kaijun finally saw Ranjinian's face and was surprised by how beautiful she looked. He was determined to win her over. You're not from Fengsho village, are you? I haven't seen you before, Li Kaijun said softly. Ran Jinian didn't even look at him and pulled Wang Kaiwa to walk ahead. Li Kaijun was left speechless. With his good looks, many village girls talked to him, but this woman showed no reaction at all. Seeing Ran Jinian walk away, he realized he might miss his chance and quickly followed, calling out, Mississippi Li Kaijun, what are you doing? Wang Kaiwa recognized him. This man was always flirting with girls in the village and didn't seem trustworthy. Ignore him. Let's go, Ran Jinian said, sensing his bad intentions and pulling Wang Kaiwa to leave quickly. At the village entrance, Wang Xiaomei and Ran Demon were holding an inn, while Ran Siyuan and Ran Shuesong sat under a tree, all waiting for Ran Jinian. Dad, Mom. Ran Jinian approached them. Wang Kaiwa looked behind her and saw Li Kaijun running away, muttering a curse. Ran Shuesong asked, Kaiwa, who are you scolding? Brother Shuesong, just now a male youth from the village deliberately bumped into my cousin, Wang Kaiwa explained. What? Ran Siyuan's expression changed immediately. Jinian, are you okay? Wang Xiaomei asked. Ran Jinian shook her head.
I'm fine.
He didn't hit me. Ran Siyuan asked, Kaiwa, do you know who that young man is? Yes, his name is Li Kaijun, Wang Kaiwa nodded. Dad, go talk to the village head, so these young men don't cause trouble, Ran Siyuan said, knowing well what these boys were up to. I'll go, Wang Xiaomei said, understanding Ran Demon's personality. Since she was from the Wang family village, she thought it was better for her to speak. The village head, after hearing from Wang Xiaomei, looked very upset. Last time, Li Kaijun had tried to flirt with his daughter, and now he was eyeing Ran Jinian. If he didn't deal with him properly, he'd be out of control. Li Kaijun was still regretful but was called to the village committee by the village head. What? The village head, you want me to dig a river channel? Li Kaijun was stunned when he heard this. It was hard work, lasting over half a month, and exhausting. He felt like the sky was falling. In Pupping Town, Ran Jinian's family returned to the town. She first went to her in-law's house. Jinian, Mother Lu had prepared dinner after work. Are you tired? Mom, I'm not tired, Ran Jinian said, placing the sleeping and on the bed. Come, have some steamed eggs. Mother Lu prepared steamed eggs for Ran Jinian. Ran Jinian hasn't eaten well these days, and now smelling the aroma of the eggs, she feels hungry. Thank you, Mom. Eat first. I'll go downstairs and call your dad and the others to come up for dinner. Mother Lu went downstairs to call everyone. Soon, Wang Xiaomei and Ran Demon came up. Ran Siyuan and Ran Shuesong stayed at home to eat. Dear, thank you for your trouble, Ran Demon said. Mother Lu smiled and replied, What trouble? I didn't make much food. She prepared some radish soup, scrambled eggs, sausage, and stir-fried greens. Jinian, how long will you stay? Mother Lu scooped some sausage onto Ran Jinian's plate. Ran Jinian thought for a moment. Maybe about a week. She's not very worried about Lu Jinyuan now. His health has improved a lot, and she can move around. Since she's back, she doesn't want to leave so soon. Wang Xiaomei asked, How is Jinyuan's health? He's much better now. I also asked Sister Zhou to look after him. Then you should stay at home a few more days. Mother Lu, while worried about her son, also thought about her daughter-in-law and grandson staying at home longer. After everyone finished eating, Wang Xiaomei and Ran Demon went downstairs. Ran Jinian hasn't slept well these days. Mom, I'm going to take a nap. Go ahead. After tidying up the house, Mother Lu heard an humming and making noises. She opened the door and saw Ran Jinian still asleep. She then went to pick up the little one, worried that an Anne's noise might wake her. Mother Lu changed the baby's diaper and carried him out. Let's go see Grandpa and Grandma. Military District. Commander's office. An urgent phone ring sounded. Secretary Gao answered, and then handed the phone to Lin Xiao. Commander, your phone. Lin Xiao took the call. Hello. The other side said something, and Lin Xiao's eyes flashed with surprise. What did you say? Ran Jinian caught 5 bad guys on the train? How did she manage to catch them? Secretary Gao? Ran Jinian. Why is it her again? A few minutes later, Lin Xiao hung up and said to Secretary Gao, "Tell Lu Jinyuan to come to my office."
Yes.
Just as Secretary Gao spoke, Lin Xiao thought of something.
No need, I'll go myself.
Lin Xiao left the office with Secretary Gao, and everyone rushed to greet him.
Where is the commander going?
Just out for a bit. No need to follow.
Yes.
Although Lin Xiao didn't want anyone to follow, he wasn't the commander of the military district, so everyone kept watching him as he left. Did the commander go to the family quarters? What is he doing there? Everyone was very curious. Lu Jinyuan was doing rehabilitation exercises at home. Before leaving, his wife left him milk, calcium tablets, and beef jerky. His health was improving day by day. When Lu Jinyuan arrived, he was very surprised. Fortunately, he is usually careful about his belongings, so the items his wife left were always kept in the cabinet. Lu Jinyuan wondered silently what General Lin wanted to see him about. Usually, it was Commander Yanzheng or Chief Lu who came, and sometimes personally. General Lin, Lu Jinyuan tried to stand up. Lin Xiao spoke gently. You don't need to stand up. Just sit. Lu Jinyuan sat upright. Lu Jinyuan, I just received a call from the Yunnan Public Security Bureau, Lin Xiao said directly. Lu Jinyuan's heart skipped a beat. Isn't Yunnan where he and his wife are from? Could something have happened to his wife? General Lin, has something happened to my wife? Lin Xiao looked at him deeply and said, no. Lu Jinyuan breathed a sigh of relief. But your wife did something big, Lin Xiao added. Lu Jinyuan's heart thumped heavily. What big thing? Lin Xiao explained what had happened. Hearing about such a serious incident, Lu Jinyuan's expression changed. He knew his wife was brave, but he didn't expect her to be that bold. He couldn't imagine how he would spend the rest of his life if something went wrong. The police told me that your wife used a special gas that made those 5 bad people unable to see, Lin Xiao said, his tone tinged with excitement. This gas was very useful. If it could be developed widely and used on the battlefield, it would be a powerful weapon. Lu Jinyuan's face remained calm, but his mind raced. His wife must have taken the gas from the space. She could only do that if she knew how to solve the problem. Lu Jinyuan, how did your wife make this gas? I've never heard you mention it before, Lin Xiao asked cautiously.
General Lin, my wife has been experimenting with that gas.
I didn't know she succeeded, Lu Jinyuan replied carefully, knowing that speaking too much might be risky. You didn't know? Lin Xiao's eyes showed some doubt. After I was injured, my wife took care of me. I didn't see her working on that stuff, Lu Jinyuan explained. This reason seemed reasonable. Lin Xiao thought about it and nodded. His own husband was badly injured. He wouldn't have the energy to do other things. When will your wife return? Lin Xiao asked, knowing that such a big matter needed to be discussed with the person involved. Her grandfather passed away, so she went back to attend the funeral, Lu Jinyuan said, without giving a specific time. Lin Xiao had to wait. Wait for your wife to come back and have her come directly to the military district to see me. Yes, Lu Jinyuan replied. As soon as Lin Xiao left the family compound, he told Secretary Gao, don't let this matter get out. Currently, this must remain a secret. There are still spies in the country. If this information leaks, it could endanger Ranjinian's life and cause serious damage to the nation. I understand, Secretary Gao nodded. Lin Xiao went to the family compound to see Lu Jinyuan, and the news spread loudly throughout the military district. Lu Jinyuan wanted to call his wife but held back, thinking that if someone was listening in, it would be dangerous. His wife's privacy must be protected. He had to wait patiently for her to return. Lin Xiao came to see Lu Jinyuan, and the news about him spread even more widely. Even Song Mingyi and Lin Beixiao came out of curiosity. What does Commander Lin want with you? Commander Lin is just here to check on my health. Lu Jinyuan wasn't foolish. He knew his wife could keep secrets for a long time. Really? That's all? Song Mingyi widened his eyes. Is there anything else? Now everyone is saying that Commander Lin wants you to take his position, Lin Beixiao said, finding it hard to believe. Lu Jinyuan remained calm. Thank you all for your recognition. Lin Beixiao and Song Mingyi looked at him speechless, still so shameless. Everyone in the military district envied Lu Jinyuan. People kept coming to see him, making the small courtyard lively.
What cheating?
Lu Jinyuan was lucky to catch Lin Zhao's attention. Eating, did you hear me talking? Yan Qingxue was a bit annoyed because Hu Zhiding ignored her. What did you say? Hu Zhiding sounded impatient. I want to go to the county to buy clothes. Will you go shopping with me? Yan Qingxue disliked the town supply store. She preferred going to the county for clothes. I don't have time recently. You go by yourself, Hu Zhiding said dismissively. Hu Zhiding, what do you mean? Yan Qingxue was upset. His attitude had cooled down significantly, clearly changing once he got what he wanted. Hu Zhiding took out his wallet from his clothes and gave her 30 yuan. Buy your own clothes. I really don't have time. After giving her the money, he left directly. Hu Zhiding, I don't care about your money. Stop right there. Yan Qingxue was furious. She chased after him, taking a few steps, but suddenly felt nauseous and unwell. Qingxue, are you okay? Lin Beixiao happened to walk by and saw her face looking pale.
I'm fine, Yan Qingxue replied weakly.
Do you want to go to the hospital? Yan Qingxue was about to say no, but she suddenly vomited again. Lin Beixiao saw this and quickly took her to the hospital. Soon after, a big incident happened at the military district. Yan Qingxue was pregnant before marriage, and the news caused a huge stir. Commander Yan was so angry that he slapped Yan Qingxue, and it was the first time he hit her. You shameful thing. When Yan Qingxue's mother heard about this, she rushed to the military district. She held her crying daughter and said, "It doesn't help to scold her now. The most important thing is to settle the marriage." Commander Yan sighed heavily. At this point, there was little he could do. He could only call Hu Zhiding. Hu Zhiding was stunned. He only wanted to have fun with Yan Qingxue, never thought of marrying her. Although the Yan family was not as wealthy as the Hu family, they were still a good family, and he couldn't dismiss her easily like before. Commander Yan has only one daughter. Seeing that Hu Zhiding didn't want to acknowledge the pregnancy, he was not easy to bully. He immediately joined forces with the Yu family to call the Hu family. The Hu family had just sent Hu Zhiding to the southern military district, but he caused another big problem there. The Hu family was very angry. They had few children and high hopes for Hu Zhiding, so they had certain requirements for his future wife. The Yan family was far behind. But Yan Qingxue was not like the girls Hu Zhiding used to play with. In the end, the Hu family could only agree to the marriage for the sake of their reputation. Because Yan Qingxue was pregnant, the wedding with Hu Zhiding was hurriedly scheduled. Lin Beixiao and Song Mingyi felt bitter inside and could only go to Lu Jinyuan to drink. Pupping Town. Ran Jinian had been busy with smoke bomb experiments these days. She told the police it was a type of irritating gas, so she had to produce this gas herself. Once she returned to the military district, someone would come looking for her. Ran Jinian spent 2 days flipping through books in her space. Luckily, her space had all kinds of books. After searching for 2 days, she finally found what she needed in one book.
Great.
Ran Jinian was happy. That night, she had an in-sleep with Lu Mu and continued her experiments in her space. Finally, she succeeded. Ran Jinian sighed in relief. Now she had an explanation for returning to the military district. Jinian, is something bothering you? Lu Mu hesitated for several days before finally asking.
No.
I noticed you've been very sleepy these days, probably not sleeping well at night. Lu Mu observed carefully. Ran Jinian had been working on experiments at night, but she couldn't tell Lu Mu the truth. Anan has been sleeping with me since she was born, and I just got used to her leaving me suddenly.
Lu Mu smiled.
That's because you're not used to it yet. The next day, Ran Jinian was sitting outside in the sun with Anan, accompanied by 2 children. Annie, I want to hold my little brother. I want to hold him. Cece, you're too small now. You can't carry him. Ran Jinian smiled. Auntie, I can hold him, Cheng argued. You need to eat more and grow taller, then you can hold your brother. Ran Jinian comforted her nephews. Cece and Cheng pouted, unhappy because they couldn't hold their brother yet. Ran Jinian reached into her pocket and took out 2 candies. Here, one for each of you. Thank you, Annie, the little ones cheered. They eagerly tore open the wrappers and licked the candies clean. Miss, may I ask where Hilihua lives? At that moment, a middle-aged man and woman approached and asked. Hilihua was her mother-in-law's name. Ranjinian silently observed the couple.
Who are you?
She asked. I am Hilihua's younger brother, the man replied. Hearing this, Ranjinian remembered that her mother-in-law had been cut off from her family after being driven out, and they hadn't contacted each other for years. Why were these people here now? I don't know. She's not here. Ranjinian shook her head. He Zhongli frowned. Not here? No, Ranjinian said, and then walked away. After a long day of traveling, they finally reached Pushing town, only to realize they had gone to the wrong place. The middle-aged woman cursed. We'll ask someone else. He Zhongli refused to give up. Ranjinian went up to the apartment building and watched the two people from above. Seeing they hadn't left, she stepped down quickly. He Zhongli waited a moment, then saw an old woman approaching. He hurried over. Ma'am, Grandma, Ranjinian called loudly. The old woman noticed her and was drawn to her. Jean girl, she said. He Zhongli watched silently, thinking the old woman was a relative of Ranjinian, so he didn't think much. Ranjinian approached and happily left with the old woman. He Zhongli's wife lost patience. Let's go, she said. At 5 o'clock, Mother Lu returned home, and Ranjinian told her what had happened. The He family has already cut ties with me. Why are they here again? Mother Lu didn't know which brother had come. Mom, they must have a reason for coming, Ranjinian reminded her. Hearing this, Mother Lu asked, Are you talking about Junyuan? Ranjinian nodded. A widow like her mother wouldn't normally attract much attention, but Junyuan was different. He was a regiment commander in the military district with a bright future ahead. It's so shameless. They were the ones who cut ties with me before, and now they come knocking on my door again. Mother Lu feels these people are too shameless and worries about burdening her son. Maybe I shouldn't come home to live for a while. She has a few good friends at the textile factory and could stay with them. No, that's not possible. Ranjinian shakes her head. You can hide for a while, but not forever. Since they found this place, they'll find the factory too. You're right. Hiding isn't a solution. Mother Lu grits her teeth. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law talk quietly for a while. Sure enough, the next day, He Zhongli and his wife come to the door. When he sees Ranjinian, he's surprised. It's you. You're Hilihua's daughter-in-law. You lied to us yesterday. Didn't you say it was Hilihua yesterday? Ranjinian pretends she didn't hear him. He Zhongli. He feels like she's doing it on purpose. Zhang Yufin is unhappy. You're young, and your ears are already so bad. You have good ears, just like donkey ears, Ranjinian says lightly. Zhang Yufin chokes and glares angrily at Hilihua. This is your daughter-in-law, talking to elders like that. Seeing Hilihua, she's taken aback. Is this really Hilihua? She's wearing a wool sweater inside and a knitted cardigan outside, looking very fashionable. She looks like a wealthy lady, not the rural woman she used to be. A pang of envy rises in her heart. It seems Hilihua has really started a good life. Zhang Yufin glances around the house. With such a nice place, why is it Hilihua's? Who do you think you are, an elder, coming to my house to act like one? Although Hilihua has a good temper, she won't let others bully her daughter-in-law. Zhang Yufin's face darkens terribly. She's about to speak, but He Zhongli pulls her back. Now isn't the time for a fight. Big sister. He lowers himself. Hilihua coldly says, Who's your big sister? I don't know you. He Zhongli. His face stiffens. Big sister, I know that back then Mom kicked you out. You hold a grudge. But she's still your mother. Hilihua's face remains cold, silent. After so many years, she has long let go. Ranjinian deliberately raises her voice. Oh, so you threw my mother out back then, and now you're here for what? He Zhongli, annoyed that Ranjinian spoke, says, Elders are talking. Do you have any manners as a junior? Back then, you all could kick out an orphan mother and daughter. Why should I care about manners now? Ranjinian says, disdainfully. He Zhongli's words fall silent. Suddenly, many people appeared at the door. He Lihua was driven out of her home. No wonder she never returned to her family over the years, nor did her family visit her. When she first came here, Lu Junyuan was only 3 years old, and Lu Lanlan was just 1. How cruel for a mother and orphan daughter to be treated like this. Are these family members? Or enemies? The residents of the tenement building had known each other for over 10 years, so everyone was very familiar. He Lihua brought her 2 children here, raised them alone, and never remarried, which earned her many compliments. But no one knew about the story behind it. He Zhongliang. He looked at the crowd outside. How did they all appear suddenly? Someone from the crowd loudly said, "Years ago, they drove out that orphaned mother and child. Now they come knocking on the door, pretending to be kind, just wanting to get some benefits. Yes, they didn't come before, but now they suddenly show up. They must be after some advantage. It's shameless. They drove away the orphan mother and child, and now that her son has some ability, they want to take advantage."
Pa.
Everyone looked at He Zhongliang and his wife with contempt. He Zhongliang's face was very awkward. He couldn't say anything. He came to see He Lihua because he had something to ask her. Their mother was 72 years old this year. She had been healthy for a long time, but last winter she slipped and fell, which left her paralyzed. The old lady stayed in bed for eating, drinking, and going to the bathroom. Their 3 brothers took turns caring for her, each for a month. But after only 1 month, they didn't want to continue. Suddenly, they thought of He Lihua, the sister, and wanted to leave the old lady to her, expecting her to take care of her. If she refused, they threatened to report her son to the military district, which could ruin his future. Zhang Yufan saw that He Zhongliang didn't speak and said, "There's no such thing as driving her out. That's not true. She simply didn't recognize us and ran away with her 2 children. We've been looking for her and her children all these years." She lied without shame, as if there was no formal separation letter. He Zhongliang's eyes lit up. "Yes, yes, we've been searching for her and her children all these years. Sister, we've been looking for you so hard." The crowd was confused. He Lihua never expected the He family to be so shameless. They were so brazen. You. Mother Lu trembled. Ranjinian was prepared. "You say you've been looking for her and her children all these years? Is it far from Pushing town to Lihua village? It took you 20 years to find them." He Zhongliang's face darkened. That girl was so annoying. Zhang Yufan glared at her, wishing she could tear her mouth apart. "Lihua village? My wife's village is nearby, very close to us." "Oh, Lihua village, I've been there before. It's not far." Did he just say he's been searching for their mother and 3 children all these years, and only now did he find them? The others looked at He Zhongli with different expressions. Mother Lu suddenly burst into tears, crying out loud. "Back then, you didn't care that the 2 children were still young. In the cold winter, you drove us, a mother and orphan children, out. I thought we would die that winter, but luckily, heaven took pity on us, and I managed to survive with my children." Mother Lu cried painfully, recounting how hard it was to be driven out that year. She knew very well that he's only coming to find them must mean something big. She didn't mind personally, but the neighbors believed their words, which could affect Jin Yuan's future. She absolutely couldn't allow that to happen. Wah. When Jin Yuan's father died, I took the children back to my parents' house. You were afraid we, a mother and children, would be a burden, even though we are close family, and heartlessly drove us out. I thought we would starve on the street. I went back to beg you, asking for a bit of food for the children. But no matter how much I begged outside the door, you never came out to see us. Mother Lu's tears kept flowing as she recalled her past hardships. This isn't a family, it's worse than beasts. Is this really a family? Or are they enemies? This is truly eye-opening. The crowd was amazed. Zhang Yufan pulled He Zhongli, urging him to speak quickly. He Zhongli, who had once participated in forcing He Lihua out, looked angry at the ridicule but stood firm. You all don't know the facts. She insisted on marrying Lu Xinghua without our family's approval. It was only after we were furious that we cut off her family ties. The crowd was surprised by this big turn of events. Who was right? Mother Lu's chest heaved with anger. She didn't expect He Zhongli to say such things. Sister, I know you resent the family for not letting you marry Lu Xinghua. The family was doing it for your own good. If you hadn't married Lu Xinghua, how could you have become a widow so young? Zhang Yufin took the opportunity to speak again. My family doesn't agree with her insistence on marrying, so of course they're not sad. I don't think Li Hua is that kind of person. Who knows? What's really going on now? Ran Jinian saw that Mother Lu was about to collapse, so she stepped forward quickly. You keep saying you don't want my mother-in-law to marry my father-in-law, but what about the bride price you accepted before? He Zhongli was feeling proud, but when he heard Ran Jinian say this, his face changed again. That girl. Mom, go get the list of the bride price. Ran Jinian had already planned this with Mother Lu yesterday. Mother Lu calmed herself, knowing her clever daughter-in-law had prepared early. She took out a piece of paper from the house. This is the bride price my family received when I married Xiangua. The marriage to Lu Xiangua happened around the time the country was founded, and back then, there was no formal bride price. As long as the couple was suitable, the groom would give some food, and a small donkey would be enough to take home. But the He family not only took the food but also demanded the first set of 10 yuan banknotes issued by the country. The Lu family paid money and got a receipt from the He family. This receipt is the proof. Lu Xiangua left little behind, and Mother Lu had kept it well. He Zhongli didn't remember this. When he saw He Lihua take it out, the paper was yellowed with age, but still somewhat legible. He panicked. Dad is already dead. This is forged. Zhang Yufin reacted quickly. This receipt can't be real, she said. If it's fake, go to Lihua village and find out, Ran Jinian said loudly. She believed that the He family wouldn't be able to hide their true nature in Lihua village. Woo woo woo, you drove us orphans and widows out before, and now you're causing trouble again. Do you think I'm weak and easy to bully? Mother Lu slapped her thigh and started crying again. The neighbors from the apartment building were furious. Get out, go away. Despicable creatures, treating your own family like enemies. I've seen shameless people, but I've never seen anyone this shameless. Get out. Everyone started scolding loudly. He Zhongli quickly pulled Zhang Yufin away. They comforted Zhang Yufin, saying, Don't cry. It's not worth crying over such family. If they come again, we'll curse at them. Ran Jinian spoke, Thank you all. This was a family matter, and I didn't expect it to trouble everyone. Jinian, my family, your mother-in-law's family, we've been neighbors for over 10 years. Don't feel strange about saying this. Any future problems just come to us. Seeing Mother Lu so upset, everyone said a few more words and then left. Wang Xiaomei entered the room and comforted Mother Lu, saying, Don't be sad. Mother Lu shook her head and replied, It's been so many years. I'm no longer sad. Then why are you crying like this? Jin Yan came up with the idea. Mother Lu spoke, though she wasn't sure why the He family suddenly came, but she was certain it wasn't good news. Even if she was driven out, she was now living well. Her son was a soldier, and her daughter was a researcher. Some people tend to forget her past suffering and forgive her generously. She hadn't planned for her family to support her. She knew her family was also struggling and in difficulty. She thought that having a small wood-burning house where she and her 2 children could live was enough. During the day, she would go to work, but before she even entered the house, her connection with her family was cut off. That winter was very cold, and Jin Yuan and Lan Lan nearly froze to death. Mom. Ran Jinian interrupted her thoughts. Mother Lu looked at her. Drink some water. Ran Jinian poured her a glass. Little sister. Ran Siyuan came in from outside. Ran Jinian's eyes lit up. Brother, how did it go? It turned out that yesterday, Ran Jinian saw He Zhongkang come to find Mother Lu, so she asked her eldest brother to check in Lihua village. Why did the He family suddenly come looking for Mother Lu after so many years? Ran Siyuan closed the door. I checked in Lihua village yesterday. Wang Xiaomei heard this and thought, no wonder her eldest son didn't come home last night. He had gone to Lihua village. Mother Lu looked at him. Old lady, he fell and became paralyzed last winter, and now she is bedridden. The three brothers of the He family are unwilling to take care of her. Ran Siyuan had also looked around the village and found this was not new information. It was easy to find out. Hearing that the old lady was paralyzed, Mother Lu was momentarily stunned. So this is their plan, Ran Jinian quickly understood. They wanted Mother Lu to take care of the old lady and used filial piety to pressure her. Seeing that she didn't speak, Ran Jinian turned around and noticed her strange expression. Mom, do you want to take care of the old lady? No, Mother Lu quickly said. She was just surprised earlier. Back then, the old lady stood at the door, looking down at her. You, a married daughter, are like water spilled. You are no longer part of the He family. Don't come back anymore. She begged her mother desperately, but her mother was unmoved. He Lihua was also a mother herself and couldn't believe that a mother could truly not love her children. No, the old lady's lack of love was only for her daughter. Now she was paralyzed, and only her three precious sons could take care of her. Ran Jinian saw that Mother Lu really didn't want to take care of the elderly lady. Then we need to be prepared. You mean they will come knocking on our door again? Mother Lu frowned. Ran Jinian nodded. If they have the nerve to come, they will definitely come again. Maybe next time they'll bring the elderly lady directly. Wang Xiaomei slammed the table. They dare. They dare not? They've already cut ties and still come knocking on the door. There's nothing they wouldn't do. After Ran Jinian said this, everyone's faces changed multiple times. Mother Lu was expelled from the He family 20 years ago, and even after returning 3 times, she was driven out again. She no longer had any feelings for her family. What if they send the elderly lady here? What should we do then? Mother Lu thought Ran Jinian was right. Based on the character of the He family, they could do it. Wang Xiaomei looked serious. If they send her over, they are forcing you with filial piety. Ran Siyuan gulped down a big sip of water. Maybe Annie shouldn't come back recently. What's the use of hiding? If they can find this place, they can find the textile factory too. Wang Xiaomei responded quickly. I'm not afraid of being bothered by them. Mother Lu wasn't afraid of them now. She was worried they would cause trouble for Junyuan. I'll handle this, Ran Jinian decided. Jinian, what are you going to do? Everyone looked at her together. Ran Jinian stepped closer and explained her plan. Siyuan was stunned, thinking how clever his little sister was. She could come up with such ideas. Good. This plan is great. Wang Xiaomei and Mother Lu also thought it was very good. Early the next morning, the apartment building became lively. The 3 brothers from the He family carried the elderly lady over together. He Lihua, second brother, He Jingming shouted loudly. That useless third brother of ours can't even handle such a small matter. He wanted everyone to see, making the situation as big as possible to benefit them. Lihua didn't take care of her own mother. Now, in this new era, she, as her daughter, had the duty and responsibility. Big sister, Mom is paralyzed. You're her daughter. She raised you. You've been away for 20 years, and she has missed you all that time. She doesn't have many days left and just wants to see you once. He Jingming looked full of pain and regret. He looked at the second brother, and the second brother's words changed everything. Even if they cut ties back then, so what? Now the elderly lady was like this, still thinking about her daughter. Lihua was living so well now, and if she argued with her own mother, it was her own fault. Today, she had to accept it, whether she wanted to or not. Once the elderly lady entered Lihua's home, they would have plenty of excuses not to care anymore. Big sister, please, we beg you. Come down and see Mom, the 3 brothers pleaded sincerely. The residents of the apartment building gathered around, watching this scene. Some people began to think that He Lihua had a hard heart. Seeing more and more onlookers, the brothers exchanged glances. Mom, you wanted to see our eldest sister, right? We brought you here. Mom, the eldest sister doesn't want to see you. Big sister, please come down and see Mom. The 3 brothers pretended to be very earnest. Ran Demon stood upstairs, eager to go down and chase them away. But thinking of his daughter's plan, he held back. Mom, a surprised voice suddenly sounded. He Lihua stepped out from the crowd. Seeing Grandma he wrapped in a quilt, she was momentarily stunned. Then her eyes reddened, and she threw herself onto Grandma He, crying, "Mom, what's wrong? Why are you like this? Did those three hurt you?" Grandma He looked at her daughter, whom she hadn't seen in 20 years. She opened her mouth, but could only make sounds like ah ah ah. The three brothers of the He family. They wondered why He Lihua was in the apartment building talking for so long, only to realize she had come back from outside. "Big sister, what are you talking about? She's our real mother. How could we hurt her?" He Shengming looked a bit embarrassed. Mom fell and became paralyzed after slipping in winter. The second brother, He Weinian, spoke up. "Mom still goes out to work in the cold winter, and it's all your fault." Mother Lu wiped her tears. The three brothers. Seeing that the conversation was drifting away, He Shengming quickly tried to steer it back. "Ever since you left home, Mom has been missing you and thinking about you. Many times." Before he could finish, a fierce voice interrupted. "He Lihua." A commanding, angry voice sounded. A man pushed through the crowd and approached He Lihua. "You said last month you'd pay me back. It's already this month. Where's the money?" Big brother, I'm short on cash right now. I'll pay you back in a few days," Mother Lu said nervously. "No, it has to be today," the man said sternly. Mother Lu panicked. "I really don't have the money now. Please give me a few more days." No money, then." The man raised his hand fiercely. Mother Lu, frightened, turned her head away and suddenly looked at the three brothers of the He family. "Big brother, they are my brothers. They have money." The He brothers were stunned. They saw the man walk up to them. "You are He Lihua's brothers. She owes me 200 yuan. Who will pay?" Everyone gasped in shock. The He brothers repeatedly waved their hands.
No, we are not."
Everyone. Weren't you just showing kindness to that family? Why does it seem different now? Second, third, and fourth brothers, didn't you say we are all one family? You three are important people in the village. Please help me with a little, and I will pay back the 200 yuan. Mother Lu looked at the three of them sadly. The three brothers from the He family exchanged glances. They didn't come to give money today. They were here to deliver the old lady. "Big sister, Mom wants to see you, so we brought her here. Since Mom has been brought here, we will leave now." The three brothers from the He family tried to run away. Before they could go far, two people stopped them. "You three are He Lihua's brothers. She owes us money and hasn't paid it back. You need to pay her debt." The brothers from the He family. People living in the apartment building were also stunned. When did Mother Lu owe so much money? What had she done? Mother Lu covered her mouth, looking like she was crying, but actually she was afraid she might laugh. Second, third, and fourth brothers, please help cover for big sister first. Consider it a loan from me to you. The three brothers from the He family. "Big sister, we really don't have any money," He Jingming said with a gun. Mother Lu acted as if she didn't hear. "I owe him 200 yuan, 300 yuan, and 300 yuan, totaling 800 yuan.
What?
Everyone was shocked. "In the Lu family, how did you end up owing so much money?" Someone in the apartment building asked. Mother Lu looked helpless. "After I was kicked out by my family, I fell seriously ill in winter. I was young and didn't think much of it. Later, I worked too hard, and as I got older, I developed many health problems. These debts were borrowed to pay for my medical treatment." Someone else asked, "But it's been so long. With your income and your two children's income, how did you fall so far behind?" Mother Lu sighed heavily. "You all know, the father of my two children was sick and borrowed a lot of money before he passed away. I was paying off his debts for 7 or 8 years. Finally, I paid them all off. Then I started to recover. At that time, Jean Yuan was still in school. I had to support the family and pay for medical bills, so I had to borrow some money. When Jean Yuan joined the military district, he was just an ordinary soldier with little pay. Lanlan's Research Institute salary was even less. She wasn't lying. An ordinary soldier's pay wasn't much, and Jean Yuan hadn't been a company commander for long. As for the Research Institute, it was even worse. The country was facing tough economic times, and research staff were under pressure. Everyone knew that when Mother Lu came to the apartment building, she was alone with her two children. At that time, she was going through a very hard time, reluctant to eat or wear new clothes. Her husband had passed away, leaving behind a lot of debt. She was alone with 2 children, trying to pay off the money, so life was naturally difficult. How did people find out about her situation? Some women from the dormitory building saw how hardworking and diligent she was and wanted to introduce her to a new partner. She told the potential suitor about her family's situation herself because she didn't want to deceive him and risk creating resentment later. When the women heard she still owed a lot of money, they thought it would be hard for a woman with 2 children to find a new partner, especially with such debts. So, nothing came of it. News about her spread throughout the building. Why is my life so hard? She secretly pinched herself and cried loudly. Everyone listened with sympathy. They didn't expect that behind the seemingly prosperous appearance of the Liu family, there was such hardship. A middle-aged woman suddenly spoke up, saying, "When your son got married, you bought a lot of wedding items and spent so much money, yet you didn't think about paying back the debt." She didn't expect anyone to mention this. Luckily, she responded quickly, "My daughter-in-law is the apple of our family's eye. She married into our family, and it's our blessing. I want to give her the best. Besides, this is a big event in my son's life, and as a mother, I can only do so much." Seeing her struggling and still being generous with her wedding expenses, unlike wealthier families who might be stingy, the others nodded. The middle-aged woman then asked, "If you could buy all those wedding items, why didn't you pay back the debt?" A daughter's family glared at her. "Liu family, I know you've always envied that the Liu family is doing better than yours. Now's not the time for you to speak so much. No one's asking for your opinion. If you have money, lend it to her. Her wedding expenses are her responsibility. They're separate from the debt." Seeing everyone talking about her, the middle-aged woman's face turned awkward. She had always envied the mother, who also had 2 sons and had joined the military. Even now, she was just an ordinary soldier. When she saw how much money the mother owed secretly and how life wasn't as good as it seemed on the surface, she felt very happy inside. The 3 people here to ask for money were impatient. "All right, enough talking. Why are you wasting time? Pay back the money." "Don't worry, we will pay you back soon," the mother replied, then looked at the 3 brothers from the He family. "Elder second, third, and fourth brothers, don't worry. I will definitely pay you back." "Big sister, it's not that we don't want to lend you money, but we really don't have any," they said.
It wasn't a small amount, 800 yuan.
That could last a family several years. And after 20 years apart, there is no longer any real bond between the siblings. "You said you've been looking for me all these years, that you've been thinking of me. Now I'm going through such hard times, and you won't even help me?" Mother Liu started crying again. The 3 brothers from the He family looked at each other silently. They hadn't spoken yet. Mother Liu continued, "Then why did you come to find me? Mom has been thinking about you all these years. We brought her here to see you." He Zhengming sighed in relief, glad the conversation was back on track, but he sensed something was wrong. "We finally found you, so let Mom stay with you for a few days. In a few days, we will come back to take her home." He Zhong's words were almost nonsense. If he was here, he definitely wouldn't come to pick her up. Mother Liu looked at Grandma He lying on the ground, then widened her eyes.
"What?
"You want me to take care of her?" She directly exposed their true intentions. "Big sister, what are you talking about? Mom should stay with you for a few days." The 3 brothers would never admit to that. "Second brother, third brother, fourth brother. I'm living such a hard life now, and people are coming to ask for debts. If you leave Mom here with me, you're only hurting her," Mother Liu shouted loudly. Everything that happened before was just a setup for this moment. Everyone watching couldn't get enough of the drama. It was one scene after another. Some people saw through it. They didn't show up for 20 years, and now the old lady is paralyzed and comes here. She clearly wants the Liu family to take care of her. What do they mean by leaving her here for a few days? Once she's sent out, will they come back to pick her up? The old lady is paralyzed, and these 3 brothers don't seem willing to care for her. She's the old lady's real daughter. It's her duty to take care of her. Everyone was talking among themselves. He Zhengming said firmly, "Big sister, What are you talking about? Mom missed you, so we brought her here. Fine, if you want to keep Mom, that's okay. Mother Lu changed her tone. The three brothers from the He family felt happy. Mother Lu continued, I can take care of Mom for the rest of her life. Really? The three of them were stunned. If you help me pay back the 800 yuan I owe, I will take care of Mom myself, Mother Lu said. The three brothers' faces changed. That's not possible. They couldn't agree. Seeing they weren't speaking, Mother Lu turned and threw herself onto Grandma He. Mom, I am a daughter who's been unfilial.
I'm sorry.
I just can't afford to take care of you now. I have no way. Everyone sighed heavily. Seeing how hard life was for Mother Lu, the three brothers seemed heartless. Mother Lu is responsible for her care in old age, and they are her biological sons. It's only right they contribute money. Mother Lu owes so much money and still wants to care for her wife. This is just pushing her to the limit. When the three brothers of the He family heard everyone's words, they looked at each other. Let's leave quickly. Since the person had already been sent there, they decided to run away. Where are you going? Ran Siyuan and Ran Shuesong stepped forward to stop them. The three brothers of the He family. Your actions are too much. You actually want to abandon the elderly lady and run away. Seeing them trying to escape, everyone started criticizing them. He Jingming looked very unhappy.
No.
Your eldest sister has had such a hard life, and you still want to leave the elderly lady to her. Someone else spoke up. If you want to leave the elderly lady, follow the method your eldest sister suggested.
Exactly.
They drove your eldest sister out of the house years ago. Now that the elderly lady is paralyzed and has come back, they still want to abandon her. They talk about family unity, but deep down, they are the cruelest. Mother Lu was crying while lying on Grandma Lu. Woo-woo, what did I do wrong in my life? Why is this happening to me?
Woo-woo.
Upstairs, Ran Jinian held Unan and watched the scene. She knew Mother Lu was truly upset. Mother Lu had been cut off from her own mother and driven out of the house 20 years ago. Now, after she was paralyzed, her three brothers brought her back. They wanted her to care for the elderly lady. Seeing Grandma Lu like this, she probably felt very uncomfortable inside. The three brothers of the He family originally planned to bring Grandma Lu over. If He Lihua, who was present, disagreed, they could make her regret it deeply. After all, her son was in the military district, and for his future, she had to accept it even if she didn't want to. But unexpectedly, three people suddenly appeared asking He Lihua for money, which caught everyone off guard. He Lihua owed so much money and was living a very hard life. They had no reason to leave Grandma Lu at He Lihua's house. Now, things had become very difficult. Second, third, and fourth brothers, what do you think about what I just said? Mother Lu looked at the three with hope. The three brothers of the He family looked at each other. He Weinian spoke first. Elder sister, we need to go back and discuss this. Where is Mom? Although Mother Lu hadn't interacted with her three brothers for 20 years, she would never forget their faces when they drove her out of the house. She saw through their true nature now. Mom is with you first. We will go back and discuss, and then come back. He Weinian was very smart. Anyway, the discussion could take a month or even half a year.
Okay.
Mother Lu nodded. The three siblings were very happy, but the eldest sister still seemed so naive. The next moment, Mother Lu continued, You three should write a note first and give me the money in 3 days. The three of them? What note? He Zhongli was confused. Mother Lu secretly sneered inside but kept a calm face. You are leaving your mother here, which means you agree to my request. Naturally, you need to write a note. The three brothers of the He family. Elder sister, we are family. Isn't that unnecessary? Yeah, that feels too formal. The three clearly didn't want to write the note. Once it's written, it's different. They will really have to pay the money later. That's not okay. If you don't want to write the note, then take your mother back. Mother Lu looked determined, as if saying, I want to care for her, but if you don't pay, I can't do anything. The three brothers of the He family looked upset. They just wanted to leave the old lady behind and not care. They said they need to discuss it. Can't He Lihua wait a few days? He Lihua is having a hard time herself, and now she also has to take care of an old lady. She just wants some money. There's nothing wrong with what she's doing. Everyone started discussing, and no one mentioned Lu Jinyuan. After all, the old lady had 3 sons, and no matter what, the grandson wouldn't be involved. Plus, since things had turned out like this, everyone only felt sympathy for the Lu family. The 3 brothers of the He family looked worried. They thought everything was under control, but now it was all messed up. She's your sister. You should give her the money. The 3 people demanding money lost patience and angrily stepped forward, looking fierce. No, no, no. We don't have money. You should ask her. The 3 brothers of the He family dared not stay any longer and ran away quickly. Hey, old lady, you didn't take her away. These 3 are shameless. They just left the old lady here. What kind of trouble did the old lady cause? Mother Lu wasn't worried at all. She had expected this outcome. She looked sad. Everyone in the neighborhood saw this. They say they're looking for my family. Now they've abandoned the old lady here. They're trying to force me to the limit. Call the police. Everyone couldn't stand it anymore. Yes, call the police. Everyone was very angry. Ran Jinyang wanted exactly this result. The 3 people demanding money sighed and stepped forward to Mother Lu. Seeing how you are now, it's hard for you. Let's come back next time to collect the money. Thank you. Thank you. Mother Lu looked grateful.
There are still good people.
These 3 are much better than those 3 cruel brothers. Everyone sighed. After the 3 brothers of the He family ran away, seeing no one chasing after them, they happily returned to Lihua village. We shouldn't have talked so much nonsense earlier. We should have just run, He Zhongli said. He finally sighed with relief. At last, the burden is gone. She won't send the old lady back, right? He Jingming was a bit worried. He Zhongwen snorted. If she does send her back, everyone in the village will spit on her until she drowns. The 3 brothers returned to the village. Their houses were next to each other, but they had already separated their homes. When their wives saw them return empty-handed, they knew something had happened. While they were celebrating at home, a tractor drove into the village. The village chief of Lihua village saw 2 police officers get off the tractor and was very startled. He thought something serious had happened in the village and learned about what the He family brothers had done. The village chief thought it wasn't a big deal since it was He Lihua's own mother. But when the police said more, the village chief's face turned red with anger. The He brothers were really terrible. The police carried the old lady on their backs and, guided by the village chief, went to the He family. The He brothers were eating and drinking when they saw the police carrying the old lady inside. The 3. He Lihua had actually reported them. The police sternly scolded the brothers. It turned out that neighbors had testified, and the police thought the brothers were really bad. After all, people tend to sympathize with the weak. If there's a next time, you should go and reform yourself actively, the police said, glancing at the 3. The He brothers were so scared they kept shaking their heads. It won't happen again, it won't happen again. After the police left, the wives of the brothers were angry, throwing things and scolding. The He family was in chaos. The village chief of Lihua village returned home and saw a stranger at his house. Upon a closer look, he felt it was very familiar. He Lihua. Grandpa, it's me, Lu Mu said. She came to Lihua village not to see the He family but for one last thing to do. The village chief hadn't seen He Lihua in many years. He knew about what had happened back then. Don't blame your mother. She had a hard time too. He Lihua's father died when she was 15. Grandma, he managed the whole family alone and life was tough. He Lihua smiled faintly. Grandma, he had a hard life back then, but with the help of her grandparents and other relatives, life was much better than hers. Never mind. All that is in the past now. Grandpa, I came today to ask you for a favor, He Lihua said straightforwardly. She took out a piece of fatty meat and a bag of white sugar from her bag. The village chief's eyes lit up when he saw these things. He quickly reached out. Lihua, just tell me what you need. No need to be polite. Grandma is now paralyzed. Please, when you have free time, go and visit her. He Lihua didn't want to give these things to the He family, but the old lady was her biological mother. Now, she was bedridden and immobile. She knew her 3 younger brothers' temperaments and was sure they wouldn't treat the old lady well. She wouldn't take care of the old lady herself, but seeing her current state, she couldn't stay indifferent. So she asked the village chief to occasionally visit the He family. After all, the village chief was an elder of the He family and also the village head, so his support could help the old lady. Her 3 brothers wouldn't dare to be too harsh with her.
Well,
After hearing He Lihua, the village chief understood the temper of the 3 brothers. He wasn't keen on getting involved in this matter. He saw He Lihua's hesitation. Sir, before the old lady passes away, I will send you holiday gifts every festival, He Lihua said generously. Because if she gave these things directly to the He family, they wouldn't be grateful. They would just keep asking for more. And seeing the old lady's condition today, she didn't have many days left. The village chief's eyes lit up. Since the old lady is my sister-in-law, this small matter is nothing, he said. He could just visit the He family to collect the items, so it wasn't a big deal. Thank you, sir, He Lihua said, knowing he had agreed. The village chief smiled happily. Old lady, cook more rice at noon, he said. No need, sir. I have other things to do at home, He Lihua replied, refusing to stay for a meal. As soon as she left, the village chief's wife saw the items on the table. Is this from He Lihua? She asked. The village chief puffed on his pipe. Don't tell others about this. Are you stupid? His wife glared at him. Such a good thing shouldn't be talked about, or it would cause trouble for him. In the apartment building, at the Ran family, Wang Xiaomei prepared a big meal and wanted to celebrate properly. Jin Yan is so clever. She came up with such a good idea, Ran Xiyuan said happily. Wang Xiaomei was annoyed and patted him. Why are you so loud? What if others hear? Ran Xiyuan quickly shut his mouth. Mrs. Ran felt relieved after handling a big issue. If it weren't for Jin Yan, I wouldn't know what to do. She couldn't imagine what she would do if her daughter-in-law hadn't come back. Maybe she would be forced to take care of the old lady herself. Mom, we are family. Your problems are my problems, Ran Jinian said, holding an N and wiping his mouth. But, Mom, from now on, you need to be more careful, she added.
Huh?
Mrs. Ran was momentarily confused. Keep your wealth private, Ran Jinian said. After all, Mother Lu owed so much money. If she lived comfortably, people would surely gossip. I understand, Mother Lu said, reaching out her hand. Let me hold Anan. You go eat. No need. I already fed Anan earlier. I put him on the sofa to play by himself, Ran Jinian said, placing Anan on the sofa. Everyone sat together to eat. Ran Jinian took a few bites and said, Mom, I plan to go back to the family residence tomorrow. She had stayed at home for nearly half a month, and Lu Jinyuan was alone at the family residence. She still felt uneasy. Although everyone was reluctant, they understood Lu Jinyuan's situation. Okay, they nodded in agreement. Wang Xiaomei was worried about her daughter being alone. Oldest, second, who will take my sister to the family residence? Mom, no need. I'm coming back alone. I can manage, Ran Jinian said, not wanting her older brothers to make extra trips. Ran Xiyuan spoke up. How can you go alone with Anan? I'll go with you. I'll go, the 2 brothers argued. In the end, they played rock, paper, scissors to decide who would take her.
Yay!
I won, Ran Shuesong cheered happily. 3 days later, at the Southern Military District family compound, Ran Jinian got out of the car, and the sentry at the gate recognized her immediately. That's the wife of Colonel Lu. She's back. Ran Shuesong carried a bag and held another. Seeing how excited the sentry was, he couldn't help but comment, Little sister, you're famous in the military district. Ran Jinian didn't speak. Instead, a soldier approached and saluted her. Hello, sister-in-law. General Lin ordered. As soon as you return, please come to the office to see her. Ran Shuesong?
What?
The district commander wants to see little sister? What's going on? Second brother, you take Anan back to the family residence. I'll be back soon, Ran Jinian said, knowing what this was about. Ran Shuesong took Anan, looking a bit confused. I don't know how to get to the family residence, he said. This is my second brother. It's his first time at the military district. Please help him get to the family residence. Thank you, Ranjinian told the sentry. The sentry immediately called another guard. Take him to the district commander's house. Yes. Ran Shuesong held in and kept looking back. It's okay, Ranjinian waved her hand. At the district headquarters, in the office of the Supreme Commander, Secretary Gao hurried in. Commander, Ranjinian is back. She's back? Where is she now? Lin Xiao looked up happily. Just outside the door. Quick, let her in. Secretary Gao left quickly and brought Ranjinian inside. Lin Xiao saw Ranjinian and said, Comrade Ran, you finally came back. Commander Lin, Ranjinian understood what was happening. Lin Xiao waited so long, then directly said, the train robbery with guns, the Qingping Public Security Bureau already reported it to me. You were brave and fearless, catching 5 bad people. Truly impressive. I only did it because I had something with me. Ranjinian knew Lin Xiao's purpose. I heard from the police that you have a kind of irritating gas that can make people's eyes briefly blind, Lin Xiao said excitedly. Yes, I discovered it by accident myself. Ranjinian remained calm. How did you find out? Since you made it, why did you take it away? Lin Xiao asked casually, but giving the wrong answer could be dangerous. I saw it in an ancient book, then messed around with it at home when I had nothing to do. I took it because I wasn't sure if it would work. What if it hurt my eyes and I went blind forever? I thought about going back to my hometown to test it on small animals. Unexpectedly, I encountered the armed robbers on the train. I was so anxious that I threw the bottle away. Ranjinian had already thought about how to reply. Lin Xiao was silent for a few seconds. How is this irritating gas made? Ranjinian had already experimented with it at home and remembered everything. Commander Lin, do you have paper and pen? Yes. Secretary Gao immediately brought paper and pen. Ranjinian was called to Lin Zhao's office, and soon the news spread throughout the military district. Everyone was very curious. Last time, Lin Xiao visited Lu Junyuan at the family compound, and now that Ranjinian had just returned, she was called to the office again. It must have been something big. But Secretary Gao kept quiet, and no one could find out anything. For a while, the entire military district was in turmoil. At the family compound, a guard took Ran Shuesong outside. This is Commander Lu's home. Thanks, Ran Shuesong said gratefully. He pushed the door and found it was locked. Lu Junyuan. Inside, Lu Junyuan was boiling noodles. Hearing the voice, it sounded like Ran Urge's voice. Lu Junyuan. It really was Ran Urge's voice. Lu Junyuan slowly came out, seeing Ran Shuesong holding an second brother. Where's my wife? Ran Shuesong. He was truly only focused on his own wife. Open the door first, Ran Shuesong said. Lu Junyuan stepped forward and opened the door. Ran Shuesong carefully looked him over and said, You've lost a lot of weight. Lu Junyuan wanted to hug Anan. Anan has gained a lot of weight. Ran Shuesong knew Lu Junyuan was still recovering and didn't allow him to hold Anan. When Lu Junyuan saw his second brother enter the house, he closed the door without locking the courtyard gate. After they entered, Ran Shuesong finally spoke. As soon as we reached the military zone gate, my little sister was taken away by the guards. They said the commander wanted to see her. Lu Junyuan immediately understood. Commander Lin had been waiting for his wife to return, all because of that gas issue. Second brother, have some water. Lu Junyuan poured a glass for Ran Shuesong. Ran Shuesong held it in and asked, Why does the commander want to see my little sister? What's it about? She was just a family member, not a soldier. He was really surprised that the commander was looking for her. Lu Junyuan wasn't good at lying and couldn't come up with an excuse. We'll find out when my wife returns. Ran Shuesong saw that Lu Junyuan didn't know either, so he didn't ask further. He picked up Anan and headed to the door. Your yard is pretty nice. You even raise chickens and ducks, and the vegetables grow well. Those chickens and ducks are raised by my wife, and she also plants the vegetables, Lu Junyuan said. Ran Shuesong looked surprised. Just then, Ran Jinian pushed open the courtyard door and came in.
Wife.
The first thing Lu Junyuan saw was his wife, and his eyes reddened slightly. He had heard she had caught 5 bad people and had been worried about her all this time. Though they had only been apart for a little over 10 days, it felt like a very long time. Ran Jinian saw Lu Junyuan standing in the yard and said, "It's a bit chilly now, go back inside." "Little sister, what does the commander want with you?" Ran Shuesong asked curiously. "The commander wants me to write a script," Ran Jinian explained with a reason ready. Lu Junyuan listened as his wife explained, "You probably don't know, but my wife came to the military zone and wrote a script. The capital's drama troupe liked it and decided to produce it as a play. The script was also accepted by Hongxing magazine, and she received some money for it." Lu Junyuan spoke so much for the first time. Ran Shuesong was surprised and widened his eyes. He hadn't expected his little sister to have such an exciting life at home.
Really?
"Little sister, why have I never heard you mention this before?" "It's all in the past." Ran Jinian picked up an and checked his diaper. Ran Shuesong asked again, "It's only been a short while. I should have bought Hongxing magazine to see which issue it was in." "I'll go change An's diaper," Ran Jinian said, and went into the room with An. "Junyuan, which issue of Hongxing magazine was it?" Ran Shuesong persisted. Lu Junyuan took a magazine from the drawer.
"Just look for yourself," he said.
Ran Shuesong looked at the situation as he took over. Lu Jinyuan entered the room while Ran Jinian was just putting pants on An. Seeing Lu Jinyuan come in, she glanced outside the door and lowered her voice, saying, "Everything has been taken care of." Ran Jinian had already given Lin Xiao the instructions on how to make the materials needed for the toxic gas. Lin Xiao would conduct experiments at the research institute. Lu Jinyuan wanted to say something, but it turned into, "Wife, you are really brave." "At that time, I didn't think much. I just thought I couldn't let the bad guys escape," Ran Jinian honestly explained. She thought those 5 bad guys all had guns. If they had all run away, there would definitely be more harm next time. She would do the same again. Lu Jinyuan wanted to say more, but Ran Jinian interrupted, "We can talk more tonight." Since her second brother was here, it wasn't a good time to discuss other things. "Play with Enan, I'll go make dinner." Ran Jinian looked at the sky. She went to the yard and pulled out a few white radishes and a bunch of greens. Back in the kitchen, she decided to make a simple and easy hot pot with preserved ribs. She washed the ribs, cut them into pieces, and put them in a ceramic pot to stew. She also started steaming rice, and once it was done, she washed the radishes, greens, and potatoes. Captain Lu, Zhou Hongying's voice came from outside. Ran Jinian wiped her hands and quickly went out. "Sister Zhou." Zhou Hongying was very happy. "Jinian, you're back." "Sister-in-law, I just got back and forgot to tell you," Ran Jinian said. Zhou Hongying smelled the aroma and said, "No problem, you're cooking. I won't bring food to Captain Lu today." "Sister-in-law, thank you for your trouble these days," Ran Jinian sincerely appreciated. Zhou Hongying replied, "I just bring food to Captain Lu. I didn't do much." "No need to be so polite." Hearing the sounds from the kitchen, Ran Jinian said, "Sister-in-law, I'll talk to you tomorrow." "All right, go ahead and get busy." Ran Jinian returned to the kitchen. "Second brother, come here for a moment."
"Coming."
"Move the stove to the living room," Ran Jinian instructed. Ran Shuesong moved it outside. Ran Jinian carried the ceramic pot out and placed it on the stove, then brought out the dishes and set them on the table. "Dinner is ready." The 3 of them sat around the stove eating spicy ribs hot pot. "Second brother, do you want to drink something?" Lu Jinyuan asked. Ran Shuesong drank alone, feeling a bit bored. "I'll pass." Ran Jinian added more radishes, greens, and noodles. The 3 ate and chatted together. Ran Jinian mentioned the matter of the He family. Of course, this had to be told to Lu Jinyuan, since he was her biological grandfather and her real uncle. "Jinyuan, you won't blame your little sister for making her own decision, right?" Ran Shuesong saw that Lu Jinyuan didn't speak. Lu Jinyuan shook his head, his voice cold. "I just didn't expect the He family to take advantage of my absence to bully my mother and wife." He was kicked out of the He family when he was 3 years old. Although he was young, he remembered everything clearly. You little brat, crying, what are you crying for?
Get lost.
He forgot who kicked him, causing him to fall down the steps. His face was swollen for days. The He family's insults echoed in his ears. He didn't blame them. He just felt cold inside. They did things unfairly, but don't worry. It won't come to you, Ran Shuesong said. It's okay if it comes to me. Lu Jinyuan looked at Ran Jinian with gentle eyes. Wife, thank you for your hard work. Family matters are also my business, Ran Jinian said. Pass me the pot. I'll take out 2 pieces of coke. I'll do it. Ran Shuesong put down his chopsticks, took a cloth, and lifted the pot. Ran Jinian used tongs to take out 2 pieces of coke, reducing the fire and making the pot less boiling. The ribs are tender and soft. Second brother, eat more, she said, serving each of them a piece. Smells so good. The 3 of them enjoyed their meal happily. Ran Jinian finished eating quickly. Seeing that Lu Jinyuan and her second brother were still eating, she brought a bowl of hot water to give in a bath. Bathing the little one was simple, just rinsing him was enough. Ran Jinian tidied up and played with him for a while. Lu Jinyuan and Ran Shuesong finished their meal. I'll clean up, Ran Shuesong said, efficiently clearing the dishes and taking the stove to the kitchen. Ran Jinian entered the kitchen. Second brother, let me do it. You've been driving for days. Go rest. Ran Shuesong rolled up his sleeves. The men of the Ran family were diligent and not macho. Then I'll make your bed. Ran Jinian thought the second bedroom still needed to be made up. She took out a quilt from the closet and made the bed. After she finished, Ran Shuesong washed the dishes. Second brother, the toothbrush, cup, and cloth are all new. Use that basin and wear Lu Jinyuan slippers. Ran Jinian handed him some items. Ran Shuesong took them. You don't need to worry about me.
Go rest.
Why rush? I haven't washed up yet. Ran Jinian smiled. After washing up, the 3 of them each went back to their rooms. The young couple finally had time to share a quiet moment. Lu Jinyuan couldn't hold back anymore. My wife, when we were on the train, you weren't hurt, right? No, you forgot, I have space. Ran Jinian was truly unharmed, just a little scared at the time. Lu Jinyuan hugged her and buried his head in her neck. Do you know? When I found out you caught 5 armed bad guys, I was so scared. He knew his wife had space, but he was still worried she might get hurt.
Hunyuan, I'm sorry.
When I saw those people with guns, I thought I couldn't let them go. If I did, who knows how many more people might get hurt next time. At that moment, Ran Jinian's only thought was to prevent those bad guys from escaping. Of course, she also relied on her space to be so brave. I understand. Lu Jinyuan looked up at her deeply. He knew his wife's personality. She wasn't reckless or ignorant. It's all my fault. I couldn't go back with you, so I didn't want you to face everything alone. Lu Jinyuan felt very guilty. Ran Jinian's finger touched his lips, her eyes full of his figure. Don't say that. You're a hero to the people. I'm proud of you. Once you're healthy again, catch all those bad guys, and there won't be such incidents in our country anymore. Lu Jinyuan instinctively straightened his body, eager to recover quickly, so these bad guys wouldn't dare cause trouble. The country's peace meant the safety of the family. Commander Lin said that if the Research Institute develops this stimulating gas, my name will be kept secret. Ran Jinian mentioned this again. Yes, it needs to be kept secret. As a soldier, Lu Jinyuan knew there were still many spies and traitors in the country. Commander Lin was protecting his wife. Ran Jinian nodded. She definitely didn't want to be targeted by those people, or it would be a big problem. Wife, what did you use to make those bad guys' eyes go blind? We went into the space, Ran Jinian explained, as she couldn't do the operation outside. Wait a moment. Lu Jinyuan pretended to go to the bathroom. Seeing his second brother already asleep, he came in, locked the door, and the 3 of them entered the space. The little one entered the space first, wide-eyed, then happily opened his mouth in excitement. Ran Jinian gave in some toys to play with. It's this thing. She handed Lu Jinyuan a smoke grenade. Lu Jinyuan looked at it curiously. I didn't expect there to be such things in the space. I also discovered it by accident. Ran Jinian had had this space for over a year, but she still hadn't fully understood it. Can you develop the data you sent to Commander Lin? Lu Junyuan put down the smoke bomb. Of course, I can do it. When I was back home, I did experiments myself, Ran Jinian said. She had spent several days tinkering in the space before she finally made that thing. Wow, you're really amazing, wife. It's not me who is amazing, it's this space, Ran Jinian said with a sigh. She felt very lucky. She was reborn, married Lu Junyuan, and gained this space. She decided to do more good deeds. The young couple hadn't seen each other for a long time. They talked all night and only fell asleep late at night. The next day, "Little sister, Junyuan, I'm back today," Ran Shuesong said. He had nothing much to do at the family compound, so he wanted to leave early. Ran Jinian replied, "Second brother, you just came yesterday. Why are you leaving so soon? Stay for a few more days." "No, I need to catch a few more days of train. Junyuan is fine now, so I can go." Ran Shuesong refused to stay. Ran Jinian and Lu Junyuan couldn't stop him. "Then I'll bake some pancakes for you to eat on the way," Ran Jinian said immediately. She knew her second brother liked sweet things, so she baked a lot of sugar pancakes for him. "Second brother, in this backpack, there are some pancakes and other snacks," she added, handing him the backpack, which also contained some dried meat. Ran Shuesong slung his bag over his shoulder. "All right, I'll go now. Take good care of yourselves at the military district. I'll see you off," Ran Jinian said, sending him to the car. "Come back soon." Ran Shuesong waved goodbye. After seeing the car leave, Ran Jinian reluctantly returned to the family compound. "Little Ran, you really came back?" "I thought they were lying," everyone said as they saw her. They all came up to greet her. "Hello, sisters-in-law. I just got back yesterday afternoon," Ran Jinian replied. Another sister-in-law asked, "I heard you were called by Commander Lin yesterday."
What did he want?
Ran Jinian was called to Lin Zhao's office. This was no secret at the military district or the family compound. Everyone was very curious. "It's nothing special. Commander Lin just asked me to write an article," she said. She told everyone the same thing she told her second brother yesterday. Since she went to Lin Zhao's office, everyone saw her. If she didn't say anything, everyone would think Commander Lin had something important to discuss with her. She planned to just say that Commander Lin told her not to write the article later. That way, the matter would be over. "Wow, he asked you to write an article? What kind of article? Why did he ask you to write it? Are you stupid?" "Xiao Ran writes well, so she was asked to do it," everyone said one after another. Ran Jinian smiled faintly, said nothing, and left. Her words quickly reached Commander Lin's ears. "This girl is smart," Commander Lin said with praise as he put down his newspaper. Everyone was very curious, but the more they tried to hide it, the more they wanted to know. "But if she says that, what should she write about?" Secretary Gao asked. Lin Xiao smiled happily. "She has made such a big contribution, so let her write my autobiography." It wasn't that he wanted to write his own autobiography. The country specially allowed outstanding heroes to publish one to encourage others. Secretary Gao was surprised. "Commander, is it proper for her to write it?" "Who writes my autobiography is my right," Lin Xiao said confidently, and the matter was settled. Secretary Gao had no choice but to handle it. At the family residence, Ran Jinian counted the days she had been home. Zhou Hongying had been bringing meals to Lu Jinyuan every day, with rice provided by Lu Jinyuan himself. But she didn't include the cost of dishes, oil, or other ingredients. She calculated, "Sister Zhou cooks 2 eggs every day, and you eat meat once every 3 days. Lu Jinyuan remembered clearly. Ran Jinian noted it down in her notebook and started calculating. 1 egg costs 3 cents. You ate 20 eggs, so that's 60 cents. Add the cost of meat, vegetables, and oil, and we give $2.50, plus 2 meat coupons. What do you think?" Lu Jinyuan didn't insist. "My wife says so," he replied. Ran Jinian opened a drawer to get some money, but found a wedding invitation inside. "What's this?"
she asked.
"Yan Qingshue's wedding invitation," Lu Jinyuan said, holding little in it and playing with the chubby little hand. Ran Jinian was a bit surprised. "They're getting married so soon?" The last time she saw Yan Qingxiu hugging a man on the playground, she didn't expect it would happen so quickly. She looked at the invitation. The wedding was scheduled for the beginning of next month, just a week away. The wedding was very hurried. Ran Jinian didn't think much about it. It wasn't her concern. She counted the money and meat coupons again, then took a packet of fruit candies. I'm going to the neighbors. Just call me if anything happens, she told Lu Jinyuan. Sister-in-law, sister-in-law, Ran Jinian pushed open the yard gate, but didn't go inside. Why are you standing at the door? Come in. Zhou Hongying was busy inside. Sister-in-law, I've been bringing meals to my family these days. Here's the money for the dishes and ingredients. Take a look. Ran Jinian handed her the money. What are you doing? You haven't eaten anything good. It's all the same food my family eats, what Commander Lu eats. Zhou Hongying refused to take it. Sister-in-law, you've taken good care of Lu Jinyuan. You shouldn't be giving away your own money for nothing. Zhou Hongying gave her 2 meat coupons and said, that's enough. No need for so many. Sister-in-law, Jin Yuan already told me. Every time I make meat, I bring him a big bowl. Ran Jinian knew Zhou Hongying was honest. Since she treated her sincerely, she couldn't take advantage. It's not much meat, Captain Lu is just talking big. Sister-in-law, please take this money. If you don't accept it, I might have to ask Sister Yao for help in the future, Ran Jinian said deliberately. All right, I really can't do anything about you, Zhou Hongying replied, only accepting 3 yuan, refusing to take the meat coupons no matter what. Ran Jinian had no choice but to think about making it up to her later. Zhou Hongying saw a bag of fruit candies and said, take this back. You're too formal. Sister-in-law, you're the one being too formal. These are for the kids to sweeten their mouths, Ran Jinian said. Hearing this, Zhou Hongying had nothing to say. But you don't need so many. You're spoiling those 3 little kids. Ran Jinian didn't respond and handed out a few candies. Did you hear that Commander Lin asked you to write an article? Zhou Hongying left early this morning and, upon returning, heard everyone talking excitedly. Ran Jinian replied vaguely. Zhou Hongying wanted to ask more, but Ran Jinian changed the subject. Sister-in-law, who is Yan Qingxiu marrying? Such gossip is more interesting among women. Sure enough, Zhou Hongying immediately threw down her work. It's a new company commander. I heard his family has a strong background and his ancestors are. Ran Jinian was surprised that the man had such a background. No wonder he's in such a hurry to get married. No. Zhou Hongying became even more excited. Yan Qingxiu is pregnant. This has caused a big stir in the military district. Really? Ran Jinian was a bit shocked, as most people still held traditional views. Being pregnant before marriage was considered shameful. I heard that Captain Hui used to be at the headquarters. Zhou Hongying recounted all the gossip she heard to Ran Jinian. Ran Jinian listened with great interest. Finally, Zhou Hongying, feeling thirsty, drank 2 large glasses of water before feeling better. Also, Yu Xiaozhi ran back from her hometown a few days ago. She looked bruised and swollen, fighting with her mother-in-law at home. Zhou Hongying continued talking about the lively family affairs. Ran Jinian just listened. Her mother-in-law called, and Yu Xiaozhi argued with her husband for a few days, causing chaos at home, Zhou Hongying said. They chatted for a while, catching up on the latest news from the family compound before heading home. As soon as she arrived, she saw someone sitting inside, chatting happily with Lu Jinyuan. She looked carefully and said, Secretary Gao. Comrade Ran, you're back, Secretary Gao greeted casually. Ran Jinian glanced at Lu Jinyuan calmly and said, Secretary Gao, if you have something to say, just send someone to tell me. Actually, General Lin wants to publish an autobiography, and he asked you to write it, Secretary Gao explained straightforwardly. Oh, Ran Jinian opened her mouth in surprise. Seeing her reaction, Secretary Gao smiled and said, Trust that with Comrade Ran's ability, you won't disappoint the general. Ran Jinian never expected this. Why would I write General Lin's autobiography? Comrade Ran, didn't you say yourself that General Lin asked you to write it? Secretary Gao blinked. Ran Jinian hesitated. She just found a reason to cover her tracks. If the general didn't come to her, she could say he didn't want her to write it. But unexpectedly, the general really asked her to write it, specifically his autobiography. It was like shooting herself in the foot. Secretary Gao, I've never written an autobiography, Ranjinian admitted. Secretary Gao smiled. That's okay. The general won't mind. The general will find someone else if you're worried about doing it poorly and damaging his reputation. This won't be a problem. The general will give you time to interview him and hear his military stories. Secretary Gao stood up. Someone will come to pick you up around 10 a.m. tomorrow. After speaking, he left. Secretary Gao, Ranjinian called after him, but he hurried away faster. Ranjinian sighed. Jinian, what does Secretary Gao want with you? Zhou Hongying poked her head out from behind the courtyard wall. Writing a report, Ranjinian replied weakly. Zhou Hongying muttered, writing reports sounds so exhausting. Back in her room, Lu Junyuan saw his wife looking exhausted and said, Honey, the general is elevating your status. When you look for a job in the military district, your position won't be ordinary. Hearing this, Ranjinian perked up. I'll look at some books about autobiographies in the space, she said, then took out a few as templates. At noon, Ranjinian saw the time was getting late and said, let's cook some minced pork for lunch. No need to fry it, and no worries about the flavor, she added. Okay, Lu Junyuan didn't mind what they ate. Whatever his wife made was fine. Ranjinian took a piece of pork with a good mix of fat and lean, cut it into strips, then sprinkled some sweet potato starch on it. She added water and stirred until it formed a slightly dry, paste-like mixture. Lu Jinyuan had a big appetite and ate a lot. Ranjinian took out a few large steamed buns from the space. She added water to the pot and, while waiting for it to boil, prepared 2 bowls of dipping sauce, one large, one small. Lu Jinyuan was focusing on health, so she kept the food light. Ranjinian liked spicy food, so she added a big spoonful of chili sauce. When the water boiled, Ranjinian started adding the seasoned minced meat into the pot, and when it was almost done, she added some vegetable leaves. Dinner is ready, she said. She served Lu Jinyuan a large bowl of tender meat and picked out some buns to serve. Wife, is that enough? Lu Jinyuan saw that she had a small bowl. That's enough, that's enough. Ranjinian quickly blocked her bowl when Lu Jinyuan tried to give her some meat, so he could eat himself. Little Anan saw that his parents were eating and started fussing. Be good, Anan. Dad and Mom are eating now. After we finish, I'll play with you, Ranjinian said, not wanting to hold him while eating. Seeing that their son was watching eagerly, Lu Jinyuan went over and picked him up. Ranjinian frowned. Don't hold him. If you get used to it, you'll want to hold him while eating every time. I won't, Lu Jinyuan said, holding Anan with one arm and eating skillfully with the other. But he hadn't eaten many bites before the little one started grabbing his chopsticks. Be careful, if you knock over the bowl, you'll get burned, Ranjinian warned. Hearing this, Lu Jinyuan put the little boy back on the bed. In the afternoon, Ranjinian loosened the soil in the yard and pulled out the weeds. She also fed the chicks and ducklings. Chirping, chirping. The chickens had grown quite a bit and would sometimes bully the new ducklings. Ranjinian waved her hand. Go away. Don't bully the ducklings or I'll stew you and eat you. The chickens seemed to understand her and flapped their wings, flying to the other side. Ranjinian then started cleaning the house. Lu Jinyuan wanted to help. Don't move. I can do this myself. Ranjinian told him not to interfere. Lu Jinyuan felt both amused and helpless, thinking his wife was too nervous. I can sweep the floor now, it's fine, he said. All right. Ranjinian wiped the inside and outside of the house, changed the bed sheets, and then took them to the river to wash. As the weather warmed up in late March, she scrubbed the sheets with soap, used a brush to clean them thoroughly, and then beat them with a stick to dry. Washing the sheets, Jinian? Asked Yao's sister-in-law. Ranjinian looked up. Yao's sister-in-law. Yao Yurong squatted beside her, taking out clothes to wash. Do you want to go to town shopping tomorrow? She asked. Yes. Ranjinian thought about how she had been back in her hometown for over 10 days, and it wouldn't be right not to go shopping in town. She finished speaking and then remembered she had plans for tomorrow morning. Tomorrow morning doesn't work. I can only go in the afternoon. Then I'll go in the afternoon. Yao Yurong had no problem with that. Ran Jinian finished washing the bed sheets. Sister-in-law Yao, I'll head back now. Okay, I'll finish washing mine soon too. Yao Yurong shook out the clothes in her hand. Ran Jinian carried her bucket to the residential compound. When she was about to return to her own yard, she saw a few soldiers moving things. She glanced at them. The yard on her left had been empty, so it seemed a new military family was moving in. The soldiers saw Ran Jinian and immediately saluted her. Sister-in-law. Everyone knew Ran Jinian was the wife of Captain Liu. Plus, she was now famous as a military wife in the military district. Hello, Ran Jinian said with a smile. One soldier stepped forward. Sister-in-law, let me help carry that. Ran Jinian declined. No need, you're busy. It's our duty to serve the sister-in-law, the soldier said as he picked up the bucket. He had only taken a few steps when someone else approached from the front. The woman's voice was a bit displeased. Have you finished moving your things? Just helping others carry stuff. They're serving the country and the people, not just you. Ran Jinian raised her calm eyes. Yan Qingxue was actually moving into the residential compound. Yan Qingxue chuckled softly. I am also a citizen, and these are heavy things. As a pregnant woman, I can't move them. You are a citizen, and I am too. Yan Qingxue's face grew cold. This woman's sharp tongue was still so biting. She turned to the soldiers. The stuff isn't all moved yet. The soldiers still helped Ran Jinian carry the bucket back to her yard. Ran Jinian spoke. Thank you. You're welcome, sister-in-law, the soldier replied before heading back to continue moving things. Zhou Hongying stood at her yard gate and approached Ran Jinian. Is Yan Qingxue moving into the residential compound? She's moving things probably. Ran Jinian wiped the rope in her yard and hung up the bed sheets. Zhou Hongying took out a handful of roasted peanuts. I didn't expect her to come live in the compound. Want some? I'm not eating, Ran Jinian said while hanging the sheets, busy with her hands. You said her husband is the regiment commander, so it's not strange she's moving into the compound. Yes, more and more people are coming here. It's getting livelier. Zhou Hongying finished her peanuts and clapped her hands. Mom. Arya called from inside the house. Zhou Hongying cursed under her breath and went back. What are you doing every day? Ran Jinian closed the door of the office and returned home, then told Lu Junyuan about the matter. Lu Junyuan's expression remained calm. She married Hu Zhiting. Since Hu Zhiting is a regiment commander in the military district and both are in the same area, they naturally live in the family housing. Ran Jinian thought about Yan Qingxue being pregnant and about to have a wedding. It seems they registered their marriage first. They didn't discuss Yan Qingxue's situation further. At the research institute, as soon as they received the data, they began developing the project. Once this bottle is broken, the gas will be released. But we need to test if it irritates the eyes or causes blindness. Everyone looked at the bottle in front of them. If this experiment succeeds, it will add a deadly weapon on the battlefield. Who wants to be the test subject? There was silence. I'll do it. I'll try. I'll go. Soon, everyone raised their hands. I'm young, I volunteer. I'm the least experienced in the research institute. I'll try. I have siblings at home. I'll do it. They took turns speaking and finally, they started arguing. The director of the research institute finally pounded on the table. As usual, first find a mouse to test it and see if it works on animals. They quickly caught a mouse and placed it inside. The mouse scurried around in the isolation box. When the bottle was thrown in, the mouse scratched at it with its paws. Squeak, squeak. Soon, the mouse made a series of squeals, and its eyes turned red. It ran around in the box, crashing into the sides repeatedly but kept running. After about 10 minutes, the mouse gradually stopped. It seemed to have regained its sight. The experiment was successful. Everyone cheered. Have you recorded the data? Yes, it's all recorded. This irritating gas is real. Next, we need to think about how to modify it. The director of the research institute spoke. It can't just be stored in a bottle. Transportation would be inconvenient. Lin Xiao received a call informing him of the successful experiment and was very happy. Director Zhou, this matter is very important. I hope the institute can keep her name confidential. Lin Zhao's tone was very serious. Director Zhou understood the seriousness. Of course. She made such a great contribution. She deserves some recognition. He really wanted to thank this female scientist face-to-face for developing such a stimulating gas, which is a big step forward in science. Lin Xiao hesitated for a few seconds. The military district will handle this matter. All right, then I thank Commander Lin. Director Zhou hung up the phone. The next day, Ranjin Yen was brought to the office by a guard. General Lin just finished a meeting, still looking a bit tired. He also took some time to let Ranjinian do an interview. Comrade Ran, here is paper and a pen, Secretary Gao said, handing her some stationery. Ranjinian had prepared her own. I brought my own. Secretary Gao placed it in front of her. Use this one, he said. Ranjinian put away her own, opened the paper and pen, and took a deep breath. General Lin, I'm ready to start. Ask your questions, General Lin said, noticing her seriousness and knowing she was prepared. He admired her determined attitude. Can you tell me about your family background, childhood environment, and any people or events that had a deep impact on you? General Lin paused thoughtfully before speaking slowly. I was born in southern Hunan. Ranjinian picked up her pen and began to write. Half an hour later, she finished writing the first question. Commander, Secretary Gao entered and saw Ranjinian, then closed his mouth. Lin Xiao said to her, That's all for today. Come back tomorrow. Okay. Ranjinian knew that writing this autobiography wouldn't be done in a day or two. She was already prepared. She left the office, and the guard at the door took her out of the military district. Isn't that the wife of Colonel Liu? Why is she always running to General Lin's office lately? Yeah. Secretary Gao might be getting replaced. Maybe she's going to be General Lin's secretary. You're talking nonsense. She's just helping him write his autobiography. Really? General Lin asked her to write his autobiography? Everyone was stunned. She was the first military wife from the family compound. Everyone envied Liu Jinyuan. He was stuck in the military district, but his eyes were so sharp. It wasn't just a wife he married, but a fairy. The Hu family is too much. They called and said they're too busy with official business, so they can't come to the wedding of Yu and Zhou Zhiding. Yan Zhengwei was furious in his office. His daughter's wedding, and the groom's family wasn't even here. What's the big deal? Not getting married anymore. I'm so embarrassed, Yan Qingxue sobbed. Hearing her crying, Yan Zhengwei was even more annoyed. He waved his hand and slammed the documents in front of him. How did I end up with a daughter like you? You've brought shame on our family. Dad, the Hu family bullied me, and you also bullied me, Yan Qingxue said, upset after being mistreated by Zhou Zhiding. She came to complain to her father, but he scolded her instead. She felt even more wronged. Seeing her still blame him, Yan Zhengwei was angry and pointed at her. It's all your own fault. Among the many excellent young men in the southern military district, they all liked Zhou Zhiding. You are now blaming me. What's the point of saying all this now? Jingxue yelled. Go away. Zhengwei didn't expect his daughter to change so much, to seem like a woman full of resentment. Jingxue covered her face and ran out. After leaving the corridor, she quickly wiped her tears, worried others might see her in such a state. Ranjinian is really impressive. She just arrived at the military district and already gained the appreciation of Commander Lin. Yes, Commander Lin asked her to write an autobiography. He must really like her. I think she might stay close to Commander Lin and work for him. A few female soldiers passed by Jingxue, their voices full of envy. A few female soldiers spoke as they walked past Jingxue. Jingxue stood still, her mind full of their words. Ranjinian was going to write Commander Lin's autobiography. Now she had become a popular figure in the military district, and her life was getting better and better. Jingxue couldn't quite understand how she felt, but she knew she shouldn't be living like this. As soon as Hu Zhiding arrived at the military district, he saw a woman approaching. She looked charming, with clear, pure eyes, like a bright flower. There were such beautiful women in the military district. Why had he never seen her before? If he had met her earlier, he wouldn't have chased Jingxue. Hello. Hu Zhiding stepped forward. Ren Jinian ignored him. Hu Zhiding? Seeing her quicken her steps, he hurried after her. Comrade, comrade. Ren Jinian had to stop and look up at him. Are you calling me? Hu Zhiding thought her eyes were as beautiful as gems, and suddenly felt distracted. I'm new here, and not very familiar with the military district. I want to ask where the logistics office is. I don't know. Ask someone else. Ren Jinian found his gaze uncomfortable. After saying this, she walked away quickly. Hu Zhiding was speechless. This trick usually worked well. Every woman was very enthusiastic. Why was this woman so unresponsive? Hu Zhiding, what are you doing? As soon as Jingxue appeared, she saw Hu Zhiding talking to Ren Jinian from afar. When Hu Zhiding saw Jingxue, his expression cooled a bit. He was just playing around with Jingxue, but it had turned serious. Jingxue, mind your own business. Hu Zhiding's tone was even worse now. Jingxue, upset from her encounter with Zhengwei, saw her husband acting so cold. You are my man. You flirt with other women, and you haven't even thought about me, who is pregnant with your child. Yan Qingxue was deceived by Hu Zhiding's sweet words. She couldn't resist the tricks and was quickly won over by him. Once he got what he wanted, Hu Zhiding lost interest as he always did. However, he didn't expect Yan Qingxue to become pregnant, especially since she was not an ordinary soldier. She couldn't be easily dismissed like before. The rival family of the Hu family learned about this and kept exerting pressure on the Hu family. Plus, Yan's family was not simple either. He had no choice but to marry her. Yan Qingxue, I do whatever I want. Don't think that marrying me means you can control me, said Hu Zhiding. He's grown up, and only the old master at home can really control him. No one else can. Hu Zhiding, you, Yan Qingxue shouted, feeling her chest hurt with anger. Hu Zhiding ignored her and walked away quickly. Stop, Hu Zhiding, Yan Qingxue yelled sharply. Nearby soldiers saw her, but looked away. Early April. The weather was getting warmer. Lu Junyuan's health was improving. He no longer needed a wheelchair and could walk by himself, though he still couldn't do heavy work. Jin Yan, Zhou Hongying's voice came. I'm coming. Ran Jinian quickly changed Nin's diaper. She picked up the Nin, and Lu Junyuan carried his backpack. The family of three left the house to attend Yan Qingxue's wedding. The military district cafeteria was decorated with red characters and red ribbons. Yan Qingxue's wedding was held there, and the meal was paid for by the Hu family, inviting the entire military district. The Hu family is really generous, hosting a meal for everyone in the military district. They don't even ask for gifts, Zhou Hongying said with admiration. Ran Jinian didn't say anything. Hosting a wedding in the military district meant that accepting gifts could cause trouble if reported. Jin Yan, Bai Qian, and Xiao Haili came over. Ran Jinian found seats for them. Sit quickly. Song Mingyi and Lin Beixiao also came over and sat beside Lu Junyuan. Both looked unhappy. Around 11 o'clock, firecrackers went off outside, and everyone cheered. Yan Qingxue, dressed in a red wedding dress with red pearl flowers on her head and heavy makeup, supported the groom as she entered. The man wore a military uniform, tall and handsome, but with a distant look in his eyes. Ran Jinian was drinking from a thermos when she saw the groom and froze. It was the same man from last time. Yan Qingxue was marrying him. Come on, let's invite the bride and groom to the stage, announced the wedding host loudly. They walked onto the stage, and young men below cheered loudly. Yan Qingxue's small face was tense, and Hu Zhiling had little expression. Yan Qingxue didn't expect the Hu family really didn't send anyone. This clearly showed they didn't accept her as a wife and didn't take her seriously. She caused a fuss in front of Hu Zhiling, who only coldly said, as a new wife, you don't understand the rules at all. The family already said they are busy and can't come, and they've sent gifts. What more do you want? Yan Qingxue felt more wronged. Her wedding was already difficult, and with no one from the family coming, it was extremely embarrassing. Xiao highly leaned close to Ran Jinian and said, "These two don't look like a married couple. They look like enemies." Before Ran Jinian could speak, Bai Qian interrupted, "Yan Qingxue always argues with someone at the art troupe. I've argued with her many times. Now her temper is unpredictable, like a resentful woman." Yan Qingxue was now pregnant and no longer danced. But she would often visit the art troupe when she had free time. Since she stopped dancing, Bai Qian naturally took the top spot. Yan Qingxue didn't like Bai Qian much. "Stop talking," Ran Jinian warned the two. "There are so many people here. If someone hears and talks about it, it won't be good." Bai Qian and Xiao highly shut their mouths. "All right, now let's invite Commander Lin to give a speech for the newlyweds." Although Yan Zheng was angry about his daughter, he still invited Lin Xiao. After Lin Xiao spoke, the dishes were served, 8 in total. 3 cold dishes, 1 soup, and 4 hot dishes, all generous in portion, with sweet potatoes added to the rice. The soldiers ate silently and finished quickly. Ran Jinian and others hurried to eat and make room, as there were several more rounds. Dinner at the cafeteria at 5 o'clock, Yan Zheng told everyone. "Junyuan, let's go to your house to sit."
Song Mingyi was in a bad mood.
Lin Beixiao patted him, and Song Mingyi looked at Ran Jinian and asked, "Sister-in-law, is that okay?" "Of course," Ran Jinian smiled. Bai Qian teased Anan, "I have a day off tomorrow. Let's go shopping in town." "Tomorrow is the weekend, I'll go too." Xiao Haili, now more lively, said cheerfully. "Great," Ran Jinian thought about the warm weather and decided to get some fabric to make clothes for the little one. At the family compound, Song Mingyi took out a bottle of erguotu from his bag. "Lin Beixiao, come, let's have a drink." "I'll get you small cups," Ran Jinian said. Lin Beixiao waved his hand. "Sister-in-law, no need. We'll just drink like this." "Thank you, sister-in-law," said Lin Beixiao. Ran Jinian was holding the little one and saw Anan was sleepy. "Take your time chatting. The little one is tired, so I'll take him to sleep." She went back inside and closed the door. She placed the little one on the bed and patted him a few times. Soon, he fell asleep. Ran Jinian took out her notebook. She had been listening to Lin Zhao's stories every day recently, and she was almost done. Today, she could organize her thoughts and start writing. Ran Jinian spent over 2 hours writing in her room. Suddenly, she heard crying outside. She came out to check and saw Song Mingyi holding Lin Beixiao, crying badly, clearly drunk. "I'll go get some sobering tea," Ran Jinian said as she stepped out. Lin Beixiao quickly said, "Sister-in-law, no need. I'll take him away first." He helped Song Mingyi up and slung his arm over him. "You drank too much, less next time, just a little." After saying that, he added to Ran Jinian's sister-in-law, "Jinyuan will leave now. Be careful," Lu Jinyuan said. "Safe travels." Ran Jinian saw them off at the door. She watched Lin Beixiao carry Song Mingyi out of the yard, then turned back into the house. "We won't eat at the cafeteria tonight," she decided. "Okay," Lu Jinyuan nodded. Ran Jinian was unsure what to eat. "What do you want? Hot pot? Barbecue? Or boiled fish?" "Anything is fine," Lu Jinyuan said, not picky. Around 4:30 p.m., Zhou Hongying called from outside the yard, "Jinian, let's go, time to eat." "Sister-in-law, we're not going. Jinyuan isn't feeling well." Ran Jinian made an excuse, though she didn't want to waste the meal. Zhou Hongying heard this and said, "Is he tired? Then rest at home." "I'll stay with him at home. If anything happens, someone will be here." "All right, we'll go first." Zhou Hongying left. After she left, Ran Jinian locked the yard door. That night, the family of 3 entered the space. Ran Jinian laid out a mat on the ground, and Anan crawled around playing. The young couple enjoyed a hearty beef hot pot. "Tomorrow, I want to go shopping in town with Qian and Haili," Ran Jinian told Lu Jinyuan. Lu Jinyuan was washing dishes in the kitchen. "You go shopping, I'll stay home with Anan," she suggested. Ran Jinian thought for a moment. "Can you take care of Anan alone?" she asked. "Other than heavy chores, I can do everything," Lu Jinyuan replied. He looked at Anan on the ground, who was panting and crawling. "Anan now weighs 23 jin, he's a little chubby," she said. "Wife, your man isn't that weak," Lu Jinyuan said with a slight frown. All right then, you stay home and take care of Anan. If it's too much, put him in the stroller. Ran Jinian felt it was not very convenient to bring Anan with her. The next day, when Ran Jinian appeared in front of Xiao Haili and Bai Qian, they immediately surrounded her and started to circle around. Your outfit looks so good. Your taste is really great. You don't look like a mom at all, Bai Qian kept praising as she looked at Ran Jinian's clothes. She looks good, and whatever she wears looks good too, Xiao Haili sighed. Her own looks were quite ordinary. Calling her pretty and delicate was already quite good. Ran Jinian glanced at Bai Qian's outfit and reached out to adjust it. Is this better? She asked. Bai Qian looked down and nodded. Although I haven't looked in the mirror, I feel it's better now. Haili, what do you think? Yes, once you flip out the collar, it gives a different feeling, Xiao Haili nodded. Today, I plan to buy a set in town. Ran Jinian, help me pick one, Bai Qian said, holding Ran Jinian's arm. Okay. The three of them happily sat in the military district's car and headed to the town supply and marketing cooperative. How much is this piece of fabric? Ran Jinian liked a piece of cotton cloth. Perfect for making clothes for Anan. The clerk looked up at her and saw she was dressed fashionably. 1 cloth ticket, 3 cents per foot. I'll take 6 feet, Ran Jinian silently calculated in her mind. The clerk shook his head. There's a limit. Each person can only buy 3 feet. All right, then I'll take 3 feet, Ran Jinian said helplessly. Due to the tight economy, many items were limited. She wanted to buy some other fabric too, but the clerk wouldn't let her see more. You've already reached the limit. You can't buy more, the clerk said. Xiao Haili spoke up. Can I buy some? Yes, the clerk replied. Ran Jinian, do you want any other fabric? Xiao Haili asked. Ran Jinian pointed at another piece of cloth. That one, she said. The clerk didn't move. Let me see that piece, Xiao Haili said. The clerk took it down. Ran Jinian touched it and said, this fabric looks good. I'll take 3 feet, Xiao Haili understood immediately. The clerk had to cut 3 feet. Are you finished shopping? Bai Qian called from another counter. Yes. Ran Jinian packed the fabric into her backpack and said to Xiao Haili, I'll give you the money later. It was a bit sneaky to do it in front of the clerk. This is for Anan, Xiao Haili said. She had been cared for a lot by Ran Jinian since arriving at the military district. Her life was now quite good, and she was very grateful to Ran Jinian. No, you should keep it. You'll need it when you get married. Ran Jinian knew Xiao Haili was very frugal but generous. What are you talking about? Come and see how these 2 clothes look, Bai Qian urged. Ran Jinian stepped forward to look around. Bai Qian had chosen a new style for the season. She had no objections, it looks good. But it doesn't seem to match well with pants. Bai Qian thought the clothes looked nice, but pairing them with pants felt a bit off. Ran Jinian suggested, then try a skirt. A skirt? Bai Qian's eyes lit up. It's that kind of knit half-skirt. Ran Jinian gestured briefly, saying it was perfect for this weather. Then I must buy yarn, Bai Qian immediately understood. If you really want to knit your own yarn, it might be a bit troublesome, Ran Jinian casually said, but Bai Qian took it seriously. Looking good isn't afraid of trouble. Bai Qian happily pulled Ran Jinian to buy yarn. The yarn colors now are simple. Red, blue, black, white, and gray. Which color do you want? Bai Qian asked looking at Ran Jinian. Ran Jinian pointed to black. Black. It goes with everything. Okay, black it is. How much should I buy? This question stumped Ran Jinian. She had never knitted this kind of skirt herself, only saw it on the streets of Guangshi in her previous life. Back then, these skirts were very popular. How long do you want it to be? The clerk asked. About here. Bai Qian gestured. That long? The clerk was surprised but experienced. Then you'll need 2 skeins. Now, each skein of yarn is quite substantial. Bai Qian bought 2 skeins of black yarn and saw a new style of hair accessory. Look at these. Which one is better? She picked up 2 and compared them. Ran Jinian said, your skin is rosy, so any color looks good on you. Then I want both, Bai Qian, who loved beauty, said. Haili, do you want to buy something? Ran Jinian saw she hadn't bought anything. Shui Haili shook her head. I don't need anything. Highly, life is short, so treat yourself well. Look at your shoes, they're outdated. Want to buy a new pair? Bai Qian glanced at Shui Highly's repaired shoes. She thought Shui Highly was under 30 and wondered why she was so frugal. Buy a pair of small leather shoes, durable and nice, Ranjinian suggested. Yes, small leather shoes can last 7 or 8 years, Bai Qian said, leading Shui Highly to the shoe counter. After looking around, she pointed to a pair of black leather shoes. Let's see those. They were classic leather shoes made from high-quality cowhide. Shui Highly tried them on and loved them immediately. She didn't want to take them off because they were so comfortable. How much? She asked. 8 yuan a pair. The clerk didn't even lift his eyes. Xiao Highly was surprised. She had never worn such expensive shoes before. These are from the Hype brand. The shoes are good quality and reasonably priced, Bai Qian said. I'll look at others. Xiao Highly tried on 2 more pairs, which were much cheaper, but not as comfortable as the first. Maybe just the first pair. They're a bit more expensive, but the style and quality are very good. Plus, they can last many years, so it's worth it, Ranjinian said, noticing Xiao Highly hesitating. Xiao Highly thought for a moment. I'll take the pair for 3 yuan. Ranjinian guessed she was reluctant, but it was good that she was willing to buy something. After buying a pair of leather shoes, Xiao Highly refused to buy more. Jinian, what else do you want to buy? I want some seasoning and some corn flour, Ranjinian said. She was also buying some things for her family, and soon her backpack was heavy. Bai Qian joked, marriage really changes things. You only think about your family and don't buy anything for yourself. I have everything I need, no need to buy more, Ranjinian replied, also buying 2 pairs of underwear for Lu Jinyuan. The 3 finished shopping at the supply store around noon. Bai Qian cheerfully said, let's go to the state-run restaurant to eat. My treat. Let's split the bill, Xiao Highly suggested. Oh, no need. I insist on paying, Bai Qian said, refusing. The 3 went to the restaurant. Bai Qian ordered a plate of pig head meat, pickled cabbage tofu, fried pork intestines, a plate of dumplings, and 3 bottles of soda. Jinian, Highly, next time we go to the county, let's watch a movie, Bai Qian suggested. There was no cinema in the town, and Bai Qian hadn't watched a movie in a long time. When next time? Ranjinian liked movies. When we all have free time, we can go a day early and come back the next day, Bai Qian explained, because everyone usually did it that way. Xiao Highly took a sip of soda. I only have weekends off. I'm free anytime, Ranjinian said, since she wasn't working now and had plenty of time. Then I'll wait until my weekend off. Bai Qian raised her soda bottle. Cheers. I'm happy to meet you both. Hope we're friends forever, Ranjinian said. Always friends, Xiao Highly said, feeling very precious about their friendship. After eating at the restaurant, they took a bus back to the military district. Once there, they each went their separate ways. At the family compound notice board, Ranjinian saw many people gathered around to look at the notices. She stopped to take a look as she passed by. Everyone greeted her warmly. Ranjinian was not very familiar with them, only saying a few words. Hello, sisters-in-law. Everyone, don't block Xiao Ran from seeing the notice, one sister-in-law said. Ranjinian quickly responded, Thank you, sisters-in-law. I need to go home now. After speaking, she hurriedly left. This Ranjinian really has a strange temper. Why doesn't she look when asked? Someone blurted out. Yeah, you're not being very nice behind her back. Ranjinian didn't realize they were talking about her. She just felt these sisters-in-law were too enthusiastic. Little did she know, ever since she started writing the autobiography of Commander Lin, the men had told their wives to get along well with her. When she reached her home gate, she heard Anan crying. She pushed open the yard door and saw Lu Junyuan struggling to hold a squirming little kid. The little one was like a slippery fish. Wow. Seeing Ranjinian, Anan felt even more excited. Ranjinian put down her backpack and picked him up. The little one immediately pressed against her chest, crying because he couldn't get what he wanted. Did Anan not have milk? Ranjinian saw how upset he was. Lu Junyuan sighed. He refuses to drink milk powder. He hasn't had anything since you left. Ranjinian took some milk powder and a bottle from her space, planning to wean him when he was 8 months old. Anan cried loudly in frustration. Ran Jinyan held him and went inside, taking a cloth to wipe her sweat. "Little one, you're really stubborn." "I'm not stubborn," Lu Junyuan immediately said. Haha, Ran Jinyan couldn't help but laugh, then thought of something, her voice a bit hoarse. "You're the most stubborn." In her previous life, she ran away from marriage, he refused to remarry, and never gave up on her. He was the most stubborn person. "Wife, what did you say?" Lu Junyuan didn't clarify. "An Un is just like you." The little one fell asleep after drinking milk for a while. Ran Jinyan's chest was still puffed up. She squeezed out some milk and poured it away. "I'm going to sleep for a bit." Ran Jinyan was feeling a little sleepy herself. "Okay." Seeing his wife was about to sleep, Lu Junyuan took out the things she bought and started tidying up. Not long after Ran Jinyan lay down, a scream came from the next yard. "Ah, Huaji Tingyu." Ran Jinyan immediately woke up. She rolled over, wanting to sleep more, but the woman kept making sharp noises. The noise kept her from sleeping. She had to get out of bed. When she reached the door, she saw many military wives gathering around, curious. These two just got married yesterday, and they're already fighting. TSK. I thought the daughter of the political commissar was different from us, but it turns out she's the same. It's not like the newlyweds are all over each other. This looks more like enemies. Everyone stood outside the yard, talking back and forth. Suddenly, a loud cracking sound rang out.
Wow.
Anan, who was sleeping peacefully, was startled and woke up suddenly. Ran Jinyan quickly picked up the little one to comfort him, but the noise from the neighboring yard continued non-stop. The little one hadn't slept long and was very sleepy now, so he couldn't be calmed down, especially after being frightened. The shouting was very loud, and it seemed impossible to stop soon. "Lu Junyuan, you hold Anan," Ran Jinyan said, and went directly to the neighboring yard. She knocked the door. "Can you lower your voices? You're scaring the kids." The noise inside suddenly stopped. Soon after, the door opened, revealing a man's face. When he saw Ran Jinyan, he looked surprised. "It's you." Ran Jinyan sighed impatiently. "Can you keep your voices down? The kids are too young and scared."
Cheating? What?
"She's married now." In the yard, Yan Qingxue heard someone knocking and suddenly woke up. Oh my gosh. What was she doing just now? It was so embarrassing. If it got out, what would everyone think of her? While she was lost in her thoughts, she suddenly heard Ran Jinyan's voice. She looked at the figure outside the yard. Although blocked by Huijiding, she could still recognize her. She must be here just to watch the joke. "Ran Jinyan, you must think you married well and want to show off in front of her."
Dream on.
Yan Qingxue thought angrily. Ran Jinyan finished speaking and left. Huijiding watched her walk away, feeling worse than ever. He closed the yard door and went back inside, where Yan Qingxue was staring at him. He became more irritable. "Are you satisfied now? The whole family compound is watching our joke," Huijiding said, grabbing his things and leaving. This day was really one he didn't want to experience at all. As soon as he stepped out of the yard, he saw Lu Junyuan standing in the neighboring yard. Huijiding's eyes narrowed.
Lu Junyuan.
He strode over the yard wall. "You live in this yard? Wasn't he disabled?" But looking at his arms and legs, he seemed fine, healthy. "Who said he was disabled?"
Ah.
Lu Junyuan looked at him calmly and ignored him completely. Lu Junyuan, Ran Jinyan carried Anan and went to the door. Seeing Ran Jinyan holding a child and still calling Lu Junyuan's name, Huijiding clenched his teeth. She married Lu Junyuan. Why did he get such a beautiful woman? Huijiding gritted his teeth. "Wife, what's wrong?" When Lu Junyuan turned around, he didn't see Huijiding's eyes. Ran Jinyan, however, noticed them and directly closed the door. "Yan Qingxue's man looks at you strangely." "He is Huijiding, my sworn enemy," Lu Junyuan briefly explained. "Sworn enemy? Do you have a grudge?" Ran Jinyan was a bit surprised. "It's not exactly a grudge. Huijiding is narrow-minded. We trained together before, and he was jealous because I always ranked first. He saw everyone supporting me but not him, so he's never liked me. You're better than him, so he's jealous. Such a narrow-minded man. Ran Jinian felt a bit speechless. Lu Jinyuan didn't want to talk more about it. What do you want me to do? He asked. I have some inspiration now, and want to write something. Please watch in, Ran Jinian said, no longer feeling sleepy. She wanted to finish writing Lin Zhao's autobiography quickly. Lu Jinyuan placed the little one in the stroller and pushed him around the house. The baby swayed, and then fell asleep again. Lu Jinyuan carried him to the bed and poured his wife a glass of water. Thanks for your hard work, wife. It's not hard. I think Commander Lin has been the one working hard all his life, always thinking of the people. Ran Jinian originally didn't want to write this autobiography, but after hearing Lin Zhao's story, she felt Commander Lin was truly honorable and great. She wanted to write it quickly so everyone could see the stories of revolutionary pioneers. Seeing his wife busy writing, Lu Jinyuan went to the kitchen to cook. After Ran Jinian's hand grew tired from writing, she realized it was almost dark. The little one hummed and whined for a while, then opened his eyes. He was playing with his little hands on the bed. Ran Jinian went to the kitchen and saw Lu Jinyuan almost finished cooking. Why didn't you call me? She asked. Wife, I can move now. You don't need to worry too much, Lu Jinyuan said, bringing out the steamed egg custard. The little one, over 6 months old, could eat solid food. The egg custard was steamed without oil or salt. Ran Jinian held Anan in her arms and waited until the custard was warm before feeding him. The little one ate happily, devouring more than half an egg. Ran Jinian didn't dare give him too much, worried his stomach might still be sensitive. She gave him a toy to play with himself. The two of them ate at the table. Wife, I want to rejoin the team. Don't worry, I won't do strenuous activities or go on missions, Lu Jinyuan said. He had been wanting to rejoin the team for a long time. He felt his muscles relaxing at home every day. Although he couldn't do much now, training soldiers was still good. Ran Jinian knew he was doing rehab exercises every day for this day. Let's see the doctor tomorrow first, she replied. Okay, Lu Jinyuan knew she didn't refuse. Early the next morning, Lu Jinyuan cooked some porridge and eggs and grabbed some pickled vegetables from the jar, slicing them into strips. The young couple finished breakfast and pushed baby in the stroller to visit the hospital. Dr. Gao gave Lu Jinyuan a detailed checkup. Commander Lu, congratulations. Your body has recovered very well. After reviewing the report, Dr. Gao kept thinking how strong his body was, stronger than an elephant. Dr. Gao, can he return to the team now? Ran Jinian asked. Dr. Gao looked up. Yes, but he can't do intense exercise or carry out missions yet. He's still in recovery. Ran Jinian breathed a sigh of relief. The young couple left the hospital with Anan, and Ran Jinian then told Lu Jinyuan, if you want to rejoin the team, go ahead, but take care of yourself. Wife, with you and Anan here, I will take good care of myself. Now that Lu Jinyuan had a wife and son, he valued his life more. But he was a soldier, and deep inside, he knew he could never be completely at peace. Soon, Lu Jinyuan rejoined the team. Considering his health, the military district only allowed him to train soldiers and do light, simple tasks. Over the next half-month, time passed quickly. Ran Jinian finished writing her autobiography. She checked it several times and found no issues before giving it to Secretary Gao. Secretary Gao, Commander Lin's autobiography is ready. Please take a look. If there are any problems, you can suggest changes. So fast? Secretary Gao thought Ran Jinian would take some time, but it was done in less than a month. I'll go now. Ran Jinian had become familiar with Secretary Gao. All right, I'll review it and contact you if there are any issues. Secretary Gao was free now, so he picked up the manuscript and started reading. He quickly became engrossed. This is really good. Well written. Commander, your autobiography is ready, Secretary Gao said when Commander Lin returned. He immediately placed the manuscript in front of him. Lin Xiao sat down without rushing to read it.
No rush.
He spent an hour reviewing documents and nearly 2 hours on phone calls, busy all morning, before finally taking a break to drink some water. Looking at the manuscript, Lin Xiao picked it up and flipped through it. He was very satisfied. Ran Jinian wrote it very well, vivid and interesting. The layout is also very nice. It can be sent to headquarters. Currently, only 3 founding elders remained in the country, so this autobiography involved not only the commanders of several military districts, but also the 3 elders. The manuscript would be sent to headquarters to be published by the National Publishing House, the Military District, and the Work Department. Minister, this is the autobiography of Commander Lin from the Southern Military District. The manuscript is ready. This Commander Lin doesn't want our people to interview him. He insists on finding someone himself to write it. I want to see how well the person he chooses can write. If it's not good enough, we'll have to ask someone else to rewrite it. After Minister Wang read the draft, he couldn't help but praise it repeatedly. Excellent, excellent. The story of Commander Lin's life is very exciting and lively. The writing is smooth and natural, with no exaggeration. The layout is also very good. He quickly called Lin Xiao. Commander Lin, the person you found wrote the article very well. Of course, Lin Xiao said proudly. He had originally asked Ran Jinian to write his autobiography, but others didn't agree. Now he knew how good his judgment was. Also, I find your layout very interesting, Lin Xiao added. Minister Wang understood what he meant. Are you trying to use my layout? Commander Lin, having your layout all by yourself isn't very fair. I'm worried others might say you're getting special treatment, Wang said honestly. Since the book is published together, everyone should be treated equally, except you. Minister Wang, this layout isn't my idea. If you want to use it, I need to ask the creator if she's okay with it. If she agrees, then. Lin Xiao knew that Ran Jinian received a fee for her writing, and this layout was her masterpiece. He couldn't speak for her. Minister Wang immediately understood. If she agrees, I am willing to pay 200 yuan for the usage rights. But in future publications, I can use this layout as well. Okay, I'll ask her, Lin Xiao said, hanging up and calling Secretary Gao. Secretary Gao wasn't surprised. He also admired the layout when he first saw it. Ran Jinian is truly talented. At the family compound, Ran Jinian was preparing baby food for Nen. The little one had been drooling more and more lately. After careful observation, she saw that the baby was already growing 2 white milk teeth, just peeking out from the gums. She also gave him a teething stick, and whenever he was free, he would hold it and chew. Little Ran, Secretary Gao called from outside the yard. Hearing Gao's voice, Ran Jinian quickly put what she was holding into the space. She walked out quickly. Secretary Gao, do you need to revise the draft? No, your draft is very good. Commander Lin likes it very much, Gao said with a smile. Ran Jinian looked at him. Is there anything else? If it was just praise for her writing, Gao wouldn't need to come all this way. It's like this. Your layout caught the attention of Minister Wang from headquarters. He wants a few veterans and commanders' autobiographies to be formatted like this. Sounds good. Ran Jinian had no objections. She learned this layout from those books in the space. Your new layout design is quite innovative. Minister Wang wants to pay 200 yuan for usage rights, and future books will have the same layout, Secretary Gao said, making Ran Jinian pause. Her layout was borrowed from others. She didn't create it herself. She wanted to refuse, but then changed her mind and said, Secretary Gao, you might as well donate the 200 yuan to the Hope Elementary School. She had benefited from the space, which had given her many advantages. She couldn't accept this money herself. When Secretary Gao heard this, his expression changed again. Ran Jinian was truly a person of great integrity, a remarkable woman. Secretary Gao reached out his hand, his voice full of excitement. Little Ran, thank you for your contribution to the country. Secretary Gao, you're being too kind. This is my country, my home. I should do my part, Ran Jinian replied, feeling a bit embarrassed. After returning, Secretary Gao told Lin Xiao what Ran Jinian had said. Lin Xiao admired her even more. What a woman, my country, my home. Comrade Ran Jinian is truly outstanding, even better than many men. He felt that since she had contributed so much and received so little in return, he was a bit uneasy. Such an excellent woman deserved a reward. Ran Jinian was feeding and some complimentary food when Secretary Gao returned. Hearing his words, she almost spilled An's food. Secretary Gao, did you say something wrong? The order from Commander Lin. I dare not speak out of turn, Secretary Gao said with a smile. Ran Jinian quickly said, I can't go to the propaganda department for work. I don't have the qualifications, and I don't have time now because I need to take care of my child. She planned to find a job at the military district but never thought about directly becoming deputy director of the propaganda department. You're just a nominal member in the propaganda department, and you don't need to go there every day. Just once a week is enough, Secretary Gao explained. Ran Jinian was stunned. No, that's like giving me a backdoor. If someone reports it, I'll be finished. It's just a title, and you won't get paid. Who would report it?
Huh.
Ran Jinian was confused. Why take the title then? Seeing her confusion, Secretary Gao gave a brief explanation. Once your child grows up, you can officially start working. Plus, if there are any propaganda activities in the future, your involvement won't be wasted. Gaining experience in the propaganda department will help you do better things later. When Ran Jinian saw Secretary Gao wink at her, she still didn't fully understand, but since Commander Lin had arranged it, she couldn't refuse. Okay, she agreed. Tomorrow, bring your household registration and documents to the propaganda department to officially register under the nominal position, Secretary Gao said before leaving. Anan hadn't eaten anything all day and started crying loudly in a hurry. Jin Yan, Secretary Gao has come several times. What's going on? Zhou Hongying saw Secretary Gao leave and couldn't help but come in to ask. Ran Jin Yan opened her mouth but said nothing. Secretary Gao told me to report to the propaganda department. You're going back to work, but what about the child? Will your mother-in-law take care of him? Zhou Hongying was very surprised. Ran Jin Yan shook her head. No, I'm just a nominal figure. I don't need to work in the propaganda department. Zhou Hongying? What does that mean? I don't understand. I didn't work in the propaganda department before, and I also wrote a biography for Commander Lin. He was the one who asked me to join the propaganda department, Ran Jin Yan explained. But since you're just a nominal figure and don't need to work, do you get paid? Zhou Hongying asked the most important question.
No.
Zhou Hongying was confused. They let you be a figurehead in the propaganda department without paying you? What's the point? She couldn't understand. I just have a title. That way, if I write articles for the military district in the future, I can get some money. That's complicated. Why not just go to work directly? I need to take care of Anan now. I don't have time to work. Ran Jin Yan only wanted to spend happy, joyful moments with Anan. That makes sense. Zhou Hongying felt a bit regretful. Last time, Ran Jin Yan's mother-in-law came, and she specifically asked about childcare. Mother Lu also wanted to resign and stay at the family compound to take care of the children, but her textile factory job still had 3 years until retirement. If she resigned now, she would lose all benefits. Moreover, with Captain Lu's subsidy and only one child between them, Ran Jin Yan didn't need to rush back to work. Zhou Hongying secretly felt regretful herself. She was taking care of 3 children, and her husband was very busy. She wanted to find a job, but couldn't. That evening, Lu Junyuan came back, and Ran Jin Yan told him about this matter. Lu Junyuan had been in the military district for 6 years and was very thoughtful. Commander Lin has another intention.
Huh.
He wants you to become a secretary in the future. Ran Jin Yan also thought of this but wasn't quite sure. Secretary Gao is still here, right? Only the commander of the entire military district could have a secretary. Lu Junyuan saw his son drooling and took a bib to wipe his mouth. Commander Lin is already 56. In a few years, he will retire. Ran Jin Yan finally understood. Commander Lin wanted to train her to be the chief commander's secretary. But what if the next commander already has a secretary? Lu Junyuan understood his wife's thoughts. Even if you're not officially a secretary, just having your name on the publicity department's list is good for your future. Yes, I only need to go once a week anyway. Ran Jinian thought of it as a part-time job. The next day, Ran Jinian brought her household registration and documents to the publicity department. They had already received the news, and when she arrived, They quickly processed her paperwork. Starting next week, just come at 9 a.m. every Monday. What will I be doing there? Ranjinian wanted to understand her role. Our department has a meeting every Monday at 9 a.m., and after that, you can go home, they explained. Okay, thank you. After Ranjinian left, someone asked, what does General Lin think? Why put her on the list but not let her do anything? Seeing how well her articles are written, they just brought her in. Why bother with the title? Could having her name on the list take up a spot? Will there be fewer openings in the future? Enough. Stop talking behind her back. She's just on the list and not getting paid. Everyone thought General Lin's decision was strange, but they didn't dare say much. In the office, Sun Miling frowned. I had everything here last time, and now you've lost it? We looked everywhere but couldn't find it, her colleagues replied.
Impossible.
Keep searching until you find it, Sun Miling insisted. She didn't expect General Lin to let Ranjinian be listed in the publicity department, especially since cultural activities were about to restart. She couldn't find the article Ranjinian wrote last time. Having worked in the publicity department for a long time, Sun Miling knew that General Lin valued Ranjinian highly. So even if her articles were terrible, she would still use them. It's been months. She probably lost it herself. If we can't find it, it's our fault, someone said. Stop talking and keep looking, Sun Miling ordered. After a thorough search, they finally found Ranjinian's cultural activity promotional article in a trash bin. The paper was crumpled, but still readable. Make a handwritten copy of this and print 100 copies, Sun Miling said with relief. The military district's print shop printing 100 copies was enough, but since there were more soldiers, each copy was shared among several people. Ding Siua learned that her own promotional content wasn't used. Instead, they used Ranjinian's article. She was very upset. Director Sun, why are they using Ranjinian's article? Ching Siua, the promotional content has already been printed and will soon be sent to various military district departments, Sun Miling replied, telling her not to cause trouble. Ding Siua knew it was already a fact. She hadn't read what Ranjinian had written, but she casually said, this time, the military sports event was promoted with a piece written by Ranjinian. She had never written this kind of thing before, but Director Su thought she was qualified because she wrote an autobiography for Commander Lin. Everyone listened. They thought Ranjinian was just relying on the support of Commander Lin, so they believed she was the one writing all the reports for the military district. Before seeing the newspaper, many people already felt that Ranjinian's reputation was growing too much. Soon, some rumors started to spread. Ranjinian has only been in the military district for a short time, but she's already famous. Amazing! The wife of the cold-faced general isn't impressive. Who is? This woman is really skilled. She writes scripts and the autobiography of Commander Lin. Now she even writes the military sports event reports. What is the propaganda department for?
Bang!
Lin Xiao threw the printed military newspaper onto the table. His eyes looked sternly at everyone. The military district is a place of authority and respect, not a place for scheming. Then he looked at Su Miling. Director Sun, as I understand, it was you who asked Ranjinian to write the promotional content for this military sports event. Yes, Sun Miling broke out in a little sweat. She wondered who was spreading gossip behind her back, and it had become so exaggerated. Everyone exchanged glances. Since Director Sun approached Ranjinian, it means someone with ill intentions is trying to damage her reputation. Look at this. If the promotional article wasn't well written, would Director Sun have approved and printed it? Lin Xiao pointed at the newspaper. Sun Miling was surprised. She had never seen what Ranjinian had written. Now, hearing Commander Lin say this, she felt a huge relief. Luckily, Ranjinian was truly talented. Everyone looked at the military district newspaper and read it. This promotional content is very well written, full of passion and energy. Who says it's not good? The writing is excellent. The content is bold and innovative, more lively than previous promotions. Everyone kept praising it. Everyone could tell whether the writing was good or not. The entire content was very impressive, especially outstanding, better than before. Lin Xiao sighed. If anyone is still spreading rumors, I will punish them severely. After Commander Lin said this, everyone dispersed and immediately warned their subordinates to watch their words. Sun Miling returned to the office and immediately called Ding Siyue over. Ding Siyue, you insisted on writing the article back then. Now that we've used Ran Jinian's piece, you're causing trouble again. What are you thinking with that pig brain of yours all day? She clearly knew who was behind this trouble. However, since Ding Siyue was part of the publicity department, she wouldn't dare speak out in front of Commander Lin. Ding Siyue was still secretly proud, thinking that now the military district was spreading rumors that Commander Lin had helped Ran Jinian get ahead. She thought, what does she still have to show for herself? When she saw Sun Miling, she immediately started scolding her harshly. She felt very unfair. Ran Jinian can write some articles, so she wants everything to be about her. It's not fair. Before she finished, Sun Miling threw a newspaper at her. Look at this yourself. She wrote it 1,000 times better than you. On her way back earlier, Sun Miling had already read the newspaper. Ding Siyue didn't believe it and scoffed as she looked at the paper. After a minute, her eyes widened. This can't be true. How could she write something like this? She can do everything, scripts, articles, autobiographies, unlike you who only have a little ink in your head. Sun Miling thought Ran Jinian's name was a pity to waste. But she also thought that if she was credited, maybe the publicity department could ask her for help in the future. Commander Lin truly has a far-sighted plan. After reading the newspaper, Ding Siyue was speechless. At the military district, everyone was discussing the newspaper excitedly. What events are you guys signing up for this time? I'm doing the long jump, running races, and playing table tennis and basketball. Wow, you're amazing. Can you handle so many events? When Lu Jinyuan appeared, everyone gathered around him. Commander Lu, what competitions are you signing up for? Just register as soon as possible these next 2 days. Lu Jinyuan was still recovering, so he handled these minor matters, mainly managing logistics. A new, somewhat naive soldier asked Commander Lu, what competitions are you signing up for? Everyone immediately stared at him. Naive soldier? Lu Jinyuan smiled. I'm not fully recovered yet, so I won't participate in this year's military sports activities. If Commander Lu isn't participating, then I will be the champion this year.
Dream on.
I will be the champion. As long as Commander Lu isn't here, I will be the first. Everyone started arguing back and forth. Watching their competitive spirits, Lu Jinyuan's smile grew wider. At the family housing area, everyone sat under a big tree chatting. Some held their babies, some read newspapers, some were weaving shoe soles, and others were folding vegetables. Are you signing up for the military sports activities? Can family members participate too? A new military wife asked curiously. Of course, everyone can sign up for military sports activities. What kinds are there? There's tug-of-war, badminton, long jump, and many other events. You can sign up for as many as you want. The person who wins the most prizes gets first place. In previous years, the Army sports event was always won by Commander Lu. Commander Lu is young and strong, so of course he wins. Ran Jinan was holding in and listening to everyone talk. These military activities are like sports days. Suddenly, the conversation shifted to Lu Jinyuan. She couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. Everyone looked at Ran Jinan sitting nearby. Xiao Ran, do you want to sign up for one? Sure. Ran Jinan thought that as a military wife, she should join in. What should I sign up for? Ran Jinan thought for a moment. Tug-of-war, to have some fun with everyone. Then I'll sign up for tug-of-war too. I want to join as well. Everyone became interested and started talking about which events they wanted to join. Ran Jinan also signed up for badminton, just to try a couple of events. 5 days later, the military sports event began. This time, Commissar Yen gave a speech. The event lasted 3 days, and the whole military district was excited. Although Lu Jinyuan didn't need to compete, he had to be a judge.
Come on. Come on.
Come on. Women cheered loudly on the sports field. Ran Jinan was pulling the rope hard, with others on the opposite side also giving their all. Both sides were evenly matched. Zhou Hongying was standing nearby, with a few kids. She was helping Ran Jinan take care of Nin, then she went to throw the shot put. Ran Jinan took care of some children, switching between them. Seeing her mother blushing and pulling the rope, the little one cheered loudly. Sweetheart, you're the best. Keep going. At that moment, Lu Jinyuan shouted loudly. Everyone! This person is so shameless, they all thought. Come on, honey. Keep going. Someone else cheered. All the men ran over to cheer for their wives. Come on, honey. You can do it. Yao Yurong and others couldn't help but laugh. Don't laugh. Hold it in. Ran Jinan tried not to smile. The men kept shouting, come on, honey. Huang Pingping couldn't help but shout, but she was smiling so it didn't have much impact. Shut up, everyone. Ha ha ha. At this point, the others couldn't hold back their laughter and burst out laughing. They lost their strength and loosened their grip. Yay! We won. Everyone cheered. Lu Jinyuan stepped forward and wiped sweat from Ran Jinan's face with his sleeve. The women looked on with envy, admiring how loving they seemed, while comparing to their own stiff husbands. In the next moment, the men gathered around. Husband, let me massage your legs. Husband, come, drink some water. Husband, are you tired? Others. In the afternoon, Ran Jinian had a badminton match. She picked up her racket and went onto the court. Her opponent was a young girl who looked pretty, but she had a stern look on her face. Ran Jinian wondered if she had misunderstood. She didn't even know this girl. Ding Siuet didn't expect her opponent to be Ran Jinian and snorted coldly. This time, the military newspaper made you famous, but I must beat you in the badminton match. Ding Siue was very confident. She was the best at playing badminton. Best of 3 wins. After the referee spoke, Ran Jinian served first. When Ding Siue returned the shot, Ran Jinian easily hit it back. They exchanged a few rounds and started to compete seriously. In the end, Ran Jinian hit a strong smash and Ding Siue couldn't catch it, watching the shuttlecock fall to the ground. Ding Siue took a deep breath. She still had 2 chances. In the second game, she served. Ding Siue was very aggressive from the start, but Ran Jinian was quick and caught every shot. 2 years later, Ding Siue saw Ran Jinian bring the shuttlecock back. She was standing farther away, and this time, she gently tapped the shuttlecock. Ran Jinian quickly ran over, stretched out her hand, caught the shuttlecock, and hit it hard. It flew over Ding Siue's head. Ding Siue was anxious, but still couldn't catch the shuttlecock. Ran Jinian wins 2 matches. Ran Jinian wins. The referee blew the whistle. Ding Siue glared at Ran Jinian, frustrated, threw her racket, and hurried off the court. Ran Jinian? Wins and losses are normal. This girl's reaction was too intense. Jinian, you're amazing. Everyone clapped. Ran Jinian received another small red flower, and with the one she earned earlier from tug of war, she exchanged them for some candies. There weren't many red flowers, so she could only trade for a few candies. Big girl, second girl, third girl. Come, have some candy. Ran Jinian handed candies to the 3 little kids. Thank you, Auntie, they said obediently. Ran Jinian then took an in. Looking up, she saw Lu Junyuan walking over. Anin, look who's here. Wow. Anin shouted happily when she saw Lu Junyuan. Lu Junyuan picked up Anin. Let's go home. Is the morning over? Yes. Lu Junyuan held the lively little girl and followed Ran Jinian's steps. The whole family was walking home, filled with the warmth of everyday life. Ran Jinian paused and looked back. The hardships of her past had completely gone, and her new life was full of sweetness and happiness. Le Jinyuan, wait for me, please. Ranjin nodded and turned to follow him. 2 years later. Vroom, vroom, vroom. Outside the family courtyard, a lively 2.5-year-old boy with a round face was riding a wooden horse, playing with a few little friends. I want to ride too, shouted a slightly older boy as he pushed the small boy off the wooden horse onto the ground. Hit you. The little boy angrily got up without crying, clenched his chubby fists, and swung at him. You're hitting me, said the older boy, who immediately kicked back when hit. Seeing the kick, the little boy quickly stepped back and ran into the yard. A woman with her hair, wearing a floral top and light-colored pants, was picking eggs in the yard. She heard the noise and looked back. "Anan, what are you doing?" Lee Jinyun ignored his mother. He looked around, then picked up a small stick from the corner and started walking out quickly. When Iron Hammer saw the little boy run out again, he rushed over. The little boy picked up the stick and hit him.
Wow.
Iron Hammer was so scared he turned to run, but he tripped and fell face down. He fell with a bruised face and started crying loudly. "Iron Hammer! Iron Hammer!" A woman heard the noise and ran out of the yard. Seeing her son's face injured, she immediately shouted, "Who hit you?" Iron Hammer, tears and snot running down his face, pointed at the little boy. It was him. Sob, sob, sob. Ran Jean also came out of the yard. "Mrs. Lee, Myanin is only 2.5 years old. How could he have hurt Iron Hammer like this? He fell by himself." Lee Xia, who moved into the family courtyard last year, had several daughters but only brought her son. Her son, Iron Hammer, was 6 years old and often bullied other children in the courtyard. Lee Xia was indulgent. She didn't care. "Your son hurt mine like this. You have to pay." "Mom, he hit my horse," Anan said in a soft, childish voice, a bit unclear but understandable. The little boy's wooden horse was made by Lee Jinyun over half a month. He loved it very much and played with it every day for a long time. "I didn't," Iron Hammer kept crying. "Come here, all of you. Tell Auntie whether Iron Hammer snatched Anan's wooden horse." Ranjin pointed at a few children nearby. They immediately ran over. Whenever Iron Hammer came, he pushed Anan down. Iron Hammer also hit people. Yes, Iron Hammer started it by taking things. These children are about 5 or 6 years old, and Anan is the youngest. They all like Annie Ran because she is very gentle and gives them tasty treats. "You're talking nonsense. My son Tietue is the best behaved. There's no way he would steal things," Lee Xia refused to admit. Ran Jinyan's face darkened. "So many children saw everything. Are you saying they're all lying? It was your child who pushed mine first. I haven't even asked you to pay for it, but now you're accusing me." Lee Xia felt a sting in her chest. She had just moved into the community last year and thought Ranjinian looked delicate and easy to bully. But after spending time with her, she realized she was the hardest to deal with. "Let's go talk to the women's director," Ranjinian said, trying to close the gate. Lee Xia quickly said it was just kids playing. "It's not serious. Most of these children's fathers are either squad leaders or company commanders. Their stories are all the same, so everyone knows whether they're telling the truth or not. You say it's not serious, but your son stole Anan's toy horse, and then he yelled at my son. We can't just ignore this," Ranjinian said coldly. Lee Xia saw she was serious. "Look, Anan is fine, but Tietue broke his toy. What do you think we should do about this?" Ranjinian asked, not letting her finish. She knew Lee Xia was trying to get sympathy by using the kids. Lee Xia immediately hit Tietue lightly. "You stole Anan's toy horse. You should give it back." "Wow." Tietue started crying again. Ranjinian stayed silent. Lee Xia pretended to hit him a few more times. "Next time you dare to steal something, I'll break your hand."
All right, sister-in-law.
"It's just kids playing. Why are you making such a big deal out of it?" Ranjinian said with a half-smile. Lee Xia was speechless. All her words had been used up. She awkwardly smiled. "There's food still cooking at home. I'll take the kids back first. Anan, you did very well. If someone hits you, you can hit back. But if they don't hit you, you can't hit them, or you'll be a bad kid," Ranjinian said, holding Anan's hand. Lee Xia looked uncomfortable. "You shouldn't say that in front of her. I'm not a bad kid. I'm a good kid," Anan said sweetly. Lee Xia was so angry she grabbed Tietue and left. "Anan, time to go home for dinner. You can come back to play this afternoon," Ranjinian told the other children. Everyone dispersed happily. "Mom, when will Dad come back?" the little one asked as he followed his mother into the yard. Ranjinian crouched down and gently touched the little one's face. "Dad is outside doing something very important. Once he finishes, he will come back."
Oh.
The little one blinked and then asked, is something very important about hugging? Catching bad guys. Ranjinian knew she couldn't give a vague reason. The little one would keep asking questions. Dad is so great. Every day, the little one heard his mother praise him and learned to speak like that. Ranjinian couldn't help but smile and laugh. At noon, Ranjinian made steamed eggs and carrot pork meatballs. She put a bib on an and let the little one hold his bowl and spoon to eat by himself. The little one buried his head in the bowl, munching happily and quietly. When he ate the meatballs, the little one pouted and said, no carrots. The little one didn't like carrots and would pick them out before, preferring the meat. Now Ranjinian chopped the carrots finely and mixed them into the meat. The little one often felt conflicted. Dad loves to eat carrots so he can catch bad guys. And ate carrots so he can also catch bad guys. Sure enough, this sentence was very convincing. I want to catch bad guys. The little one buried his head again and started munching loudly. Ranjinian occasionally wiped his mouth and straightened his bowl. Still want to eat. The little one had some rice left around his mouth. Ranjinian added a little more rice and asked, do you want some meat? The little one hesitated because he remembered the carrots and the meatballs. No. And ate everything. Yes. Hearing that Ranjinian ate everything, the little one hurriedly picked up his bowl. Ranjinian scooped 2 more meatballs for him. After finishing, the little one held up his bowl and said, all done. Good job, and Ranjinian wiped his face with a cloth and dried his hands. She picked him up from the table. Play by yourself first. Mom will wash the dishes. And ran to the corner of the yard, where there was a water tub filled halfway with water and some small fish. This was a fish tank made by Lu Junyuan for the little one to play with. The little one picked up a small fishing net and a tiny bucket, then started scooping fish out of the tank. Ranjinian was in the kitchen, occasionally glancing through the window at the little one. She tidied up and then asked on purpose, what are you doing? I'm scooping fish and I caught a very shiny one. Wow, you caught a very beautiful fish. Ranjinian stepped forward and rolled up the little one's sleeves. Its eyes are very bright, just like Mom's eyes. And then pointed at the fish in the small water bucket, speaking very seriously. Ranjinian was surprised and then couldn't help but smile. Children's words are funny. And then played for a while, and when Ranjinian saw his pants got a little wet, she said, and then let's stop playing and change your pants. Okay, the little guy threw the fishing net into the water bucket. Ranjinian poured the fish back into the tank, put the net in the bucket, and placed it in the corner. Then she took it back inside to change his pants. Outside, cicadas were singing loudly. Ranjinian picked up a fan and gently fanned him, saying, take a nap for a while. Okay? Okay. The little boy nodded obediently. He squinted for a moment, then opened his big eyes and said, Mom, you sing for me. Ranjinian hesitated but then started singing, Little Swallow, wearing flower clothes every spring. The little boy grabbed her hand and patted it on his bottom. Ranjinian was speechless, but continued singing and gently tapped the boy. Soon, after singing less than 3 songs, the boy fell asleep. Ranjinian took a thin blanket, covered his belly, and lay beside him, fanning him. She soon fell asleep herself. An hour later, Ranjinian woke up first. She looked at the little boy beside her, who had already thrown the blanket into the corner. She picked up the blanket and covered him again, then stood up, sat at the door, and continued mending shoes. These shoes were made for Lu Jinyuan. Since he recovered fully, he often went on missions. She didn't know where he went, but he always wore out his shoes quickly. So Ranjinian had to make him several pairs. Jinian, Jinian, a voice came from the yard. Ranjinian looked up and saw Bai Qian waving outside. She immediately put down the shoe sole she was holding and closed the yard gate after her nap. Qian, you're back so soon from visiting family, she said. When she opened the yard gate, she saw a familiar figure walking into the neighboring yard with a child in her arms. Was Yan Qingxue back to the family compound? She hadn't gone back to her parents' house after having the baby. Why did she suddenly come back? Bai Qian looked back and said, I was walking with Yan Qingxue just now. Come, let's go inside and talk. She carried her bags into the yard and asked, "Where's Nin?" "He's still taking a nap." "With so many things you're carrying, you probably haven't gone back to the dorm," Ranjinian said, handing her a stool. Seeing her sweaty face, she poured her a glass of sugar water. "Yes, I came here first as soon as I arrived at the military district." Bai Qian took the sweet water and drank it all in one gulp, feeling much better. She took out 2 bags. "This one is for Anan's clothes and shoes, and these are for you and Hailey. You're bringing us things from so far away?" Ranjinian took the bags and set them aside. "Tonight, you need to cook something good."
Okay.
After saying that, Ranjinian asked again, "Your family visit leave is almost 2 weeks, and you only just came back less than 10 days ago."
Don't mention it.
"As soon as I got home, my family started arranging blind dates for me every day. I really hate it. I don't like this at all." "So you ran away?" Ranjinian handed her 2 sheets of paper. Bai Qian wiped her face. "Yeah, if I didn't run, I would be engaged and married soon." "Wow, getting engaged just after meeting someone?" Ranjinian was a bit surprised. Bai Qian was so lively and cheerful. Her family shouldn't be so old-fashioned. And these days, who still has arranged marriages?
No.
Bai Qian looked troubled. Ranjinian was a bit confused. "What do you mean?" "The other person is a family friend. We played together when we were young. Later, something happened to their family and they were sent away." Bai Qian didn't go into detail about those things, but Ranjinian understood. The turmoil of that era couldn't be explained in a few words. "Just a few years ago, they cleared their name and started visiting my family again. My grandpa and dad both liked him, and they wanted to set up the marriage." "Are you saying this is an arranged marriage? Even in this new era, how can it still be like that?" Bai Qian almost wanted to report her own family. "Don't get upset," Ranjinian quickly comforted her, then grabbed some sunflower seeds and peanuts for her to snack on. "Anyway, he's not the person I like, so I won't marry him." Bai Qian snorted. No one could force her. "It's been so long, and you still haven't found someone you like?" Ranjinian had known her for a long time, but she had never seen Bai Qian like anyone. "I like someone mature, responsible, with a good temper, and very tolerant." Bai Qian ate the peanuts. "And what about conditions?" Ranjinian didn't know much about Bai Qian's family background, but from their daily interactions and some things she said now and then, she knew Bai Qian's family wasn't poor. As long as it's not too bad or too extreme. Since she met Ranjinian, Bai Qian had visited her family many times. After seeing many military wives' families, she knew there were many difficult mother-in-laws. "So, how about him?" "Who?" "The one your grandpa and dad are very satisfied with." "Ah, him." Bai Qian thought for a moment. "Actually, I don't remember much about him. After all, I was so young when I was little. Now he looks pretty good and is very serious about his work. We've met twice, and he's quite attentive." Ranjinian smiled and said, "You've only met him twice, so that's a pretty good impression." "I don't dislike him, but I also don't like him. I just hate my family trying to settle this matter." Bai Qian doesn't like being pressured. "I understand." Ranjinian saw she was feeling down and knew her family's actions made her sad. "With so many excellent soldiers in the southern military district, haven't you liked any of them?" "You've asked me that before, and no." Bai Qian shook her head. Ranjinian joked, "Maybe Captain Liu can introduce someone to you." Actually, she never asked Liu Junyuan to introduce Bai Qian and Xiao Hailey to anyone because some people dislike such arrangements. No. Bai Qian was now afraid of blind dates. She didn't want to talk about it anymore. "You just saw Yan Qingxue bringing her child back. What's wrong?" Ranjinian was a bit surprised when she saw Yan Qingxue earlier. After having her child, she was taken to the capital by her in-laws and hadn't returned to her family home for over a year. Yan Qingxue doesn't get along with her mother-in-law, and her mother-in-law doesn't like her either. They often argue. Bai Qian was from the capital, and the Hu family was also from the capital. Bai Qian heard this from her mother. They argue, so she goes back to her family home? Not entirely. Hu Jiding hasn't come home for over half a year, so her in-laws sent her to her family home. Ranjinian thought about how every time she saw Hu Jiding, he was either talking to female soldiers or female colleagues, a typical Mom. At this moment, the little kid rubbed his eyes and walked to the door barefoot. Bai Qian saw the little one, and all her unhappiness disappeared. Anna was very happy to see Bai Qian, Auntie Qian. Come here, give me a kiss. Bai Qian leaned in, and An kissed her on the cheek. Haha, I want a kiss in too. No, the two started to fuss. Ran Jinian took out the little kid's shoes to put them on. Bai Qian held An. Hailey isn't in class today? It's the weekend. She has no classes, Bai Qian replied. Then I'll go call her, she said. Bai Qian took An to the elementary school to find Xiao Hailey. Xiao Hailey was washing clothes when she saw Bai Qian return. You're back so soon? Hailey Auntie, An saw Xiao Hailey and was very well behaved. Yes, I missed you, Bai Qian said. Xiao Hailey looked both amused and a little helpless. Her personality had changed a lot now. You're not a man. So what do you want to do with me? Bai Qian teased. Oh, you're feeling romantic. Go away, Xiao Hailey spat lightly. Have you finished washing your clothes? Almost just this much. Xiao Hailey's clothes were few, and since it was summer, they washed quickly. After hanging the clothes, she locked the door and went downstairs, where she bumped into a man. Xiao Hailey looked a bit embarrassed upon seeing him. Why are you here? Bai Qian immediately sensed something was wrong, but said nothing. Are you going out? Zheng Wenbin saw someone was there and felt a bit shy to speak. Xiao Hailey nodded. Yes, I'm going to my friend's house. Go ahead, then. Their conversation was very simple. After Zheng Wenbin left, Bai Qian asked, Hailey, who is he? I've never heard you mention him. He's just a new teacher at elementary school. What's there to say? Xiao Hailey's face turned a little red. Bai Qian didn't believe her. He clearly wanted to talk to you just now. But when he saw me, he didn't say anything. It's really nothing, Xiao Hailey replied. Back at the residential compound, Ran Jinian noticed their strange mood. What's wrong with you two? She asked. Bai Qian was very excited. A man came to find Hailey just now. His eyes looked at her differently. Hailey, I've never heard you mention him. Ran Jinian didn't expect Xiao Hailey to be involved in something. Seeing both of them staring at her intensely, Xiao Hailey explained, he's a new teacher, named Zheng Wenbin. He's 28 years old. Does he like you? Ran Jinian asked directly. Xiao Hailey, who had been married before, felt shy. I don't know. He just likes to talk to me. Nothing more? Bai Qian raised her eyebrows. Ran Jinian thought for a moment. How long has he been at the school? About 3 months. Does he know much about your situation? Xiao Hailey shook her head. I haven't told him anything. How do you feel about him? Do you have any feelings? Xiao Hailey blushed a little and then nodded. Zheng Wenbin was honest and diligent. After her previous marriage, she just wanted to find a simple, honest man. Then get to know him better and see what kind of person he is, Ran Jinian said. Bai Qian reminded her, you need to be careful not to be tricked. I know, Xiao Hailey nodded. A group of children ran outside, all friends of Anan. Mom, the little one looked up at Ran Jinian. Go ahead, Ran Jinian said. The little one ran out with short steps. Bai Qian asked, are you just letting him go out alone? They're just playing at the door. Ren Jinian knew Bai Qian was worried, but since they were in a family courtyard, there was no need to fear bad people. Moreover, Anna was just playing at the door and wouldn't run far. The sunset was fading. The noise of children playing echoed in the courtyard for a long time. A tall, strong figure walked into the courtyard in the glow of the setting sun. He immediately saw a child playing with mud on the ground, and Dad. As soon as Anan saw the man, he threw away the mud in his hands and rushed toward Lu Junyuan. Son. The tall man bent down easily and carried Anan on his shoulder. Ha ha ha. Anan laughed happily. His little friends followed behind Lu Junyuan, watching this scene with envy. Ren Jinian heard the loud laughter of the little one from inside the house. Dad's so tall. She didn't have time to put down the vegetables in her hands and hurried outside. Under the sunset, the man's figure appeared in her sight. Seeing that he was safe and sound, her eyes turned red. You're back. When Lu Junyuan saw his wife, he put Anan down from his shoulder, then took a big step forward and hugged her, his voice full of longing. Wife, I'm back. Bai Qian and Xiao Haili sat inside the house. Seeing the two hugging, they couldn't help but smile softly. Lu Junyuan hadn't noticed the two of them yet. His heart and eyes were only on his wife. Wife, sorry to keep you waiting. Lu Junyuan lowered his head and kissed her. Ren Jinyan didn't expect him to suddenly kiss her and didn't have time to dodge. Don't do that. She pushed him lightly. Lu Junyuan hadn't seen his wife for 3 months. Now that he was home, he just wanted to hold her tight. He also wanted to kiss her again. Her face turned red, and she quickly said, "There are people at home." Lu Junyuan looked up and saw 2 figures inside the house. He quickly released Ren Jinyan, his expression unreadable, but his tense body showed he was a bit embarrassed. Captain Lu, you're finally back, Bai Qian greeted confidently. Xiao Haili also said shyly, Captain Lu. Lu Junyuan responded with a simple nod. Oh my, why is there so much mud on your clothes? Ren Jinyan finally noticed the mud on him. Lu Junyuan looked down and said, and undid it. Ren Jinyan looked closer and saw that the little one was covered in mud. You two, go change your clothes first, she pushed him gently. Since Lu Junyuan's clothes were already dirty, he carried Anan into the room to change. As soon as Ren Jinyan entered the kitchen, Bai Qian and Xiao Haili came in. Bai Qian blinked her eyes and said, if I had known Captain Lu was coming back today, I wouldn't have stayed for dinner. I might have disturbed you all. Yeah, Xiao Haili nodded. Ran Jinyan looked both amused and helpless and said, what are you talking about? He's back now, so it's fine. Bai Qian stuck out her tongue. Although she was brave, there were some things she still didn't dare to say aloud in this era. Lu Jinyuan changed into fresh clothes and came out to play with Anan in the yard. Ran Jinyan added another dish and steamed some bread. Captain Lu, dinner is ready, Ran Jinyan called out, and Lu Jinyuan carried Anan inside. The little boy sat down and immediately started to shout, I want eggs and meat. Ran Jinyan placed the boy's bowl in front of him, and he picked up his spoon to eat. Captain Lu, why did your mission take so long this time? Bai Qian asked. Lu Jinyuan scooped some carrots onto the boy's plate. This mission was more complicated, so it took longer. I don't want to eat vegetables, the little boy pouted when he saw more carrots. Lu Jinyuan became serious. You can't be picky. Seeing his dad turn serious, Anan was very perceptive and quietly pushed the carrots aside. Lu Jinyuan didn't expose the boy's little trick. Bai Qian and Xiao Haili quickly finished their meal. Jinyan, you've worked hard today. We're leaving now, Bai Qian said, picking up her bag. Ran Jinyan understood her intentions and asked, why are you in such a hurry? We'll come again next time, Bai Qian said, pulling Xiao Haili as they left. After they left, Lu Jinyuan could only say, wife, I might not stay long this time when I come back. Why? Weren't you just back? Ran Jinyan looked a bit distracted and lost her appetite. I'm just saying it might be. Not for sure. Lu Jinyuan didn't reveal any details, as military missions are secret. Ran Jinyan knew she wouldn't get more information even if she asked. She had to accept it. She was a military wife, and from the day she married him, she had to get used to all of this. Eat more. Ran Jinyan tried to hide her sadness and kept helping Lu Jinyuan with his food. Anan, holding a spoon, watched his mom keep giving food to Dad and said sourly, Mom is biased. Mom keeps giving Dad food, the little boy said in a slightly spoiled tone, but he understood. The couple burst out laughing, and the atmosphere became cheerful again. Your dad is suffering outside, so we need to care for him, Ran Jinyan patiently explained to the little boy. The boy looked confused and asked, does Dad eat bark and leaves outside? Ran Jinyan told the little one stories about the Red Army, describing those difficult years when the soldiers had no food and only ate tree leaves and bark. The little one remembered eating leaves and bark, and once even tried a leaf himself, crying out in bitterness. Just as Ran Jinyan was about to speak, Lu Junyuan gently said, Dad didn't eat leaves and bark outside, but the food there wasn't as good as at home. Oh, so he ate grass roots? The little one, now full of questions, asked. Lu Junyuan patiently explained, "It's a type of compressed biscuit and canned food, but the taste isn't very good." Thinking there were some compressed biscuits and canned food left in his bag, he said, "Dad will let you try some." "Okay." Anin was very excited. Lu Junyuan first gave Anin a piece of compressed biscuit. Since it's military food, it's more filling than regular compressed biscuits, but the taste is quite plain. The little one took a bite, and soon his face scrunched up, crying, "Water, water." Ranjinian poured him a glass of water. After drinking, the little one refused to eat the biscuit anymore. "Is the compressed biscuit tasty?" Ranjinian asked. "No," the little one replied. "Then try this," Lu Junyuan said, opening a can of meat. The little one smelled it but refused to eat, covering his mouth and shaking his head. "Look, Dad is on a mission outside, and he eats these every day. You have so many delicious things at home. Why are you being picky?" Seeing that the little one wouldn't eat, Lu Junyuan put the can down. "I want to eat carrots." The little one immediately finished the remaining carrots in his bowl. From then on, he never refused to eat again. That night, after Ranjinian finished telling Anin a story, the little one quickly fell asleep. Lu Junyuan finished washing up and saw the little one sleeping sprawled on the bed. "I'll carry him to the second bedroom. He wakes up in the middle of the night if he sleeps alone." Ranjinian thought about giving Anin his own bed, but the little one was too young and very attached to Ranjinian. Several attempts to move him failed, and they decided to wait until he was 4 years old to separate the beds. "Sorry, something major happened at home recently." Lu Junyuan looked mischievous and said, "It's okay, we have more important things to do now." Ranjinian was still surprised. The tall man leaned over him. The young couple hadn't seen each other for 3 months. Lu Junyuan had been thinking about this, and he spent most of the evening teasing Ranjinian until he begged for mercy. Ranjinian hit him and said, "You just finished a mission, and you're so energetic." "The mission is different," Lu Junyuan replied. The man stood up easily and picked her up. Ranjinian softly gasped. He was becoming bolder. However, since he had been away for 3 months, his body was getting firmer, and it made her uncomfortable. Lu Junyuan, on the other hand, loved holding her. Now that his wife was a bit more rounded, it felt very comfortable. If the little one hadn't woken up in the middle of the night, Ranjinian wouldn't have been able to sleep all night. "Mom," Anin cried as he ran over and knocked on the door from the next room. Ranjinian hit Lu Junyuan lightly, then took her clothes and dressed quickly. "You sleep alone tonight." Lu Junyuan. Ranjinian opened the door, and the little one immediately pounced on her. She bent down and picked him up, and mother and son slept together in the next room. After a while, Lu Junyuan came over after washing up. "Wife, go wash up." Ranjinian was sticky all over. She wouldn't sleep well without a shower. "And Mom will be there soon," she said, kissing the little one. After washing, she went to the next room and saw the father and son sleeping peacefully together. Ranjinian didn't join them because Lu Junyuan already occupied most of the bed, and the little one didn't sleep quietly. If she had slept with them, she wouldn't have slept well tonight. She returned to the master bedroom and quickly fell asleep. The next morning, Lu Junyuan woke up early. No matter how late he slept at night, he always woke up promptly at 6:30. He covered the little one with a blanket and went outside to do some exercise. Seeing his wife sleeping soundly, he went to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Dad Anin rubbed his eyes and came out of the room. Lu Junyuan had just finished cooking porridge and saw his son awake. He poured water for him and squeezed toothpaste onto his toothbrush. "Come on, brush your teeth and wash your face." Anin obediently stepped forward, took his toothbrush, and brushed for a little while. "Dad, you brush my teeth." Lu Junyuan squatted down to brush his son's teeth and checked his teeth at the same time. Seeing his dad looking at his teeth, Anin said, "Mom said my teeth are growing very well." "Yes, Anin's teeth are growing very well," Lu Junyuan replied. After brushing his teeth, he washed Anin's face and hands. "Play by yourself now, don't wake Mom. Dad is making breakfast." "Dad, I want to eat steamed buns," Anin said. "Okay." Lu Junyuan patted his son's head. He finished preparing breakfast. Anin, come eat. The little one quickly climbed onto the stool and sat obediently. The steamed buns and porridge are a bit hot. Would you like to eat the egg first? Lu Junyuan cooled the boiled egg in cold water for a while. Anin nodded. I'll peel the egg myself. Lu Junyuan handed him the egg. Then peel it yourself. I'll go call Mom to eat. When Lu Junyuan opened the door, he saw his wife still sleeping peacefully. Remembering how tired he was from last night, he didn't want to wake her and quietly closed the door. Daddy, where are Mom and Dad? Anin was peeling an egg and saw that his mother hadn't come out. Mom is still sleeping. Mom is a little lazy, and imitated Ran Jinyan's words. Lu Junyuan quickly corrected him. Mom was very tired yesterday, so she's not a little lazy. The little boy, innocent and dreamy, asked, what did Mom do yesterday? Lu Junyuan hesitated, realizing he had spoken incorrectly, and quickly said, Mom didn't sleep well last night, so she needs to rest a little longer.
Oh.
Then, only 2.5 years old, had a simple understanding. Dad, can I eat the steamed bun now? His attention was quickly drawn to the bun. Yes, you can eat it. After saying this, Anin put down the unpeeled egg in his hand and reached for the bun. Lu Junyuan reminded him, Anin, your egg isn't peeled yet. I want to eat the bun. Finish peeling the egg first, then you can have the bun. As a soldier, Lu Junyuan was used to completing tasks one by one. When teaching his child, he naturally applied this way of thinking. Anin pouted, not wanting to peel the egg anymore. Did you want to peel the egg just now? Lu Junyuan's tone was serious, but his expression was gentle. Anin nodded. Finish what you're doing first. Before Lu Junyuan could finish, Ran Jinyan came out of the room. She heard the conversation between father and son. Are you too strict with your son? He's only 2.5, Ran Jinyan said. Strict? Lu Junyuan thought carefully. I don't think it's strict. I just want Anin not to be distracted. Anin usually eats the bun first, then the egg, Ran Jinyan reminded him. Lu Junyuan remembered that the bun was hot, which was why he told Anin to eat the egg first. I was too serious. Lu Junyuan realized his mistake quickly. Over the past 2 years, he had been busy with missions and Ran Jinyan had been the one taking care of the child mostly. Ran Jinyan was very understanding. You're just used to your own way of doing things. Anin is too young. I can't train him the way I train soldiers. He's small, but we shouldn't spoil him too much. The couple exchanged a look, his eyes full of self-reflection, hers full of understanding. After breakfast, Lu Junyuan took a small ball and went to the playground with Anin to kick the ball. He had just finished a mission yesterday and had a day off. As soon as they left the house, Anin's little friend came over. I want to go kick the ball with Dad. Anin was very happy holding Lu Junyuan's hand. I want to go too. I want to go too. All the children wanted to go. Lu Junyuan waved his big hand and said, let's go. The children cheered happily. The women peeked out and saw Commander Lu returning. They all greeted him warmly. Yan Qingxue was feeding the children. The little one was very picky, refusing to eat this and that, which made her increasingly irritable. Eat if you want, if not, then go away. Yan Qingxue threw the bowls and chopsticks out in frustration. Wow, cried Huqiyu, who was 1.5 years old. He started crying loudly. Cry, cry, cry. All he does is cry all day, Yan Qingxue said, annoyed by her son's crying. At this moment, a familiar voice came from outside. Yan Qingxue stood at the door and looked out. She saw a man with a child sitting on his shoulder, holding a ball in his hand. The father and son looked very much alike, both smiling happily. Behind them, there were 5 or 6 other children. Yan Qingxue's eyes darkened. Lu Junyuan could take his son to play, but Hu Zhiding never cared for his son. Yan Qingxue turned around and saw her son still crying. She was so angry that she went up and hit him. Useless. Why are you still crying? Huqiyu, only 1.5, already understood things. Since he was with his mother every day, he immediately stopped crying. Yan Qingxue ignored him and went into the house to lie on the bed. Anin sat on Lu Junyuan's shoulder, treating his dad like a horse, and all the children envied him. Uncle Lu, I want to sit too. I want to sit too. The children surrounded Lu Junyuan, calling him very affectionately. "No, he's my dad," Anan said bossily, hugging Lu Junyuan's head. "And if you let me sit, I'll give you candy," said a boy over 5 years old, taking a candy from his bag. Anan looked at him dismissively.
I don't want it, he said.
Another child spoke up, "And if you let me sit, I will recognize you as Big Brother." Lu Junyuan couldn't help but laugh and smile. Kids these days are amazing. They even know how to recognize big brothers. "Dad, I want to go down and let Huitu sit," Anan said when he heard about being Big Brother. He immediately wanted to come down. Lu Junyuan looked helpless and gently put Anan down, then said to Huitu, "Huitu, if you want to sit, Uncle Lu can take you." No need to talk about recognizing Big Brother. And Anan was anxious. "Dad, he won't recognize me as Big Brother and won't let me sit," he said. "Anan, are you good friends?" Lu Junyuan asked patiently. "Yes," Anan nodded. Dad sat Tiger Head on his lap, and from now on, Dad would also sit Tiger Head on his lap. "Tiger Head, will you let Anan sit on your dad's shoulders in the future?"
Lu Junyuan said simply.
"Yes," Tiger Head nodded. "Tiger Head, you sit," Anan said generously. "I want to sit too, me too," the other little friends gathered around. "Okay, everyone sit. Come on, sit on Uncle Lu's shoulders." Lu Junyuan crouched down and helped each child sit on his back. When Hua Zhiding walked by, he saw Lu Junyuan letting other children sit on him, while his own son was grinning and laughing foolishly. "Idiot," he muttered and walked away quickly. When Hua Zhiding got home, he saw his son playing alone in the yard. "Xiaoyu, why are you alone?" Hua Zhiding said, but he didn't pick up his son. Seeing his father, the little boy immediately reached out his hand. "Dad, hug," he said. Hua Zhiding saw that his son was covered in dirt, frowned slightly, and didn't pick him up. He went straight inside the house. "Yan Qingxue," he called. Hearing his voice, Yan Qingxue pretended not to hear. Seeing her lying on the bed, he went over and lifted the blanket. "Yan Qingxue, you lazy woman, Xiaoyu made himself so dirty outside, and you're sleeping here." Angry that he was disturbed as soon as he returned, Yan Qingxue sat up from the bed. "Hua Zhiding, Xiaoyu is not only my son. You're the father, and you don't care. How dare you criticize me? I am busy with military affairs every day. I don't have time to be so free like you." Hua Zhiding frowned. Since marrying Yan Qingxue, he couldn't casually find other women like before, or he'd get into trouble if someone reported him. He deeply regretted why he had gotten her pregnant in the first place. It would have been better to break up after 2 months. Since Yan Qingxue returned to the capital to have the baby, he had been peaceful, but less than a year later, she was back, which annoyed him. "Are you saying I'm lazy? Are you supporting me?" Yan Qingxue finally exploded. Since she got pregnant and married, she couldn't return to the art troupe. After having the baby, her figure changed. Even if she could go back, she wouldn't be at her peak anymore. "You have no job now, and you're not good at taking care of the kid at home. None of the other wives are like you." Hua Zhiding was very annoyed. Every time he came back, they would argue shortly after. "Fine, you dislike me, right?" Yan Qingxue grabbed a pillow and threw it at him. Hua Zhiding waved his hand and knocked the pillow away. "Yan Qingxue, look at yourself. You can't take care of the kids, and you don't do housework either. I didn't marry you just to keep you as a decoration. Hua Zhiding, you. If it weren't for your sweet talk and trickery to get close to me, I wouldn't have married you." Yan Qingxue immediately lunged forward, grabbing and hitting him. The couple quickly tangled into a mess. Hua Qiyu stood outside the door, watching his parents fight fiercely, his eyes full of fear. Outside the yard, everyone heard the noise. They used to gather and talk about it, but now they were used to it. Meanwhile, a few squad leaders and company commanders, upon returning to the family compound, heard their children's laughter. When they looked carefully, they saw their kids sitting on Lu Junyuan, each taking turns riding on him like a horse. Everyone hurried over. "Head of Tiger, what are you doing? Come down quickly. Little cow, how can you be so naughty?
Come down now."
Second girl, come down quickly. Each adult held their own child, looking somewhat embarrassed as they looked at Lu Junyuan. "Commander Lu, these kids are so unruly. Thank you for your patience. Lu Junyuan was sweating all over. It's okay. I'm still young and can carry them. When I get old, I won't be able to carry them anymore. Everyone laughed happily, and the atmosphere became lively. Dad, I want to go to the playground with Inen to play football. Dad, I want to play football too. I want to play football as well. The children spoke one after another. Seeing Lu Junyuan bring a ball, everyone said, "All right, Dad will go with you." The children all cheered excitedly. They arrived at the playground and divided into 2 teams to play football, spending nearly 2 hours there. Wow, I haven't played football like this in a long time. These little rascals are really exhausting. The men finally got so tired that they sat on the ground, watching the kids play. Commander Lu, Inen is already so big. When will you have another one? Li Tuanzhong asked. Lu Junyuan looked at Inen's figure. No more, he replied. His wife had scared him badly when she was pregnant with Inen, and he decided he wouldn't have more children. Everyone was surprised, their mouths wide open. It was the first time they heard someone only wanted 1 child. Most families had 3 or 4, even 5 or 6 children. Commander Lu, are you joking? With such excellent genes from you and your wife, you should have at least 4 or 5 children, if not 7 or 8. Exactly. Lu Junyuan was terrified just thinking about having one more, and he never considered having a second. That's for the future. Not now, he said. He didn't need to explain to everyone, and even if he did, they wouldn't understand. Dad, I'm hungry, Inen ran over. Lu Junyuan immediately stood up when he saw Inen covered in sweat. Let's go home. Okay, Inen replied, exhausted. She reached out her small hands to be carried. Lu Junyuan picked up Inen and said to everyone, We're leaving now. Let's go together, everyone said, each holding their child, chatting and laughing as they headed back to the residential area. Ran Jinian was writing articles. Although she had a position in the publicity department for the past 2 years, she didn't receive a real salary. She had written a few articles for the department, but the pay was low. So, whenever she had free time, she still submitted articles to Hongxing magazine. Every piece she submitted over the past 2 years was accepted, earning her about 5 or 600 yuan in total. Mom, Inen called out as soon as she got home. Ran Jinian put down her pen and came out to see her father and son covered in sweat. She quickly fetched a basin of water and a cloth to wash their faces. Why are you so tired from playing? Ran Jinian asked as she watched the little one wash his face, then sat down motionless. Lu Jinyuan took a sip of water. Inen has been kicking a ball. Why let him play for so long? He can't handle it, Ran Jinian said, not blaming Lu Jinyuan. Children are too young. Their bones haven't fully developed. Lu Jinyuan also felt a bit guilty. It was my mistake for not paying attention. Mom, I'm hungry, the little one said lazily. Mom will cook noodles for you, okay? Okay, Inen nodded. Ran Jinian cooked a bowl of egg noodles. Lu Jinyuan carried it over, blowing on it before feeding the little one. After eating and resting for a while, Inen quickly became lively again. Seeing Ran Jinian feeding the chickens and ducks, he said, Mom, I'll do it. Ran Jinian handed him a handful of grains. The little boy ran to the chickens and ducks, reaching out his hand, and they immediately gathered around. Some of these chickens and ducks were old and no longer laid eggs. Ran Jinian planned to slaughter these non-laying chickens and ducks when Lu's mother came to visit. Inen loved feeding the chickens and ducks, so he grabbed another handful and continued. Be careful, Inen, don't get pecked, Ran Jinian warned. Lu Jinyuan saw that both mother and son had things to do. Noticing there was no water at home, he took 2 large buckets to fetch water from the well. Ran Jinian, a voice called from outside. Ran Jinian looked up and immediately dropped what she was doing, picking up Inen. Shaoli, who called me. The caller was Li Xingli, a clerk from the military district. Li Xingli was in his 30s, looking rough but very gentle. The person's name is Lu Lanlan, Li Xingli replied. Sister-in-law. Why did she suddenly call? Ran Jinian called out to the neighbor in the next yard. Big sister. Auntie, what's wrong? Big sister, who is 10 years old, had her family leave for their hometown, while her father was away on a mission. Only big sister and second sister stayed at home. Ran Jin Mien asked big sister and second sister to come home for dinner after school, but they refused because they could cook for themselves. Ran Jin Mien didn't insist, and just went to check on them every day. I'm going to take a call. When your uncle returns, tell him I called, she said. Okay, they replied. Ran Jin Mien picked up and hurried faster. She waited a while after arriving, then received a call from Lu Lan, who said she called earlier because she was worried she might miss the call. Soon after, the phone rang again. Li Shunli answered, and then handed the phone to Ran Jin Mien. He had nothing to do, and was helping take care of an in-law. Ran Jin Mien said. Lu Lan used to play with her often. When she was in middle school, her teachers noticed she had a strong talent in physics, and soon she was sent to study in the United States by the government. During her studies, she met Zhou Feng, who was studying abroad. They married at 18 and returned to work at a research institute. When Ran Jin Mien married Lu Jin Yuan, Lu Lan was doing research in the Northwest, which was a very busy time, so she couldn't come back. Sister-in-law, Lu Lan's voice was choked with emotion. Ran Jin Mien became nervous. Lan, what's wrong? I'm going to have the baby, Lu Lan said. Last year, she called to say she was pregnant. Based on the timing, it should be this month. Yes, I know, Ran Jin Mien said calmly. Sister-in-law, my current research is in the final stage. After I have the baby, I must stay at the research institute, but there's no one to take care of the child. Lu Lan's parents-in-law had passed away, and only an elderly person was left at home. She didn't trust the elderly to take care of the baby. Zhou Feng had 2 brothers, but she had seen how their wives behaved and was worried they might not treat the child well. So, she decided to leave the baby with her own brothers and sisters-in-law. Ran Jin Mien quickly understood. Lan, you want me to help take care of the baby? Yes, sister-in-law, at most 6 months. Once I finish this research, I can take care of the baby myself. Lu Lan had no other choice. The research was very important, and the institute was short-staffed, or they wouldn't keep her as a pregnant woman close to delivery. She had wanted to call Lu's mother, but she had fallen last winter and fractured her hands and feet. She had been recovering for 2 months, and the doctor told her not to do heavy work for a year after she recovered. So, Lu Lan called Ran Jinian. Lan, we are family. You are contributing to the country. Taking care of a child is just a small thing. Ran Jinian sighed in relief, thinking it was nothing serious. She was already taking care of a child, so adding one more was no problem. Plus, Lu Lan was doing scientific research, which was a big contribution to the country and people. As a family member, she couldn't let her down. Sister-in-law, thank you. Lu Lan's eyes turned red. She didn't tell her brother about this because her brother was in the military and often busy with duties and missions. Moreover, her sister-in-law was in charge at home. If her brother promised something but didn't really agree, it wouldn't work. Your due date is at the end of this month, right? Ran Jinian remembered clearly. Yes. I'll come over in a few days. Lu Lan didn't expect her sister-in-law to be so eager. Sister-in-law, there's no need to rush. The baby might be born early, so I want to come sooner. Ran Jinian currently had no work, so she could leave at any time. Even if she had a job, her family came first. All right, Lu Lan choked up again. She felt she wasn't a good mother, letting her sister-in-law take care of her unborn child. Be happy, and the baby inside will be happy too, Ran Jinian comforted her. They talked for a while longer until someone called Lu Lan. She reluctantly said, Sister-in-law, I have to go now. You're about to give birth and still busy? Ran Jinian thought Lu Lan had some free time, but it turned out she was working hard. Brother-in-law, we are really short-handed now. We have to work like 3 people. Men are treated like machines. Women are treated like men. Lu Lan sighed slightly. During this time of national development, not everyone could study abroad. She was lucky to be talented enough to be chosen by the country. Ran Jinian understood how hard it was for the country. Lan, thank you for your hard work. Lu Lan didn't feel it was hard. No, I'm not tired. I'm happy to contribute to the country. Ran Jinian felt emotional. Sister-in-law, I have to hang up now. After ending the call and resolving her personal matters, she finally felt relief and continued her work. Just as she put down the phone, Lu Jinyuan came in. "Dad," and then immediately ran over. Lu Jinyuan picked up an "Wife, whose call was that?" It was Lamlin's. The couple was about to leave with the child. Did something happen to Lanlan? Lu Jinyuan knows his sister's personality. She has always been strong and independent, rarely calling the family when something happens. Lanlan is about to give birth, and I want to visit her and bring the baby home. Ran Jinian isn't just discussing with Lu Jinyuan, she has already made her decision. When Lu Jinyuan heard the rest of her words, his face changed. Lanlan is in trouble. No, Lanlan's work is in its final stage. You know her job. If she really couldn't manage, she wouldn't have asked me. Lu Jinyuan fell silent. He knew very well how important Lanlan's work was. The country might lose him, Lu Jinyuan, but scientists are very precious. They are the heart of the nation. After a while, he spoke slowly, his voice full of gratitude. "Wife, thank you." Ran Jinian teased him. "Only you are allowed to contribute to the country. I can't do anything? Without your support, how could we feel at ease on the front lines?" Lu Jinyuan's lips curved slightly. He always knew that his wife contributed the most. Ran Jinian looked up. "Then you cook dinner tonight?" "Yes, ma'am." Lu Jinyuan was more than willing. 3 days later, Ran Jinian, Lu Jinyuan, and Enin, the whole family, went by car to the northwest. Ran Jinian initially wanted to go alone, but Lu Jinyuan strongly disagreed. He remembered what happened last time when his wife took the child back to their hometown alone on the train. He didn't dare let her go alone this time. In the past 2 years, Lu Jinyuan had completed many missions and hadn't rested much. When Commissar Yen heard about his sister's story and saw that she was a scientist contributing to the country, he approved a month off immediately. After all, traveling from the southern military district to the northwest by car takes about 10 days round trip. On the train, Lu Jinyuan bought 2 sleeper compartments since the beds on the train only fit 1 person. The journey would take a day and a night, with transfers. Little Anin was excited for his first train ride. And don't run around. Ran Jinian put down her large backpack, which was used to hide things she brought from her space. She saw the little one running outside. Lu Jinyuan quickly caught him back. Ran Jinian patted his bottom twice. "Mom and Dad haven't left, so don't run around alone." Anin rubbed his bottom, looking sad and guilty, staring at Lu Jinyuan. Lu Jinyuan ignored him. Seeing that Dad wasn't paying attention, Anin immediately stopped pouting, took off his shoes, and climbed onto the bed to play. "Wife, are you hungry? I'll go see if there's a boxed meal for sale." Lu Jinyuan saw that only peach cookies and biscuits were in the bag. He thought they could be eaten as snacks. "I'm not hungry yet. You go boil some hot water. I'll make some milk for Anin," Ran Jinian said, taking a can of malted milk powder from her bag. Actually, this wasn't real malted milk powder. She had only used the can for storage. Inside, it had long been replaced with milk powder from her space. Lu Jinyuan returned with hot water. Ran Jinian took out a bottle and prepared milk for Anin. The little boy held the bottle, lying on the bed, drinking until he fell asleep. "Should I wake him up to brush his teeth?" Lu Jinyuan asked, seeing the boy asleep. Ran Jinian knew Anin's habits well. "No need. He won't sleep long. When he wakes up, he can brush his teeth." "Sweetheart, you should rest too." "Okay," Ran Jinian replied. Just as she was about to lie down next to Anin, Lu Jinyuan got up and moved aside his bed. "You sleep here," he said. Ran Jinian looked at him. "Aren't you going to rest?" "I'm not tired right now," Lu Jinyuan replied. He just saw his wife and son asleep. The train was noisy and chaotic, so he wanted to stay with them. Ran Jinian didn't think much, and was indeed a little sleepy. An hour later, Ran Jinian woke up. The bed on the train was too small and uncomfortable to sleep well. She saw Lu Jinyuan standing at the door, seemingly talking to someone. "Lu Jinyuan," she called softly. He quickly pulled back the curtain and entered. "Sweetheart, I'm going to buy you a box of meals," he said.
Who are you talking to?
Ran Jinian looked outside. An incoming soldier, Lu Junyuan replied while pouring her a glass of water. I'm going to buy some food. Just buy 2 boxes, Ran Jinian reminded him. Okay, he understood her meaning. Lu Junyuan returned with the meals. Anin was already awake, leaning by the window, looking outside. Sweetheart, what would you like to eat? Lu Junyuan asked, letting Ran Jinian choose first. Stir-fried pork with green peppers, she said, preferring spicy food. While Anin wasn't paying attention, she took a portion of tomato beef and vegetables from her space. Anin, do you want some rice? Yes, he immediately sat up. Ran Jinian took out a small bowl for him and served some rice. Mom, I want to eat it with soup, he pointed to the tomato beef, which he liked very much. Ran Jinian poured the tomato beef into his bowl. The little boy ate happily, even eating quite a bit of the vegetables. The family of 3 finished their box meals completely. Mom, I want to go outside, Anin said, curious about everything on the train for the first time. Let's brush our teeth first, then go for a walk, okay? Ran Jinian took out a small cup and a tiny toothbrush. Okay, Anin nodded. Ran Jinian then took out a small basin, mainly because she really disliked the smell of the train's bathroom, which was too strong and irritating. Mother and son spat water into the basin, and Ran Jinian took the basin away into her space, while Anna was not paying attention. The little boy couldn't wait to go outside. After a while, Anin frowned and said, Why are there so many people? The corridor on the train was crowded, and the little boy couldn't get through. Ran Jinian decided to show him more. Do you still want to see? Mom, let's go back. Can you tell me a story? The little boy lost interest quickly. Sure. Ran Jinian picked up an N and returned to the soft bed. Lu Junyuan saw that the mother and son came back so quickly and knew that there were too many people outside to move around normally. We'll continue the story from last time, Ran Jinian said. Mother and son leaned together, and she told in a story. Lu Junyuan sat in another soft bed, listening to his wife's voice, and gradually felt sleepy. After finishing the story, Ran Jinian played a game of rock, paper, scissors with Anin. The loser had to give the other a back massage. Mother and son played happily. When Anin got tired, he lay in Ran Jinian's arms. Mom, how long until we get to Auntie's place? Still several days. Does that mean we'll be on the train the whole time? The little boy was very excited about this. There will be a train change later, and we might even ride a cart pulled by oxen. Ran Jinian thought about Lu Lanlan's research place, which was probably quite remote. Really? We'll ride an ox cart? The little boy was even more excited. Not necessarily. Little Neo said he's ridden in an ox cart before. We've never been on one, Anin said, a bit unclear. Ran Jinian listened twice before understanding. Little Neo was an N's little friend, over 5 years old. When his dad took him back to his hometown, he had ridden in an ox cart several times. Little Neo always said riding in an ox cart was fun, and his friends were very jealous. Anin also wished he could sit on a cow. Actually, what he really wanted was to sit on a tiger. That would be so impressive. And yes, the little boy looked up, his big eyes full of Ran Jinian. We're going to Auntie's place this time, and we'll bring her child home, okay? Ran Jinian gently touched his head. She had already mentioned this to Anin a few times, planning to bring a little baby home so he wouldn't feel uncomfortable. Is it a sister? And Anne's eyes brightened. Ran Jinian couldn't help but laugh and cry at his reaction. In the past few days, whenever she mentioned this, the little boy would say the same thing. Mom doesn't know yet, the little one said with a confused look. Aunt hasn't had her baby yet, so she doesn't know if it's a brother or sister. Although Ran Jinian was the one taking care of the child, she was very patient and never minded Anin asking questions. Doesn't Anin like having a sister? Anin replied softly, Tigerhead has a sister. Ran Jinian smiled immediately. Turns out, Anin wanted a sister because her friends had one. Whether it's a brother or sister, Anin will like it, she said. Anin thought for a moment and said, I prefer a sister. Ran Jinian couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. In the end, she half-hugged Anin, gently patting his chubby bottom. The little one fell asleep to her singing and the sound of the train. Ran Jinian didn't feel sleepy herself, so she took out her unfinished manuscript and sat by the window to continue writing. She was very inspired now and wrote happily. After about an hour, she finished the article completely. She carefully revised it once more, making sure there were no mistakes, then planned to copy it again and send it to the magazine. "Sweetheart, you're not asleep yet." Lu Junyuan opened his eyes. "I just finished the manuscript, and you're already awake," Ran Jinian said, noticing he had only slept 3 hours. "I don't sleep deeply." Lu Junyuan didn't tell her that he only slept so little when working outside. He only sleeps well at home. If he told her, she would worry, so he kept it to himself. "Look at my new story." Ran Jinian handed him the manuscript. Every time she finished writing, as long as Lu Junyuan was at home, he was the first to read her work. Lu Junyuan immediately perked up. Her stories were always exciting, with bold but appropriate words. "Did you not finish the story?" he asked after reading it, noticing it was incomplete. "Yes, last time Director Yuan wrote to me, asking me to write a long story. The pay would be higher," she explained. Director Yuan was the head of Hongxing magazine. He valued Ran Jinian very much because her stories were always very popular when published. Now he was the one signing for her letters. Last time, he asked her to write a long story. She earned 5 yuan per 1,000 words for a 1,000-word piece. For a longer story of 50,000 words, she would get 8 yuan per 1,000 words. Her usual short stories were about 6 or 7,000 words, earning her around 30 to 40 yuan. Director Yuan's conditions made Ran Jinian think carefully. Writing a long story wasn't difficult, but she needed a bigger story framework. And the price of 1,000 words increased by 3 yuan, which is really tempting. Although her space contains a lot of gold, the government now controls it very strictly, so she doesn't dare to take it out and risk trouble. Lu Jinyuan sends her subsidies every month, not only enough to support her and Enin, but enough to raise 2 more children if needed. But she was dreaming too far. Even without Lu Jinyuan's support, Ran Jinian has her space, and she could survive her whole life creating. She just doesn't want to become a full-time housewife. If one day her space disappears or Lu Jinyuan encounters trouble on a mission, she needs to have the ability to support herself and her children. Of course, Ran Jinian doesn't want anything to happen to Lu Jinyuan, but as a soldier, he can't become numb to danger. "I need to write 2 articles a month. Overall, writing a long story is more worthwhile," Ran Jinian said. Since this was her first time writing a long story, she put a lot of effort into the story material. Lu Jinyuan always supported his wife. Whatever she wrote, he liked. "Wife, your story style is quite bold," Lu Jinyuan said. Although he didn't read the entire story, the few thousand words he saw showed a change from her usual style. Ran Jinian sat beside him. "You noticed," she said. Lu Jinyuan twitched his mouth. "Wife, you underestimate people. Do you think this kind of writing might break the rules?" Ran Jinian knew that with the current chaos in the country, she could easily offend censorship. But she believed that a bolder story was more interesting, and she was careful with her word choices. Lu Jinyuan checked her work. "There's no problem." Ran Jinian also thought it was fine, but since Lu Jinyuan was more sensitive about this, she asked. "Director Yuan will review the manuscript. If there's a problem, he won't approve it," she said, thinking of Director Yuan's strictness. Last time, her article had a small issue, and he immediately called to tell her he had fixed it. "Wife, go to bed early. We have to be on the road for several days." Lu Jinyuan looked at the time. Ran Jinian replied. Just as she was about to lie down, "You sleep on this bed. I'll sleep next to Enin," Lu Jinyuan said, wanting his wife to sleep alone. Ran Jinian refused. Lu Jinyuan is tall and strong, and if he and Enin shared the soft bed, the little one might get squeezed and cry. Lu Jinyuan saw that his wife firmly refused. "Wife, if you're uncomfortable sleeping, we can switch later." "That's not so exaggerated," Ran Jinian chuckled, knowing her husband was worried about her and didn't want her to suffer. But when outside, she couldn't be so delicate. At 5 in the morning, Enin woke up. Lu Jinyuan heard the noise and saw the little one wake and try to get out of bed. He was worried that Enin might wake his wife, so he quickly got out of bed and picked up Anin. He lowered his voice and asked, "Are you hungry, Anin?" The little one shook his head no. He then looked out the window and saw that it was still dark outside. "Dad, can we get off the train and play?"
No, luhinduan reply.
The little one was unhappy right away. When Ranjinian woke up because the little one was flipping over in bed, she saw Lu Jinyuan get up first. She continued to sleep. Last night, she was lying on the soft bed and was a bit uncomfortable at first, but she fell asleep after a while. Hearing the father and son talking, Ranjinian couldn't help but smile. A soldier dad answers questions very directly. Seeing the little one start to fuss, Lu Jinyuan said, "Dad will take you for a walk in the aisle, okay?" "Okay," the little one replied happily. Lu Jinyuan put on his shoes and took the little one outside. Although it was still early, the train was crowded with people and children, many of whom were awake. Lu Jinyuan could only hold Anin in his arms. "Dad, I want to go back," Anin quickly felt there was nothing fun to do. "Mom is still sleeping. Let's go back and not wake her up, okay?" "Okay," Anin nodded obediently. Lu Jinyuan carried Anin back to the soft bed. Ranjinian wasn't fully asleep. She opened her eyes briefly and then closed them again. The little one sat quietly in his dad's arms at first, but soon he couldn't sit still anymore. "Dad, I want some water." "Dad, why is it still dark outside?" "Dad, I want to get off the train." The little one didn't want to stay on the train anymore. He thought it was no fun. "No, we haven't arrived yet. When we get there, Dad will take you outside to get some fresh air," Lu Jinyuan said soothingly. Anin was very excited. "How long until we get off?" Before Lu Jinyuan could answer, Ranjinian got up. The little one kept asking questions nonstop. She hadn't fallen asleep either, so she simply got up. "Wife, did we wake you up?" Ranjinian shook her head. "No, I just don't feel used to this bed." "Mom, how much longer until we get off?" The little one jumped up and down. Ranjinian had only been to Guangzhou in her previous life, and the farthest she traveled in this life was with the military. Now, for the first time, she was going to the northwest, and she didn't know how long they would stop. "About an hour until we arrive," Lu Jinyuan answered the little one. He traveled all over the country for missions and knew many places well. "How long is an hour? Is it dozens of seconds?" The little one didn't understand the concept of time. Lu Jinyuan, not as attentive as his wife, said, "Don't worry, an hour will pass quickly," and then looked at Ranjinian with a tilted head. "First, we brush our teeth, then have breakfast. How about drawing?" Ranjinian didn't specify how long an hour was, since children wouldn't understand if she said. Hearing this, Anin became interested. "Mom, I want to draw." "We've brushed our teeth and eaten, so now we can draw," Ranjinian easily distracted Anin. The little one stopped fussing about getting off the train. Lu Jinyuan let out a sigh of relief, but felt useless, unable to comfort the child. He really felt helpless. The family of 3 washed their faces and brushed their teeth. "Okay, it's time for breakfast." Ranjinian opened her bag, pretending to take out food, but everything was actually from her space. Ranjinian and Lu Jinyuan's breakfast was peach cookies and biscuits. The little one's breakfast was milk, eggs, and a corn pancake. These foods weren't fancy. People often brought them on trains. Anin ate a corn pancake first, then started peeling the egg. He peeled it slowly but enjoyed doing it very much, finding it fun. "Mom, look," Anin held up his cleanly peeled egg. "Great job, Anin." "Eat it quickly," Ranjinian praised. Her praise made Anin very hungry, and he finished the egg and milk. After breakfast, the little one couldn't wait to draw. Ranjinian took out a notebook and colored crayons. She had all kinds of watercolor pens in her space, but they couldn't be taken out now. "And what do you want to draw?" Ranjinian sat beside him. Lu Jinyuan sat opposite. "Let's draw the sun, okay?" "No, I want to draw a tiger." Anin picked up a crayon and started drawing in his notebook. He wanted to draw a tiger, but his drawing was a mess. Still, he kept drawing eagerly. Seeing him scribble randomly, Lu Jinyuan asked, "And where's the tiger you drew?" "Here," the little one pointed at his drawing. "Is this a tiger?" Lu Jinyuan's mouth twitched, The drawing was too abstract to recognize. Dad, this is the eye, this is the nose, and this is the mouth, and then frowned and pointed, sounding a bit annoyed.
Dad, you're so silly.
Lu Junyuan. He wanted to say a few words but saw Anan looking at him with expectation. He pointed at a messy mark and said, "This is the tiger's eye." Anan looked disgusted. "This is the tiger's head." "This is the tiger's eye," Anan pointed at another spot. Lu Junyuan suddenly felt that doing tasks was easier than taking care of a child. Anan drew a little tiger. "Now, what else should we draw?" Ran Jinian looked at Lu Junyuan with a confused expression, as if she wanted to say something but didn't know what. She couldn't help but secretly smile. When Lu Junyuan saw his wife pretending to be clueless, he felt it wasn't quite right. Seeing his expression, Ran Jinian immediately understood what he was thinking. Don't discourage the child's creativity. At this age, he draws things like this. The main goal is to develop his focus and imagination. Ran Jinian had been reading the most parenting books lately, almost finished all the books in the space. However, she didn't believe everything in the books was correct because every child is different. Lu Junyuan listened to his wife and carefully thought about her words, feeling like he had discovered a new world. "And do you want Daddy to draw with you?" Lu Junyuan picked up a crayon. "Daddy, you draw a rabbit and I draw a house. Is the house for the rabbit to live in?" "No, it's for Daddy to live in." The father and son's conversation made everyone smile. 3 days later, the family of 3 arrived in the northwest. Ran Jinian held Nin, while Lu Junyuan carried a big bag and a shopping bag. He had been on a mission 5 years ago and had visited this place once, also visiting Lu Lanlan. "Let's take the bus first." Lu Junyuan remembered everything clearly. "Are you tired from holding him? Want me to hold him?" Lu Junyuan was focused on his wife. Seeing Ran Jinian holding Anan, his arms sank slightly.
"You hold him," she said.
Her wrists ached after holding him for a while. Lu Junyuan set down his bag and was about to take him when a man in his 30s passed by. Lu Junyuan's eyes turned cold, and he easily grabbed the man's wrist. The man was holding his wallet. His face changed. He didn't expect Lu Junyuan to react so quickly. "Let go," the man said fiercely, glaring at Lu Junyuan. Lu Junyuan looked up and saw figures approaching from all sides. No wonder the man was so arrogant. He had many accomplices. Lu Junyuan gently squeezed his hand. Wang Eryong shouted in pain, and the people around immediately surrounded him, reaching into their pockets and pulling out small knives. "Let him go. If you don't want to die, let him go." Everyone looked fierce and threatening. People at the train station saw this scene and quickly scattered in fear. Others saw how brave Lu Junyuan was and thought he was young and reckless. These thieves had been stealing at the station for years. They are all part of gangs, acting boldly. Sometimes, when caught, they just rob openly. Moreover, these people have stabbed and killed many others. After being caught, new members continue the crimes. Locals know that thieves at the train station are dangerous. Offending them is not easy. Ran Jinian looked at the 6 people in front of him. They are really reckless, openly robbing in broad daylight. But thinking about what happened at the train station last time, he's seen worse things, so this isn't a big deal. "Don't cause trouble," Ran Jinian said. "Your wife is more sensible than you." A thin man with big yellow teeth challenged Lu Jinyuan. Wang Eryong looked proud, thinking Lu Jinyuan would be scared and give him his wallet. Lu Jinyuan sneered. In the next second, snap, Wang Eryong didn't react in time as Lu Jinyuan broke his wrist. "Stab him." Wang Eryong's face twisted in pain. The others immediately pulled out small knives and rushed forward. Ran Jinian quickly covered Nin's eyes, worried he might learn bad habits from seeing this. She wasn't worried about Lu Jinyuan. She knew her man's strength well. Everyone covered their faces, afraid to watch what was coming. But in less than 2 minutes, Lu Jinyuan knocked down all the others. They cried out loudly in pain. This was the first time Ran Jinian saw Lu Jinyuan fight, and she thought he looked so handsome. Every move he made was skillful and quick. The thieves didn't get close to him. Among the crowd, a man saw this and turned to run away. Wang Eryong was stunned, forgetting the pain for a moment. Everyone else. It turned out his wife told him not to cause trouble. Wang Eryong pointed at Lu Junyuan and loudly said, "It was him. He did it." "Yes, I did it," a police officer approached Lu Junyuan. Seeing his commanding presence, the officer's words became softer. "Comrade police, this person stole my wallet and, along with accomplices, used a knife to forcefully rob me." Lu Junyuan simply explained the situation. The police officer seemed not to hear Lu Junyuan's words. "You are the one who injured him." "Yes, I did." Lu Junyuan's words were cut off before he finished. "If you admit it, come with us to the police station," the officer interrupted directly. "Okay." Lu Junyuan agreed without objection, understanding that the police needed to find out the truth. They wouldn't wrongly accuse a good person or let a bad one go easily. Another person took out handcuffs and stepped forward. "What are you doing?" "We are the victims." Ranjinian immediately stepped forward when she saw the police trying to handcuff Lu Junyuan. Lu Junyuan didn't expect this. He looked sharply at the police and said, "They used knives to rob. Why are you handcuffing me and not them? We only saw them injured and lying on the ground. We didn't see the knife robbery you mentioned. Besides, you admitted to injuring him," the police said confidently. Ranjinian and Lu Junyuan exchanged a quick look, sensing something was wrong. The police's approach was like interrogating a criminal. Now they wanted to handcuff Lu Junyuan, regardless of the others. Ranjinian wanted to speak, but Lu Junyuan acted first, his voice cold and firm. "Where are your police IDs?" The officer sneered. "A police ID can't be shown just like that." Lu Junyuan shouted, "If you want to arrest someone, show your ID. It's proof of your identity and a rule of the country." The man took out his ID from his pocket and waved it in front of Lu Junyuan. "Here's my ID. Now, cuff me." Lu Junyuan quickly snatched the ID from the man's hand. The man. He tried to grab it back, but Lu Junyuan had already seen through him. Holding up the ID, Lu Junyuan said, "This is fake. You are not police." Everyone was stunned. Were these police fake? Who would impersonate police? They were shocked, realizing they had encountered someone sharp today. In the past, others had asked them to show IDs, but once shown, those people had no more words. This person could tell real from fake. No, he must be trying to trick them. A fake? This is a real police ID. How dare you lie and make false accusations? Your behavior is suspicious. Are you a spy from another country? The police officer then accused Lu Junyuan of a serious crime. Lu Junyuan remained calm, as threats meant nothing to him. "How can you prove your police ID is real?" The other person was stunned and instinctively said, "This is my police ID. See the badge." Before he finished, his companion interrupted, "Li Min, what are you doing?" Li Min suddenly realized why he needed to prove his ID. He could just arrest the person directly. "You have bad intentions and your identity is suspicious. If you resist, arrest them on the spot," Li Min said threateningly. Ranjinian looked up at Lu Junyuan, surprised. "Is this Tong'an County?" "Yes, Tong'an County, a district in Qing Province City," Lu Junyuan replied. Seeing his wife's sly smile, he immediately understood her meaning. "Is that part of our country?" Ranjinian's words confused everyone. The young woman was so beautiful, perhaps she hadn't gone to school. Someone couldn't help but say, "Big sister, of course Tong'an County is part of our country. We are all citizens." "Yes, yes. Don't talk nonsense. We are all citizens." Ranjinian blinked and said, "That police officer just said if my husband resists, he'll be executed on the spot. I thought Tong'an County was an independent country and they could kill someone at will." Everyone glared angrily at Li Min. He always spoke without thinking. His eyes darkened as he looked at Ranjinian. He was only threatening Lu Junyuan earlier, but he didn't expect this woman to react so quickly. The crowd's attitude toward these police officers also changed. Yes, these police officers seemed very suspicious. They ignored the people on the ground and immediately tried to arrest the young man. Their words now sounded arrogant, more like bandits than police. Ranjinian intensified her accusations. "They're pretending to be police to deceive people. They must be spies. Everyone catch them." She urged everyone to act quickly to protect the country. Everyone had suffered through hard times and loved their country deeply. When Ranjinian said these people could threaten the nation, everyone's life was just starting to improve, and they wouldn't allow anyone to break the unity of the country.
Catch them.
Arrest the spies. Spies, get lost. The crowd surged forward. The police officers' faces changed dramatically. They hadn't expected her words to be so powerful, stirring the patriotism of the people.
Stop.
We are police. What you're doing is illegal, someone shouted, frightened by the situation. Ran Jin-yen hugged in and backed away while loudly saying, if they are really police, they would dare to go to the police station with us. Genuine gold does not fear fire. Only fake ones resist. Plus, we are just arresting suspicious spies. Even if we make a mistake, at worst, we'll get a few scoldings. Our ancestors were common people, and we are honest farmers' children. We absolutely do not allow such bad elements to exist. Ran Jin-yen's voice was full of strength and energy, each word shocking everyone. Many people on the train who had been watching the scene started to get off. They all clenched their fists. We will not allow such bad people to exist.
Catch them.
Suddenly, everyone was full of energy, rushing toward the suspects. Li Min and others. They wanted to run, but there were too many people at the station, and they couldn't escape. In just a minute, the crowd caught them. The suspects glared at Ran Jin-yen with hatred. They thought, this woman's words are really powerful. Her ability to stir up emotions is amazing. Let's go to the police station. We'll see if they're real or not. Second brother, what are you doing? We still need to catch the train. If you want to catch the train, go ahead. We're not going. The train is coming soon. If we miss it today, we'll have to wait until tomorrow. If you want to leave, go ahead. These are spies, and I can't miss such a big case. Those waiting for the train stopped, excited that they might catch spies. And these bad guys can't be let go either. Ran Jin-yen pointed at the small thieves on the ground. The thieves. They were stunned. Their usual tricks, which always worked before, had been broken by this woman today. The situation had become too big. So, a large crowd of people, full of energy, took many of the suspects out of the station. Among them were people from Tongan County. He pointed in a direction. I know the way to the police station. Go that way. The locals saw the crowd and came over, eager to find out what is happening. When they saw the familiar small thieves, they were all confused. These thieves had been arrogant at the station for too long. Every time they caught a group of thieves, another would come. Ordinary people had no way to deal with them. If locals took the train, they would hide money in their underwear or bras to avoid their claws. It was not surprising that these thieves were caught. There would always be another group. But these people in front of them were not police, and there were so many of them. Everyone was very curious and gathered around to ask.
What?
We have caught a spy. Wow, this is a huge news story. The local people also joined the crowd, and the number of people kept growing. By the time we reached the police station, there were about a few hundred people. Many locals heard the news and were rushing over. In this era, there isn't much entertainment, so every little gossip spreads quickly from street to street. Especially for such a big event. At the police station, the guard was yawning when he saw a large crowd approaching.
He was startled awake.
What's going on? Is there going to be a big fight? The guard hurried inside and said, something's wrong. Big trouble. The police officers looked at him curiously. What happened? Why are you so panicked? He pointed outside. A lot of people are coming. Everyone doubted him. Are you sure you're not just sleepy? How many people could there be? Just then, a group of people led by some men entered, carrying about a dozen others. Before the officers could speak, more people kept coming in, filling the entire station. Not only inside, but also outside on the open ground, there were people standing. Some were even pushing from outside. The police. They hadn't seen such a scene in years. Let us in. The outside is blocked, someone shouted. We can't move, another said. Don't push me. Who keeps stepping on my foot? There were also children crying. The noise was so loud it woke the police up. One senior officer looked stern and asked everyone, What are you doing? Causing trouble at the police station? A brave man stepped forward and said, "We didn't come to cause trouble. We caught a spy."
What?
The police station immediately became lively. This was a big deal. If it was really a spy, it would be a huge achievement. "Go report to the chief," someone said quickly. Director Liu was in his office reading documents when a police officer rushed in. "Chief, Chief." Liu was furious. "What's all this noise? Why didn't you knock before coming in?" "Chief, many people outside. They caught a spy," the officer said excitedly. Liu's eyes widened.
What?
A spy? He immediately stood up and headed outside. At that moment, the police outside had calmed down a bit. It's hard to believe they could catch such a spy so easily. When Director Liu stepped out, he wasn't surprised to see the large crowd outside. He looked around and asked, "Who is the spy?" "Chief, everyone says these people are spies." Jiang Ping pointed to the people on the ground. Lehman shook his head desperately, saying, No, we are not spies. It's these people talking nonsense. We are not spies. Our identities are clear and honest. Such accusations are serious and could mean death for them and their families. Moreover, they're not spies at all. Director Liu glanced at them and saw a few others being led away. "Who are these?" he asked. Someone answered, "They are thieves." Director Liu was stunned. How could they be both thieves and spies? All these villagers had caught them. "Director, we are not spies," they all shouted loudly. "You are spies, and you are pretending to be police," another person added. Hearing this, Director Liu's eyes sharpened. Pretending to be police? This was the first time he had heard of such a thing. These people looked very suspicious. The scene became noisy again. Director Liu, annoyed by the noise, said, "Let them go out. Just keep a few here." The police quickly ordered them to leave. Although no one wanted to go, they knew this was a real police station, so they felt afraid. After they left, no one wanted to leave the police station. They sat down outside the gate. What's the proof that these people are pretending to be police? Director Liu looked at the remaining few. Everyone started talking, each giving their opinion. Director Liu listened, feeling confused. "Stop arguing so much." Liu Junyuan stepped forward. Director Liu had noticed him earlier because he looked handsome and confident, with a strong presence that seemed unusual. "I was with my wife and child at Tongan train station. As soon as we got off the train, these thieves started watching us." Liu Junyuan quickly explained the situation clearly. Director Liu knew that thieves at the train station were very bold and caught many each year, but they kept coming back like weeds. Every year, most reports involved thefts at train stations. It was a big headache. He didn't expect this to be related to the current case. After listening, he said, "Search their bodies." Someone immediately searched the people and found some IDs. Director Liu looked at the IDs and immediately saw they were fake. It was not surprising he could tell. They looked obvious. But the young man's ability to see through it meant his background was not simple. Liu noticed something was wrong. "Why do you say they are spies again?" Liu Junyuan spoke calmly, "Because I refuse to cooperate." This person said, "If I resist again, they will arrest me on the spot." Director Liu. Does this person have a problem? Even the police should choose their words carefully. Unless the other person is armed, injuring someone, or a known suspect fleeing, the police wouldn't say such things. This young man only fought a few thieves. It's understandable that people might doubt his words. The police. They are all professionally trained and know exactly what to say and what not to say. They are very clear about this. So, you incited everyone to say they are suspects. Director Liu's eyes sharpened. The power of the people is endless. Someone spoke up. It wasn't him. It was his wife who said that. Director Liu? Director, it was me. Ran Jinian stepped forward, holding Anan's hand. Only then did Director Liu see Ran Jinian clearly. Since there were many people, and she was not tall, she stood behind others and was not obvious. He didn't notice her before. Director Liu did not become gentler because she was a woman. His attitude remained strict. Do you know what the consequences are for speaking nonsense? Such incitement to cause chaos is very serious. Ran Jinian was not afraid. Her eyes were full of determination. They are pretending to be police and trying to forcibly arrest my husband. Their behavior is suspicious. I have to doubt their identity. Her reasons were very solid. Director Liu turned to Jiang Heping and lowered his voice. Check what this couple said. Jiang Heping took some paper and a pen and went outside. The police station entrance was crowded. He casually asked about 10 people, and everyone's statements were similar. Director, this couple isn't lying, Jiang Heping said to Director Liu. Lock up these thieves and interrogate these people. Director Liu ordered, watching everyone stay put. Everyone leave now. Don't stay here at the police station. You two don't leave. Director Liu glanced at Ran Jinian and Liu Junyuan. Director, my child is hungry. Can I make some milk for him? Ran Jinian knew the director wouldn't let them go. They would definitely stay for questioning. She looked at Anan, who was very well behaved. Yes, she said. Liu Junyuan took a bottle and malted milk powder from his bag. The malted milk powder contained milk powder. Comrade police, do you have hot water? I'll get some. Ran Jinian asked. I'll go get it for you. One police officer took the bottle. Since they were at the police station, outsiders couldn't freely move around. Thank you, Ran Jinian said politely. At the police station entrance. I haven't taken the train at all. I just want to know if those people are spies. I won't leave. I won't leave either. If they are spies, capturing them would be a good deed. You won't leave, and I won't leave either. Everyone doesn't want to go. Jiang Heping said seriously, whether they are spies needs careful investigation. This isn't just talk. If you keep staying here, you're interfering with official work. We haven't done anything wrong, and we're not interfering with official work. People on the train didn't agree. When the locals heard this, everyone dispersed. Since they are in Tongan County, if they really are spies, they'll find out soon enough. Seeing some people still refusing to leave, Jiang Heping said, whether they are spies or not, they are definitely bad people. Your actions are being watched by the country and the people. Although everyone didn't want to leave, the police's words made sense. In the end, they had to leave. Because of this mass arrest event in Tongan County, it caused a lot of talk among the people. In an old courtyard, 3 ordinary-looking men sat together, all looking serious. Big brother, what should we do? If they find out about us, it will be trouble, said Zhang Ziqiang, the most impatient. Zhang Ziqiang looked at him and said, Stop making noise. Are you afraid others will hear? Big brother, we need to find him immediately and get Li Min and the others to keep quiet, said Zhang Ziyou. Zhang Ziqiang also thought so. Second brother, take an envelope from the drawer. No, 3 envelopes. Go find him right away. Zhang Ziqiang's eyes widened. That's too many. If we don't take enough, he won't be able to do anything. We'll all be finished then, Zhang Ziqiang said coldly, like a venomous snake. Zhang Ziqiang thought about the others' greed and had to curse and shut up. At the Public Security Bureau, Ran Jinian and Liu Junyuan sat in chairs. They thought this would end quickly, so they could leave. But then Director Liu received a notice that leaders were coming for inspection, so he had to quickly arrange work. The young couple could only wait here. Ran Jinian felt helpless. She kept running into these kinds of problems whenever taking the train. Comrade, how much longer will Director Liu be gone? She asked. That's hard to say, but when leaders come for inspection, it usually takes most of the day, he replied. Ran Jinian calculated the time and realized she probably wouldn't catch the train today. At this moment, Anan finished her milk and looked sleepy. Should we put the child on this recliner? It might be more comfortable, Jiang Heping suggested. Ran Jinian's arm was sore, but she didn't complain. Okay. Jiang Heping brought another coat and covered Anan with it. You're not from here. What are you doing here? We're visiting family in Kunshan, passing through. Ran Jinian replied. Kunshan. Jiang Heping's eyes suddenly changed. You're going to Kunshan? Yes, my husband's sister works there. Ran Jinian didn't say much, but smart people understood immediately. Jiang Heping looked at Liu Junyuan, who was sitting upright and roughly understood the identities of the young couple. He wanted to say more. Everyone stood up. Deputy Director Wang. A tall, Broad-faced, middle-aged man entered. Jiang Heping stepped forward. Deputy Director Wang, you're not resting today. Why are you here? Today, something big happened at the train station, and the county is buzzing. The leader suddenly came for inspection. How could I rest peacefully? Wang Qirong looked serious. He then looked at Ran Jinyan and Lu Junyuan. Who are these two? They are victims of the recent incident at the train station, Jiang Heping explained. Wang Qirong squinted but said nothing more, just looked at Jiang Heping. Have the suspects been interrogated today? Not yet, Jiang Heping replied. A faint light flickered in Wang Qirong's eyes. Such a big case. Why wasn't it interrogated immediately? Deputy Director Wang. Jiang Heping started, but Wang Qirong interrupted him. We've caught suspicious persons. This is a major case. Xiao Li, Xiao Luo, Xiao Chen, go and interrogate them.
Yes.
3 people stepped forward. In the interrogation room, Li Min and others were separated and scared. An officer came in and handed them a note. They hesitated, then quickly looked at it. Keep your mouths clean, the note read. They understood immediately this was a message from the boss. If they didn't keep quiet, their families would be in trouble. An hour later, the police placed the interrogation records on Wang Qirong's desk. Deputy Director Wang, these are the suspect's statements. Wang Qirong put down his cup and carefully read the records. When he reached the end, his expression darkened. These troublemakers hadn't said much earlier, but they kept criticizing the young couple. Finally, he slammed the table. Arrest that couple. Ran Jinyan and Lu Junyuan were still outside waiting when suddenly several officers rushed out and grabbed them. Lu Junyuan instinctively wanted to resist, but thinking about where he was, he didn't make a move. What's going on? Why are you arresting us? Ran Jinyan was also confused. What are you doing? Why are you all acting so crazy? Jiang Heping was startled by this sudden turn of events. It was me who ordered the arrest. Wang Qirong came out holding several records. He looked sternly at Ran Jinyan and Lu Junyuan. After questioning, they all gave the same statement. What statement? Lu Junyuan asked calmly. You are spreading rumors, inciting the people, causing chaos in the county. You must have a purpose. Maybe you're protecting undercover spies. Your behavior is very suspicious. Jiang Heping quickly said, Deputy Director Wang, these statements must be false. They're probably colluding. Jiang Heping, I am just following the rules. Since their statements are consistent, I have to arrest them first. If they are innocent, they have nothing to fear. Wang Qirong was just doing his duty. These records would be stored as official files, and he wasn't the only one reviewing them. They accused the couple, so he had to arrest them to go through the process. Later, he'd pretend to investigate and then release them. Ran Jinyan thought. She understood clearly, these fake police officers just didn't want the couple to have an easy time. In the detention room, Li Min and others exchanged glances, feeling a sense of relief. They knew an interrogation was coming, so they all insisted that the couple was guilty. They quickly arrested the pair, knowing no one would have an easy time. Outside, Jiang Heping was speechless for a moment. The police officers were about to act again. Hold on. Lu Junyuan's eyes shone brightly. Under everyone's watch, he took out his military ID confidently and authoritatively. I am the commander of the 3rd Battalion, 2nd Regiment, 3rd Regiment of the Southern Military District Army Corps. Here is my ID. Jiang Heping guessed he was a soldier but was surprised at how young he looked. He was a battalion commander. No, wait. How could he be the commander of the 2nd and 3rd Regiments of the Army Corps? Wang Qirong.
What?
This young man is a battalion commander in the Southern Military District. Jiang Heping stepped forward and took the ID, then handed it to Wang Qirong. Wang Qirong looked at Lu Junyuan briefly, then took the ID and examined it. Go check this, Wang Qirong said, handing the ID back to Jiang Heping. Wang Qirong appeared calm on the surface, but inside, he felt a faint sense of unease. He originally thought that Lu Junyuan and his wife were just ordinary people, maybe with a little family money, but he didn't expect their background to be so impressive. These troublemakers. If anything happened, he wouldn't let them get away easily. Yes, Jiang Heping believed Lu Jinyuan's words, but his background was the most important thing. He had to find out the truth. Half an hour later, Jiang Heping hurried back and handed some documents to Wang Qirong. Deputy Director Wang, his identity is clear. The documents proved Lu Jinyuan's identity, stamped by government authorities. Wang Qirong looked at the papers briefly, then smiled as he looked up. Captain Lu, please sit down. Jiang Heping immediately brought over 2 chairs. Deputy Director Wang, is there still a problem with my identity? Lu Jinyuan put away his ID. Wang Qirong looked a bit embarrassed. Although they weren't in the same system, Lu Jinyuan was a senior officer in the Southern Military District, a full regiment-level officer. He was only a deputy regiment leader in the county, so Lu Jinyuan's rank was higher than his.
No.
Captain Lu, your identity is completely clear. Those rumors are just nonsense. Wang Qirong bowed to a young man, feeling uncomfortable but having no choice. Sorry for wasting Captain Lu's time. Where are you headed? I can arrange for a car to take you. After learning about Lu Jinyuan's background, Wang Qirong felt uneasy and wanted him to leave the police station quickly. Even if Lu Jinyuan wanted to leave, he wouldn't accept a car ride. This would be using official resources for personal reasons. Thank you, Deputy Director Wang. My wife and I were robbed at the Tongan train station by a thief with a gun. Then someone impersonated a police officer. Now the country is cracking down on all crimes. Why are such serious incidents still happening in Tongan? Although Lu Jinyuan was a regiment commander, he had carried out many missions and was highly politically aware. The thieves at Tongan train station were very bold. When caught, they drew knives to threaten, which was common. Later, several fake police officers appeared, clearly working with the thieves. These people were part of an organized group. Wang Qirong's heart trembled, but kept his face calm. Captain Lu, we will definitely punish these people severely. We will strengthen management in the county and ensure such incidents do not happen again. Lu Jinyuan's eyes, sharp as an eagle, looked at Wang Qirong. Deputy Director Wang, after the thieves drew knives at the train station, fake police officers appeared immediately. If you don't mind, I would like to personally investigate. What are these thieves? Spies, traitors, reactionaries. He had caught and interrogated all of them before. Wang Qirong thought that Lu Jinyuan, being so young, was already a regiment commander in the Southern Military District. He initially believed Lu had a strong family background. However, he quickly realized something was wrong. When he saw Lu wanting to question someone, he knew that was not allowed. Captain Lu, this is a matter for the police. Wang gave a perfect excuse. Seeing Wang Vice Director refuse, Lu had nothing more to say. Wang was relieved that he didn't force the issue. Jiang Heping, have Shali drive the car to the gate and see off Captain Lu and his wife, he ordered. Lu immediately declined. Thank you, Vice Director Wang, but my wife and I are tired after driving for several days. We plan to rest at the guest house and leave tomorrow. They had already missed their bus, so the couple had to stay at the guest house for the night and leave the next day. Wang saw that Lu was so upright and firm, so he didn't press further. Captain Lu, take care on your way. Lu picked up Thanin, and Ran Jinian carried a bag. Wang watched the family leave the police station, feeling completely relieved. Back in his office, Wang leaned lazily in his chair. Check those little thieves for any past crimes and find out who those imposters pretending to be police are. Their identities must be verified. Yes, Shali responded and left. After finishing his work, Lu Jingda hurried back to the police station. As soon as he entered, he asked, "Where is everyone?" "Director, who are you talking about?" "The young couple with the child." Lu frowned. "Director, they've already left," someone replied. Lu's expression darkened. "Who told them to leave?" Jiang Heping stepped forward and whispered a few words in his ear. "What? That young man is a regiment commander in the Southern Military District?" Lu was surprised but not entirely shocked. He had already noticed that Lu Jinyuan's actions suggested he was a soldier. He just didn't expect him to be so young. Impressive. Jiang Heping took out Lu Jinyuan's identification documents. Lu looked at them and said, "So young and already so promising." Jiang Heping lowered his voice further. Let's go to the office and talk. Lu swept a glance around and headed toward his office. Shaoli came out and saw the director and Jiang Heping enter the office. He turned back and said, Vice Director Wang, Director Lu is back. Wang Qirong was half reclining in his chair, not even lifting his eyelids. He replied. Meanwhile, Jiang Heping said, Director, Captain Lu's thoughts are the same as yours. He kept in mind what Lu Jinyuan had said. Lu Jingde narrowed his eyes, suspecting that the train station thief catches a group, then another. Now, there's a fake police case. I don't believe no one is behind this. Go and question them carefully. Director, they've already been questioned, said Wang Vice Director. Lu Jingde sat up straight. I didn't order any questioning. Vice Director Wang already had people question them as soon as he arrived at the bureau. He's not off today, Lu Jingde frowned slightly. Wang Vice Director said the trouble at the train station has caused a big fuss in Tongan. When he heard there might be spies involved, he came right away. His words were logical and well-founded, with no mistakes. Lu Jingde asked, Bring me the records to see. Jiang Heping went to Wang Qirong's office. Wang Vice Director, the director wants to see the records about the train station incident.
Okay.
Wang Qirong pointed. After Jiang Heping left, Wang Qirong hummed a little tune again. After reviewing the records, Lu Jingde found that these people were firmly accusing Lu Jinyuan and his wife, which is why he revealed his own identity. Have someone question them again. Lu Jingde thought about what Lu Jinyuan had said. He always believed these people had protectors, and now that they've caught someone, they can't let them go. Wang Qirong saw Lu Jingde asking for another round of questioning but was not worried. He thought it didn't matter how they questioned them. Tongan guest house. The little kid was holding and nibbling on an apple. Ranjinian had hoped to reach Kunshan today, but was delayed again. She saw Lu Jinyuan standing by the window. Are you thinking about the train station case?
She asked.
Lu Jinyuan reached out to hold Ranjinian's waist. If it's just those few petty thieves, it's no big deal. But those fake police officers are a serious problem. Pretending to be police so boldly takes a lot of courage. Without backing, who would dare? The thieves in Tongan are so bold. Let's see if we can find out anything this time. Ranjinian could only say that, as she couldn't do anything herself. That night, the family of 3 ate at the guest house. Ranjinian took out something from the space bag, but tonight, she couldn't stay in the space. The little kid now had memories, and Ranjinian didn't dare take him into the space again. Although Anan was still young and spoke like a child, as he grew older, he might accidentally reveal secrets, and then their family would be in danger. After dinner, Ranjinian packed everything away into the space. Lu Jinyuan told stories to Anan, who quickly fell asleep peacefully. Lu Jinyuan, you. Ranjinian started to speak, but suddenly there was a knock on the door. The two young people exchanged a glance. At this moment, who would come? They had no relatives or friends in Tongan. Who? Lu Jinyuan asked. Captain Lu, it's me, came the voice. Lu Jinyuan recognized it and opened the door. Director Lu, it's so late. Why are you here? Lu Jingde stood at the door without entering. Captain Lu, sorry to bother you so late. I have something I need your help with. Director Lu, please speak, Lu Jinyuan said. Lu Jingde didn't waste words. Captain Lu, I want you to review these people we caught today. They had been questioning them all afternoon, but the suspects were very tight-lipped and wouldn't say anything. Thinking of Jiang Heping's words, Lu Jingde came to see Lu Jinyuan. Director Lu, this is a matter for the police, Lu Jinyuan replied. Lu Jingde smiled. The military district and the police are both part of the state. We all serve the country and the people. It's hard to draw a clear line, he said gracefully. Director Lu, I will inform my family, Lu Jinyuan agreed. Jin Mian saw him speaking and came out of the house. You go ahead. Anan and I will wait for you at the guest house, she said. A man of great importance cannot fall behind. Lu Jinyuan left the guest house and saw a car parked outside. After they got in, Lu Jingde spoke. Sorry to come so late, but I think someone in the bureau has a spy. Director, do you suspect someone in the bureau is backing them? Yes, Lu Jingde and Lu Junyuan were now on the same page, so he had nothing to hide. Who do you think it is? Lu Junyuan asked. There are several people, but no evidence to confirm, Lu Jingde replied. He didn't mention names. He didn't distrust Lu Junyuan, but he needed proof. We'll find out soon, Lu Junyuan said confidently, his eyes full of self-assurance. Lu Jingde looked at the impressive man beside him and sighed slightly, thinking of his son. Why are others' children so outstanding? At the police station, Li Min and others were sound asleep. They were only pretending to be police, not spies. They would be out in a couple of years at most. Suddenly, the door swung open and a tall figure entered, followed by 2 police officers. Wake up, Zhang Heping kicked the door. Everyone opened their eyes, annoyed. Comrades in the police, it's already late. Even if we've committed a crime, you can't keep us awake, they complained. Get up. The interrogation isn't finished yet, Zhang Heping said, kicking again. Comrades, why have you interrogated us so many times today? Can't you let us breathe? Everyone was reluctant to open their eyes, but the moment they saw Lu Jinyuan, they became fully alert. That's great. This guy has finally been caught. Li Min was the most excited. Although his injured hand was bandaged, it still hurt. The next second, Zhang Heping turned to the side and said, Captain Lu, I'll leave this to you.
Who?
Who is Captain Lu? Under everyone's confused and frightened gazes, Lu Jinyuan, tall and imposing, took a step forward, making everyone feel a chill. 1 hour later, Lu Jinyuan came out of the detention room. Zhang Heping and He Jin held a thick report in their hands. How did it go? Lu Jingde looked at everyone with anticipation. Director, they have told us everything they know and don't know. Zhang Heping was nervous inside and didn't know what to say, so he simply handed over the report. Seeing this, Lu Jingde quickly looked at the confession. The more he read, the more his brow furrowed. After a while, he gritted his teeth and said, Zhang Heping, go and arrest the person they mentioned. Don't alert the enemy. The sooner the arrest, the better.
Yes.
Zhang Heping called some police officers and went out overnight to catch the person. Director Lu, since I'm fine now, I'll leave first. Lu Jinyuan knew this was the busiest time ahead. Lu Jingde was very grateful. Captain Lu, thank you so much this time. Director Lu, we are all serving the country and the people. We must not let down the trust of the nation and the people. Lu Jinyuan wasn't just making polite words. Since he became a soldier, he was ready to sacrifice himself for the country and the people. Lu Jingde understood the meaning behind his words. Don't worry, I won't leave a bad person to the people of Tongan. Lu Jinyuan saluted, and Lu Jingde responded with a salute. Although they were about 20 years apart in age, both valued the country and the people above all else. The next day, Ran Jinan and Lu Jinyuan took in on a bus heading to Kunshan. But this trip wasn't to the final destination. When they reached a place called Pingxiao Town, they had to take an ox cart into the mountains. Anan finally got on the ox cart. At first, he was very happy, but later his bottom hurt. Dad, how much longer until we arrive? Lu Jinyuan could only hold him and point to a nearby place. Look there, we'll be there soon. The little guy exclaimed, so far, so far. Not far now. The old man driving the ox cart waved his whip, his weathered face full of smiles. Since the army was stationed here, this road has been built. The old road was difficult and time-consuming to travel. The Research Institute in Kunshan is a secret base, officially a military zone. Naturally, soldiers guard such places. Here we are, an older man called out, and the big ox stopped. Ranjin took out a yuan and said, Thank you, sir. It's nothing, no need, the old man refused, waving his whip to drive the ox away. His voice floated with the wind. I can tell you're a soldier. Guarding the country is your duty. Riding my cart is my good fortune. The institute's gate was guarded by many soldiers.
Who are you?
One soldier asked when someone arrived, becoming alert immediately. Lu Junyuan showed his ID. I'm here to visit family. My sister is Lu Lanlan. Seeing that Lu Junyuan had a military officer's ID and that he was a regimental commander from the Southern Military District, the soldier saluted. We need to verify your identity first, he said, following the rules. Ranjin took out her household register, and the soldier checked it again. When he saw her name, his eyes lit up. Song Hui, and your marriage certificate. Ranjin took out the marriage certificate. Song Hui took their IDs and went inside, returning shortly with a respectful expression. Commander Liu, Madam Liu, please wait a moment. We've already notified Director Liu, and she will come out soon. Liu Junyuan and Ranjin's identities were clear, but since this was a research institute with strict rules, the family had to wait for Liu Lanlan to come out. It's okay, Liu Junyuan, a soldier himself, followed the rules properly. After many minutes, a hurried figure appeared. Brother, sister-in-law, Liu Lanlan, heavily pregnant, looked happy. Song Hui saw her and said, Commander Liu, Madam Liu, you can go inside with the child. Liu Junyuan strode forward, looking at Liu Lanlan with a hint of concern. Xiaolan, you look quite tired. Ranjin hadn't seen Liu Lanlan for several years. They were only a few months apart in age and had been in the same middle school class. Back then, they were called the Twin Flowers. But soon, Liu Lanlan was sent abroad for study, and after returning, she joined the research institute. When she married Liu Junyuan, she couldn't come back. Now they met again at the institute. Thank you for making the long trip, sister-in-law. Liu Lanlan didn't pay attention to her older brother and instead took Ranjin's hand with gratitude. We are one family. Your matters are our matters, said Ranjinian, patting her hand. She spoke to the little one and didn't call Auntie. Goo, the little one mumbled unclearly. And you're already 2.5 years old. Auntie is meeting you for the first time. Liu Lanlan wiped her tears and tried to hold the little one. Ranjinian quickly said, Lanlan, and it is very tough. You're pregnant now, so it's not convenient. Liu Lanlan could only touch the little one and suddenly realized, look at me, I'm so happy I'm silly. Why am I just standing here? Brother, sister-in-law, let's go inside to talk. Liu Lanlan took her family inside. Song Hui watched Ranjinian's back as she left, reluctant to look away. What are you doing? Staring at the wife of Commander Liu. Someone patted his shoulder. Song Hui was speechless. What are you thinking? Do you even know her name? Her name? Ranjinian. What's wrong with that name? Ranjinian. Could she be the same Ranjinian from the Red Star magazine? The other person got excited. Definitely, Song Hui said happily. It might just be the same name. Maybe it's not her, Song Hui insisted. She must be her. I've read so many articles written by Ranjinian, and they're clearly written by a woman. Don't jump to conclusions. We'll find out soon enough. Song Hui loved reading the Red Star magazine because he didn't have much else to do here. He often bought each issue, and after reading an article by chance, he praised it highly, such a wonderful story. He even checked the author's name, and every issue of the magazine featured a particularly exciting story. He remembered the name Ranjinian. That's why he was especially happy when he saw her household registration today. Other soldiers heard Song Hui and knew everyone liked reading magazines. Everyone knew Ranjinian's name. Really? I never thought I'd meet her in person.
Great.
I want her to sign an autograph. Unbelievable. Such good writing must be by a woman. Women? Women can hold up half the sky. As a soldier, you shouldn't discriminate against women.
No.
I mean, her stories are very insightful. She has a good eye for things. Ranjinian didn't realize she had many fans. When she first came to the research institute, the buildings were well planned. They walked for a while until a tall wall appeared in front of them. At the gate, soldiers were still guarding. That's where we work, Liu Lanlan said briefly, then pointed to the other side. That's where we live. Soon, rows of simple houses came into view. Liu Lanlan took out her keys and opened the door. The house had no yard, just one room and a living area. Researchers are usually couples or single. If they have children, they either leave them at home or stay with relatives. Children can't be brought to the research institute. They work busy days, and if they make a mistake in calculations, they have to start over. These are small issues compared to the many unknowns they need to overcome. Researchers eat all their meals in the cafeteria. Ran Jinian knew that the conditions for researchers were tough, but she didn't expect it to be this hard. She had a good life at her family's courtyard. She put him down and let him play by himself. Big brother, sister-in-law, it's you to squeeze in with us. Lu Lanmon also had no choice. The houses are all built the same, with no bigger ones. She pointed to the bed in the living room. Zhou Feng knew you were coming, so he applied for an extra bed. We moved the sofa into the bedroom. Xiaolan, it's already very good, Ran Jinian said, not here to play. Tonight, your family of 3 can sleep in the bedroom, and Zhou Feng and I will sleep outside. Lu Lanmon replied, no, we'll sleep outside. Ran Jinian quickly said, although we are family, we are also guests. It's not right to take over the host's house. Lu Lanmon explained, sister-in-law, Zhou Feng and I come back late every day. If you and big brother sleep in the living room, we'll wake you up, especially with an Ran Jinian thought for a moment. How about Zhou Feng and Jinyuan sleep in the living room, and you, me, and Anan sleep in the bedroom?
That.
Lu Lanlon was stunned. I just saw that the sofa is quite big. I'll sleep on the sofa with Anan, and you sleep in the bed. The little one tosses and turns a lot when sleeping. Lu Lanlon, who was pregnant and about to give birth, felt safest sleeping alone. Sister-in-law, you don't have to, Lu Lanlon said anxiously. Zhou Feng said firmly, that's settled then. Lu Lanlon saw that her older brother and sister-in-law insisted, so she had no choice. Big brother, sister-in-law, you rest at home first. I still have work to finish. Ran Jinian knew that researchers had a hard life, but seeing Lu Lanlon about to give birth and still working so hard, she felt worried. Xiaolan, you might give birth at any moment now, and you still need to work? There's no way around it. We're short of staff right now. It's the final critical moment, and I can only step up. Lu Lanlon doesn't feel tired at all. Seeing the research data succeed little by little fills her with satisfaction and pride. Ran Jinian feels full of admiration inside. There are so many patriotic talents in the country, and it will surely prosper. After giving a few instructions, Lu Lanlon hurriedly leaves. Wife, you and Anan rest for a while. Lu Jinyuan sees Anan yawning continuously. He's been rushing around these days, and his wife and son haven't rested well. Anan, let's wash up first, and then go to sleep. Ran Jinian pours water to brush Anan's teeth and wash his face. The little one lies on the sofa and quickly falls asleep. Lu Jinyuan notices a stove in the corner and some coal outside the door. He takes out the stove to start a fire. Although there's no kitchen inside, they can still cook simple noodles or porridge. Let's make some porridge. When they come back, they can eat a bit. Ran Jinian understands Lu Jinyuan's intentions. Seeing his sister working so hard, he doesn't say much, but does what he can. Lu Jinyuan takes out a small pot from under the table. Wife, can you give me some ground beef? Ran Jinian takes ground beef from her space. When Lu Jinyuan is busy, she also tidies up the house inside and out. It's 10 o'clock at night when Lu Lanlon and Zhou Feng return. As soon as they enter, they notice the house is very clean, and there's a pleasant aroma in the air. You're back. I made some porridge for you. Lu Jinyuan gets up from bed. Lu Lanlon feels warm inside. Big brother, you're not even asleep yet. Big brother, Zhou Feng, who is quite slender and looks very refined with glasses, greets. Lu Jinyuan and Zhou Feng haven't met often. The first time Lu Lanlon brought Zhou Feng home was to discuss their marriage. The second time, Lu Jinyuan attended their wedding at Zhou's family. After Lu Lanlon and Zhou Feng married, they stayed at the research institute and never returned home. Lu Jinyuan and Lu's mother had no complaints. They were not ordinary people and bore heavy responsibilities. The third time, Lu Jinyuan came to the research institute after completing a mission. This is the fourth time. Lu Jinyuan serves each of them a bowl of porridge. I've kept it warm for you. Eat some quickly. Lu Lanlon and Zhou Feng sit at the table, looking at the large bowl of porridge in front of them, their eyes moist. Usually, after work, they come home starving and can only drink water and eat some biscuits. They have no time to cook porridge or noodles because they're too tired and just want to sleep early. Lu Lanlon sniffs, takes a sip of the porridge, and asks, Big brother, where did the beef come from? We brought some dried meat, and I chopped it up and cooked it. Lu Junyuan lied with his eyes open. Big brother, you and sister-in-law can come. I really appreciate it. Zhou Feng took off his glasses and wiped the tears on his face. His wife was pregnant and could only continue working at the research institute. Now that she was about to give birth, she could only rely on her family for help. He couldn't do anything. He felt useless. When Lu Lanlan found out she was pregnant, it was already almost 3 months. Because of errors in her research data, she stayed up late often, felt anxious, and had trouble sleeping. Her period hadn't come, but she didn't pay much attention, thinking it was normal. One day, Lu Lanlan suddenly felt nauseous and vomited. She thought she was just tired, but it happened several days in a row. After a checkup, she found out she was pregnant. At first, she didn't want the baby because her research work was very hard and many data needed repeated calculations. But the doctor told her health wasn't good, and if she had the baby now, it might be difficult for her to get pregnant in the future. Lu Lanlan felt her head go blank. She was still young, and waiting a few more years to have a child was not a big deal, but having difficulty conceiving was a serious problem. She loved children. After a tough decision, Lu Lanlan chose to keep the baby. She knew it would be hard for 10 months. Lu Lanlan held Zhou Feng's hand, knowing he was feeling upset. Zhou Feng, our research will soon succeed. The baby is just temporarily away from us. Once we're done, I can go back and take care of the child for 2 years. Parting is only temporary. Success is forever, Lu Junyuan said slowly. As a soldier, he understood their feelings very well. But you can't have everything. Sometimes you have to give up to gain. Zhou Feng's eyes were full of determination. Darkness is about to pass. Dawn will come soon. Lu Lanlan touched her belly and never regretted her decisions. In the room, Ran Jinan heard the conversation outside and slightly smiled. The next day, Zhou Feng went to the cafeteria early and brought back breakfast. Ran Jinan tidied up and took it out of the room. It was the first time Zhou Feng saw Ran Jinan, but his wife often mentioned her. Sister-in-law, Zhou Feng said. Yes, Ran Jinan replied. Then she said to Anan, call uncle. Uncle, the little one said softly. Anan, come here, uncle will hold you. Zhou Feng liked Anan immediately. The little boy was very cute, with big round eyes that looked very charming. As he grew a bit older, he was no longer shy and directly threw himself into Zhou Feng's arms. Zhou Feng held the chubby Anan and spun him around a few times. Everyone finished breakfast. Lu Lanlan continued, Big brother, sister-in-law, Zhou Feng will bring you lunch at noon. The research institute doesn't allow visits, and although Lu Jinyuan is a military district commander, no one is allowed in without higher approval. But now Lu Lanlan's situation is special, so her family was allowed to come in. Once inside, activity areas are still limited. You don't need to worry about us. We can cook noodles or rice at home. Ran Jinan didn't want to make things too hard for them. No, Lu Lanlan firmly disagreed, insisting on delivering the food regardless of what Ran Jinan said. At noon, Zhou Feng finished serving food and was about to leave the cafeteria. Section Chief Zhou, Song Hui approached him. Zhou Feng was surprised and asked, Song Hui, is there something you need? You're going to deliver food to Commander Lu and them, right? Let me handle that, Song Hui said. That might not be appropriate, Zhou Feng replied, a bit surprised. Section Chief Zhou, it's what we should do, Song Hui insisted. Seeing his determination, Zhou Feng said, all right then. Thank you. No trouble at all, Song Hui said, almost unable to hide his excitement. Inside the room, Ran Jinan was drawing with Anan when there was a knock at the door. Anan, you draw by yourself first, Ran Jinan told Anan, then went to open the door and saw a soldier. When Song Hui saw Ran Jinan, he became very excited. Hello, he said. Ran Jinan sensed his emotions and looked puzzled. My name is Song Hui. I am a soldier stationed at Kunshan Research Institute. I'm very happy to meet you. Song Hui spoke nervously. Ran Jinan was surprised. Do you need something? She asked. I want to ask if you are the author Ran Jinan of Chasing Light, like the moon and stars, yearning, or red years. Song Hui quickly listed several story titles. Ranjinian was surprised, recalling that he had taken her ID yesterday, so she knew his name. Yes, I am.
Great.
I finally met you in person. Your stories are really wonderful, and the main ideas are brilliant, Song Hui said excitedly. Thank you, Ranjinian replied. She had fans in the Southern Military District and didn't expect to find fans in the Research Institute. Comrade Ran, could you sign an autograph for me? Song Hui took out a magazine from his pocket. Of course, but I don't have a pen right now, Ranjinian smiled. I have one, Song Hui said, well prepared. Ranjinian took the pen, thought for a moment, and wrote 4 characters on the magazine. Heart's Desire. Song Hui looked up. Heart's Desire? He asked. That's the title of my next storybook, Ranjinian explained. She did not write her own name because of the ongoing influence of the Great Revolution. Political struggles were still intense, and various forces were still fighting and competing. Her story was based on red ideas, so it wouldn't cause political problems. But if she signed her name, she could be accused of being a bourgeois intellectual trying to win people's hearts, and now any reason could be used to criticize her. Many people who dedicated their lives to the country couldn't survive this turbulent time. She was just an ordinary person, responsible not only for herself but also for her family. Ranjinian was very cautious and had never signed her name before. Now, it was 1975, and this difficult period was about to end, and new life was about to begin. Song Hui was also a simple person. He quickly responded, "Thank you." Ranjinian took the lunchbox and said, "Thank you for running to bring us food." "It's the rule," Song Hui replied without further words and turned to leave. Ranjinian carried the lunchbox back to her room and told Lu Jinyuan about Song Hui wanting to sign his name. Lu Jinyuan wasn't surprised. His wife's stories were very popular in the military district. "Wife, Xiaolan's baby is about to be born, and your recent story might delay things," Lu Jinyuan suddenly remembered. Ranjinian smiled and said, "When we return to the military district, I'll write to Director Yuan and let him know. This manuscript will have to be delayed. It's important to distinguish what is urgent and what is not." Lu Jinyuan looked at his wife's face and said, "Wife, I've made you worry. We're old married people. Don't say such mushy things," Ranjinian teased. Old? He was only 26 now. How could he be old? Lu Jinyuan frowned, wondering if he hadn't satisfied his wife recently. Ranjinian didn't know what Lu Jinyuan was thinking. If he did, he would surely laugh. In the research room, Director Lu Lanlan was busy with her work when someone outside called her. She had to put down her work and go out. "What's the matter?" "Someone is here again, saying it's your mother." Lu Lanlan gasped. She hurriedly went outside and, upon seeing the figure outside the gate, felt dizzy.
Mom.
Lu's mother carried a large bag and held 2 big shopping bags, looking a bit tired and dusty. When she saw her daughter, she suddenly felt refreshed. "Lanlan." "Mom, why did you come?" Lu Lanlan stepped forward quickly. Lu's mother looked her over with concern and said, "Lanlan, you've lost weight and look quite tired." "Mom, why did you come alone?" "The road must have been dangerous." Lu Lanlan thought about her mother, Lu, who was not very literate, coming alone from their hometown to Kunshan. What great courage that took. When her mother saw her daughter about to cry, she said, "You and your brother are both soldiers or researchers." "I am your mother." Her daughter was about to give birth, and since Zhou Feng's parents were no longer alive, only an old man was left at home. Lu's mother thought Lu Lanlan would call her to bring the baby, but she never received a call. Worried something might have happened to her daughter, she decided to come herself. "Mom." Lu Lanlan hugged her mother and cried. Her mother held back tears and said, "Why are you crying? You're about to become a mother. After the baby is born, I will take care of him." "Mom, I haven't told you everything," Lu Lanlan said, surprised that her mother came without warning. "What is it?" her mother asked. She thought that if Lu Lanlan didn't want her to take care of the baby, she would just bring him back to their hometown. "My brother and sister-in-law brought him in here," Lu Lanlan explained. Her mother gasped. After hearing the rest of Lu Lanlan's words, she sighed. Your sister-in-law is taking care of it alone. It's not easy. If you don't want me to take care of the baby, why are you asking your sister-in-law? Mom, I thought of your health and work, so I only asked my sister-in-law. But it's only temporary, Lu Lanlan said. And where are your brother and sister-in-law? Her mother asked. They are inside, Lu Lanlan replied, then took her mother home. When Ran Jinyan and Lu Junyuan saw Lu's mother, they were both surprised.
Mom, they said.
Grandma, and called out, waddling over quickly. Lu's mother hugged in and kissed her a few times. Then she said to Ran Jinyan, Lan told me everything. After the baby is born, I will take him back to our hometown. Mom, you're not feeling well and still have to work, Ran Jinyan said. I'll take care of the baby. I haven't told you yet, Lu's mother said with a smile. I've retired from the textile factory. Mom, you resigned? Lu Lanlan asked nervously. She smiled and said, no, I retired naturally. But isn't it in 6 months? Ran Jinyan asked. The textile factory isn't doing as well as before. After several meetings, they let us retire early, her mother explained. Hearing this, Ran Jinyan wondered, has my mom also retired? Yes, she said she wanted to stay with me at the research institute. Her mother paused, then changed the subject awkwardly. Does Lanlan have any feelings now? Noticing something strange, Ran Jinyan asked, Mom, is something wrong at home? No, her mother avoided her eyes. Mom, Ran Jinyan called out, but her mother couldn't bear it. Your older brother has been taken by the police, her mother finally said. Ran Jinyan's face changed dramatically. How could my older brother be caught by the police? What did he do? Lu Jinyuan also looked serious. Mother Lu sighed. Your brother beat someone into the hospital. Is the other person okay? Ran Jinyan asked with concern. They're still unconscious now. Ran Jinyan's heart tightened. How could my brother be so reckless? Mom, do you know what caused the fight? Mother Lu shook her head. Siyuan said it was because the other person kept provoking him. That's why he fought back. He only hit the person a few times and didn't use deadly force. Ran Jinyan focused on the key point. My brother didn't seriously injure the person?
No.
Ran Jinyan's face darkened. She trusted her brother's words. If he didn't seriously hurt the other person, why is the person still unconscious? Mom, do you know who my brother fought with? Ran Jinyan asked again. Mother Lu thought for a moment. His name is Song Zihan. Song Zihan. Ran Jinyan gasped. She never expected it to be Song Zihan. He wasn't involved in illegal activities or coal mining. How could he have returned in just 3 years? And right after coming back, he was beaten by her brother. What had happened? Lu Jinyuan saw his wife look upset. Honey, do you know this person?
Yes.
Ran Jinyan's expression darkened. She and Song Zihan had been secretly dating. No one else knew except her mother. Lu Jinyuan was in the military zone at the time and didn't know about her relationship with Song Zihan. She thought this matter was over, but now he had appeared again. Seeing her wife's strange expression, Lu Jinyuan asked, Don't worry. My brother is just detained. The situation is unclear now, but once the police find out the truth, they will clear his name. Mom, how long has my brother been detained? Ran Jinyan refocused. Mother Lu calculated the days. Including today, it's been 4 days. If it weren't for Lanlan's upcoming childbirth, she wouldn't have rushed here. Song Zihan has been unconscious for 4 days? Probably about that long. Lu Jinyuan thought for a moment. The police will need to wait until Song Zihan wakes up to ask him questions. You don't need to worry. It's just a fight. It's not a big deal. We just need to wait for Song Zihan to wake up. Although Lu Jinyuan wasn't a police officer, he understood the police system well. Ran Jinyan gradually calmed down. Her brother was only detained. As long as he wasn't tortured severely, he would be fine. Jinyan, why don't you and Jinyuan go back to our hometown first? I'll stay here with Lanlan. Mother Lu knew her daughter-in-law was worried. Ran Jinyan was naturally concerned about her brother. Mom, Lanlan is about to give birth. It's not urgent for a day or 2. Jinyan, maybe you should go back first. Mother Lu wanted to suggest that Ranjin Nian leave on her own, but she was worried. Ranjin Nian interrupted her. Mom, it's not convenient for you to stay here alone with the child and take the train. Let's all go back to our hometown together. She knew what was happening at home, so she needed to go back. Mother Lu turned to Lu Junyuan. Junyuan, you go back first. As Ran's son-in-law, it was natural for him to go help. Ranjin Nian and Lu Junyuan looked at each other. Neither expected Mother Lu to say that. Lu Junyuan wasn't neglectful of his wife's family matters. He just thought that his wife, with a child, and his mother, with a baby, were all old, weak, or young, and there was no man around. He was very worried. Mom, there's no need. Ranjin Nian was anxious inside, but it wasn't urgent right now. Mother Lu acted as if she hadn't heard. Junyuan, go to the police station and check on your older brother. Find out what's going on. Lu Junyuan was about to speak. Suddenly, Lu Lanlan, sitting on the sofa, looked distressed. Everyone quickly gathered around her. Lanlan, do you have a stomach ache? Mother Lu asked. Mom, I think Lanlan is going to give birth, Ranjin Nian, who had experience giving birth once, said. Lu Junyuan quickly picked up Lu Lanlan and strode outside. Mom, bring those things. Ranjin Nian pointed to the prepared items, holding an un and chasing after them. Go that way. Lu Lanlan pointed to the clinic. The research institute had a clinic with 3 doctors and several nurses. Lu Junyuan easily carried Lu Lanlan, not feeling heavy at all, and walked quickly into the clinic. The nurse at the door saw Lu Lanlan. Quick, Chief Lu is about to give birth. Since Lu Lanlan was the only pregnant woman in the institute, everyone knew. The nurses rushed out. A middle-aged doctor hurried out, feeling her pulse on Lu Lanlan. Chief Lu's water has broken. Hurry and get her inside. Lu Lanlan was taken into the room, and soon, painful sounds came from inside. Zhou Feng received the news and rushed into the hospital. Lanlan is about to give birth. Don't panic. Lu Junyuan grabbed him and made him sit down. Zhou Feng couldn't sit still. He became more anxious. Hearing the cries from inside, he suddenly lost all strength and sank to the ground. Lu Junyuan patted his shoulder. Don't worry, stay calm. He completely forgot that when his wife gave birth that year, he was so distraught he was almost out of his mind. Ranjin Nian held on a chair and the little one didn't know what was happening. Mom, Auntie is in a lot of pain. Auntie is having a baby. It will stop hurting soon. Anan looked happily and asked, Annie is having a little sister? I don't know yet if it's a sister or a brother, replied Ranjinian, looking at the closed door with nervousness. Time passed second by second. The door opened, and a nurse carried the baby out, walking straight to Zhou Feng. Chief Zhou, Director Lu has a daughter. Zhou Feng, still waiting for his wife to come out, asked, Why hasn't Lanlan come out yet? The Director Lu isn't in serious condition, but we have to wait a little longer. Seeing that he remained still, the nurse handed the baby into his arms, saying, Hold her steady. Everyone gathered around, looking at the tiny baby in Zhou Feng's arms. The little one squinted her eyes, her skin a bit wrinkled. Mom, is this my sister? The little one asked. Ranjinian didn't expect the little one to be right. Yes, it's a sister. Anan tilted her head and looked for a while, then said, Why does my sister look so ugly? Ranjinian couldn't help but laugh and cry. You looked like this when you were born, she said. Anan didn't believe it, I didn't. Suddenly, the baby started crying loudly, and Zhou Feng panicked. Mother Lu took her and said, She might be hungry. Zhou Feng finally realized and took out some goat milk powder from the bag Mother Lu handed him. I'll go prepare her milk. Since their daughter was born and had to be taken away, she couldn't breastfeed, so the couple prepared goat milk powder early. Zhou Feng watched his daughter drink the milk eagerly, feeling a wave of sadness. His daughter was born and immediately taken away, which made him feel uncomfortable inside. Everyone saw Zhou Feng silent and knew how he felt at that moment. After a while, Lanlan was brought out, and Zhou Feng carried his daughter forward. Lanlan, our daughter looks like you, he said. Zhou Feng, I gave our daughter a nickname, Lanlan replied. When she found out it was a girl, She immediately thought of a nickname.
Ha!
Jing Jing. Our daughter's nickname is Jing Jing. Everyone understood what Lon Lon meant. And in Jing Jing, clearly siblings. 3 days later, Ran Jinian, Lu Junyuan, and Mother Lu, holding Jing Jing, took the train back to Pushing Town. Jing Jing was just born and shouldn't have traveled such a long distance, but there was no other choice. The family transferred at Tongan train station. When Ran Jinian and Lu Junyuan appeared, a figure hurried over. Captain Lu, Captain Lu. Jiang Gongan, what a coincidence. Lu Junyuan didn't expect to meet Jiang Heping at the train station. Jiang Heping smiled and said, Captain Lu, I've been waiting for you at the train station. Director Lu knew he was going to Kunshan Research Institute, so he arranged for him to stay there. He glanced at Ran Jinian and Lu's mother, seeing both holding children. Captain Lu, let's go to the car, he said. Lu Jinyuan waved his hand. Police Officer Jiang, our family needs to return to our hometown. Seeing Lu Jinyuan in a hurry to leave, Jiang Heping had to shorten his words. Captain Lu, we caught the person you identified. We've also taken down all the small fish behind him. Who is their protector? Wang Qirong. Lu Jinyuan's mind immediately pictured the other person's figure. Deputy Director Wang. Yes, these people have been secretly bribing Wang Qirong. We found a lot of money at his home. Wang uses his position to shelter criminal groups, helping them commit crimes and evade justice. Jiang Heping looked at Wang Qirong with disgust. Every time they strike at these evil groups, they quickly rise again because they have strong backing. Lu Jinyuan was used to this. Once, he was assigned to catch a fleeing high-ranking official. Usually, the police handle such cases, but the other side hired mercenaries from Myanmar, so the case was handed over to the military district. Every time we catch them, Wang Qirong sends messages to tell them to stick to their stories. Jiang Heping sighed. Wang bribes people inside the police, so they deceive everyone. That's why we rarely find solid evidence. This time, Director Lu was clever. He secretly captured the person they exposed, causing chaos among the suspects, forcing them to reveal more. Before Wang Qirong and others could react, they quickly arrested a group and obtained strong evidence. Congratulations, Lu Jinyuan said, raising his hand. Jiang Heping nodded politely. He knew Lu Jinyuan was eager to return and didn't waste words. Captain Lu, next time you come to Tongan, we hope to thank you properly, he said. That's what every patriot should do, Lu Jinyuan waved his hand. His words meant that even if he weren't a soldier, he would do anything for the country. On the train. Only 2 beds? Lu's mother looked at the 2 soft sleepers. There are 3 adults, but only 2 beds. When Lu Jinyuan bought the tickets, he didn't use his ID. There are only 2 soft beds. Such a long trip. 2 beds aren't enough, they said. They are headed to Pushing Town, so they need to transfer at Guangzhou. Not in a hurry. If someone gets off along the way, I'll buy an extra ticket, Lu Jinyuan said. He then reached out to Ran Jinian. Let me hold Jing Jing. You go get some water and wipe Jing Jing. Ran Jinian refused to let him hold the child. Lu Junyuan went to get a bowl of hot water and came back, taking out a cloth to wet. Ran Jinian changed Jing Jing's diaper, wiped her body, and then put on a new set of clothes. Ah, the little girl cried out. She's hungry. Make some milk for her, Ran Jinian instructed Lu Junyuan again. Lu Junyuan quickly prepared the milk and watched eagerly as the little girl finished drinking. Sweetheart, can I hold her? He asked. Since Anan was born, he hadn't held her much, but now he was very eager to hold a tiny baby. Seeing his desire, Ran Jinian said, Go ahead. Lu Junyuan picked up Jing Jing, and Anan immediately came over. She smells so nice, the little one said. As soon as she reached out, Lu Junyuan quickly said, Don't squeeze her. She might cry. Anan quickly pulled back, his big eyes full of curiosity. When will she grow up? He asked, wanting to play with his sister. Don't worry, she will grow up soon enough, Ran Jinian replied. Tomorrow? The day after tomorrow? Everyone burst into laughter. Ran Jinian seriously answered Anan's questions. When you start kindergarten, your sister will be a little older. Oh, Anan had been looking forward to going to kindergarten because he wanted to make new friends. But after he started kindergarten, he realized his friends were still the same kids from the yard. Wow, wow, wow. Jingjing started crying after a short while. Lu Junyuan quickly checked her. No, she just finished drinking. She can't be hungry. Maybe she's uncomfortable. You're holding her in a way that makes her uncomfortable, Ran Jinian said. I'm holding her like this, Lu Junyuan said, showing his way. You're too stiff, and you're squeezing her. Ran Jinian took Jingjing from him. The little girl stopped crying soon after, closed her eyes, and went back to sleep. Lu Junyuan's mouth twitched. He suddenly remembered why his wife had been annoyed with him lately, refusing to let him hold the baby, because he was too stiff. 5 days later, Ran Jinian, Lu Junyuan, and the others returned to Pupping Town. When they arrived at the apartment building, everyone gathered around. Jinian, it's really you. Even after 2 years, you're still so beautiful. That's Anan, right? He's grown into a handsome little guy. Heelihua, who's the baby you're holding? Everyone crowded around. How can you say that? She can't be holding someone else's baby. It's obviously Jinian and Junyuan's little one, someone said. Look at her. She has 2 kids and still looks so good. Her skin is so soft. Is it a girl or a boy? Lu Junyuan's mother saw everyone's confusion. This is Lanlan's child, she explained. Oh, Lanlan's? Why didn't she come back? Everyone hadn't seen Lanlan for many years. She's still busy with work, she replied. Mother Lu felt very worried whenever she thought of her daughter. After giving birth, she rested for 3 days but then became busy again. She wondered if her body could handle it. Everyone living in the apartment building knew that Lu Lanlan was a research scientist. Lanlan works so hard. I thought scientists had easier lives, but it's even harder than ours as workers. Lanlan just had a baby and is back to work. Won't her body be overworked? If you have nothing to say, just stay silent. Everyone took turns talking. We've been traveling for several days, so we're going home to rest first. Mother Lu was no longer interested in chatting. Junyuan, Lu Heldanen, and Ranjinian carried some things. As they went upstairs, they bumped into Wang Xiaomei rushing down. Mom. Ranjinian's eyes turned slightly red. She hadn't seen her mother for almost 2 years. Girl, you and Junyuan brought the baby back? Wang Xiaomei said, then saw Mother Lu holding a small baby. Let's talk at home, Ranjinian said. Wang Xiaomei took the bag from her hand, and everyone went to Ranjinian's house. Ranjinian's family was empty. Father, older brother, sister-in-law, and second sister-in-law had all gone to work. The children hadn't finished school yet. Wang Xiaomei poured a glass of water and sat beside her daughter. Did you and Junyuan go to Lanlan's? She saw Mother Lu holding the baby and realized they had come back together. Yes, Ranjinian replied quickly. Mom, how is my older brother? Is he okay? Wang Xiaomei sighed. He's still unconscious at the health center. Your older brother has been kept there. He's not awake, and your brother is still being held. Did the police find anything? Ranjinian didn't expect Song Zihin to still be unconscious after so long. Your brother was attacked late at night in an alley. No witnesses were found, so we have to wait until the other person wakes up, Wang Xiaomei said, feeling anxious, but not showing it in front of her daughter. I'll visit the health center this afternoon, Ranjinian said, not wanting to be so passive. Although her brother was safe in custody, this situation could affect his work. Wang Xiaomei suddenly said no. She knew her daughter had been involved with Song Zihin before, which she had discovered by accident. Now, if her daughter went to see him again and Junyuan found out, it wouldn't be good. Men care a lot about these things. Everyone looked at Wang Xiaomei. She realized she was a bit too emotional and said, your father, your second brother, and I have already been to the health center. The other person is still unconscious, so it's no use for you to go. Mom, he was beaten by my older brother. As family members, we should go see him. When Wang Xiaomei saw her daughter was determined to go and her son-in-law was here, she couldn't say much. Wait until your second brother comes back, then he can go with you. Okay. Ranjinian knew her mother wouldn't agree easily, and she wouldn't be at ease if she went alone. Have you eaten yet? I'll cook some noodles for you. Wang Xiaomei stood up. They had been traveling for several days and hadn't eaten well. Ran Jinian didn't take anything from her space, worried that Lu Mu might notice. Lu Mu was also direct. My back and waist are sore. Just cook something simple. Wang Xiaomei cooked a big bowl of egg noodles. Ran Jinian couldn't eat that much, so she took some and gave them to Lu Junyuan. After finishing their meal, everyone returned to the Lu family house. Lu Mu tidied the house very clean. Since Ran Jinian and Lu Junyuan got married, they rarely came back, and their room was spotless. I'll take Jingjing to sleep for a while. Lu Mu held Jingjing and went to her room. The family of 3 returned to their own room. Ran Jinian told Anan to draw by herself. Lu Junyuan, I have something to tell you. Honey, go ahead. Lu Junyuan sat obediently. You rarely come back after joining the army. I met Song Zihan. Ran Jinian thought she wouldn't have any more dealings with Song Zihan in this life. But she didn't expect such things to happen. She wanted to tell Lu Junyuan at the train station, but never found the right chance. Lu Junyuan's eyes flickered slightly. He didn't speak. I secretly talked to him about dating. Ran Jinian mentioned this, recalling the pain from her past. She trembled slightly. Seeing her like this, Lu Junyuan thought she was worried he might be upset. He reached out and gently hugged her. So what? Ran Jinian thought he would mind, but unexpectedly, he didn't care at all. Lu Junyuan looked at her foolishly, staring at him. You still married me and became my wife. Seeing his proud face, her inner sadness eased a bit. You don't mind? She thought he would be angry. Lu Junyuan was very straightforward. What's there to mind? As long as you're happy and joyful when I'm not around. He loved her as a person. He didn't care what she did. Ran Jinian was speechless. This guy's thoughts were really open-minded. We only dated for 2 months. We just held hands, nothing else. When she was dating Song Zihan, he wanted to kiss her, but she always refused. In her past life, she and Song Zihan ran away together, but nothing serious happened. At that time, because she did such a big thing, her family would definitely be mocked. She wasn't in the mood to do anything with Song Zihan. Also, she was quite traditional by nature. Eloping had already taken all her courage. Without getting married, she didn't want to do such things. Unexpectedly, Song Zihan quickly turned hostile and ended up dying tragically on the street. Darling, what's past is past, Lu Junyuan said softly, holding her hand with tenderness. Ran Jinian took a deep breath. The year we got married, Song Zihan was caught engaging in illegal activities and was sent for reform through labor. How did he come back so quickly? She didn't tell him that she was the one who caused his return, because rebirth was too unbelievable. She also couldn't tell Lu Junyuan that in her previous life, she ran away from marriage, which drove him crazy. Being released so soon usually means they've made a good enough contribution to be let out early, Lu Junyuan thought. Ran Jinian knew Song Zihan was clever and sneaky, full of tricks. Let's go to the health clinic first to check the situation, she suggested. In the afternoon, the young couple went to the health clinic. The town's clinic was small, with only a few rooms. Ran Jinian didn't need to ask the nurse. She quickly found Song Zihan's ward. Son, lying around every day isn't good, an elderly woman said helplessly inside the ward. The man turned over. Mom, you don't understand.
Ran.
Before he finished, his eyes fell on the figure at the door, and his pupils shrank sharply. Ran Jinian saw Song Zihan staring at her with wide eyes. After more than 3 years apart, he no longer looked like his old mischievous self. He was full of darkness. In the next second, she quickly stopped a passing nurse and pointed at Song Zihan in the room. Nurse, this person is awake. Song Zihan. He wanted to pretend to be asleep, but it was too late. The nurse had already seen him at the door.
Great.
You're finally awake, the nurse said happily. He had been unconscious in the clinic for over 10 days. His body checkups were normal, but he hadn't woken up, which everyone found very strange. Song Zihan couldn't keep pretending to be unconscious anymore. He looked directly at Ran Jinian. Ran Jinian, long time no see. After 3 years, she was still the same, beautiful and charming. He immediately went to find Ranjinian after returning from the labor camp. But the news he received was that she had married Lu Junyuan. Who was it who said they wouldn't marry Lu Junyuan? Who said they wanted to elope with him? A liar. Song Zihan, you weren't seriously injured. You're pretending to be unconscious. Ranjinian looked at the man in front of her, and her buried resentment gradually surfaced. Song Zihan saw her eyes were cold and unfeeling, which made him feel both hurt and angry. Don't talk nonsense. My older brother hurt me, and I just woke up now. Everyone saw there was a good show and gathered around. Song Zihan woke up, and Ranjinian couldn't expose his act of pretending to be unconscious. Song Zihan, my brother didn't seriously hurt you. Stop pretending to be so brave. Ran Siyun himself admitted he hit me. It was him who caused my injuries, Song Zihan sneered. Song Zihan, what are you trying to do? Ranjinian's attention was all on Song Zihan. After speaking, she realized Lu Jinyuan was missing. Ran Siyun hurt me like this. I want him to go to jail. Also, I want compensation, 500, no, 800 yuan. That's the only way this will be settled. After saying this, Song Zihan looked Ranjinian up and down with hatred. Unless you kneel and beg me, I might consider letting your brother go. You wish to soar to the sky. Ugly and dreaming of beauty, Ranjinian spat at him. She thought she must have been crazy to fall for this guy. Song Zihan's eyes darkened, and his hatred burst out. Ranjinian, you said you wouldn't marry anyone but me. You wanted to run away with me. But as soon as I was caught, you turned around and went with Lu Jinyuan. You're such a flirt. He was sent to forced labor, but he kept thinking of her. He believed that after he was caught, Ranjinian would cry and cause trouble with Lu Jinyuan, waiting for him back home. He worked hard to reform himself, hoping to get out early to see her. Luckily, he found a spy and made a big contribution, which led to his release. He was overjoyed, imagining how happy Ranjinian would be to see him. He would whisper in her ear, "Marry me." But when he returned, he found out that after he was caught, Ranjinian and Lu Jinyuan had followed the military. Song Zihan was stunned. That two-faced woman was truly hateful. He wanted to find Ranjinian, but he was afraid. After all, that was the military district. He didn't want to be sent to forced labor again. That place was terrible. His anger had nowhere to go, so he ran into Ran Siyun and said some things that provoked him to strike. Song Zihan was no match for Ran Siyun and was beaten badly. He returned home, feeling angry and pretending he was seriously injured. He reported it to the police and then fainted. During this time, Song Zihan stayed in the hospital, living quite comfortably. The Ran family visited him every day and brought him food. He just wouldn't wake up, insisting on making the Ran family anxious and upset. The pain he caused Ranjinian, he wanted to return all of it to the Ran family. Song Zihan didn't expect Ranjinian to come back, which really surprised him. The people watching outside the door were amazed, and their eyes naturally focused on Ranjinian. Such a beautiful girl. Why would she run away with him? Is she crazy? That's nonsense. She insists on marrying him? She's been asleep so long. Her mind must be messed up. Isn't it about her older brother hitting someone? Why is she getting married and running away? Most of these people were hospitalized. Song Zihan had been unconscious for a long time, and the police had come several times. They were very curious and paid close attention to Song Zihan. No one believed what Song Zihan said. After 3 years of reform through labor, his face looked much sunken, his skin dull and rough. He looked very worn out, no longer the handsome man he once was.
Bang!
Ranjinian stepped forward quickly and slapped him hard. Stop talking. Song Zihan was still stunned. Smack! Ranjinian slapped him several more times, each hit feeling very satisfying and relieving. This life, he just wanted to hit him. Now, he felt completely satisfied. When Song Zihan's mother saw Ranjinian appear, she knew her son had been dating him before. She was very happy inside. The Ran family was well off, and Ranjinian was the only daughter, very spoiled. If her son married her, life at home would be better. But she didn't expect her son to be caught, and since her son and Ranjinian were engaged, There was no follow-up to this matter. She was worried because her son was hard to find a wife now. She didn't like those with poor conditions, and the ones with good conditions were out of reach for their family. When Ranjinian appeared, her thoughts became lively again. She was lost in her worries when she saw her son being beaten and heard the words from the people outside. Her chest hurt with anger. My son didn't say anything nonsense. She's been good to my son, she said. Then she shouted at Ranjinian. Why did you hit my son? He's been good to you, and you've forgotten that. Shut up, Ranjinian said fiercely. The old lady was startled. Ranjinian, you. Song Zihan felt dizzy from the beating and only slowly regained his senses. Ranjinian looked at him coldly, slightly curling his lips to interrupt him. I don't want a soldier. I want to run away with you, you trash. This is slander and defamation. I will sue you. Song Zihan almost couldn't breathe. Suddenly, he lunged forward from the bed, trying to grab Ranjinian's neck.
Bang!
A tall man walked in from outside and kicked Song Zihan, causing him to fall to the ground. Song Zihan cried out in pain. Why are you hitting my son? You're hitting him. You're hitting him. The elderly woman saw another person hitting her son and immediately started shouting loudly. Wife, are you okay? Lu Jinyuan looked at his wife carefully. He hadn't come in earlier because he went to find a nurse to borrow a phone and call the police, telling them Song Zihan had woken up and to come quickly to the clinic. When he returned, he saw Song Zihan roughing up his wife. No one dared to hurt his wife. Lu Jinyuan, Song Zihan looked at the tall, strong man in front of him. The man exuded a powerful presence, and his sharp eyes made Song Zihan feel nervous and unable to meet his gaze. Hearing Lu Jinyuan call her wife, his eyes turned red again. Lu Jinyuan, when you married your wife, she was still seeing me. You married a worthless person and still think she's special. Song Zihan felt a little happy inside. Things aren't going well for him now, and Ranjinian and Lu Jinyuan wouldn't have a good time either. The elderly woman also shouted, that woman isn't good. When she was dating my son, she immediately married this man. She thought that if she could ruin Ranjinian's marriage, she could divorce and marry her son. As a divorced woman, marrying her son would be a step up, and they would control her completely. Really? That happened? There's nothing wrong with that. These days, who hasn't dated before marriage? No, he said that she was still seeing her ex when she married her current husband. If that's true, then this is a serious matter. Ranjinian sneered dismissively. What are you laughing at? Song Zihan stared at her. Ranjinian held Lu Jinyuan's arm, smiling sweetly, which deeply hurt Song Zihan. I haven't met the parents, and we haven't gotten engaged. He's not married, and I'm not married. I married my man legally. Everyone listened to Ranjinian and sided with her. She's right. She has good luck. They looked at the handsome Lu Jinyuan and then at the gloomy Song Zihan, unable to help but think Ranjinian was lucky. Song Zihan choked and almost got caught up in her words. Nonsense. When you married Lu Jinyuan, you were still planning to run away with me. Everyone's eyes lit up again, realizing there was more to the story. If this was true, it made her seem a bit suspicious. Ranjinian smiled and said, Your mouth is on your face. When I said I wanted to run away with you, you said just do it. She was reading a book in her space. Don't let yourself prove innocence. The more you try to prove you're innocent, the more suspicious you seem. As long as you respond, the other person will attack you with different words. At this time, you should take control of the conversation and make the other person produce evidence. She is such a good man. Why doesn't she marry him and run away? Unless her mind is not working properly. When Ranjinian heard this, she thought I must have been out of my mind in my past life, which is why I ended up like this. This person is really mean. Running away with him? That's just a dream. Everyone was talking back and forth. Song Zihan was momentarily speechless. How did this silly woman become so clever? Ranjinian looked gently at Lu Jinyuan. My husband is handsome and an excellent soldier. How can you compare yourself to him, a criminal? Lu Jinyuan smiled slightly. Wife, it's okay if you eat something dirty, just spit it out. Ranjinian. Song Zihin, repeatedly insulted by her, was now angry to see the two being intimate in front of him, and their words were even more excessive. He was so angry he wanted to rush over. "Move aside, make way." Just then, the police arrived. Two officers entered and tried to greet Lu Junyuan when they saw him. Lu Junyuan turned aside, and they immediately understood. He was avoiding suspicion. The police had already investigated Ran Siyuan and Song Zihin's family background. Ran Siyuan's sister married Lu Junyuan. Lu Junyuan is the commander of the Southern Military District, and Pupping Town only has this one outstanding figure. Everyone knew him. The police immediately withdrew their gaze and focused on Song Zihin. Ran Jinian spoke. "Comrade police, Song Zihin was not unconscious. He was pretending." Seeing the police, Song Zihin's whole body went limp. "Comrade police, I just woke up. This woman hit and scolded me. Her older brother hit someone, and now she hit me. Look at my face. It's from her hitting me. Please, do justice for me." There were red marks on Song Zihin's face. "Comrade police, I hit him because he slandered me. Everyone can testify for me." Ran Jinian had thought of this when she hit him. Yes, he was talking nonsense and spreading rumors. His mouth is too foul. He deserved to be hit. Even if they dated, that doesn't give him the right to talk nonsense.
What?
The police were a bit confused. The wife of Commander Liu had dated this guy?
Impossible.
With everyone's testimony, Song Zihin's beating was in vain. He was very dissatisfied. "Comrade police, you're protecting her." The elderly woman patted her leg and said, "My son was beaten, and the police are working with the other side." "This isn't fair." Song Zihin responded, "There are many witnesses, so you're accusing someone falsely." The police officer looked at her coldly. Another officer, also with a stern face, said, "Defaming the police is a crime. Spreading rumors can get you arrested." The elderly woman immediately shut her mouth. All right, you're all in this together," Song Zihin said. Suddenly, he remembered Lu Junyuan was the team leader. "You bully others. I will report you to the military district." Lu Junyuan looked calm and said, "Suit yourself. These days, reporting someone doesn't just rely on words." The police didn't waste time and said, "Song Zihin, since you're awake, tell us how Ran Siyuan hit you." That day, after Song Zihin reported to the police, he fainted at the station. The police took him to the health clinic, and he had been unconscious until today. Whether he was truly unconscious is still uncertain. Seeing that the police weren't concerned about him being beaten by Ran Jinian and that others had testified, Song Zihin realized arguing further was pointless. "That day, I went to a friend's house for dinner. I drank too much and accidentally bumped into Ran Siyuan. I kept apologizing, but he didn't listen. He kicked and hit me. After hitting me, he ran away. If I hadn't come to report, I might not have survived," Song Zihin said seriously. Ran Jinian clenched her teeth to hold back her anger, but didn't speak. She knew her older brother's temper. He wouldn't hit someone easily. "Really?" The police looked at him deeply. "Ran Siyuan said it was you who provoked him first. He only hit you a few times, not as badly as you claim." "Of course he denies it. I came to report, and you can see the bruises and swelling on my body," Song Zihin insisted. The police asked a few more questions. "We already know what happened. Once the investigation is clear, we will give both sides an explanation," the police said before leaving. "Officer," Ran Jinian called out and hurried after him. "Is there anything else?" the police asked. "I am Ran Siyuan's sister. I want to know if there were any witnesses when my brother attacked," Ran Jinian said, thinking about this question. The police thought to themselves, "I know who you are. You're still the wife of Commander Liu. We checked. The fight between your brother and Song Zihin happened in an alley. It was too late that day, and the residents were already asleep," the police replied naturally. Ran Jinian was silent for a moment. "If it turns out my brother seriously injured someone, what will happen?" she asked. "You don't need to worry. If it's true, he'll only be detained for a month or two," the police said, glancing at Lu Junyuan and lowering his voice. "There's also a chance things could change. Once the truth is found out, we will handle it accordingly." Lu Junyuan understood what the police meant. They were offering him a way to get help. Ran Jinian glanced at Lu Jinyuan. If his older brother really had beaten Song Zihin badly, he deserved to be detained. His brother is a mailman, and if he is held for a month or two, his job would likely be replaced. After he gets out, it will be impossible for him to find a decent, well-paying job. Moreover, his brother did not seriously injure Song Zihin, so he should not be imprisoned for nothing. Dear wife, let's go see Sanqing Lane, Lu Jinyuan said. Ran Jinian thought the same. The couple went to Sanqing Lane, an old street in town. The alley was deep, with moss-covered bricks in the cracks of the walls. At this time, every household was preparing dinner. If what Song Zihin said is true, and my brother beat him badly, the fighting would make noise. Someone would hear it, Ran Jinian said. When the couple arrived, they asked the police for details. Lu Jinyuan nodded. They fought at around 11 p.m., which isn't too late. Now, there was little entertainment, and everyone went to bed early. After 7 or 8 p.m., the streets were quiet because few people were outside. So, if Ran Siyuan and Song Zihin argued or fought, people would definitely hear. Auntie, Ran Jinian saw a woman opening her door. An aunt was in the yard collecting dried beans. She didn't go inside but stood at the door. Wang Guiying was startled when called suddenly. She turned her head angrily and saw the girl at the door, who looked fresh and bright, with a cheerful smile. Her curse almost escaped her lips, but she asked, "What's the matter?" "Auntie, I want to ask you something," Ran Jinian said sweetly. "Go ahead." Wang Guiying quickly finished collecting the dried beans. "It's about the night of the 27th last month, around 11 p.m. Did you hear any noise or fighting outside?" Wang Guiying frowned. "Last month, that was over 10 days ago. I don't remember clearly." The police had also asked about this before, and now they were asking again. It seemed endless. "Auntie, please think carefully," Ran Jinian said, pulling out a bag from her pocket and offering a handful of sugar. Wang Guiying's eyes lit up. "You're giving this to me?" "Of course." "Thank you for thinking about it," Ran Jinian said, handing her the sugar. Wang Guiying couldn't hide her smile. "On the night of the 27th last month, our family went to bed early. The next day, I heard from Aunt Lee and the others that someone was arguing and fighting in the alley last night." "Ma'am, which households are Aunt Lee and the others from?" Ran Jinian thought happily. Wang Guiying pointed with her hand. That house, and that house."
"Thank you, ma'am."
"We won't bother you anymore." Ran Jinian quietly remembered this. No bother, no bother. Wang Guiying was in a very good mood, feeling she got a big bargain just by exchanging a few words and receiving a bag of sugar. Ran Jinian and Lu Jinyuan went to knock on another door. Come in," a man's voice called from inside. He opened the door and saw two unfamiliar young people.
"Who are you?"
"Did we knock on the wrong door?" "Big brother, we want to ask something," Ran Jinian said while taking a pack of cigarettes from her bag and handing it to him. Li Hongjun saw the cigarettes and quickly put them in his pocket, his voice softening. "What's the matter?" Ran Jinian asked again, but Li Hongjun didn't answer. "The police asked about this a few days ago."
"Who are you?"
"Big brother, that night when there was a fight, one of the two men was my brother. The other said my brother hurt him badly, but my brother didn't actually injure him that badly," Ran Jinian explained. Hearing this, Li Hongjun no longer doubted. That night, there were two men arguing in the alley. They started fighting again later, but it was too dark for me to see clearly. That night, he got up to go to the bathroom and heard some angry voices outside. Soon after, it seemed like a fight broke out. Li Hongjun, curious, looked outside. But it was too dark, so he could only see faintly by the moonlight. "Young lady, I've already told the police about this," Li Hongjun said, worried she might take back the cigarettes. He quickly added, "Once you give something, you can't take it back." Ran Jinian didn't mind the cigarettes. She had plenty in her space. "Big brother, can you think carefully? How long did they fight? Did anyone ask for mercy?" Li Hongjun frowned. "Well." Ran Jinian added another pack of cigarettes. Li Hongjun didn't expect her to be so generous, taking advantage of his kindness. He tried to recall what he saw that night, They only fought a few times. Big brother, are you sure they only fought a few times? Ran Jinyan's eyes lit up. Li Hongjun, seeing she didn't believe him, said, when I looked out, I saw one person hit the other once. The other person was unsteady on his feet, probably drunk. I don't know what he said, but then the drunk guy hit him twice and he ran away. Big brother, have you told the police about this? This is important information. Girl, you wouldn't want me to testify, would you? Li Hongjun didn't say anything. After all, it wasn't his business. He's not stupid. Now that he sees Ran Jinyan asking around and being so generous, he knows what she's trying to do. Big brother, it would be great if you could testify. Ran Jinyan came here looking for a witness. Girl, I've said everything I need to say. Let's forget about the testimony. Li Hongjun didn't want to cause trouble. He only spoke because of the 2 packs of cigarettes. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said anything. Ran Jinyan blinked. Big brother, it's too late now.
Liungjun.
Lu Junyuan took out his military ID. This is my ID. I heard everything you just said. Li Hongjuan's eyes widened. He quickly changed his tone. Leader, no. Commander, I will testify. I will testify. Next, Ran Jinyan and Lu Junyuan visited a few more places. Their statements didn't all match, but they could all confirm that Ran Siyuan didn't seriously injure Song Zihan. Ran Jinyan took everyone to the police station. When the police saw her with several people, they asked, "Who are these?" "Comrade police, these are residents of Sanqing Lane. They can confirm that my brother didn't seriously hurt Song Zihan." The police looked at these people. They had already taken their statements. Everyone said they heard some noise, but they didn't know the details. Now they were changing their stories. The police wanted to give Lu Junyuan face, but wouldn't allow false testimony. Why didn't you clarify things back then? Why are you testifying now? The police looked serious. Comrade police, we didn't know what happened at the time. We thought it was bad guys causing trouble. We were afraid if we said the wrong thing, we might be retaliated against. Today, after hearing this girl, we realize it was just a quarrel. My brother didn't seriously injure that person, so we can't falsely accuse him. Li Hongjuan's words were reasonable. When the police came to investigate, they didn't ask much. It was just a simple inquiry. Please sign here. The police handed out a document for them to sign. Comrade police, I can't read or write my name, Li Hongjun said. He wasn't well educated. If you can't write, just put your fingerprint. After everyone pressed their thumbprints, they left. 3 or 4 people testified. After submitting the case, the police told Ran Jinyan, since everything has been clarified, once the process is complete, your brother can go home later. But it's true that he was involved in a fight. I understand. We will provide compensation. Ran Jinyan didn't want to give anything, but she still had to go through the motions. The police officer nodded and said, very good. The next moment, Ran Jinyan spoke again. Comrade police, my older brother only fought because Song Zihan provoked and insulted him first. Then Song Zihan lied, saying my brother severely injured him and that he was unconscious in the clinic. He's making a false report. What kind of behavior is that? Ran Siyuan had been detained inside for about 10 days without cause. She couldn't hold back her anger. Ran Jinyan wasn't just defending her brother. She knew fighting was wrong, but she believed her brother acted for a reason. The situation between her brother and Song Zihan was relatively minor and hadn't reached a serious level. According to current laws, they wouldn't be jailed for a simple fight. If everyone was arrested for a fight, society would be chaotic. Still, fighting is definitely not acceptable and would be criticized severely. The police officer couldn't help but think that people with higher education tend to think quickly. His behavior is definitely illegal, and we will handle it according to the law, the police officer said. Naturally, he wouldn't ignore Song Zihan, whose actions were much worse than Siyuan's. Hearing this, Ran Jinyan wisely changed the subject. My brother can go home today. What time will he be out? We just submitted the case closure documents. If everything goes smoothly, it will be around 4 or 5 o'clock, or by 8 or 9 in the evening if it takes longer. Since it was a minor case, it was usually resolved quickly. That's great, Ran Jinyan said happily. When the young couple returned home, Annan rushed over and said, Mom, where did you go? I missed you so much. He hadn't seen Ran Jinian for a while and had been crying earlier. Wang Xiaomei was peeling a pear for him, and he kept crying and asking me to take him to find you. Since Ran Jinian had been taking care of Anan, he was very attached to his mother. Lu Junyuan watched his son cling to his wife, but didn't even look at him. Ran Jinian held an and handed the peeled pear to him. And I need to talk about something now, so don't be naughty, okay? Okay. And obediently sat on his mother's lap and took small bites of the pear. Only then did Ran Jinian say, "My brother is fine now. He'll be home later tonight." When Ran Demon finished his shift and returned home, he saw his daughter and grandson first. Then he learned that his eldest son was about to be released. He was happy but also a little worried as he looked at Lu Junyuan. Did he do anything wrong? Wang Xiaomei also felt something was off when she heard this. Why did her son-in-law get him out so quickly? Could it be through favoritism? Dad, Mom, what are you thinking? We found witnesses that proved my brother's innocence, Ran Jinian said, understanding what her parents were worried about. Ran Demin said, "You went to Sanqing Alley, but the people there wouldn't say anything." After Ran Siyuan was caught, they also went to Sanqing Alley, but what those people said was not helpful. How did you go there? They only agreed to testify. Wang Xiaomei also found it strange. Ran Jinian smiled and said, "We gave them some benefits, so it was easy to handle. It's impossible for the police to do things like that during an investigation. Now, a bag of sugar, a pack of cigarettes, and some soap are valuable items." Moreover, once Lu Junyuan's officer ID was out, everyone had to testify because they had taken things. Ran Demin patted his leg. They were too anxious at the time to think about this. "Jinian, thank you." Sister-in-law, Li Wan wiped her tears. She had been worried about Ran Siyuan during these days of his detention. She knew it wasn't a big deal. At most, he'd be detained for a month or two. But his job would definitely be lost. Now, there are no jobs available in town, and with 3 children to raise, what would they do? Sister-in-law, soon my brother will come back. He probably didn't eat well inside. Make something good at home. Ran Jinian felt a bit guilty. Her brother probably hit Song Zihan because of her. I'll go cook. My brother loves steamed eggs and sour spicy potato strips. Li Wan stood up. Sister-in-law, I like those too. Okay, I'll make some. Li Wan went to the kitchen to busy herself. Lu Junyuan chatted with Ran Demin, and Wang Xiaomei said to Ran Jinian, "You and Song Zihan. Lu Junyuan knows about it?" At first, Ran Jinian didn't know she was dating Song Zihan. Later, she found out by accident. Her daughter had fallen in with a troublemaker, and she definitely didn't agree. She kept telling Ran Jinian to break up with Song Zihan. But her daughter refused, and Wang Xiaomei didn't tell the family at first. When the Lu family proposed marriage, she quickly agreed. If her daughter's boyfriend had been someone else good, she wouldn't have agreed to the marriage proposal. Her father even said it was a forced marriage, and her daughter wouldn't agree. Wang Xiaomei thought about her daughter marrying a troublemaker and wondered how hard life would be. After all, she had watched Lu Junyuan grow up, and even if he wasn't an officer, she trusted his character. So, whether her daughter agreed or hated her, she decided to go ahead with the marriage. After Lu Jia proposed marriage, Ran Jinian argued with her many times in private, but Wang Xiaomei didn't agree to cancel the engagement. On the wedding day, Ran Jinian was still causing trouble. Fortunately, with her persistent and gentle persuasion, her daughter didn't cause any big problems on her wedding day and married Lu Junyuan. Ran Jinian nodded. Wang Xiaomei felt helpless. Did he say anything? Mom, Lu Junyuan wasn't angry. He doesn't care. He doesn't care? He said it's normal to have a partner. At that time, he wasn't at home, so I talked to Song Zihan. Wang Xiaomei didn't expect her son-in-law to be so generous. She also felt relieved, worried that if Lu Junyuan found out, he might feel uncomfortable. Back then, you kept arguing with me. If you had married Song Zihan, you would just have to cry, Wang Xiaomei muttered. Now that her daughter was happy, she didn't want to bring up these past events. But suddenly, Song Zihan appeared again, bringing old memories to mind. Ran Jinian's smile froze for a moment, then she took Wang Xiaomei's hand. Mom, I was blind back then. Luckily, I have you. If that guy had been a good person, it wouldn't matter if we were a little poor. Wang Xiumei didn't care about wealth, as long as her daughter was treated well and had good character. After saying that, she glanced at Ran Jinian. You once said Song Zihan was the best man. Now, how can you say you were blind? In her past life, Ran Jinian didn't listen to her mother, which led to her downfall. Hearing Wang Xiumei say these words now, she blushed, not out of shyness, but because she wondered how she could say such things.
Mom.
Wang Xiumei sighed again. On your wedding day with Lu Junyuan, I was really worried you'd cause a big scene. Luckily, you came to your senses. She certainly wouldn't be as naive as she was in her past life. This time, she truly wanted to marry Lu Junyuan. So, her family didn't know about her relationship with Song Zihan. Ran Jinian's eyes turned slightly red. Mom, thank you. Why are you crying? What are you thanking me for? Just don't hate or resent me. Wang Xiumei saw her daughter about to cry and felt very regretful for what she had said. Her daughter was now happily married to Lu Junyuan, so there was no need to bring up the past. Mom, thank you for choosing a good son-in-law, Ran Jinian said. She didn't know what else to say to Wang Xiumei. She would keep her past to herself and never tell anyone. Talking about it would only make the family sad. Wang Xiumei laughed. As long as you're happy and living well, I'm happy too. She had actually never told Ran Jinian that if she refused to marry on the wedding day, it would embarrass both families. She had even thought about refusing to marry and apologizing to Lu's mother in person. But she didn't expect her daughter to want to go ahead with the marriage. Mom, little sister, Ran Shuesong and his wife Zhang Fong rode their bikes over. As soon as they reached the bottom of the stairs, they saw the mother and daughter. Second brother, sister-in-law, Ran Jinian called out. Little sister, when did you come back? Ran Shuesong parked his bike and went to take the blanket from his mother and sister. Lu Junyuan and I came back at noon today. Then call uncle and auntie. Ran Jinian picked up Anin. The little one was not afraid at all. Uncle, auntie, Anin said. Hey, come here, uncle will hold you, Ran Shuesong said happily, reaching out. But he realized he was holding a blanket. Better let Annie hold you, Zhang Fong said, holding Anin. The chubby little kid made her laugh. Jeannie and Anin look so healthy. You're really good at taking care of children, Zhang Fong said. Of course, most of the kids in the family are raised by me. I have experience, Ran Jinian said confidently. Her older brother was 8 years older than her, and her second brother was 5 years older. Both married early. The whole family had jobs, but she was still in school, so she took care of the kids after school and during summer and winter breaks. Ran Shuesong smiled. Who in this building can take care of kids better than you? The little ones at home were not afraid of anyone, except their aunt. Humph, Ran Jinian raised her hand. I want an ice lolly. Okay, I'll buy you one, Ran Jinian said. But I want 3, she insisted. Second brother will buy you 10, Ran Shuesong said affectionately. Wang Xiumei patted him. That's too many. Your sister will get a stomach ache. One a day, Ran Shuesong quickly changed his answer. Everyone happily went home together. Mrs. Lu held Jingjing and came down, sitting on a chair and chatting with Mr. Ran. The Ran family's children were all fussing together. Second brother, go buy a roasted goose from the state-run restaurant. Li Wan saw Ran Shuesong return and immediately came out of the kitchen, handing him $1. Mr. Ran chuckled, buy 2 bottles of wine too. My eldest brother will be back soon, and we can have a drink to clear away bad luck. Ran Shuesong and Zhang Fong thought their younger sister had returned, so they bought both a roasted goose and wine. Unexpectedly, the eldest brother was about to come out.
Great.
I'll go buy it. Ran Shuesong didn't take his sister-in-law's money and quickly ran downstairs, riding his bike to the state-run restaurant. Are there any roasted geese left? Only 2 now. I'll take them all. Ran Shuesong glanced at the sign and then added, and 1 more pound of mixed pickled dishes. The mixed pickled dishes included marinated pig ears, pig hearts, liver, and intestines. At the door, an elderly woman passing by overheard the noise inside and looked in. Seeing Ran Shuesong buying both a roasted goose and pickled dishes, She swallowed hard. Life in the Ran family was really good. Her family only ate meat once a month, which was considered quite good. This time, the third brother was beaten by Ran Siyuan, so she wanted the Ran family to pay more. When Ran Shuesong came out carrying 2 bags, he saw Song Zihin's mother staring at him. He had been to the health clinic several times and naturally knew Song Zihin's mother. The old lady was very unreasonable and spoke sharply. Ran Shuesong had no good feelings for her. He didn't look at her and rode his bike to the supply and marketing cooperative. It was almost closing time, so he hurriedly bought some things and went home. Oh, why did you buy so much? You only said you'd buy a roasted goose and wine, but you also bought pickled dishes and ice cream. Zhang Fong saw him carrying big and small bags. The children in the house heard about ice cream and all gathered around, shouting. Ran Shuesong was sweating heavily. Today, my younger sister's family is back, and my eldest brother is out too. It's a big, happy event for the family. Of course, we need to celebrate properly. Zhang Fong didn't say anything more. Dad, I want to eat ice cream. Second uncle, I want some too. Ran Shuesong pushed their hands away and took out a mung bean cake. Don't rush, this mung bean cake first for Andy. Jingjing liked to eat mung bean cake ice cream the most. Andy, here you go. Chung Chung, the oldest boy in the family, looked most like Ran Jinian. He tore open the bag and handed the ice cream to Ran Jinian. Thank you, Chung Chung. Ran Jinian showed off his ice cream. Don't fight, 1 each. Everyone gets 1. Ran Shuesong also bought some for An, who is now 2.5 years old. It was okay for him to have a little ice cream. Father Ran forgot. When will the eldest come back? Earliest around 5 or 6, latest around 8 or 9, Lu Jinyuan replied. Wang Xiumei looked at the time. It's almost 6 now. Let's wait a bit. If we're hungry, we can eat something to tide us over. Everyone agreed. In the kitchen, Li Wan said to Zhang Fong, the second brother bought these things for about 4 yuan. Later, I'll give you 2 yuan. The expenses of the Ran family were split between 2 rooms. Ran Demon and Wang Xiumei's money was used to support 3 children, as well as the living and medical expenses for grandparents Ran Jinian. Later, when the 2 sons married, there were also bride prices and furniture costs, which added up. After the 2 sons married, they agreed to share household expenses equally. At that time, Ran Jinian was not married yet and still used her parents' money. Ran Jinian gave her eldest brother and second brother, who was taking care of the children, some pocket money. The 2 sisters-in-law also bought her clothes and shoes. The whole family lived together, and although they argued sometimes, they enjoyed their days happily. The neighbors in the apartment building were very envious. Zhang Fong skillfully cut vegetables, not responding to Li Wan. When the eldest comes back, big sister-in-law, don't mention it to him. He's been locked up these days and must be feeling bad. Li Wan had long stopped being angry. She thought about him being inside and knew he hadn't had a good time these days. The 2 sisters-in-law finished preparing the dishes quickly, waiting for Ran Siyuan to come home. At the health clinic, Grandma Lu sat on the bed, talking loudly with foam flying everywhere. Third son, you didn't see it. The Ran family bought roast goose and meat again. They want Ran Siyuan to come out. 200 yuan won't do. It has to be 500. As soon as she arrived at the clinic, she started complaining to Song Zihin. Grandma Lu had high hopes. Today, after seeing Ran Jinian, Song Zihin was feeling anxious and uneasy. Grandma Lu kept talking, which made him shout, "Stop talking." Angered by Song Zihin's shout, Grandma Lu was about to curse. At this moment, 2 police officers entered. When Song Zihin saw them, his attitude immediately changed. "Comrades of the police, why are you here again? Has there been a result in my case?" Song Zihin, your case has already been decided, Li Weigua said, then took out handcuffs and cuffed Song Zihin. They had other cases to handle, so they came to the clinic now. Song Zihin was stunned. "Comrades, what are you doing? I am the victim. What are you doing? Why are you arresting my son? Why are you arresting people randomly?" Grandma Lu saw Song Zihin being taken away and immediately rushed forward to stop them. Wang Zhong firmly grabbed the elderly woman and said seriously, You hit a police officer. That is illegal. That's unfair. You arrest people randomly and bully an old lady like me. I can't live anymore, the elderly woman cried loudly. Her shouting drew a crowd to watch. He's not beaten by someone else. Why are the police trying to arrest him again? What's going on?
I don't understand.
The police wouldn't arrest someone without reason. This guy must have done something wrong. Everyone believed in the police. Comrades in the police, did you make a mistake? Why are you arresting me? Song Zihin felt very nervous. After investigation, Ran Siyun did not seriously hurt you. You filed a false report and pretended to be unconscious. Your actions are now against the law, said Li Weiguo. He didn't mention that Ran Jinyan and Lu Junyuan had found out, as it wouldn't look good and might suggest favoritism. It's impossible. I didn't make a false report. You're biased toward Ran Siyun. You're covering for him. Song Zihin still hoped Ran Jinyan would come and ask for his help. But suddenly, Ran Siyun was fine. He had been pretending to be unconscious for so long, yet the police hadn't found any evidence. How did Ran Jinyan find out so quickly after he returned? Lu Junyuan, the team leader, must have told them. Wow, he was just pretending. Oh my, this person is so cruel. They put him in jail and still want him to pay 200 yuan. When the Ran family came to the clinic, they also saw the commotion. The elderly woman immediately asked for 200 yuan. Some people doubted the young couple visiting the hospital today. The man is a soldier. Before they finished speaking, everyone guessed what they meant. Song Zihin immediately shouted, "That soldier is my sister's husband. He has power and influence. He just needs to say a few words. I have no status, so I accept it. But now they want to arrest me again. That's revenge." Li Weiguo saw he was good at talking and tried to encourage everyone. Accusing others without evidence can lead to more charges. As a victim, I'm being arrested. Anyway, you're police. Say whatever you want. I can't do anything, Song Zihin said with a look of grievance. Wang Zhong saw him stirring up the crowd and said, "Don't cry until you see the coffin. After Ran Siyun hit you that day, did you hit another family on your way home?" Song Zihin's face stiffened. That night, he drank a lot. Since he couldn't fight Ran Siyun, he ran away. He ran in a daze, and suddenly a flashlight shone over, blinding his eyes. He cursed a few words, and the other side responded with insults. Song Zihin was about to step forward with a punch when someone pulled the other person back. They hurriedly left. Song Zihin wanted to chase after them, but he felt dizzy and unsteady, eventually falling into a dirt ditch. When he woke up, his whole body hurt badly. He crawled out of the ditch, feeling angry and frustrated, and immediately went to the police station to report the incident. That night, the person you bumped into wasn't anyone else, but teacher Xia Jingyi from elementary school, along with his family, Li Weiguo said confidently. Today, Ran Jinyan took people to the police station. In the afternoon, they went out to handle another case, which involved teacher Xia. Teacher Xia reported that his family's house had been robbed last night, so the police had to check the situation. Teacher Xia's wife was holding a 1-year-old child and complained, "Why is everything going wrong lately? Last time, I met a drunk person trying to fight, and last night, our house was robbed." Li Weiguo asked, "When did you meet the drunk person?" "On the evening of the 27th last month," Xia Jingyi's wife replied. That night, Nini suddenly ran a high fever. She and Xia Jingyi were very frightened, so they quickly took the child to the health clinic. On the way, Xia Jingyi heard someone running toward them. He turned on his flashlight and saw it was a drunk person. The drunk person was swearing loudly, and Xia Jingyi couldn't help but reply. The drunk tried to hit him, but he was in a hurry to get his child to the hospital, so he pulled the child and left. "At what time?" Li Weiguo asked again. "We left around 11 o'clock, or close to it," Xia Jingyi's wife said. Then she felt something was off. "Comrade police, how does this relate to our house being robbed?" Seeing that the time matched, Li Weiguo explained what had happened that night. With witnesses and evidence, they confirmed that Ran Siyun hadn't seriously injured Song Zihin. Teacher Xia was very angry when he heard this. He didn't look seriously hurt at the time, just drunk. If you saw him again, would you recognize him? Probably, Xia Jingyi replied confidently. I'm a teacher, and I have a good memory. If this case needs a witness, you'll have to go testify. No problem, Xia Jingyi said cheerfully. After Li Weiguo finished explaining, Song Zihin was stunned and speechless. Everyone saw his reaction and knew he was lying. Totally bad. I heard he just came back from the labor camp. Looks like a bad person. Can't they take him back to reform? All this fuss is just him acting up, everyone muttered angrily. Song Zihin looked very downcast and was immediately taken away by the police. The old lady was so angry she yelled loudly and wanted to go after Li Weiguo to stop him from taking Song Zihin away. Wang Zhong quickly grabbed her. If you cause trouble, you'll all be taken in, he warned. The police are hitting people. The police are hitting people. The old lady kept arguing stubbornly. Everyone could see that Wang Zhong only held her back and didn't hit her. When no one spoke, she suddenly grabbed Wang Zhong again. Give me back my son. Give him back to me, she demanded. Wang Zhong saw she was an old lady and didn't want to hurt her, as that could cause trouble for him. Let go. My son was beaten. Does that mean he was beaten for nothing? You people only pretend to be fair to the public, but you're in cahoots with the Ran family, she yelled loudly, ignoring everything. Wang Zhong coldly replied, Your son was beaten by Ran Siyuan. He will get the proper compensation. Medical expenses should be paid too. The old lady's eyes lit up. That's not happening. Your son pretended to be unconscious and was hospitalized. The medical costs don't count, Wang Zhong said, knowing she was still hoping for more. Song Zihin was the one who faked being unconscious to get into the clinic, not Ran Siyuan.
So he didn't have to pay.
The old lady thought about the 10 days Song Zihin stayed in the clinic and how much money that would cost. Oh my God, they don't want us mother and son to live. Heartless people, she cried and hit her thigh. When she loosened her grip, Wang Zhong quickly ran away. The old lady said, But no one listened. That's what you brought on yourselves. Trying to extort others, and now your mother and son are the ones with a bad heart, someone said mockingly. That's what happens when you do wrong, another added. Earlier, the Ran family had come to the clinic several times. It was suggested by the police that if both families could settle, the matter would end. But the old lady demanded 200 yuan, which was too much. She also implied that if Song Zihin woke up, he would still need to be taken care of for the rest of his life. The Ran family was so angry they left without saying a word and never returned. The Ran family had offered 50 yuan to settle, but they were too stubborn and ended up getting their son taken away.
Ha ha ha, that's so satisfying, some people laughed.
Bah, others sneered. The old lady showed no shame. She yelled and suddenly attacked a woman nearby. You're the real scoundrel. You're the heartless one. Old woman, you're so mean. The woman was scratched on her face. Then she slapped the old lady twice and ran away. She wasn't stupid. If she hurt the old lady, she would have to pay for it. The elderly lady saw the woman hit someone and ran away. She wanted to chase after her but couldn't catch up, only stomping her feet in anger. At the Ran family home, around 8 p.m., everyone was eagerly waiting. Suddenly, Ran Siyuan's figure appeared at the gate. He had been inside for over 10 days. Although he wasn't beaten or interrogated, life inside was tough, and he looked much thinner. Ran Siyuan looked at his family and saw his younger sister's family had also returned. Dad. The 3 children rushed forward first, missing their father after more than 10 days. Big brother, Ran Jinian, Lu Junyuan, and Ran Shuesong called out together. Ran Demon and Wang Xiumei stood up, both with tears in their eyes. Dad, Mom. Ran Siyuan walked quickly into the house, his voice slightly choked. Sorry for making you worry. You're back, that's good. Everything is fine now, Ran Demon said, his emotions hidden but his voice trembling a little. You look thinner and more tired. You suffered inside, Wang Xiumei said, pulling Ran Siyuan to look him over with concern. Mom, I didn't suffer much, Ran Siyuan honestly replied. He just couldn't eat or sleep well inside. Big brother, it's all over now. The truth has been found out. Song Zihin will also be caught, Ran Shuesong said. He had long suspected that Song Zihin was pretending to be unconscious. His older brother was the kindest at home, rarely scolding or hitting the children. He never fought with others outside, so how could he seriously injure someone? When Ran Shuesong went to the clinic, he wanted to wake Song Zihin, but the Song family wouldn't let them get close, and the elderly lady was causing trouble. He had to give up then, but later he secretly visited the clinic again. Sadly, he found nothing. The police already told me, Ran Siyuan said. He knew well himself whether he had seriously injured someone. Enough talking. Go cook the food, Wang Xiumei said, snapping out of her thoughts. Ran Siyuan looked at his wife. Haven't you eaten yet? Li Wan saw Ran Siyuan look over. Her eyes were red, and she was trying to hold back her sadness. You haven't gone home yet. Our family is waiting for you. Go take a shower first. Ran Siyuan knew he smelled bad, so he said, I'll go take a shower first. Big brother, go get your clothes. I'll bring water bottles. Ran Shuesong quickly took 2 hot water bottles from the kitchen. In this apartment building, every household didn't have a private toilet. There was a shared bathroom and water room on each floor. The 2 brothers left together. Wang Xiumei felt heartbroken. Since he was a child, he's never suffered like this. Mother Lu comforted her. Don't be sad. Big brother is safe and back home. Soon after, Li Wan and Zhang Fong, the 2 sisters-in-law, finished cooking the dishes. The table was filled with delicious food. Everyone kept helping Ran Siyuan serve himself. All right, I can't hold any more. Ran Siyuan quickly stopped everyone from using their chopsticks. The food at home always tastes good, and he ate 3 large bowls in a row. After Ran Demon saw that he was full, he asked, Big brother, why did you have a fight with Song Zihin that night? Song Zihin had gone to the town to deliver mail that evening, so he came home late. The next morning, the police came to say that he had hit someone who was now unconscious and in the hospital. They didn't know what was happening, and Ran Siyuan was taken away by the police. Later, they found out that Song Zihin was drunk, and the 2 argued. Ran Siyuan had hit him. Ran Siyuan instinctively looked at Ran Jinian, and she naturally noticed this small gesture. She guessed what was happening. That scoundrel Song Zihin. He was drunk and bumped into me, cursed at me, and even tried to hit me. I couldn't hold back and hit him twice. Ran Siyuan didn't repeat the words Song Zihin said. Wang Xiumei guessed a little. That's all? Ran Shuesong was surprised. Ran Siyuan said, Yes, that's all. I just didn't expect this guy to have bad intentions, pretending to be seriously injured, and going to the hospital. Thinking about the Song family's reputation, everyone believed he did it for money. Big brother, you usually handle things very calmly. This time, you learn a lesson. Next time you see such a drunk, just ignore him, Ran Demon said sincerely. Ran Shuesong nodded. Although he had been detained for more than 10 days, he hadn't done anything wrong. Besides looking a bit tired, he was in good spirits. Big brother, do you want to go to sleep first? Wang Xiumei cared for her son. Ran Shuesong wasn't feeling sleepy. I'll go later. Everyone sat together and talked for a while. Jingjing started crying, and Mother Lu picked her up and said, Jingjing is hungry. I'll take her back to feed her. Wang Xiumei spoke. Jinian, Jinyuan, you've been traveling for days. Rest early. Ran Jinian, feeling tired, stood up and deliberately walked to Ran Shuesong, patting his shoulder. Big brother, you have dark circles under your eyes. Sleep early. Ran Shuesong looked up slightly. Okay. Mother Lu quickly carried the crying Jingjing and left. Jinyuan picked up an inn, and the family of 3 reached the staircase. Ran Jinian spoke, saying, Take an inn upstairs first. I will be back soon. Lu Jinyuan didn't ask much, and took an inn upstairs to their home. Ran Jinian went downstairs. A few minutes later, Ran Shuesong came down. Big brother, Ran Jinian called out. Ran Shuesong stepped forward, and since this spot couldn't be seen from upstairs and wouldn't be overheard, they spoke quietly. Jinian, why did you call me down? Earlier, Ran Jinian had patted his shoulder 3 times and given him a meaningful look, and he understood immediately. Big brother, did you hit Song Zihin because of something he said? Big Brother was upset because she had hit Song Zihin, who was then detained for more than 10 days. Ran Jinian couldn't pretend she didn't know. Ran Shuesong's eyes darkened. Little sister, did you really date Song Zihin before? Yes, Ran Jinian nodded. Ran Shuesong was surprised. When did you start dating? He wondered, thinking Song Zihin was just talking nonsense. His little sister was pretty and liked by many. Song Zihin liked her too, and maybe he said those things because he was drunk. But, unexpectedly, they had dated. Still, even if they had, he should have been punished for saying such things. 2 months before I got married, Ran Jinian said. Ran Shuesong was shocked. He couldn't believe his little sister had dated a troublemaker right under his nose. He felt blind. Big Brother, I didn't know better before, so I dated him, Ran Jinian said, feeling annoyed at her own foolishness. That's all in the past, Ran Shuesong waved his hand. Everyone had done stupid things. Big Brother, I'm sorry for making you suffer. Ran Jinian apologized sincerely. Ran Shuesong frowned. I am your big brother. Besides, what he said was disgusting, and he should be punished. He didn't want to say those dirty words aloud and dirty his sister's ears. Even if he was locked up for a year, he wouldn't regret hitting him. Ran Jinian's nose twitched. Since she got married, she spent less time at home, but her big brother still treated her like he used to. We're all grown up, but why do you still cry so much? Ran Shuesong saw her eyes turn red and quickly comforted her. Don't be sad. I'm fine. Big Brother, don't do such things again. Song Zihin is a troublemaker, and he carries a small knife, Ran Jinian warned. She had seen him carry a small knife when they were dating. Ran Shuesong nodded. I understand. The siblings talked for a while longer before going upstairs to their own homes. Ran Jinian returned to her in-law's house and saw that her mother-in-law's room was closed before going back to her own room. As she entered, she asked, Where is Anin? Lu Jinyuan had finished washing up and was lying in bed. Anin wants to sleep with her sister. Ran Jinian didn't expect the little one to like her sister so much. He used to need her to sleep with him every night. She didn't go to Lu's mother's room either, in case she woke them up. I'm going to take a shower. Ran Jinian had been on the road for a few days and was busy with her older brother's matters today. Now that she finally relaxed, she felt all over that she was dirty. Lu Jinyuan suddenly sat up quickly. Wife, I'll get you some water. The man was busy moving around. If this were a private bathroom, he might even help his wife take a shower. After her shower, Ran Jinian felt comfortable, but before she could lie down and enjoy, Lu Jinyuan's warm body pressed close to her, his voice husky. Wife. Ran Jinian felt like a drowning fish, constantly searching for water, or she would suffocate. Lu Jinyuan. She looked at the man in front of her. Let's have a daughter, she said softly. Lu Jinyuan was startled. He had never thought about having a second child. No, he said, holding her and catching his breath. Ran Jinian's voice was soft and gentle. She had mentioned a second child before because Anin was still young. Seeing her husband say this at such a moment, it seemed he wasn't putting in enough effort, which gave her time to think about it.
No, she said.
She didn't understand what was wrong with him. He was more intense and energetic than before. She had no choice but to hold him tightly. The next day, sunlight streamed through the curtains onto the two of them. On the big bed, his strong arms wrapped around her waist, with some scratch marks on her back. She leaned into his embrace, and they slept very peacefully. Mom, a voice called from outside. Sho, Dad, and Mom are still sleeping. Lu's mother took Anin's hand. Let's take the sister downstairs to play. It's not good to disturb them. Anin heard about going to play and agreed, okay. Inside the room, Ran Jinian heard the door close outside and moved slightly. When she moved, Lu Jinyuan woke up too. What time is it? She asked weakly. Sleep a little longer, Lu Jinyuan said, holding her tightly. Ran Jinian pushed his hand away. Mom seems to have taken the two little ones out, she said. Hearing this, the man opened his eyes wide. They went out? Yes, she replied, not noticing anything unusual. Suddenly, she was lifted and placed on the windowsill. The room faced the back, with another building wall behind it. Lu Jinyuan, don't come any closer, she pushed him. He had been wanting this for a long time. Wife, do you want to try? Ran Jinian said. This person is coming up with more and more tricks. 2 hours later, Mom, came the small child's call from outside the door. Ran Jinian and Lu Jinyuan jumped out of bed and got dressed. Ran Jinian sat on the bed, her legs weak, almost falling. Lu Jinyuan quickly held her waist. Wife, are you okay? You did a good job. Ran Jinian glared at him. Lu Jinyuan rubbed his nose. Mom. Ran Jinian opened the door, and Anin rushed into her arms. The little one pouted unhappily, humming and grumbling. Mother Lu smiled and said, Just now, Anin wanted to find you. I saw you both were still sleeping, so I took him downstairs to play for a while. The story is about to end. Ran Jinian picked up the Nin. Mom, have you had breakfast? Yes, Mother Lu replied. She woke up early and ate breakfast with the two little ones. Ran Jinian set Anin down. Then I'll cook some noodles. I'll do it, Lu Jinyuan said, rolling up his sleeves and going into the kitchen. Soon, he brought out 2 bowls of egg noodles. Anin smelled the aroma. I want to eat. Lu Jinyuan took another small bowl and divided some noodles for him. The little one held a spoon and ate eagerly. Mom, you're now retired. Why not come live with us in the family apartment? Lu Jinyuan asked. This was a decision he and Ran Jinian had discussed. Mother Lu thought for a moment. I won't go. I'll stay in my hometown to take care of Jingjing. She was still relatively young and didn't want to disturb her son and daughter-in-law's life. Mom, if you stay at home alone to take care of Jingjing, it's fine. You can come with us to the family apartment and take care of Anin together. When Ran Jinian mentioned the little one, Mother Lu was tempted. Anin was her first grandson. She wanted to take care of him before because she was working, but now that she had time, she didn't want to. Okay, I'll go with you to the family apartment. Mother Lu nodded. Ran Jinian smiled. Mom, no rush. I want to stay at home and play with Anin for a few more months. Since she followed Lu Jinyuan to serve in the military, she hadn't been home much. Now that Anin was 2.5 years old, she finally came back once and wanted to stay at home longer. All right, since you're coming back, stay at home with Anin for a while, Mother Lu said naturally. Lu Jinyuan also wanted to stay with his wife in their hometown, but he was a soldier, and his leave had already been long enough. When you go to the family apartment, call me in advance and I'll come pick you up, Lu Jinyuan said, still worried about them. Okay, Ran Jinian agreed, promising with a smile. That evening, Lu Jinyuan hugged her and said, Wife, I want to stay with you forever. What are you saying? A grown man being so clingy every day, Ran Jinian pushed him. Don't you like it, wife? Ran Jinian understood what he meant. This guy was really shy, but also a bit playful. All right, stop it. After some time, Ran Jinian finally crawled out from under the blanket, her face very red. The man's big hand reached out and pulled her back. Wife, I have to leave tomorrow. The big bed kept shaking. The next day, Lu Jinyuan returned to the army. Ran Jinian and Anin stayed behind. The whole Ran family was very happy and all wanted to take care of the little girl. Ran Jinian's days were very peaceful. A few days later, Wang Kaiwa heard that Ran Jinian had come back and immediately came to town to visit her. Big sister, Wang Kaiwa smiled happily when she saw Ran Jinian. How have you been lately? Ran Jinian saw that Wang Kaiwa was full of energy and looked like she was doing well. Big sister, if you hadn't asked me to teach at the village school, I'd still be just a girl from the village, Wang Kaiwa said. Now she was 20 and, after becoming a teacher in the village, the people who introduced her to potential partners had good qualities. That's because you worked hard for it, Ran Jinian smiled. Wang Kaiwa then said what she had always wanted to do. Big sister, I want to invite you to eat at the state-run restaurant. Sure, Ran Jinian naturally agreed. I now have to give half my income to my family, so I can only treat you to a meal outside, Wang Kaiwa said shyly, feeling she hadn't been able to treat her whole family. Ran Jinian took her hand and said, if you invite my mom and them, they probably won't go. She wasn't just comforting Wang Kaiwe, her family really wouldn't go. At noon, Ranjinian took them in, and the three of them ate at the state-run restaurant. Wang Kaiwe had never eaten there before and found everything very interesting.
Really nice, she said.
The days ahead will get better and better. Ranjinian looked out the window at the busy street, where everyone's face was full of energy. It was almost 1976, and soon there would be reform and opening up. 2 days later, Wang Kaiwe finished dinner and was about to go home. Ranjinian saw her off to the town gate. Big sister, how long will you stay at your hometown? Probably for a while. Ranjinian wasn't in a hurry to go back to her family compound. Wang Kaiwe quickly said, then I'll come to visit you again at the end of the month. Sure. Ranjinian liked her cousin Wang Kaiwe very much. Big sister, don't see me off anymore. It's getting dark, you should go home, Wang Kaiwe said as she got on the ox cart and waved goodbye to Ranjinian. Ranjinian looked around but couldn't see Wang Kaiwe's figure, so she turned back to the town. Suddenly, a loud thunderclap sounded in the sky. Ranjinian looked up. The weather in August can change quickly. Just a moment ago, the sky was clear, but now it looked like it was about to rain. On the street, many people hurried home, worried about the rain. Ranjinian entered a small alley she had walked through many times before. The alley was full of abandoned, broken houses. Once a few families lived there, but now, judging by how dark and empty it was, they had probably moved away. Halfway through the alley, a door suddenly swung open, and a figure cursed loudly as they came out. This is bad luck. Song Zehan looked up and saw the figure, his eyes narrowing. Ranjinian. After being caught by the police last time, he had shown a very good attitude when admitting his mistakes. The police, knowing he had previously caught spies, gave him one last chance. He was detained for a week and fined 50 yuan before being released. This morning, Song Zehan had just come out and was called here by his friends to play cards. The alley was rarely used by passers-by, so it became their usual place for gambling. He had lost all his money, and since no one lent him more, they drove him out. Seeing Song Zehan's expression, Ranjinian felt a pang in her heart and turned to walk away. Stop. Song Zehan saw her turn and quickly caught up, grabbing her firmly. His eyes were full of hatred. Ranjinian, you heartless woman. Let me go. Ranjinian tried to pull away. What, looking down on me now? You used to want to be with me, Song Zehan said, noticing her disdainful look. He looked at her beautiful face with ill intent. Tell me, if I sleep with you, do you think your officer boyfriend will still want you? You're crazy. Ranjinian didn't expect him to say such a thing. It's you who drove me crazy, Song Zehan said with resentment. You lied to me, saying you wouldn't marry Lu Junyuan, and wanted to run away with me. But after I was taken away, you married him. His face was full of bitterness, though it was her who had lied, and he called her a bad person. With a forceful move, he pushed Ranjinian against the wall and started tearing at her clothes. In her mind, images from her past life flashed before her eyes. Her eyes turned bloodshot as she pulled out an electric baton from her space and shocked him. Suddenly, a heavy rain poured down. Ah! Song Zehan shouted as his body trembled, but his voice was drowned out by the rain. What is this strange thing? Song Zehan wanted to see clearly what Ranjinian was holding, but everything went black, and he fell to the ground. Ranjinian kicked him a few more times, then, seeing he didn't move, she threw the electric baton into the space and grabbed an umbrella to leave quickly. She didn't go far before. Crash. A broken house in the alley finally couldn't withstand the heavy rain, and a large appeared on the wall, causing it to collapse instantly. Song Zehan opened his eyes in a daze and saw the house fall, burying him completely. In another house, some people were still playing cards. One person looked up and asked, "Did you hear any sound?" "No." "Hurry up and shuffle the cards." "What sound?" "Oh, the house is leaking." Everyone looked up and saw the beams swaying. They were so scared that they hurried outside. As they ran out before taking many steps, someone tripped. The man fell to the ground and was about to curse, but when he looked up, He saw a hand pressed under a pile of stones.
Ah,
What's your name? Look over there. Following the man's finger, everyone saw what was on the ground and shouted in surprise. The next day, Ranjinian finished breakfast and took Anan downstairs. She saw people chatting in small groups, very lively. Last night, it rained heavily, and the houses in the alley collapsed, killing one person.
Really?
Yes, my sister-in-law's cousin works in the police station. The family has already gone to pick up the body. We should remind the elderly and children to stay away. Those houses are dangerous. Hearing their conversation, Ranjinian asked, "Who was killed?" "It seems to be someone with the last name Song, but I don't know the full name," someone replied. Ranjinian's heart trembled. When she saw her sister-in-law buy vegetables and come back, she said, "Sister-in-law, please watch Anan for me. I have something to do." Before Li Wan could speak, Ranjinian pushed Anan in front of her and hurried out. Jinian. Li Wan instinctively called, but saw Ranjinian disappear quickly. "What's so urgent?" Anan was still a bit confused.
Anan, Auntie will take you home first.
"There are tasty cookies at home." Li Wan held Anan's hand. The little one, hearing there was food, said, "Okay." Ranjinian quickly ran to the police station and heard crying from inside. The elderly woman was almost fainting from crying. My son. Ah."
he was killed by someone.
The old woman grabbed a police officer. "According to our investigation, your son Song Zihin was killed by the dangerous house in the same alley." The police replied. The old woman shouted, "No." After confirming that Song Zihin was safe, Ranjinian did not feel sad or scared. If she hadn't been born under the red flag and had never done anything bad, she would have wanted to hurt him yesterday. Thank goodness for that. At this moment, the small bit of resentment in Ranjinian's heart completely disappeared. For months later, Lu Lanlan and Zhou Feng returned to Pushing Town. "Mom, sister-in-law, thank you for your hard work," Lu Lanlan said happily, holding the chubby Zhou Jing and crying tears of joy. It was clear she took great care of him. Zhou Jing's full name was Zhou Jing. "I'm glad you're back. Jingjing is very obedient and easy to take care of. He doesn't cause trouble," Ranjinian said, liking Jingjing very much. Lu's mother asked with concern, "Have you finished your work?" "All done and very successfully," Zhou Feng replied. Lu Lanlan added with a smile, "Mom, we plan to take Jingjing back to Zhou Feng's hometown. Grandpa Zhou isn't feeling well and wants to see Jingjing." "That's right," Lu's mother agreed without hesitation. "But who will take care of the children later?" Lu Lanlan smiled brightly. "I'll stay at home to take care of the kids." Lu Lanlan and Zhou Feng stayed at home for a few days, then the family of three went back to Zhou Feng's hometown. Ranjinian and Lu's mother also planned to take Anan back to the family compound. The family saw the three off at the train station, all feeling reluctant to part. Life always involves farewells. "Mom, I'm not leaving forever." "Don't cry," Ranjinian said, hugging Wang Xiaomei and then hugging Ran Demon. "Dad, take care of your health." Everyone waved goodbye. Safe travels. In the southern military district at the family compound, Ranjinian returned and soon started working in the propaganda department. After 3 years, she became the head of the department. Time had passed, but her face showed no change. She still looked the same as before. One morning after the early shift, Ranjinian went to pick up her child from the military kindergarten. As soon as she arrived, she saw Lu Junyuan standing at the gate. The man was in his early 30s, more mature in his features, and his presence was more commanding. Ranjinian approached him. "You're here earlier than me again." "No worries, and it hasn't come out yet," Lu Junyuan replied. Just then the children came out. The kindergarten teachers saw the two and greeted them, Minister Ran, Commander Lu. Lu Junyuan had achieved many great things over the years, so he was promoted to commander, the youngest in his rank. Both he and his wife had their careers in the military district and had become role models for others. "Dad, Mom." Lu Chinan ran over carrying a small bag that Lu's mother had sewn. The little boy looked very delicate now, with a clever mouth, and was very popular among the girls in the family compound and kindergarten. Ranjinian and Lu Jinyuan held his hands, with Lu Chinan walking in the middle. Dad, I want to ride a horse, Lu Chinen said excitedly. Sure. Ran Jinian patted Lu Jinyuan. Anin is already so big. You still spoil him. When he gets a little older, I won't be able to ride anymore, Lu Jinyuan said happily, enjoying the moment. Lu Chinen sat on his dad's shoulders, raising his hands high. Dad, go. Go. Lu Jinyuan ran forward. Ran Jinian caught up and said, slow down. The sunset was setting. The golden sunlight stretched the shadows of the family of three very long. Happiness has always been with them. The end. Thank you all for supporting Little Pear, for never giving up on Little Pear. I hope we meet again in the next story. If I have time, I will write an epilogue.